Chapter 4:17. Beware of Merlin. Upon hearing Kiera's words, Gobta muttered with a slight squint in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Oh, come on, where's the fun if I spill the beans? After all, you're a savior, aren't you? Seeking the truth is part of your responsibility, isn't it? The moment the term savior came out of her mouth, Gobta's pupils suddenly contracted. Why did this woman know he was a savior? But as he caught the playful smirk at the corner of Kiera's lips, he immediately realized and cursed inwardly. He had been played by this woman. Seeing Gobta's face darkened, Kiera pressed her lips with her slender finger. Okay, don't look at me like I've stolen your favorite toy, it's just a mere identity, you should have known I'd find out sooner or later, right? Gobta remained silent, feeling a bit annoyed. He knew she was an expert at playing with people's hearts, yet he still found himself caught in her rhythm. He had been too careless and hadn't been cautious enough. Gobta squinted his eyes at Kiera, a hint of murderous intent rising in his black eyes. This woman was too dangerous, like a viper lurking in the shadows, her eyes fixed on her prey, ready to strike at any moment with her poisonous fangs, prepared to pounce and bite her victim to death when the opportunity arose. He had a feeling that if he didn't deal with her soon, there would be endless trouble waiting for him in the future. Unfortunately, her appearance this time was too sudden, and he hadn't been prepared in advance. Once they started fighting, it could potentially attract attention from the nearby Holy Roman Empire, and even draw the Lion King's attention. He might end up in a dangerous situation. Should he make a move now? Seriously? Want to kill me over such a trivial matter? You're not only hot-headed but also petty, aren't you? Kiera, sensing his murderous intent, sighed and spread her hands helplessly, showing no fear on her face at all. Forget it, I can't fight you right now anyway, how about we both take a step back? I'll give you a hint, consider it my way of making amends, what do you say? Although Gobta knew Kiera probably had ulterior motives, he couldn't help but ask what she meant. What hint? Why don't you guess why the girl who likes to sing is the only one unharmed among all the servants that descended? Kiera's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Okay, that's enough of a hint, the rest of the truth is up to you to explore. After saying that, a black hole soon opened behind Kiera, but before stepping into it, she turned back and smiled at Gobta. Oh, by the way, just a little extra, although our perspectives and goals may differ, I sincerely hope you can save this world, Mr. Savior. Gobta stared expressionlessly as Kiera disappeared into the black hole, not making any move even as it closed shut. Watching the dangerous woman vanish, Melusine breathed a sigh of relief, her tense body gradually relaxing. She turned to look at Gobta's stern face and hesitated for a moment before asking with doubt. Why didn't you attack her? Although that woman was powerful, the two of them together would surely have had a chance to hold her off. As the flames of the Might of An-Utu slowly extinguished and the fiery greatsword quickly dispersed as its magical energy faded away, Gobta shook his head lightly upon hearing Melusine's question. It would be meaningless. In truth, he had only hesitated for less than a second before deciding to attack Kiera as the Might of An-Utu was also ready to unleash its power. However, just to be safe, he decided to first use Feng Huangdao's mental power to interfere with Kiera's consciousness, and then deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this cautious move that led him to discover some clues. Kiera standing in front of him earlier had absolutely no mental energy fluctuations. Anything alive would inevitably emit mental energy, even if it was just a small plant. Yet, from Kiera earlier, he didn't sense even a trace of mental energy, as if standing there was just a lifeless stone. Gobta didn't believe that she had become strong enough to shield Feng Huangdao's detection. The only explanation was that the one who appeared earlier was not her true body at all. It could be a puppet or a double. As for the real Kiera, she should be hiding somewhere, quietly observing the situation from afar. Gobta thought she must be hiding within Heaven's Hole. Because when Kiera appeared just now, he did sense the aura of the demonic bodhisattva. Neither a puppet nor a double could mimic that. The only explanation was that the real Kiera was nearby. Using the cosmic juggernaut to sense space, Gobta didn't detect any spatial disturbances nearby. Everything seemed natural. The only exception was the black hole that appeared behind Kiera just now, which was the entrance to Heaven's Hole. As he realized that, Gobta chose not to take action. Firstly, he was afraid of alerting Kiera, and secondly, he wanted to avoid exposing too many of his cards, making her cautious. Centipedes, even in death, didn't stiffen faced with such a dangerous enemy, one must ensure they could deliver a fatal blow in one strike. Not doing so meant potential trouble, even if only one breath remained. In his previous life, Gobta had seen countless examples of being killed by wounded prey. He didn't want to become one of them due to negligence. Melusine didn't quite understand what Gobta meant by meaningless. She thought he meant that even if they teamed up, they couldn't defeat that dangerous woman. This clearly made her somewhat indignant, puffing up her cheeks. I'm strong, even though that woman is powerful, I'm a dragon. Melusine exclaimed with an annoyed tone. Gobta chuckled, instinctively reaching out to give her a head pat. Feeling a big hand on her head, Melusine blinked in surprise before her cheeks turned red all of a sudden. It was her first time being touched like this. Chapter 418. As Gobta gave Melusine a head pat, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Although she looked very young, in reality, she was almost as old as his ancestors, so he had never head patted her before. This head pat was just an unconscious move, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. However, in all honesty, head patting Melusine was quite a nice feeling. Gobta quickly cleared his throat and casually moved his hand away, pretending as if nothing had happened. Of course, I know you're strong, it's just that the woman earlier was just a double, even if we killed her, it would be meaningless. Feeling the big hand on her head disappear, Melusine's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. It wasn't clear if she had heard Gobta's explanation or not, she just softly murmured repeatedly in a daze. Seeing Melusine's situation, Gobta quickly changed the subject to break the awkward silence. Oh yeah, Melusine, do you remember what that woman said about Nero earlier? Hearing his question, Melusine's attention shifted at once, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. You mean why Nero got spared? Yeah, Gobta nodded. If I remember correctly, you, Tristan, and Gawain were responsible for hunting down servants who descended here, right? But why did you hunt down the others but not Nero? Well, I'm not really sure, Melusine shook her head in confusion. The three of us were just following Merlin's orders, she told us to capture those servants, so we did, as for why she didn't target Nero, she didn't explain. Is that so? Gobta frowned slightly, smelling something fishy. As if recalling a memory, Melusine spoke once more. But there was this one time when I overheard Tristan complaining to Merlin in the hall. She complained that many refugees had fled to the Holy Roman Empire, making it harder for her to find the chosen ones. So she asked Merlin to let her lead an army and attack the empire, but Merlin didn't agree, right? Gobta interrupted, coming to an easy conclusion. After all, from what he knew so far, Camelot hadn't attacked the Holy Roman Empire even once, not even with any probing attacks. This was clearly abnormal. Back then, Merlin said, it's not time yet, we can't meet that woman for now, Melusine nodded, recalling what she had heard. Upon hearing that, Gobta raised an eyebrow, confused. From the sound of it, it didn't seem like Merlin couldn't deal with Nero, but rather because of unwillingness. But why? Was Merlin afraid of Nero? Realizing this mystery became even more confusing, Gobta shook his head. Despite Nero having imperial privilege and a skill to resurrect 3 times, she alone couldn't possibly contend with all of Camelot. Therefore, Merlin was obviously waiting for some opportunity, and when this opportunity came, it would probably be when she acted against Nero. As he thought to this point, suddenly, a speculation arose in Gobta's mind. Was Merlin waiting for the so-called Holy Selection? But logically, completing the Holy Selection was the Lion King's objective, not Merlin's. What significance would it have for Merlin to act against Nero at that time? Unless the Holy Selection itself was not her objective. As if having a migraine, Gobta rubbed his temples. The arrival of Kiera this time made him feel that the mystery behind this world was probably even deeper than he had imagined. Especially the warning she left behind to beware of Merlin cast a shadow over his heart. She didn't even mention the Lion King but singled out Merlin alone. Was Merlin more dangerous in her eyes than the Lion King? All along, Gobta felt like there was a huge fog surrounding Merlin, unclear and unfathomable. She seemed like an invisible giant hand, manipulating the trajectory of this world at will. No matter where, it seemed her figure could be seen. Moreover, such an enemy was something Gobta was least adept at dealing with because apart from herself, there was absolutely no one who knew what her motives were, and how many hidden moves she had. Furthermore, from what Kiera had said, it seemed they had very little time left. Gobta took a deep breath and quickly flew toward the Holy Roman Empire like a meteor. No matter what happened, they had to be prepared in advance. Upon his return to the Holy Roman Empire, Gobta immediately gathered everyone at the Imperial Palace to share the information Kiera had disclosed to him. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't mention her identity as a beast. As everyone heard the information, they felt overwhelmed for a moment by the sheer volume of it. Especially Nero, who couldn't wrap her head around the fact that she had survived, partly attributing it to Merlin's temporary reluctance to have contact with her. Could it be that something unpredictable will happen when Merlin meets Her Majesty? Da Vinci half joked, half speculated. That's highly unlikely, Romani and Chaldea headquarters chimed in through a virtual screen. There's no record of any connection between Merlin and Nero, they belong to different eras, one lived during the 37th century and the other during the 500th century. Upon hearing his words, Nero nodded. During the era I lived in, Camelot didn't even exist, let alone someone like Merlin. I know. Ritsuka suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Did you know something, senpai? Mash asked curiously. I'm sure Merlin is afraid of Her Majesty. Ritsuka said confidently. Just like in some anime, when the protagonist is pushed to the edge, they transform and beat up the villain, maybe Her Majesty can also become a Super Nero or something. Super Nero? It sounds like she'd turn into light or something. However, as he noticed Nero's thoughtful expression, his face froze. Could she really transform into a Super Nero? Super Nero, It's not a bad idea at all, becoming something beyond, huh? If there's a chance, I might try it someday, after all, I am a Supreme Emperor. Seeing it was not what he thought, Romani breathed a sigh of relief. It was just an idea after all. But he couldn't help but wonder how Nero would look if she transformed into this Super Nero. Especially considering she was wearing a dress with a somewhat transparent skirt. I guess Merlin might need Nero for something, like a ritual or something similar, Gopta speculated. Like a magical ingredient? Mash asked curiously. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt something was off and quickly apologized to Nero. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I didn't mean to offend you. Mash bowed her head. It's okay, I understand what you mean. If that mage really wants to use me as an ingredient, her appetite must be quite big. If that's the case, it might not necessarily have to do with Your Majesty, right? Maybe Merlin just needs a servant for sacrifice, and Your Majesty happened to be chosen. Upon hearing that, Gopta didn't respond and stayed silent, pondering. In his opinion, why Merlin chose to keep Nero was likely not a mere coincidence, and the purpose was more than just a simple sacrifice. Surely, there must be some reasons behind it that he didn't realize. Chapter 419. Anyway, from now on, Nero, it's best if you don't leave the boundaries of the Emperor no matter what Merlin's up to, as long as we don't let her succeed, it's alright. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gopta warned Nero. What? You want me to play the role of a shrinking violet? Well, it's all for the greater good, Your Majesty, just bear with it for a while, Da Vinci chuckled. With everyone's reassurance and persuasion, Nero reluctantly accepted the arrangement. However, we can't just play defense all the time, Gopta surveyed the group. Lion King's Holy Lance has been fully charged, and once the required number of chosen ones is reached, he will initiate the holy selection. At that point, the world won't be far from complete destruction, so we need to start taking the initiative. Are we talking about the final battle? Ritsuka's expression turned serious immediately. Gopta shook his head. Final battle right now wouldn't be ideal, there's still a gap between us and Camelot. Hearing his reasoning, everyone nodded. Even with the potential of the Holy Roman Empire stretched to its limits, they could only muster an army of around 1,000 soldiers, which still couldn't compare to Camelot. That's why, we need to divide and conquer, weaken Camelot's most powerful forces first, Gopta suggested. Among the group, Nero was the first to catch on. Are you referring to the Knights of the Round Table? That's right, Gopta nodded. According to the information we've gathered, aside from Tristan and Gawain, the other knights are out there searching for chosen ones. Don't you think this is a golden opportunity? Nero had always had people keeping an eye on the movements of the Knights of the Round Table, and they constantly reported back to the Empire. This wasn't a secret to Gopta, who assisted Nero in managing the Empire's affairs every day. On the other hand, Mash, who hesitated about his suggestion, spoke up. But, aside from Tristan and Gawain, there are a total of 4 Knights of the Round Table. No matter who we target, the remaining 3 will quickly catch wind of it and likely flee straight to Camelot. Of the 7 servants who descended from the beginning, aside from the sole survivor Nero, the remaining 6 were defeated by Camelot. 2 of them were killed in battle by Tristan and Gawain, while the 4 who were captured by Melusine were brought back for brainwashing. This was mainly due to the vast difference in power, since capturing was more difficult than killing. In the face of Melusine's overwhelming strength, the 4 servants didn't even have a chance to surrender before being captured. Then we just need to round them all up, attack them at the same time, and don't let a single one escape. Gopta declared firmly. Upon hearing his crazy suggestion, everyone was taken aback, surprised at the size of his appetite. Attacking 4 Knights of the Round Table at the same time? Wouldn't that be a bit too difficult? With me and Melusine, handling them wasn't really a big deal, Gopta reassured everyone. After hearing his words, everyone somewhat agreed. Since no one present doubted the strength of these 2 After all, they had already proven their capabilities through their past deeds and were currently the top combat power in the Holy Roman Empire. But the problem is, how do we gather those 4 knights of the Round Table together? Da Vinci shrugged. Considering the intel we've gathered, they tend to operate independently, except in Camelot, they hardly have any chance to meet. We don't necessarily have them to gather together, right? Ritsuka pondered. How about we hold them off? With me and Mash around, even if we can't win, we can stall for some time until Gobta or Miss Melusine shows up. Ulmo. Don't forget about me. Counting me in, aren't we just one short of forming the complete set of 4? Each of us taking on one. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? You can't casually leave the Empire right now. Nero's expression instantly froze, her whole demeanor deflating like a popped balloon, with even her iconic ahogue drooping with dejection. Besides Nero, don't we have another servant? Gobta suggested. Upon hearing his words, everyone paused slightly, their gaze instinctively shifting toward a certain figure. Oh my, are you guys trying to bring scientists onto the battlefield? That's a crime, you know. Da Vinci teased with a charming smile playing on her lips, but the next moment, a mischievous grin appeared on her beautiful face. But well, I suppose it has been a while since I've had a good fight. On the lush green forest, a group of about 200 knights marched in perfect formation. They were clad in heavy armor inscribed with magic circles, wielding long swords, and moving in unison with a solemn silence. They appeared to be seasoned veterans, exuding an unmistakable aura of solemnity and bloodshed. This was an army that shouldn't exist in the current era, their combat prowess surpassing even that of the legendary Crusaders. Since their arrival on this land, the entire world had been shrouded in ominous terror. In contrast to the disciplined members of this army, their commander seemed somewhat out of place. With a crimson spear slung over his shoulder, lazily resting his hands on its shaft, he led the way carelessly. Occasionally, he would even casually yawn, emanating an air of laziness. It was hard to imagine how such a person could lead such a formidable army of iron-blooded warriors. What was even more bizarre was that within the army, not a single soul seemed to have any complaints about his demeanor. From their cautious movements, it even appeared that they held a certain reverence for this lazy man. Sir Lamorak, we've been marching for about 12 hours now, don't you think it's time to let the knights rest a bit? The deputy commander approached the lazy commander named Lamorak, cautiously whispering in his ear. Tisk, just 12 hours and you're already complaining? You're supposed to be the elite of Camelot, yet even my grandma lasts longer than you guys. Fine, we'll take a temporary break. The deputy commander breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging the order before turning to leave. However, just as he turned, a chilling and spine-tingling aura of death suddenly surged from behind him. A strong sense of fear clutched at his heart like the claws of a demon, causing cold sweat to trickle down his face concealed beneath his helmet. At this moment, he had never felt so close to death. He wanted to turn around, to see what had triggered such a reaction from the commander. Yet the terrifying aura held him firmly in place, giving him the illusion that if he dared to move, the commander's spear would instantly slide down and pierce his skull. Amid his frantic thoughts, he suddenly heard the commander's deep voice. We're screwed. Screwed? What's screwed? As the deputy commander wondered in bewilderment, he suddenly found the scene before him incredibly bright, as if a radiant sun had risen in the dark forest, illuminating everything with clarity. In this dazzling light, he saw the knights who had just crouched down to rest, scrambling to their feet, as if preparing to flee, while the ones holding weapons trembling like startled birds. What is that? Everyone looked up at the sky and emitted cries of despair and disbelief. Chapter 420. What the hell is happening? Unbridled fear instantly exploded in the deputy commander's heart. If the previous fear stemmed from the awe of the commander's immense power, then now, it was entirely due to the unknown trembling within him. No choice. The strongest emotion a person could feel was fear, while the strongest fear came from the unknown. As the pure light grew even brighter and illuminated everything with perfect clarity, it felt like a scene from the Book of Revelation. Where God and angels reside in heaven, a place forever filled with pure light, free from darkness, and eternally warm. Yet, the deputy commander felt none of that warmth. Intense dread made him feel as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice, where knives made of ice pressed against his heart, freezing his blood. His thoughts stretched endlessly at this moment, like a train with no end in sight. Eventually, when he snapped back to reality, he saw the source of the pure light. It was a radiant white sun. Ultimately, this white sun exploded. Boom! Like a furious thunderbolt exploding on the surface of the earth, the terrifying force erupted in an instant, unleashing an unparalleled destructive power that seemed to overwhelm everything in its path. The deafening sound of the explosion echoed far and wide, spreading in all directions, while in the center of it, rose a towering, ominous mushroom cloud straight into the sky. Rolling black dust obscured the entire mountain range like a dark cloud, with rocks and soil raining down from the sky like a relentless storm, pattering incessantly onto the ground and raising even larger clouds of dust. The entire mountain range was engulfed by the dust kicked up by the explosion, reminiscent of the eternal world of mist sung about in Norse mythology. However, what enveloped this place was not just pure mist but an endless yellowish mist. After an unknown period, the murky dust gradually dispersed, revealing the broken and battered body of the towering mountain peak. The mountain peak, standing at nearly 200 meters tall, seemed as though it had been slapped by a giant. With almost half of its mass crumbling down. Rocks and vegetation tumbled into endless fragments, buried beneath a chaotic layer of soil. Broken cliffs stood silently, bearing witness to the terrifying impact with a mute testimony. In just an instant, nearly half of the mountain was obliterated, as if it had never existed. In the face of such devastation brought about by this attack, any words seemed so feeble and inadequate, making one couldn't help but wonder if perhaps this was the legendary divine punishment. Everything was annihilated and all existence was consumed by sheer destruction, leaving only desolation on the ground, coldly demonstrating the indifference of the gods to the world. Amidst this silent land, a small mound suddenly bulged, followed by an arm bursting through the soil, a sight so horrifying that it evoked thoughts of undead rising from a graveyard in folk tales. Boom! As rocks exploded along with the soil, a figure clad in a blue tight suit emerged, spitting out the dust from his mouth. He was none other than the commander called Lamorak by his deputy. Lamorak brushed off the dirt and twigs from his head, his beast-like crimson eyes scanning the chaotic scene around him. However, instead of anger, a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. "Heh, nothing's left, looks like we've got a tough guy on our hands." After saying that, Lamorak flicked his toe lightly, and the crimson spear on the ground bounced up into his hand. Swish! With a few casual twirls, his fiery crimson eyes gleamed with a hint of madness and ferocity before he shouted loudly. "All extras have gone away. Aren't you going to show yourself? If I'm not mistaken, your target should be me, right?" A quiet breeze swept by, lifting his small braid. Covered in dust from head to toe, he looked extremely disheveled, but it didn't diminish the boiling magma-like determination and murderous intent emanating from him. "Or maybe you're just a coward who likes to attack from the shadows." Lamorak sneered, dripping with sarcasm and mockery. After several seconds of silence, a calm voice soon rang out. "While I'm not particularly keen on fighting you, it seems like fate has other plans for us." Tap tap. Accompanied by crisp footsteps, a man wielding a massive white lance and clad in silver armor approached from a distance. He had a striking head of black hair, a face as handsome as a carved sculpture, with black eyes like a bottomless abyss, giving off a feeling that staring into them would result in being swallowed whole. Lamorak sized up the newcomer, pondering. "Black hair and eyes, plus that silver armor, you're the outsider who nearly killed Tristan, aren't you? And how should I address you?" Gobta looked at the man before him, feeling a mix of emotions. Lamorak? Or, Siyu Chulain? Honestly, before receiving the news from Nero, he hadn't even considered that Siyu Chulain would descend upon this world. From the land of shadows to Fuyuki City, and now this singularity, he and this savage dog truly had an unfathomable fate. Unfortunately, in this world, Siyu Chulain seemed to carry on his bad luck as Lancer as usual, getting caught as soon as he arrived and having his memories and mind tampered with. However, from what he saw, it seemed like Siyu Chulain didn't really mind. "Whether it's Lamorak or Siyu Chulain, it's just a name anyway, do as you please." Siyu Chulain licked his lips, excitement burning in his eyes as he tightly gripped Gibalg. "Let's fight, outsider. Finally encountering such a powerful warrior like you, I won't let this opportunity slip by without a good fight." Ah, that familiar gaze. Gobta rubbed his forehead with a headache. It seemed that even with brainwashing, Siyu Chulain's personality remained stubborn. If it weren't for his troublesome battle continuation, he would have been blasted to death by Abyss Flower's first power just now. "Why are you silent? Do you think I'm not worthy to be your opponent?" Seeing Gobta's silence, Siyu Chulain's eyes flashed with anger. Being underestimated was intolerable to him, even more so than death. Gobta sighed tiredly, his hand flipping over. Abyss Flower vanished instantly, replaced by a black spear of death, Black Abyss. "Oh. You're also a lancer like me? That's perfect. Let me see if your spearmanship can match up to mine, who was trained by the Queen of the Land of Shadows herself. Brother, let me make one thing clear," Gobta remarked, casually tossing Black Abyss onto his shoulder, his eyes as black as ink fixed on Siyu Chulain with a wicked smile playing on his lips. If I get a bit carried away and accidentally kill you later, you can't blame me, okay? Chapter 421. Clang. Cling. Clang. Cling. On a desolate land, two figures entwined like whirlwinds, their black and crimson spears colliding at dazzling speeds, erupting with dazzling sparks and piercing shrieks. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate achievement attainable by mortal bodies, and beyond this lay the realm of the inhuman. Swish. Black abyss descended, its cold tip slicing through the air with a sharp whine. Siyu Chulain lifted Gibalg above his head, blocking the incoming attack. Ding! With a thunderous sound, the immense force crashed down, sending a tingling sensation through his arms, causing his powerful body to involuntarily lower a few inches. Siyu Chulain stared at the face inches away, gritting his teeth, his crimson eyes filled with indescribable frustration. Why did you use the same spearmanship as me? Oh, why indeed? Gobta teased with a smile, the intense battle leaving no impact on him at all as he maintained his carefree demeanor. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted, and can memorize your spearmanship with just a glance. Bullshit. Siyu Chulain scoffed inwardly. His spearmanship was taught directly by the queen of the land of shadows, Scathach. There was no way someone could simply mimic them with a single glance. He couldn't help but ponder. Could this outsider have also studied under Scathach like him? However, he hadn't heard of anyone like this outsider at all, or maybe this outsider already died when he became Scathach's apprentice. It's not a good habit to lose focus in battle, you know. Gobta swiftly withdrew Black Abyss, then in one fluid motion, unleashed a lightning-fast horizontal slash aimed at Siyu Chulain's neck. If she found out, you might just get another round of beating from her, brother. TCH. Siyu Chulain quickly stepped back, creating a safe distance as Gobta's Black Abyss sliced through the air. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Since a moment ago, that black spear had given him a very bad feeling. His intuition told him that being injured by that spear would result in a terrifying outcome. On top of that, that spear was also the reason why he could never fully unleash his abilities. After all, when both sides possessed identical martial arts, having better weapons meant the greatest advantage for one over the other. Moreover, this outsider's speed was not inferior to his own, and this outsider's strength might even surpass his, making him constantly on the defensive in every confrontation. Although their mastery of spearmanship was similar, being suppressed due to differences in weapons and strength was utterly frustrating for him. Of course, he didn't consider it wrong to have such an advantage. After all, wasn't he himself so talented and strong because of his father's divine blood in him? Since it was a battle, one must give it their all. Showing mercy and kindness to enemies because of their strength difference was the greatest humiliation. What's wrong, brother? Stopping here isn't like you. If you won't attack, then I'll come to you. I have a question before that, have you ever been to the land of shadows? Siyu Chulain narrowed his eyes at Gobta, his tone low. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Why bother asking? Seems like I asked a pretty boring question, huh? Siyu Chulain shook his head, took a deep breath, leaned slightly forward, and tilted his crimson spear downward, assuming a rather peculiar stance. That stance, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness. Since we learned the same spearmanship, this kind of fight doesn't mean a damn thing. After saying that, Siyu Chulain's eyes flickered with a hint of bloodlust and madness, like a fierce hound spotting its prey as massive magical energy converged into crimson flames burning on his Gibalg. Let me see if you can handle my noble phantasm, Siyu Chulain added as a wide smile appeared on his face. Gobta took a deep breath, gripping Black Abyss tightly in his hand. Bring it on, I've been wanting to see how you pull off that twist of fate attack. Siyu Chulain blinked, wondering how this outsider knew about his signature move when he hadn't even unleashed it yet. But he shook it off quickly, as now wasn't the time to worry about these trivial matters. If you think you can, then give it a shot. After declaring that, Siyu Chulain's wide smile turned into a smirk before he threw his crimson spear with all his might. I'll have your heart. Gibalg. Whoosh. The crimson spear flew from his hand, darting like lightning with dazzling crimson trails, aiming straight for Gobta's heart at breakneck speed. Gobta knew he couldn't escape as he felt a faint prickling sensation emanating from his heart. It was because of the effect of reversing the nature of causality from Siyu Chulain's noble phantasm, Gibalg. Even before Gibalg left his hand, the effect of piercing his target's heart had already been established before the cause. Back in the land of shadows, Siyu Chulain had boasted to him about this move, inspired by Gungnir, the weapon of Odin. It was Siyu Chulain's unique finisher and trump card, even earning praise from Scathach. Once the cause and effect were set, unless one was extremely lucky, no one could evade this attack. Needless to say, Gobta, with his mediocre luck, definitely didn't stand a chance of dodging it. However, there was more than one way to survive this attack. As the crimson lightning streaked and weaved, leaving behind a trail of illusions, the sharp crimson spear pierced through Gobta's armor and plunged straight into his heart in the blink of an eye. Splurt! Gobta staggered as his body was sent flying backward, blood gushing out like a blooming rose, staining the ground crimson immediately. Siyu Chulain reached out and caught the returning Gibalg, his face devoid of any joy from his success, instead growing even more grim. Oi, you must be kidding, coming back from the dead. Siyu Chulain stared intensely at Gobta, gritting his teeth. You actually have that kind of bullshit ability. If I didn't, how else would I be standing in front of you? Gobta glanced down at his chest, where his armor was stained red with blood, then looked back up with a smile. A pure light shone from his chest as the power of Abyss Flower surged through him, rapidly regenerating his shattered heart until it beat strongly once again. Like what Siyu Chulain had said, Gobta was back from the dead, thanks to his personal skill. Born to die. Description: stepping into the realm of death, facing death itself, and miraculously coming back to life. Effect: have a chance of resurrection. Gobta had never triggered this skill, mainly because the power of Abyss Flower was just too overpowered, as it had prevented any opponent from truly killing him until now. In truth, if he wanted, he could simply refrain from using this skill. Although Gibalg's power couldn't be dodged, it still had distance limitations. With his abilities, he could easily deal with Siyu Chulain from a safe distance without using Born to Die. However, since he had finally come across such an opportunity, he didn't want to give up easily. Using Born to Die for a chance to experience his senior brother's famous technique firsthand wasn't a bad deal for him at all. Chapter 422. In truth, Gobta had wanted to try Gibalg's ability that could reverse the nature of causality a long time ago, but back then, he didn't have any means of coming back to life, and Siyu Chulain couldn't possibly use this move on him. It turned out that after becoming a servant, he actually had the chance to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Siyu Chulain's famous move truly lived up to its reputation. With his keen eyesight and intuition, Gobta couldn't even perceive the trajectory of the spear. One moment there was some distance between them, and the next moment it suddenly pierced his heart. It felt as if something invisible had wiped out the space in between, utterly unstoppable. From this, it seemed that Siyu Chulain hadn't exaggerated at all. If one didn't have extreme luck, they wouldn't be able to stop this attack that could defy fate. "Tch, you sneaky bastard," Siyu Chulain clicked his tongue, slinging his crimson spear over his shoulder, reverting to his previous carefree demeanor. "Oh. Not planning to keep fighting? What's the point?" Siyu Chulain spoke impatiently, his face irritated. "My noble phantasm can only pierce through a person once. If it didn't kill you, the next attack definitely won't hit. Since you could bear this attack, I've got nothing to say. Honestly, I know you probably have plenty of means to kill me, even without me knowing. But you still showed up in my front, fought me, even took my noble phantasm head on. I don't know what your intention is, but I have to admit, I'm impressed by your guts. This time, I had a blast and no regrets. Kill me or whatever, it's up to you, I don't care." After saying all that, Siyu Chulain plopped himself down on the ground, looking like he was ready to meet his end. Gobta paused for a moment, then shook his head with a hint of resignation. "Well, you really never change," Gobta muttered with a sigh before asking a question. "By the way, if I remember correctly, you should still have the gift bestowed by the Lion King, right? Not planning to give it another shot? You even know about gifts?" Siyu Chulain blinked, then shook his head. "Yeah, that crazy woman nearly got killed by you, so how could you not know? Anyway, enough talk, I won't rely on this gift. If you're going to kill me, just do it, no need for all this nonsense." "That won't do, Sir Lamorak, in such dire circumstances, how can you not give it your all? By acting like this, you're letting down the expectations of both Preceptor and His Majesty." A soft, feminine voice suddenly echoed, causing both Gobta and Siyu Chulain to look up and follow the source of the voice. On the remaining half of the broken cliff top, a beautiful girl leaned against a large tree. She wore a red and white Victorian-style dress with wing-like coattails and a pair of over-the-knee boots. Her long vivid red-pink hair swayed in the breeze, and a mocking smile hung delicately on her exquisite face. "Tristan," Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone cold. "Last time I let you escape by chance, I didn't expect you to show up before me again. Are you in such a hurry to die?" Hearing his cold words, memories from the past flooded back into Tristan's mind, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. She involuntarily swallowed her saliva, fear flickering in her eyes. However, she quickly remembered Merlin's words, took a deep breath, suppressed her fear, and sneered. "Humph, I admit your strength is indeed impressive, outsider, but don't forget, this is our territory, from the very beginning, our preceptor has anticipated your actions. You want to take out the Knights of the Round Table to weaken our forces, but little did you know, we've got our own plans in motion, we're using these fellows as bait to lure you out, like fish in a barrel. Huh? What did you say? He did not appreciate being used as a pawn, especially with such sneaky behavior. It made him feel like a clueless clown. Tristan didn't even glance at him and continued her words. And as expected, you took the bait, now that you've fallen into our trap, there's no escaping this time, outsider. Escape? Gobta couldn't help but chuckle as if hearing the funniest joke. I'm curious, where do you get the confidence to think you can keep me here? Or did you bring the Lion King and Merlin along? His Majesty is in a crucial phase of executing the holy selection, no room for distractions. As for Preceptor, you haven't earned the privilege of facing her yet, Tristan sneered, then turned to Siu Chulin. Sir Lamorak, the man standing in front of you is a big hindrance for us, aren't you planning to do something? Are you blind or what? Can't you see I've already lost? And who do you think you are, giving me orders? If it weren't for my oath not to harm women, I'd have pierced your heart on the first day we met. You. Upon hearing his words, Tristan flushed with anger, her body trembling. After a moment, she took a deep breath before sneering coldly. Fine, if you won't obey, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing her words, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of unease creeping over him for some reason. Tristan reached out her hand, grasping at the empty space in front of her, with a crazed smile on her lips. Come forth, it's time for you to show your true self to this world, Siu Chulin. As her hand closed in, Siu Chulin's body suddenly stiffened. The dormant power within him was awakened in an instant, like a fierce beast stubbornly rising to the surface, breaking through until it breached the new horizon. His body trembled violently as wisps of black magical energy emanated from his pores, filling the air with a bloody and ominous aura. His crimson eyes flickered between rage and struggle, emanating a primal aura akin to that of a primitive predator, as if a demon from hell had broken free from its chains and descended upon the earth, bringing endless slaughter and bloodshed. Why resist? Tristan's smile grew even wilder and more reckless. His Majesty bestowed upon you the gift of origin precisely for moments like this, didn't he? It's just restoring your former self, the most heartless, despicable, cruel, and powerful version of you. It shouldn't matter to you, since it's still you anyway. Siu Chulin remained silent, reached out to grab his gibalg, and without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. Pu-Chi. Chapter 423. Siu Chulin remained silent, reached out to grab his gibalg, and without hesitation, plunged it into his own heart. Pu-Chi. Gibalg pierced through Siu Chulin's heart completely, crimson mixed with traces of black blood erupted like a blooming flower, instantly covering the spear with a layer of eerie blood-red hue. However, he did not meet the anticipated death. His heart had stopped beating, but his body's activity continued to surge, rushing toward the form he least wanted to face. Damn this battle continuation. Siu Chulin cursed bitterly in his mind as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze, however, grew increasingly confused. The raging and violent voice echoing incessantly in his mind, causing his head to ache and his consciousness to drift away, as if floating in the clouds, gradually distancing himself from this body. Pu-Chi. A slight tingling sensation suddenly came from his chest, as if someone had flipped the switch of time, and everything came to a sudden halt. As the battle continuation ceased to function, the black magical energy stopped spreading, and the raging, violent voice inside his mind gradually faded amid unwilling roars. Siu Chulin's consciousness gradually returned to normalcy. The first thing he felt was the emptiness and coldness enveloping him from within and without, as if his entire body had been sealed within a block of ice, along with his mind, thrust into eternal darkness and solitude. He struggled to open his eyes, glancing at the black spear lodged in his heart. Eventually, with great effort, he raised his head to face a pair of emotionless black eyes before him. A small smile quickly crept across his face. Thanks, bud, though I don't know why you keep calling me brother, but from now on, Siu Chulin, acknowledge you as my brother. As radiant light particles soared up to the sky, black abyss, lodged in Siu Chulin's chest, quickly fell to the ground as his body vanished. Gobta looked at the bloodstains on the ground, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet deep within his black eyes, something was gathering like a storm, a memory of the past. "Heh, kiddo, you're really something, can't even lift a spear. When I was your age, I killed a wild boar with my bare hands." Hey, get up already, kiddo, your training for today isn't over yet, what? Why is today's training double what it was yesterday? Well, to make you stronger faster, of course, what else? Did you think I was just messing with you out of boredom? Heh, Gobta, how about we make a deal? You help me sneak a bottle of wine from your mother's cellar, and I'll teach you how to use runes. Tisk, you're improving too fast, kiddo, is it to beat me down sooner? Huh, not bad, that's the spirit of a true warrior. In that case, as your senior brother, I won't hold back. Prepare yourself. Standing atop the mountain, Tristan watched Siu Chilin's body disappear, her brow furrowing slightly. Before long, she clicked her tongue in disdain. Tisk. He dares to call himself Ireland's child of light, yet he chooses suicide over embracing strength, absolutely foolish. Tristan shook her head, then glanced to the side, only to find that the black-haired figure standing there had vanished, along with the black spear on the ground. In the next moment, as if recalling something, her expression instantly stiffened. Simultaneously, a chilling voice filled with overwhelming murderous intent whispered in her ear. Who's the foolish one now? Along with the voice, the cold aura of death rushed upon Tristan like a storm from behind, gripping her heart with fear so intense that it felt like the claws of a demon had momentarily seized control of her body. This suffocating sensation, as if death itself loomed infinitely close, she had only felt it before in the presence of the Lion King. At this moment, Tristan was filled with overwhelming fear and regret. She hadn't imagined that this black-haired man was capable of this degree. If she had known, she wouldn't have shown herself. Suddenly, several crimson feathers floated gently down from the air, like butterflies dancing. Sense of struggle, despair, and the frantic readiness to gamble everything in Tristan's eyes vanished in an instant, leaving only a hollow emptiness, like a puppet devoid of consciousness, standing still, awaiting the embrace of death. Behind Tristan appeared a black hole from which Gobta emerged, wielding the black abyss. His eyes, as black as ink, gleamed with a cold gaze. Initially, he had planned to probe this woman's memories with Feng Huang down, trying to uncover Merlin's true motives. But now, he had changed his mind. Siu Chulayan could die, but what Gobta couldn't tolerate was this woman's manipulation of Siu Chilayan. The way she took pleasure in Siu Chilan's suffering, even relishing in it, truly disgusted him. You don't even have the right to insult him. Gobta's gaze was cold as he looked at the charming beauty before him, and without any hesitation, Black Abyss in his hand traced a perfect arc in the air. Die, you filthy scum. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a sharp, piercing whistling suddenly came from a distance, as if something was approaching him at an incredible speed. Gobta furrowed his brow slightly, altering the trajectory of the Black Abyss temporarily to collide with the incoming object. Ding! A crisp metal clashing sound resonated, sending out a visible ripple of air. Black Abyss remained unmoved, while the flying object was instantly deflected, piercing straight into the soil. It was a simple wooden arrow, with spiral wood grain marks still visible on its shaft. Its primitive craftsmanship gave it a simple beauty, more like a piece of art crafted by a skilled artisan than a weapon. Yet it was this ordinary arrow that had just flown at a speed of sound from thousands of meters away, nearly piercing his head. Gobta turned his head, looking toward the direction from which the arrow had come. In the lush greenery of a dense forest, a figure agile like a wild beast stood on a tree branch, holding a longbow, aiming straight at him. She was none other than the chaste huntress from Greece Atlanta. After being captured by Camelot, she now stood as a knight of the Round Table. When he saw the yellow-green-haired woman, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. According to the intelligence the Holy Roman Empire had gathered, Atlanta should have been 30 miles away. How did she suddenly appear here? Ag! A wild, beastly roar suddenly echoed through the air, as a towering figure raced up the fractured cliffside, agile like an ape. In an instant, he reached the mountaintop, stomping on sturdy rocks, his massive body leaping high into the air. With two massive and heavy axes in hand, he mercilessly swung them down toward Gobta's head. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly, opting not to confront head-on, but swiftly dodging backward. Boom! Two massive axes, weighing several hundred pounds, descended with tremendous power, crashing into the earth below, unleashing a deafening roar. The surrounding trees and rocks were sent flying by the shockwave, creating a crater several meters deep. Chapter 424. Cough! Cough! Tristan, who had also been tossed by the shockwave, struggled to get up from the ground after crashing into 3 trees and 2 rocks in succession. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling the intense pain coursing through her body, her eyes practically shooting fire. You dumb cow! Didn't you see I was still there? Are you trying to kill me? The newcomer, wearing a bull-headed mask with pitch-black horns protruding from the top, nearly 3 meters tall, glanced at Tristan sideways, emitting a disdainful snort from his nostrils. Asterios, a monster bearing the name of Lightning, but more famous than this name was his nickname Minotauros. Like Atlanta, after being captured by Camelot, he was brainwashed and became a knight of the Round Table. Seeing the towering figure of Asterios, Gobta narrowed his eyes. Logically, Asterios should be far away, just like Atlanta, dozens of miles away. So it didn't make sense for him to be here. Rattle. Suddenly, the crisp sound of chains echoed from deep within the forest, and before long, sharp daggers with chains, like a coiled snake ready to strike, shot straight toward Gobta's head. Gobta looked calm and quickly used his spear to knock the daggers away. But in the next moment, as if possessed, the daggers surged back, tightly entwining around Black Abyss, as if intent on snatching it from his grasp. Humph. Gobta snorted, giving a hard tug. The chain instantly straightened taut, transferring immense force along its length, hurling its owner out from the depths of the forest. It was a rather seductive and mature body, a tall and charmingly alluring woman. Her purple hair cascaded down to her feet. And beneath her black dress lay an unmistakably sexy body, while the eye patch covering her eyes added a hint of mysterious allure. In the moment she was flung out, the eye patch slipped off, revealing a pair of shallow purple serpent-like pupils, staring straight at Gobta. But to Medusa's surprise, Gobta simply closed his eyes, refusing to meet her gaze. Ever since Atlanta and Asterios appeared, Gobta had already concluded that the remaining servant must be nearby. And he was right, the newcomer was none other than Medusa. Medusa possessed powerful mystic eyes, capable of petrifying those with lower mana unconditionally. It was a rather domineering skill, hence why she was known as the snake monster who could turn everything she saw into stone. Due to his Nidhogg bloodline, Gobta's mana reached A, allowing him to resist Medusa's mystic eyes to a large extent. But if he were careless, he could still be petrified. Because of this, he simply chose to close his eyes, avoiding direct eye contact with Medusa, rendering her mystic eyes ineffective. With her mystic eyes useless, Medusa reluctantly released the chains and retreated. She dared not attempt the consequences of being drawn into close proximity with this terrifying man. Still keeping his eyes closed, Gobta casually flicked away the chains and surveyed his surroundings with his perception. In his perception, there were 3 quite distinct magical energy signals gathering around him, vaguely forming an encircling formation. Additionally, one signal was located a kilometer away, locking onto his body. It was obvious this was a long-planned conspiracy, a trap specifically targeting him. On the barren desert, the sun blazed mercilessly like a furnace, scorching the earth. Naked bedrock and huge boulders sprawled across the surface, interspersed with patches of withered yellow vegetation. Occasionally, a whirlwind would sweep up, sending a column of yellow sand swirling into the air, adding to the desolate atmosphere. This once desolate wilderness, untouched by humanity, had now become a battlefield drenched in blood and fire. Clad in crimson rose armor, soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire clashed with the Knights of Camelot. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! The clang of metal resounded over and over, accompanied by the thunderous roar of battle cries. Both sides charged forward recklessly as if their lives depended on it. Each person coated in a thick layer of blood, their eyes burning with the vivid red of slaughter. On one side stood the faithful knights, steadfastly executing their king's commands, while on the other were the indigenous people who had lost their homes and been forced into exile, both sides eager to annihilate each other. Rationality was abandoned, like a spark igniting a raging fire fueled by hatred and anger, setting the whole scene ablaze. Perhaps the only ones still clear-headed on this battlefield were Mash and Ritsuka, yet even they found themselves engulfed in extreme confusion. Mash, clad in her usual black-purple tight outfit, remained in a state of combat readiness, her hands gripping a massive black shield, her lavender eyes fixed straight ahead as if searching for something. Yet there was nothing there, only emptiness. The only abnormality was the scattered debris of shattered rock strewn across the ground, like toys discarded by careless children. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that each stone was cleanly sliced in 2, their surfaces smooth and even. The stubborn bedrock weathered over thousands of years, had been effortlessly cleaved apart, leaving one to wonder at the immense force required to inflict such terrifying destruction. Senpai, did you just see what just happened? Yeah, Ritsuka nodded solemnly. Saw it clear as day. After gathering accurate intelligence from their scouts, they hastily marched their army out of the Holy Roman Empire, traveling day and night until they finally reached their target Asterios. Once their companion, bearing the name Lightning, had helped them alongside the capricious goddess Euryale to restore the human order in the third singularity, Okeanos. But now, they could no longer see his gentle face or hear his familiar voice. Instead, they were greeted by his furious roars and the weighty swing of his massive axes. Even though Asterios's birth was a tragedy, it didn't prevent him from becoming a renowned monster in Greek mythology, surpassing even some of the gods in fame. On top of that, as a servant, he gained a boost in popularity wherever he went, his power even greater than when he was alive. Aside from Melusine and Gobta, few could suppress this formidable monster, as both of them were assigned to deal with the more troublesome Medusa and Siu Chulin. Regrettably, Da Vinci wasn't adept at handling opponents reliant on brute force like Asterios, leaving the heavy burden of confronting him on the shoulders of Mash and Ritsuka. Their goal wasn't to defeat Asterios, they just needed to hold him off until Gobta or Melusine could deal with their respective opponents and rush to their location to handle him. If they could accomplish this, their task would be complete. Everything went smoothly at first. They managed to keep Asterios distracted, preventing him from rampaging through the soldiers. With Galahad's approval, Mash became increasingly proficient in harnessing his power residing within her. Despite Asterios' relentless barrage of attacks, each blow showcasing inhuman violence, she held her ground stubbornly. All the shattered stones around bore witness to their fierce battle. However, about an hour ago, things took a drastic turn. Suddenly, a black rift opened behind Asterios, swallowing his nearly 3-meter-tall figure without leaving a trace. Everything was going fine until their opponent suddenly vanished into thin air. Which left Mash and Ritsuka in a state of confusion since they couldn't figure out what had just happened. It was all too sudden and quick, leaving them no time to react. According to Romani, after Asterios disappeared right before their eyes, not even a trace of his magical energy signal existed in the area, confirming that he had truly disappeared from this place. Chapter 425. As Ritsuka and Mash were still pondering what actually happened, Romani's voice suddenly came from a virtual screen. "I found it. I know how Asterios disappeared." "Doctor, what exactly happened?" Mash hastily inquired. "Someone performed a spatial magecraft on Asterios just now. Based on the trace of the magecraft, it originated from the holy city of Camelot." "Merlin!" Ritsuka and Mash exclaimed in unison. "It's likely her," Romani nodded. "Only a powerful mage like her could execute such magecraft over such a distance." "So, Merlin was aware of our plan and sent Asterios back to Camelot?" Ritsuka sighed with disappointment. "Ah, then all our efforts were for nothing, huh?" Mash's mood also dampened. Even though they were so close to keeping Asterios here. "Don't be so down, after all, our enemy is a legendary mage, unexpected mishaps are pretty normal." Romani, intending to comfort Ritsuka, suddenly paused as he glanced at the data displayed on the computer screen. After reading the data for a while, he shot up from his chair with widened eyes. "What the heck?" His abrupt yell startled Mash and Ritsuka. "What's up, doctor? Did something happen?" "I just traced the destination of that spatial magecraft and found," Romani seemed to realize something dreadful, sweat trickling down his forehead incessantly. "It doesn't lead to Camelot at all." "Not Camelot?" Mash and Ritsuka exchanged a glance, simultaneously asking with confusion. "Then where on earth does it lead?" Ritsuka asked anxiously. Instead of answering, Romani projected an image onto the virtual screen, and soon, the image showed Asterios, currently 60 miles away from their location. "Isn't this Siyu Chulin's location?" Ritsuka tilted her head. "Why would Merlin teleport Asterios over there? And wasn't Siyu Chulin taken care of by Gobta? Sending Asterios there sounds like a death sentence, no?" However, in the next instant, she seemed to realize something, and her face instantly turned ashen. Before she could voice her question, Mash asked with a slightly trembling voice. "Doctor, besides Asterios, who else is there?" "Besides Asterios, there are 3 magical energy signals completely different from Gobta's," Romani said in a strained tone. Upon hearing that, Mash's face went pale in an instant. "We've been played." Romani slammed his fist on the table, his expression grim. Their target from the very beginning was Gobta. High above the vast sky, Melusine, adorned in azure armor, streaked across the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of billowing clouds. Her youthful face, shrouded in a frosty chill, exuded a fierce determination. Merlin. As if cleaved by a giant axe, only half of the mountain cliff remained, strewn with jagged rocks, cracked earth, trees snapped, and the scene desolate as if after a disaster. Asterios, Medusa, Tristan, and Atlanta perched on a tree branch kilometers away, forming an encirclement from 4 different directions, surrounding Gobta. Unable to open his eyes due to Medusa's mystic eyes, Gobta relied on his magical energy perception and honed combat intuition to discern the positions of the 4. Moreover, with Feng Huangdao's power, he could keenly sense their emotional fluctuations, using them to anticipate when they would launch an attack. At some point, heavy dark clouds converged from all directions, like a black curtain enveloping the sky, blocking out the sun's radiance. Cold winds howled over the mountain peak. And the ominous sound, heavy as a heartbeat, echoed from the gaps in the clouds, as if an unseen giant stood above, observing the imminent battlefield below. "Heh, if Siyu Chulain isn't dead, then I suppose I'm surrounded by you guys," Gobta chuckled lightly, his face devoid of fear but calm like a tranquil lake. "You guys must be throwing everything you've got at me now, huh?" Quite the honor to have all your top-notch forces focused on little old me. Well, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for underestimating us and underestimating Preceptor, Tristan remarked as she stared at him intensely. The anticipation of vengeance almost broke her composure. The joy she received from torturing others in the past paled in comparison to the satisfaction she felt now. Though she struggled to contain it. An exaggerated smirk couldn't help but creep onto her lips. From the beginning, we saw through your plans crystal clear. That guy Siu Chulain was just an appetizer, while we are the real treat prepared just for you. Be grateful. Tristan continued with a somewhat gleeful tone. Appetizer, you say? Gobta shook his head, a hint of cold sharpness in the curve of his lips. Don't make fun of yourselves. From where I stand, not even a pinky toe of Siu Chulain surpasses you. I admit, your so-called preceptor did calculate impressively this time. I almost want to applaud her, you know. After saying that, Gobta's eyes suddenly snapped open, their black depths resembling an abyss, overflowing with boundless murderous intent, ready to incinerate everything. The thing is, in front of a dragon, no matter how numerous the ants, they can't change a thing. Boom! The roar of thunder echoed between the clouds as if announcing the trumpet of battle. In an instant, fierce winds rose, and the entire world was shrouded in a solemn aura of murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, Gobta activated the black dragon body. Majestic jet-black scales covered his entire body instantly. Sinister and eerie black tattoos highlighted his face like a demon. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. His heart pounded fiercely, erupting with a heavy drum-like sound, while his expanding pores seemed to instantly suck the surrounding air dry, then convert it into infinite power, injecting it into his extraordinary body. He was never one to sit idly by even in the face of being encircled and would resolutely choose to take action. Whoosh! Gobta's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost, then reappeared in front of Medusa as if teleporting. His fingers, transformed into sharp dragon claws, mercilessly slashed toward her enchanting yet dangerous eyes. Among these four people, Medusa, who possessed mystic eyes, undoubtedly posed the greatest threat to him. For this reason, he even temporarily suppressed his intent to kill Tristan, choosing Medusa as his primary target. Swish! The sharp howling wind carried a chilling murderous intent. Medusa's pupils reflected a figure that looked more like a monster than herself. The suffocating pressure crashed down on her face like a mountain, causing her to instinctively hold her breath. Her heart seemed to pause for a moment, her blood almost stagnating, and her limbs stiffened to the point where she couldn't even move. Chapter 426. In the natural food chain, lower creatures tended to involuntarily exhibit some stress responses when facing certain superior creatures. It was an instinct imprinted deep within them after millions of years of evolution, the fear of facing natural enemies. Known in legend as Gorgon, Medusa naturally had no natural enemies since she herself was the most terrifying monster in the world. Yet, at this moment, she felt something restraining her far more than any so-called natural enemy as she faced Gobta. God Slayer. Having slain God King Nuada and final God Vortigern, Gobta was bestowed with a personal skill against divinity. Although it hadn't reached the highest rank, against a servant like Medusa carrying divinity, it was already a considerable threat. Swish! An arrow suddenly tore through the air at extreme speed, with a light green magical aura covering its tip, accelerating its velocity while greatly enhancing its penetration. Only Atlanta, a follower of the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, could clearly capture every fast move of Gobta in his current state and respond in time. As the piercing whistle grew louder, Gobta didn't even consider turning around. Instead, he raised his other arm to block the arrow. Poochie! The arrow, enveloped in a faint green glow, instantly pierced through the black scales covering his arm and stuck. Its own power was exhausted upon impact, unable to cause further damage. Seeing this, Atlanta's cat ears twitched, while her rapidly dilating pupils betrayed her inner turmoil. She had unleashed that arrow with full power, leaving nothing behind. Even a tough demon boar would have been shattered by it. Yet, this man, with just one hand, managed to resist the arrow with his own flesh. How terrifying must his monstrous body be? As he blocked the arrow, Gobta's expression remained unchanged. His fingers closed in, precise as a surgical instrument, cutting through the air in a perfect black arc, slicing past Medusa's eyes. A thick crimson instantly filled Medusa's vision, followed by an indescribable agony. Ah! Medusa stumbled back, blood streaming from her eyes, unable to suppress her screams of pain. From Gobta's transformation to his blinding of Medusa's mystic eyes, the entire sequence lasted only a breath. It was only when her screams reached her ears that Tristan finally grasped what had happened. Watching Medusa cover her eyes while writhing in pain on the ground and blood seeping through Gobta's fingers, a chill crawled up Tristan's spine. Traumatic memories of bloodshed, deeply etched into Tristan's soul, flooded back. The brutal reality crushed the pleasure and arrogance she had felt earlier, leaving only endless fear and trepidation. Only now did she realize the immense gap between them and this outsider. As Gobta had said, in front of a dragon, no matter how numerous the ants, they couldn't bridge the immense gap in strength. Not to mention a dragon, even the idea of ants overwhelming an elephant was nothing but wishful thinking. Gaa! Asterios roared angrily, brandishing his heavy, sharp axes. His massive body thundered across the ground, charging at Gobta like a heavy tank. Rumble! As the trembling ground awakened Tristan from her horror, she watched Asterios charge fearlessly toward Gobta. Her pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. Her intense fear coalesced into a piercing scream that soon echoed. Stop! Don't go! Unfortunately, Tristan's warning was ultimately too late. Gaa! Asterios roared wildly, his muscular arms wielding two heavy axes with agility, resembling a giant from mythology, swinging down toward Gobta's head without mercy. As the sharp blades of the axes reflected in Gobta's black, unfathomable eyes, his expression remained as calm as still waters. Without flinching, he raised his arm covered in black dragon scales to meet the descending axes. Ding! Two giant axes made contact with Gobta's arm, emitting a crisp metal sound. Dazzling sparks danced between his palm and the axes that were capable of splitting mountains and rocks, now halted by this seemingly fragile black-scaled hand. This scene, as seen in any movie or show, would have brought about profound shock and awe. But here, happening so raw and bare before Tristan's eyes, there was only horror. Asterios stood rooted to the ground for a moment before reacting. Gripping two axes handle with both hands, Asterios attempted to launch another attack, yet his axes felt wedged in a crevice, refusing to budge at all. With his fingers, Gobta gripped the blades of the axes, unaffected by Asterios' tugging. His body remained as still as a mountain on the earth. In the next moment, Gobta pulled the axes back forcefully, and Asterios' body was instantly swept forward by the unstoppable force. Only to be punched before he even hit the ground. Yet, before he could fully land, a thigh encased in silver armor rapidly expanded before his eyes. Bang! Gobta's leg whipped mercilessly across Asterios' face, accompanied by ripples of impact spreading out. In an instant, the bull-headed mask covering Asterios' face shattered, and his towering body flew like a lifeless prop through the air, tracing a perfect arc before crashing onto a small hill about 10 meters away, unconscious. Drip 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 drip. The long-awaited rain finally began to fall, enveloping the entire world in a hazy, dreamlike atmosphere with its delicate, glistening threads. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a humanoid black dragon clad in silver armor stretched his body freely, unabashedly displaying his violence and ferocity, like a demon king descended from hell. As the turbulent rain extended in a continuous line from the heavy sky, the sound of raindrops was never-ending. Clear water droplets slid along the veins of tender green leaves, falling onto the ground and gathering together, resembling the blood vessels of a human body winding on the ground. Tristan's hair and clothes were soaked by the rain, completely devoid of their usual magnificence, rather resembling a bedraggled wet hen. Mud splattered onto her over-the-knee boots, staining them with a disreputable mess. In the past, she would have been furious upon seeing her beloved shoes get dirty, but now she just stood there, dazed, her eyes lacking their usual spark. In a daze, the hoarse wails of Medusa still echoed in her ears, while in the dim corner of her vision, Asterios lay motionless, half of his body seemingly buried in the hill that had been smashed apart. And there, right in front of her, was that demonic figure, as black as an abyss, calmly bathed in the pouring rain. As the rain slid down the demonic figure's silver armor, it splattered all the way to the depths of her heart, pooling into a puddle of icy fear. Chapter 427. Until now, Tristan didn't quite understand what had just happened. She and the other 3 knights of the Round Table had set a trap to lure their prey, even gleefully thinking they had caught a big fish. However, before her excitement could fade, that big fish suddenly transformed into a ferocious dragon, preying on them mercilessly, baring his bloody fangs. In the blink of an eye, Medusa lost her most important mystic eyes, and Asterios, as a magical beast's descendant, was easily kicked away like rubbish, completely losing his mobility. In the blink of an eye, only she remained standing among the trio. As for Atlanta, her arrow only pierced the outsider's arm. After pulling out the arrow, the wound on the arm quickly healed as if nothing happened, and not even a drop of blood spilled. It all felt like this torrential rain, filled with unreal traces everywhere, like a hazy and illusory dream. However, reality, like this cold rain, harshly slapped Tristan's face, telling her that everything she saw earlier was reality. In just a few minutes, they had lost 2 powerful people in succession. No. If she counted Siu Chula in, they had actually lost 3 people. The worst part was that all of this was at the hands of the same person, with the time gap between them even shorter than her usual time spent picking shoes. Even Lancelot would have had a hard time dealing with 4 of them simultaneously. The enormous gap in strength was once again blatantly displayed in front of Tristan. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel the same feeling as when facing the Lion King, no, even stronger than that. The Lion King was a divine being, untainted by the mortal world, while this outsider emerged from the hellish purgatory of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a demon. Suddenly, Tristan couldn't help but feel a little confused and doubtful. Did the preceptor really send them purely to deal with this demon? Tap. 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 The sound of heavy footsteps broke the dense and monotonous sound of rain. Tristan quickly lifted her head, her pupils reflecting a terrifying figure, devilishly stepping toward her, one step at a time. In an instant, intense fear exploded in Tristan's mind like a bomb. No, no. She screamed, her beautiful face contorted in terror as she instinctively stepped back, frantically waving her hands. Stay away. You demon, don't come near me. Get away. Gobta seemed unbothered, advancing silently and calmly. His dragon-transformed body, now heavier due to the rain, left clear footprints on the soaked ground. Each of his steps felt like stepping on Tristan's heart. He could have ended this girl's life in an instant, but he refrained. A simple death would be too easy for her. With precision, he intended to tear down her mental defenses, making her experience the despair of death creeping closer, understanding the helplessness of ordinary people whose lives she once controlled. Gobta had encountered many kinds of people, few truly good, most neutral with a hint of evil. Yet even the most evil rarely harmed ordinary people without any reason. Only this fairy, bearing Tristan's name, acted without hesitation, even finding pleasure in it. Tristan's actions weren't driven by external factors like Bargus. Tristan indulged her vile desires, finding joy in the screams and cries of ordinary people. Such behavior was inherent to fairies, indulgent and self-centered. What seemed unforgivable to humans was common and harmless to fairies. Nonetheless, Gobta was a human in heart, not a fairy. Naturally, he couldn't forgive her sins. Gobta advanced, each step precise, pushing Tristan back until she stumbled on a stone, falling into the muddy ground. Her elegant clothes and beautiful face were tarnished, like a graceful swan fallen into a mud puddle, turning into an ugly duckling. But in Gobta's eyes, she was never a duckling or a swan, just the filthy mud itself. Stop. Tristan's remaining sanity finally shattered under the suffocating pressure. She pressed her fingernails against her chest, her face twisted with madness. Take another step, and I'll take us both down. Upon seeing this, Gobta hesitated briefly, but just when Tristan thought he would retreat, he stepped forward again. Don't you hear me? I said stop. I warn you, if you die with me here, your Holy Roman Empire will be crushed by the Lion King and Preceptor. And those poor humans won't escape either. Why don't you do it then? Gobta finally spoke, his voice deepened by the black dragon body, carrying solemnity and authority. Your gift's ability can kill anyone from a distance, right? Besides, I'm right here, right in front of you, killing me would rid you of a big threat, no? Or, are you unwilling to risk your life for mine? A hint of mockery quickly curved his lips. I thought someone like you would have no qualms about sacrificing anything. Upon hearing his mock, Tristan's face twisted. Her fear wasn't death as a blood-sucking fairy, she could heal even if her heart shattered. What terrified her was if even domination couldn't kill this monster, then what would she do next? Domination was already her last resort, but it wasn't that she didn't dare to use it, but rather she didn't dare to face the consequences if it failed. Suddenly, Gobta stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. Above the black sky, several meteors suddenly tore through the heavy, oppressive clouds and plummeted toward the earth. As they descended, these meteors quickly fragmented, exploding like bursts of fireworks, carrying brilliant tails of magical light pouring down toward the ground like rain. It was none other than Atlanta's noble phantasm, Phoebus' catastrophe. The dreamlike rain of arrows illuminated Gobta's face as he calmly gazed upward. His deep, black eyes seemed to swallow up all the arrows, melting into the abyss that seemed endless. He calmly materialized the Star of Eden, and a faint blue light soon radiated from him, encompassing his body like a barrier. Almost simultaneously, the rain of arrows reached the ground. Boom! 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 The magical energy enveloping the arrows instantly exploded, the thunderous blasts even overpowering the torrential rain. The colorful brilliance bloomed on the ground like flowers, exuding not only beauty but also terrifying destruction. Whether it was Atlanta, a kilometer away, or Tristan skillfully avoiding the rain of arrows, they couldn't help but hold their breath, their gaze firmly fixed in the center of the explosion. The rain of arrows lasted for a full minute, until all arrows were spent, and the earth-shaking tumult gradually subsided. Phoebus' catastrophe consumed a large number of arrows, each of which needed to be personally enchanted by Atlanta. It was a noble phantasm of immense power but difficult to use continuously in a short time. If even this move couldn't subdue the outsider, then she truly had no solution. Under the tense gaze of the two, the dust raised by the rain of arrows was quickly washed away by the rain, as if the earth had been wantonly trampled upon. Everywhere was filled with craters created by the explosions, emitting sparse white smoke. At the center of the explosion, a faint blue light reflected in the eyes of Atlanta and Tristan. Despite the intense attack from countless powerful arrows just moments ago, the seemingly fragile light barrier remained undamaged, smooth as a mirror, perfectly protecting everything within its range. Alas, Atlanta sighed complexly, lowering her head and releasing the bow in her hand. Tristan, upon seeing the light barrier, immediately flew in the opposite direction without hesitation, while urgently calling out the name of Merlin in her heart. Whoosh! But it was at this moment that a black spear shot out from the light barrier, like a blackbird, stealthily piercing through the rain and darkness. Poochie! In the next moment, it hit Tristan's head squarely, piercing through her hard skull, penetrating her soft brain, and flying out from the center of her forehead. Tristan's gaze instantly turned vacant, her body falling downward like a disconnected puppet. In the moment her consciousness faded, a calm voice faintly echoed in her ears. I told you, this time, you won't escape. Chapter 428. After several days, the holy city of Camelot finally welcomed a rainfall. Crystal-clear raindrops fell from the dense clouds, washing the white limestone walls and broad streets, making them clean and bright. From a distance, the white city shimmered like jade, slightly diluting the solemnity and oppression brought by its imposing high walls. In the center of the city stood a white castle, which stood as the royal palace. It was so tall and grand, like a noble white giant silently overlooking the city. Even a glance at it would instill awe in anyone's heart. The continuous rain didn't penetrate the white castle, as if an invisible force kept it at bay. In the presence of divine beings, even nature could only choose to submit or retreat. On a spacious open balcony, Merlin, dressed in her usual white mage robes, stood at the edge, her violet eyes gazing at the misty rain outside the palace. She appeared lost in thought or reminiscence, her expression somewhat absent. Tap tap. However, this rare tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps. Merlin turned her head and smiled at the tall woman clad in armor. It's you, Gawain. Replacing Gawain, Bargus strode forward with a wild, beast-like aura. Yet Merlin seemed unaffected, still maintaining a serene smile, perfect but somehow lacking sincerity. Stopping a few meters away, Bargus's eyes squinted into Merlin. Tell me, Merlin, where did Melusine go? You've asked me that question many times already, Merlin replied lightly. I've told you, Melusine went to confront that outsider, and she hasn't been seen since. Judging by the outcome, she may have met an unfortunate end. That's impossible. Bargus took a step forward, her aura growing more ferocious. Melusine inherited the power of the first dragon, Albion. No one in this world can kill her. Then I can only say you're terribly naive, Gawain, Merlin said as raindrops pattered in the palace, accentuating her soft voice. In this world, nothing is eternal, even the once mighty fairy clans are reduced to a few stray cats, wandering and barely surviving. At her words, Bargus's expression darkened. However, Merlin continued, seemingly oblivious. Even Albion itself has fallen, remember? How can you guarantee that Melusine won't experience the same fate? What about Baobin Sith? Bargus gritted her teeth. If you know damn well how powerful that outsider is, why did you let her confront him then? I never forced Baobin Sith, Merlin stated calmly. I simply made a plan and left it to her discretion. She could have chosen not to take action and let those ignorant servants test the outsider's strength. Even if they failed, she could have retreated in time. She wouldn't do that. Bargus almost roared. Baobin Sith is a narrow-minded coward. She can't see the gap between her and her enemy's strength. Once her enemy is cornered, she'll jump out fueled by revenge, without a chance to escape. You also know she's someone like that. Even if that's the case, it's her own fault, not mine, Merlin retorted calmly, her violet eyes meeting Bargus's without any emotion. Fairies are like that, only concerned with self-gratification, completely indifferent to the consequences. Upon hearing that, Bargus fell silent for a while before murmuring. Merlin, I'm starting to think that making a contract with you might be the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Merlin just smiled without saying a word. Don't think I don't know why you sent Baobin Sith out, Bargus said coldly, staring at Merlin. I also know that this time, that stupid girl probably won't come back. Merlin, you always treat everyone as pawns on a chessboard, never letting go until you've fully exploited their potential. You're even more cruel than Babe and Sith. Cruel, huh? Merlin glanced sideways at the pouring rain outside and nodded slightly. That's not a bad assessment, Barghest. You really are the clearest-sighted among all the fairies I know. If it weren't for your ties to your kin and friends, you could have lived more freely. If I lost those, then I wouldn't be me anymore, Barghest muttered before turning to walk out of the royal palace. Merlin watched her back in silence for a moment, then turned back, gazing at the rainy scene outside. Before long, Barghest rode out of the White Castle on horseback, galloping through the streets of Camelot in the pouring rain. Having received a notice that the guards had opened the city gates, Merlin watched as Barghest dashed out of the Wailing Wall, disappearing into the distant haze of rain. Even knowing it's dangerous, you're still rushing in without hesitation, Barghest. You see farther than anyone, yet live with more sorrow than anyone, Merlin sighed, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. But what right do I have to judge her? She exhaled lightly, her mood returning to calm, her violet eyes devoid of any ripple. It's about time. Merlin gently lifted her arm, fingers slightly curled, as if reaching for something ahead, inch by inch, probing forward. Holy Roman Empire, Imperial Palace. After a long day's work, Nero soaked in the expansive bath, steam enveloping her delicate face, enhancing its beauty. The warm water embraced her naked body, making her feel utterly relaxed, prompting a contented sigh to escape her lips. Few knew that the reason she chose to establish the empire in this particular area was for the natural hot spring. Just as rice was essential for Asians, bathing was an indispensable part for Romans. The Romans' enthusiasm for bathing was so intense that they regarded it as essential as eating and sleeping. This was mainly because of the advanced technology of ancient Rome. Centuries ago, they invented sophisticated water transportation and heating systems, which were revolutionary at the time. Moreover, for the Romans, the bathhouse was also a suitable social venue. When an emperor wanted to reward or express affection for their subject, the emperor would invite them to bathe together in the palace baths. Mash, Ritsuka, and Da Vinci had succumbed to Nero's enthusiastic persuasion and stumbled into the bath, but when she attempted the same with Gobta and Melusine, they promptly refused without hesitation. Remembering their response, Nero shook her head in amusement. Ah, what a guy who doesn't know how to enjoy life, or maybe, bathing with me makes him uncomfortable. After muttering like that, Nero glanced down at her two soft peaks, a smug smile playing on her lips. Then again, I am the Emperor of Rose, it's only natural for him to feel pressured. Leaning back against the edge of the bath, Nero closed her eyes and mused. Maybe when they return, I'll have Da Vinci modify the plumbing and install a smaller bath on his house. She knew Gobta and the other four were in the middle of battles at this moment. However, she wasn't worried at all. After witnessing the great battle between Gobta and Melusine that took place near the Holy Roman Empire, no one should doubt their strength. The trio from Chaldea were also competent and possessed decent strength. Moreover, they were matched against servants whose strength wasn't overwhelmingly great, so even if they couldn't win, they could still hold their ground. It was this unwavering confidence in them that allowed Nero to relax and enjoy the nourishing warmth of the hot spring at a time like this. However, in her complete relaxation, she failed to notice a delicate, milky white arm slowly emerging above her head. Chapter 429. At the top of a steep cliff, on a relatively flat slope, Asterios, Medusa, and Atlanta lay arranged neatly on the ground. Their eyes were closed tight, unconscious. If not for the slight rise and fall of their chests, they would have looked exactly like corpses. After witnessing Tristan's death firsthand and realizing she had no chance of winning, Atlanta immediately prepared to flee, but unfortunately, Gobta caught her before she could escape. Though she was one of the fastest among Greeks, her speed proved useless against Gobta, who possessed cosmic juggernaut. In less than 10 minutes, he caught up to her, knocked her out, and brought her back. The reason the three of them weren't killed was that Gobta wanted to try using Feng Huang down to break Merlin's brainwashing and bring back their true selves. After this battle, Camelot lost 5 knights of the Round Table, greatly weakening their morale and leaving only Gawain and Agravain. But in terms of combat power, the gap between the Holy Roman Empire and Camelot still remained. Not to mention the powerful Lion King and the mysterious Merlin. Even in terms of soldier numbers alone, Camelot was almost 3 times bigger than the Holy Roman Empire. When manpower was limited, so were servants. If Gobta unleashed his full power, dealing with thousands of Camelot's knights wouldn't be difficult. But then again, his true opponent was the Lion King. He had to ensure he faced the Lion King at his best and not waste precious magical energy and stamina on those ordinary soldiers. Therefore, bolstering the Holy Roman Empire's combat power was necessary, which was why Gobta immediately refrained from killing these 3 servants. If it weren't for Tristan's sudden appearance, perhaps even Siu Chulain could have survived. Gobta placed his hand on Atlanta's forehead and carefully searched her consciousness with Feng Huang down and soon discovered Merlin's traces, which was not surprising. She is indeed a great mage. Such intricate and mysterious magecraft couldn't have been done by just anyone. If I were to break down this with Feng Huang down, it would take at least 2 days. Gobta sighed, a mix of joy and worry. Joy, because these 3 could be saved, worry because it would take quite some time, and right now, time was what he lacked the most. Regardless, now that there was hope, these 3 couldn't be given up on. Just as Gobta was considering how to bring them back to the Holy Roman Empire, he suddenly heard a distant, sharp howl from the sky, as if something was rapidly approaching him. His eyes instinctively narrowed with caution as he looked up and saw a familiar splash of azure armor and a petite figure. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression shifted slightly. Wait, don't. Boom. Before Gobta could finish his sentence, the swiftly approaching petite figure collided with his body without a moment's pause, the tremendous force sending him flying. Boom. 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 He crashed through several large trees and massive rocks until he finally came to a stop against a mountain wall. As the gravel and sand fell with a rustle, Melusine watched Gobta almost entirely embedded in the mountain wall. I am sorry. I got a bit too excited and couldn't control myself. It's okay, I understand, Gobta interrupted her and chuckled wryly. Fortunately, he still used the black dragon body when Melusine rushed over and hit him. Without it reinforcing the strength of his organs and bones, he would have been half dead from the impact alone. He glanced down and saw that his silver armor was almost shattered from the collision, covered in countless cracks. Thankfully, the armor had absorbed a good portion of the impact force. After all, even if he had used the black dragon body, he would still have needed some time to recover if the impact had hit his body directly. A supersonic level collision with a dragon was no joke. Gobta couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After surviving an ambush from 4 servants unscathed, he nearly died under his own teammates' hug. He gestured for Melusine to step back a few paces, then pressed against the rock wall with his hand, exerting force to pull himself out from the mountain wall. Glancing at his tattered armor, Gobta ran his hand over its surface, and soon, the silver armor gleamed anew without any trace of damage. After stretching his body a bit, Gobta turned to Melusine. How did you end up here? Gobta asked with a curious tone. Melusine, head bowed like a guilty child, whispered softly. I saw Medusa suddenly disappear and felt something was off. Since Merlin has always been wary of you, I was worried she might take advantage of our distraction to attack you. Upon hearing that, Gobta's eyes showed some surprise. He hadn't expected her intuition to be so accurate. Judging from the timing, she had obviously rushed here the moment Medusa disappeared. Feeling a bit touched, Gobta ruffled the little girl's silky silver hair with his hand and chuckled. Thank you, Melusine. Melusine squinted her eyes, enjoying his touch like a lazy little cat. Following this, he walked back to the place where the 3 unconscious servants lay with Melusine and told her his idea as they walked. As Gobta finished telling his idea and they arrived at the location, Melusine stayed silent, not saying a word. Instead, she quickly stacked the 3 unconscious servants into a human pyramid and lifted them over her head before looking at him. This should do it, let's go back. Watching a comical scene where a petite girl effortlessly lifted 3 adults, especially the heavy and bulky Asterios, Gobta's mouth couldn't help but twitch. As evening approached, Melusine and Gobta finally returned to the Holy Roman Empire. However, as soon as they arrived, they sensed something was off. There were almost twice as many soldiers guarding the city gates as usual, and some of Da Vinci's war machines had been quietly brought out. Mr. Gobta, Miss Melusine, thank the stars you're okay. Mash, having received the news of their returns, rushed over, unable to contain her relief. Seeing the 3 servants Melusine was carrying, Mash knew that Gobta had managed to deal with Camelot's trap. Mash? What's going on? Mash opened her mouth to speak but, glancing around, she didn't reveal any specifics, just spoke with a troubled expression. Follow me first. Gobta and Melusine exchanged an I have a bad feeling glance before following Mash's lead. Chapter 430. Gobta, Melusine, and Mash quickly returned to the Imperial Palace together. As they arrived and passed the lounge on the 2nd floor, they encountered Ritsuka. Just like Mash, Ritsuka was also extremely excited about Gobta and Melusine's safe return. However, like Mash, her emotions bore some worry and anxiety. Sorry, Gobta, Ritsuka's face was filled with embarrassment. This time we not only didn't help, but we almost got you into trouble. Sensing her mood, Gobta shook his head. Planning this was on me, any mishaps are just my lack of foresight, it's not on you guys. After saying that, he looked around in confusion. Where are Nero and Da Vinci? Normally, Nero would have rushed out by now, eager to congratulate them and probably throw a banquet tonight to celebrate. Da Vinci is busy dispatching soldiers, Mash answered with a soft tone. Dispatching soldiers? Gobta raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why? Soon, he learned the details from Ritsuka. What? You mean, Nero's gone missing? Even Melusine beside him looked momentarily stunned. Ritsuka nodded solemnly. Her Majesty's attendant said that she was bathing in the afternoon, but by evening, she still hadn't come out. The attendant got worried and checked, only to find she wasn't there. After we came back, Da Vinci immediately gathered soldiers to search for her, but they haven't found her yet. After discussing Asterios's disappearance and Camelot's trap for Gobta, Ritsuka and Mash concluded that even if they rushed to help him, it would be too late, so they chose to return to the Holy Roman Empire and wait for further news. On their way back, they encountered Da Vinci, who was also forced to return due to losing her target, Atlanta. As a result, they went back together. Little did they know, as soon as they returned to the Holy Roman Empire, they received such devastating news. In broad daylight, Nero had inexplicably disappeared, and no one even knew when or how it happened. Da Vinci immediately sealed off the information and sent soldiers to search for Nero's whereabouts. It had been 5 hours since then, and the entire empire had been turned upside down, almost to the point of tearing the earth apart. Understanding the severity of the situation, Gobta furrowed his brows tightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking up. Take me to where she disappeared. Without delay, they all went to Nero's bathhouse. Hot spring water bubbled up from the ground, emitting steamy heat, while majestic marble pillars surrounded the bath, reminiscent of Roman grandeur. Sir Gobta, about Her Majesty. Nero's attendant stepped forward, her eyes red from crying, making it evident she had shed tears before. I've already got the gist of the situation, Gobta nodded slightly. I'll see if I can track down any clues about her disappearance. Please, you have to find Her Majesty. The attendant begged in an anxious voice and bowed her head deeply. Since Nero vanished, she hadn't sipped water or a bite to eat. After sobbing her heart out, her body and soul were exhausted, held up only by sheer willpower. Ah, leave it to me. Gobta quickly circled the bath, finally stopping in front of it. With a gentle motion of his hand, a pitch-black spatial hole unfolded. After observing for a moment, a pensive expression quickly crossed his face. Shortly afterward, he withdrew his hand, and the hole vanished. Well, any discoveries? Ritsuka asked eagerly, with others wearing equally anxious expressions. It's pretty much as I suspected, Gobta turned to them. Someone used spatial magecraft to take Nero from here. Upon hearing his words, the attendant's eyes went dark before losing consciousness. Mash, quick on her feet, rushed to support the attendant's falling body. But we didn't detect any traces of spatial magecraft earlier, did we? Ritsuka frowned. They had used Chaldea's equipment to observe the surroundings but found no traces of magecraft. Gobta flicked his finger and began to explain. This is sophisticated spatial magecraft, with a long casting distance and subtle traces. It's hard to detect unless you specialize in spatial magecraft. At his words, the mood of everyone dampened. It was evident who was the culprit. In this world, only that woman could wield spatial magecraft to such an extent. Camelot is quite a distance from here, right? Mash puzzled. Even if Merlin is a skilled mage, could she really do that kind of thing? Gobta shook his head slightly. Highly unlikely. Even as a grand caster, it's impossible to silently snatch someone from afar like that without anyone noticing. I suppose she discreetly left spatial coordinates on Nero's body at some point. Waiting for the right time to take action. After saying that, he sighed softly. I should have noticed this earlier. Please don't blame yourself, Mr. Gobta. Mash rushed to reassure him. It's not your fault at all. Merlin has always been a cunning woman, nobody knows her true intentions, Melusine chimed in earnestly. As he realized that this trouble was more severe than he expected, Gobta rubbed his temples. He hadn't expected Merlin's true target to be Nero and not him. It seemed like that so-called trap was probably just to delay him from returning to the Holy Roman Empire ahead of time. Could it be that Merlin had even expected his decision to bring back Asterios, Medusa, and Atlanta? Just that thought alone sent a chill down Gobta's spine. Until now, the only one who truly posed a threat to him was the Lion King, but now, it seemed he had to deal with Merlin as well. So, you're saying Merlin did intentionally ignore and leave Her Majesty behind, just like we suspected? Ritsuka's face creased with worry. I wonder what she really wants to do with Her Majesty. Besides Merlin herself, I doubt anyone knows, Gobta replied, gazing out at the gradually darkening sky through the window. But whatever her intentions are, we can't just sit idly by and watch it unfold. Since the news about Nero's disappearance was timely blocked by Da Vinci, not many people knew about her absence at the moment. Ordinary residents were clueless, but they still could sense a tense atmosphere around them. To prevent such a long-distance kidnapping from happening again, Melusine reinforced the space of the entire Holy Roman Empire with her magecraft, ensuring there were no loopholes. On the same night, Gobta used Cosmic Juggernaut to make a quick trip to the holy city of Camelot. From a distance of hundreds of meters, he observed that the entire city was completely sealed off. Defensive magecraft on the city walls was fully activated, while the space around the city was completely locked down and reinforced to the point of being impregnable, with no visible weaknesses. However, this indirectly confirmed Gobta's suspicion the so-called Holy Selection was not fully prepared yet, and there was still some time before it could be executed. In other words, they still had a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 431. After scouting the holy city of Camelot, Gobta hurried back to the Holy Roman Empire without stopping. It was early morning on the second day, just before dawn. With the sun barely showing half its outline on the distant horizon. The wind that brushed through the branches still carried a hint of the night's chill, making it the coldest time of the day. Gobta had no time to rest. He quickly found Da Vinci and instructed her to mobilize the army, prepare equipment and supplies, and inform Ritsuka and Mash to cooperate with Nero's attendants in maintaining order in the empire. They couldn't afford to incite internal turmoil at such a critical time. At this moment, he was no longer the mighty servant, but an unquestionable iron-fisted ruler. And the results proved that his actions were indeed quite effective. After seeing his determined face, the initially uneasy people slightly relaxed. They each received their orders and began their tasks in an orderly manner. Once everyone had left, Gobta went to the second floor of the imperial palace. This place used to be Nero's room and bath, but now it served as a temporary prison. The prisoners held in this place were naturally the three servants whose minds had been brainwashed and controlled: Asterios, Medusa, and Atlanta. While Gobta was on his way to check and scout on Camelot, these three woke up in the middle of the night. Upon awakening, they found themselves unable to move their bodies, as if their magical energy had completely solidified with no response. Fortunately, to prevent these servants from making any drastic moves, Gobta implanted a mental suggestion before leaving. Unless he personally lifted this suggestion, they wouldn't be able to regain their combat abilities. Of course, nothing was 100% reliable. These servants might find ways to break his suggestion and stir up chaos throughout the empire. Gobta certainly wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. Hence, he arranged for Melusine to guard these servants personally, ensuring nothing would go wrong. In front of Melusine, a pure-blooded dragon, even if these three servants teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, with their combat abilities gone, plus the familiar silver-haired girl guarding them, Medusa and Atlanta quickly accepted their fate and gave up struggling. Only Asterios, a single-minded berserker, refused to give up. He kept shouting and yelling, shaking the entire building until Melusine, impatient, knocked him out with a single punch. "Lancelot, I don't know what tricks that outsider used to control you, but you should know, we're on the same side, we're all knights of the Round Table of Camelot," Atlanta spoke with a serious tone. Although she had given up struggling, she wasn't about to sit idly by and started trying to sway Melusine to her side. She was well aware that if they wanted to escape from this place, their only hope rested on this chief of the Round Table. Unfortunately, Melusine didn't say a word, just stared at Atlanta expressionlessly. Melusine's eerie gaze made Atlanta's skin crawl, even making her briefly wonder if there was something strange painted on her own face. Soon, a deep male voice that had left a lasting impression on Atlanta suddenly resounded. "It's not her who's being controlled, it's you folks." Hearing that voice, Melusine, who had been cold and aloof, instantly changed her expression, turning with delight and practically leaping into Gobta's arms like a puppy. Gobta patted Melusine's head, a smile playing on his lips. "Well done, you've worked hard." Not hard at all, I'm just glad to help you," Melusine replied sweetly. "Not being controlled my ass," Atlanta muttered speechlessly as she saw the scene before her. Who would believe that this was the same Lancelot who was always so cold, aloof, indifferent, and never showed any warmth? What's the difference between this and those doting children who look at their parents? After comforting Melusine, Gobta immediately approached the three servants, but when he saw Asterios still unconscious, he frowned slightly. He's still unconscious. Though he had indeed been a bit rough with Asterios yesterday, surely he should have woken up by now. Asterios was, after all, an infamous monster from Greek mythology. He woke up briefly, then your little pet knocked him out again, Atlanta quipped with a sarcastic tone, taking a subtle jab at Melusine. In her eyes, the current Melusine was nothing but a traitor to the Round Table and Camelot. Melusine, of course, caught the sarcasm in Atlanta's tone, so as a result, her gaze turned cold in an instant. Though she always appeared cute and obedient in front of Gobta, she never showed any warmth or tolerance to others. Being able to sit down and talk civilly was already a friendly gesture from her perspective. Gobta sighed and once again reached out to pat Melusina's head. Recently, he had realized that she didn't actually mind him petting her head. In fact, she seemed to enjoy it. Sure enough, feeling the comforting warmth from his large hand once again, Melusina's inner discontent vanished in an instant, and her eyes narrowed in contentment, much like a satisfied cat. My goodness, she really looks like a little animal, Gobta thought speechlessly before turning to Atlanta. Melusina isn't my pet, she's my companion just like all of you. Heh, Atlanta scoffed, her beautiful yet wild face tinged with endless sarcasm. If you're thinking of manipulating me the way you did with Lancelot, I suggest you give up that idea. I once chased a demon boar across half of Greece and even received blessings from a goddess. When it comes to willpower, not many heroes in ancient Greece can compare to me. Then why did you lose to Hippomenes over those golden apples? Gobta retorted casually with a flat expression. Atlanta hesitated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. But those were golden apples. Objects even the gods couldn't resist. Isn't it normal to be drawn to them? Oh, come on, woman, I've seen through your facade already. Gobta shook his head and walked toward Atlanta. I hope you'll remember what you just said later. Wait, why are you coming closer? Atlanta's body suddenly tensed, her hair standing on end as memories of strange rumors flooded her mind. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. I'll bite you to death, Kaya. Next to her, Medusa trembled involuntarily upon hearing Atlanta scream. Being blind, she had no idea what was happening, so relying solely on her somewhat vulgar imagination, she couldn't help but be terrified. Strangely, after the scream, Atlanta fell silent, and the surroundings became as quiet as a deserted island. After what seemed like an eternity, a heavy sigh reached her ears. It was a man's sigh, tinged with obvious exhaustion. What a troublesome woman, I almost couldn't hold myself. Gobta wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the now closed eyes of Atlanta, sighing softly. Do you need a break? Melusina approached, concerned. Gobta shook his head. Nah, I've found a better solution, the next steps should be easier and faster. After a pause, he continued. And we're running out of time, we can't afford to delay any longer. Upon hearing that, Melusina obediently nodded and retreated to her previous position. The mere mention of those few words triggered a lot of imagination in Medusa's mind. Suddenly, she heard footsteps drawing closer and closer, causing her exposed delicate skin to flush slightly. Wait! I haven't finished preparing. Medusa shouted hurriedly, but before she could finish her sentence, an unquestionable power barged into her mind, breaking through her mental defenses. The intense pain only allowed her to let out a scream before she plunged into unconsciousness. Drawing from his experience with Atlanta, Gobta significantly sped up the process this time. In almost 2/3 of the usual time, he shattered the magecraft Merlin had left in Medusa's mind, allowing her to regain her true self. Afterward, he used the power of Abyss Flower to help Medusa restore her mystic eyes. Using the power of 3 divine keys in succession was quite burdensome for Gobta's mind and magical energy. Because of this, he temporarily abandoned the idea of solving Merlin's mind control on Asterios and returned to his house to rest for a while. 3 hours later, Asterios groggily woke up. Recollecting the events prior, he erupted in fury once again, roaring so loudly that the marble pillars around trembled, showering dust. However, he suddenly felt something amiss in the surroundings and turned to find 3 women standing before him. This guy's too noisy. Shall we just knock him out, or let Medusa turn him into stone? My mystic eyes is too dangerous, so let's just knock him out, besides, he looks tough enough to take a beating. Asterios. Chapter 432. After resting for nearly 2 hours, until the noon sun cast its harshest rays upon the earth, Gobta finally returned to full strength. He hurried back to the imperial palace to free Asterios from Merlin's mind control. However, when he caught sight of Asterios, his steps involuntarily faltered. What's up with those panda eyes? After thinking speechlessly like that, Gobta quickly turned to look at the trio beside him. Atlanta with her arms crossed, wearing a "not my problem" expression, while Melusina hesitated to speak, seeming like she wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. Eventually, Medusa, looking embarrassed, stepped forward and explained with her head down. Sorry, he was a bit worked up when he woke up earlier, so I wanted him to calm down, but I couldn't hold back in the heat of the moment. If he remembered correctly, Medusa seemed to have a personal skill called monstrous strength. Luckily, Asterios had a personal skill called natural demon, which could enhance his strength and endurance parameters. If not, he would have a worse fate than those panda eyes. Nevertheless, if Medusa wanted him to calm down, why hit him straight in the eyes? Taking a glance at this seemingly mature but somewhat airheaded lady, Gobta sighed helplessly, stepped forward, and placed his hand on Asterios's head, starting to use the power of Feng Huang down to break Merlin's mind control. Whether it was because Asterios was naturally simple-minded or because of the beatings he had taken earlier, not only was his mental activity not very significant, but the power of Merlin's mind control was also considerably weakened. Almost halfway through, Gobta finally managed to break it, and at the same time, he also helped Asterios heal his injuries. Asterios had basically been getting beaten up since yesterday, first by Gobta, then by Melusine and Medusa. Seeing the famous magical beast's descendant being bullied to this extent was simply heart-wrenching. However, after the healing was done, Asterios still didn't wake up. It was understandable. Breaking the mind control would have some impact on his mind to a certain extent, so he needed some time to rest and recover. Do you all remember what happened before? Gobta asked, turning his head to Medusa and Atlanta. A monster and a hero, two famous women from Greek mythology glanced at each other, their faces suddenly tinged with subtle embarrassment. Don't worry, nobody's going to pursue what happened before, after all, you were all forced into it back then. Gobta reassured them, seeing right through their thoughts at a glance. But I hope you can lend us a hand. We're severely underpowered in the Holy Roman Empire's current state, so we need your help. Of course, if it weren't for you saving us, we'd probably still be under Merlin's control. Besides, saving this world is the reason why we're here. Medusa nodded gently, her soft voice contrasting completely with her domineering demeanor. If someone only listened to her voice, they would likely think she was a harmless woman, easy to bully. My thoughts exactly, daring to tamper with my mind, that Merlin, I won't let her off lightly. Atlanta's eyes, full of wildness, flashed with a hint of fierce coldness. That's good then, on behalf of the Holy Roman Empire, I welcome you both, Gobta nodded. Later, I'll arrange for someone to familiarize you with the Empire. If you don't need it, you can explore on your own. But you should hurry, we're about to have a decisive battle with Camelot. I hope both of you can adjust your conditions before then. A decisive battle? Atlanta looked surprised. So soon? It's not that we want it to be so soon, but the time left for us is running out. Gobta sighed, briefly explaining the current situation to the two women. In short, Merlin has captured Nero, and the completion of the Lion King's holy selection is imminent. Upon hearing his explanation, the faces of the two women gradually grew serious. Just from listening to his explanation, they could already sense how dire the situation was. Please rest assured, we'll definitely contribute all our strength. Consider it atonement for our past mistakes, Medusa nodded gently. That's more than we could ask for, Gobta nodded and hesitated for a moment before asking. By the way, I have something else I want to ask you. What do you think of Agravain? Agravain? Medusa and Atlanta glanced at each other in wonder before Medusa spoke up. Sorry, I don't really have much of an impression of Agravain. The only thing I know is that besides Merlin, he's the only one who regularly sees the Lion King and serves as the one in charge of handling internal affairs in Camelot. Other than that, I rarely see him, and he hardly ever leaves the palace. So it's true, Gobta sighed silently in his heart. Earlier, when he asked Melusine about Agravain, he got pretty much the same answer. Besides Merlin, the most mysterious was undoubtedly Agravain. It was not that Gobta had any compelling reasons, but at a critical time like this, if he didn't figure out his enemy's every move in detail, it was impossible to reassure anyone. Although I haven't met Agravain much, he always gives me this really weird vibe, Atlanta pondered. He's super meticulous about everything he does, always getting things done with maximum efficiency, even when it comes to eating, so sometimes, I even feel like he's not a living being, but some finely crafted puppet. Puppet? Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes. Camelot, Royal Palace. Merlin, clad in her usual majestic white mage robe, strolled along a quiet, wide corridor. Her footsteps, crisp and clear, echoed like the delicate chimes of silver bells, lingering in the corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a huge and extravagant door, which radiated an indistinct pure brilliance, akin to the gates of heaven in legend. Beside the door stood a tall figure, cloaked entirely in pitch-black armor. The black-armored figure remained silent, with head bowed as if he could vanish into the shadows at any moment. How's His Majesty holding up? Merlin inquired with a calm tone. His Majesty is in the final stages, progressing smoothly at present. The black-armored figure responded, his voice deep and slightly grave. However, upon closer listening, it sounded a little distorted. Come with me to see His Majesty, Merlin nodded nonchalantly. Understood. The black-armored figure quickly bent down, his entire body melting like ice cream on a hot day, pooling into a small black smudge on the ground, blending into Merlin's shadow. Merlin, unfazed as if nothing had happened, turned to the huge door and immediately took a step forward, crossing its threshold. Chapter 433. Thanks to Nero's long-standing good governance and the pressure from Camelot, the Holy Roman Empire, like a finely tuned instrument, shifted into wartime mode. Military restructuring, logistical supplies, and personnel assignments all proceeded smoothly. So far, the Holy Roman Empire had produced over 1,800 sets of magical armor. Enough to meet the equipment needed for all soldiers. This was largely thanks to Gobta providing technical guidance and finding those or deposits otherwise, they might not have even half of what they needed. With these magical armors, the soldiers finally had the qualification to confront Camelot's knights. Relying solely on ordinary human physical strength, no matter how skilled they were, would be like delivering oneself to the slaughterhouse. According to the intelligence gathered from Melusine, Atlanta, and Medusa, there were approximately 3,000 knights of Camelot at the present moment. Though the Holy Roman Empire soldiers numbered nearly half of Camelot's knights, they could bridge this gap with servants. After all, the gap in strength between Camelot's knights and servants was far greater than that between the ordinary people and Camelot's knights. If it weren't for the limitations of magical energy, almost every servant could single-handedly fight in a small war. With everything prepared, Gobta decided almost immediately. In 2 days, they would launch a decisive battle against Camelot. On a barren hill, roughly 20 meters tall, Barghest had been on the move for a day and a night. Gazing at the sizable city in the distance, shrouded in armor, Barghest clenched her hands tightly, making a creaking sound. Humans, do you really intend to exterminate us completely? Taking a deep breath, Barghest's gaze gradually hardened. She reached up and grabbed the horn on her head, then pulled down hard. Crack! Intense pain instantly shot through her nerves, her face contorted sharply, and her vision was gradually overtaken by a sticky, blood-red hue. The blood seemed to seep into her eyes, occupying all her pupils and eye sockets, exuding a wild and frantic energy. Ha, ha! She tightly covered her heart, which was pounding like a drum while breathing heavily. The crimson color and sticky sensation felt like a blazing fire igniting her from the inside out. Her blood boiled like magma in her veins while her body temperature skyrocketed, distorting the surrounding air. Whoosh! In the next second, crimson flames tinged with pitch-black fire burned fiercely on her body and the fairy letters covering her armor were incinerated in an instant. Bathed in flames, Barghest seemed like a demon breaking free from hell, stepping into the mortal realm. This power didn't belong to her, nor was it the form she least wanted to face. Nevertheless, driven by revenge, survival, and persistence, she chose to embrace this power, willingly selling her soul to the devil, even if it meant facing an endless abyss ahead. Feel the fairy's rage. Barghest lifted her head, unleashing a roar of defiance and anger toward the vast expanse of sky. Pillars of red smoke billowed into the sky, carrying with them her deeply buried resentment and a heartbreaking plea for the fate of the fairy race. Boom! Raging black and red flames exploded like a compressed balloon at its breaking point, engulfing the entire hill in an instant. That is. Standing at the peak of a mountain, Atlanta could see billowing black-red flames that resembled pillars supporting the sky, and smoke of blood and fire burning everything in its path from afar. Feeling the overwhelming and suffocating aura, her wild and beautiful face momentarily tensed. Without any hesitation, she took out an arrow and shot it into the sky. After a few seconds, the arrow burst like fireworks before a light green magical flame bloomed in the air like flowers. Inside the imperial palace, as Gobta and the others discussed strategies, the sound of the crisp explosion made their expression change slightly. Something happened. Gobta was the first to react and quickly dashed out like the wind, with Melusine closely following behind him, their speeds matching. As they arrived outside the palace, they saw the panicked residents and soldiers trying to maintain order on the streets. They looked into the distance where the raging black-red flames caught their eyes. What is that? Ritsuka showed signs of astonishment. Even from this distance, she could feel the formidable power of the flames. Ritsuka, Mash, you two stay here to maintain order in the Empire, the rest of you, assist as needed, Gobta calmly gave an order. Melusine and I will go and assess the situation, no one is to leave the city without my permission. Boom! With that, Gobta and Melusine streaked away like two shooting stars toward the direction of the flames. 2 to 3 minutes later, Gobta and Melusine stopped about 50 meters away from the black-red flames. From this angle, the scale of the flames was even larger than they had imagined, resembling a burning volcano. The scorching wind tore through the air like red-hot steel, and the black-red flames burned silently, surging like waves. Rings of fire rippled outward one after another, bringing unbearable heat. Gobta frowned slightly as he stared at the massive flames. The extreme heat didn't affect him, but what bothered him was the madness, hostility, and anger buried deep within the flames. These negative emotions fueled the flames, almost as if they were alive rather than mere fire. Gobta rarely saw such extreme negative emotions, comparable to the power of one of his divine keys Jizo Mitama. Clearly, this was not a natural occurrence, but something artificially created. Gobta glanced at Melusine beside him and noticed her unwavering gaze fixed on the flames as if she had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this, his heart couldn't help but stir slightly. Do you know what this is? Upon hearing his question, Melusine turned to him, hesitating. I've never seen it, but this power feels somewhat familiar to me. Unfortunately, before Gobta could ask further, the black-red flames suddenly changed. All the flames rapidly contracted inward, as if alive, forming a slightly blurry outline. That is. Gobta and Melusine's pupils contracted simultaneously. In just a few breaths, the outline became clearer. It was a massive black dog, resembling a mountain, with fur reminiscent of flames trembling lightly on its surface, and magma-like fiery red lines covering its body. Its ferocious mouth was full of sharp fangs, with blood-like liquid flowing between them, corroding the ground into blackened pits, while its blood-red eyes were completely covered with madness and rage. Gobta tensed his body, his eyes showing a hint of alertness. This black dog was perhaps the most powerful entity he had encountered since coming to this world. Moreover, it was clearly not friendly. Chapter 434. Just as Gobta was about to take out his weapon, Melusine suddenly cried out urgently beside him. Barghest! Is that you? Barghest! Gobta turned to Melusine in haste, looking at her anxious face in surprise. Are you saying this giant dog is Barghest? That's Barghest's original appearance. Melusine nodded vigorously. Only then did Gobta remember that the fairy knight Barghest, who had replaced Gawain, seemed to be the legendary black dog in English folklore. Barghest doesn't seem right, Melusine said, her face filled with obvious concern as she looked at the black dog's blood-red eyes devoid of any rationality. Members of their kind often lose control of their emotions and go into fits of madness, but Barghest in this state, she's even scarier than when she's at her craziest. It looks like the Lion King's gift is at work, Gobta remarked, his eyes fixed on the massive black dog without blinking. But, why? Melusine furrowed her brow in confusion. Barghest has always resisted the power of the gift, even going so far as to confine herself to the Wailing Wall to avoid triggering it, so why now? I don't know, but I'm sure Merlin has something to do with it, Gobta stated solemnly. He was certain that anything like this happening was definitely connected to Merlin. Merlin, Melusine gritted her teeth tightly, a hint of hatred in her eyes. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat surged toward them like a cannonball from below. Gobta and Melusine both leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding a black-red fireball with intense heat. Gobta sighed as he looked down at Barghest in her black dog form, her mouth wide open. Looks like she doesn't even remember you anymore, Melusine. Melusine bit her lip, her expression darkening slightly as she watched Barghest looking at her with crazed, ferocious red eyes. Gobta sighed quietly in his heart and was about to unleash judgment of Shamash in Might of An-Utu's form when he heard Melusine's soft voice beside him. Please, let me handle this, okay? Upon hearing that, Gobta hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? After all, she's your friend. He didn't want to burden this lonely little girl with such a heavy responsibility. In the endless years of the past, this friendship was probably one of the few things that could bring her solace and warmth. Which is why, I have to do it myself. Melusine took a deep breath, magical energy radiance flowing on her armored arms with a determined gaze, she stared at Barghest. I want to, personally end Barghest's suffering. Feeling Melusine's firm determination, Gobta fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll leave her to you. He immediately stepped back, leaving Barghest to Melusine. Melusine gazed at the menacing black dog below, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, there was no trace of hesitation. Hum. As magical energy converged, a dazzling blade of light shot out from the bottom of her armor. In the next second, Melusine's petite figure streaked like a comet toward Barghest on the hill. Roar! Barghest roared to the sky, her eyes filled with utter madness. Flames surged between her ferocious jaws, launching toward the incoming streak of light like cannonballs. Whoosh! A howling gale, laden with scorching heat, rushed forth. As Melusine's eyes reflected the incoming fireball, calm as a still pond, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Swish! Boom! Like a red-hot knife through butter, the fireball was instantly split in two, unleashing a surge of energy that exploded in midair, filling the sky with a dazzling blaze. A streak of blue light shot out from the flames, like a shooting star, directly hitting Barghest between her eyes. Boom! Amidst the terrifying sound of an explosion, Barghest, engulfed in black-red flames, was suppressed by an immense force, crashing onto the ground, and stirring up a whirlwind of sand and stones. At Barghest's brow, Melusine, clad in azure armor, looked at her red eyes brimming with madness. Barghest. It's me, Melusine. Can you hear me? I've come to save you. At the mention of Melusine's name, Barghest, who had been struggling violently, suddenly calmed down a bit. Her eyes, previously devoid of focus, seemed to find a focal point as they locked onto the petite figure. Seeing this, Melusine felt a surge of hope. Could there really be a chance? But in the next moment, the madness and hatred in Barghest's eyes intensified. Black-red flames surged around her body, mercilessly scorching everything as if intent on incinerating the entire world. Seeing this, Gobta instinctively took a step forward but hesitated for a moment before stepping back. Melusine gritted her teeth as she was enveloped in black-red flames. Despite being shielded by her magical armor, the excruciating heat still brought her unbearable agony. The air around her felt thick like flowing magma, each breath searing her throat. Apart from this terrifying heat, there was a constant onslaught of negative emotions washing over her like a tide, threatening to overwhelm her. Melusine tried her best to hold on to her inner sanity, resisting being ensnared by these negative emotions, or else she would become a wild beast consumed by madness. The dual torment of body and mind inflicted immense pain upon her, yet she persisted, refusing to retreat even a single step. I see, this is the pain you've been burying deep inside all this time. Melusine stared into the black dog's crazed crimson eyes. Amidst the blur, she seemed to see the familiar figure unleashing a furious howl of despair, tears like blood streaming down her face. This pitch-black, blood-red flame was not just Barghest's anger but also her blood-soaked accusation against the world. She was furious because, in this vast world, there wasn't a single land where her people could live peacefully without being hunted to extinction. She was in agony because, for the sake of her clan's survival, she had to sell herself to a demon, drenching her hands in blood just for a glimmer of hope. She harbored hatred because her friends had died at the hands of the enemy, and she could only seek vengeance through such a pitiful means. For so long, Barghest had borne immense hardships, the hope for her clan's continuation. The madness deep within her bloodline tormenting her, rarely able to find true peace. She could only overcome these hardships with a firm will, like pressing down a spring with her hands, forcefully suppressing them. But this time, the deaths of her friends, Tristan and Melusine, were the final straw, and the spring she had kept down for so long suddenly leaped to its highest point. The madness she had suppressed countless times erupted completely, accompanied by all the accumulated negative emotions, turning into an overwhelming blaze. Known as Barghest, even though she was covered in wounds. The only thing that flowed from them and the corners of her eyes was molten iron like fire. She had long dried up all her blood and tears, replaced by nothing but endless flames of fury filling her hated and ugly body. Even if this wretched world was destroyed, if her soul and body were burned to ashes, her flame would never be extinguished. All of this was a side of Barghest that she never showed to anyone. Only at this moment, as Melusine dared to come close despite the risk of being incinerated, could she truly understand Barghest's suppressed pain and turmoil. Chapter 435. If you're really in so much pain, then let me, personally end your suffering for you. Melusine spoke slowly and deliberately as she stared intensely at Barghest's eyes. Roar. As if swallowing everything in her path, a dragon roar erupted, accompanied by a burst of black light. Soon, Melusine, in her elegant and noble dragon form, displayed her magnificent figure. Spreading her wings, Melusine soared high into the sky, overlooking all living beings from the highest point in the clouds. A vast magical energy, like a surging river, flowed incessantly from her dragon's heart. Illuminating the mysterious symbols engraved on her dragon body one after another, like the countless stars in a clear night sky, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. 3 layers of magic circles unfolded behind her, their intense radiance almost overshadowing Melusine's massive dragon body itself, as if the sky had gained an extra sun. The turbulent magical energy fluctuations stirred the surrounding air wildly, creating scenes of dreamlike illusions. In this surreal scenery, a massive beam of light surged out from the magic circles, its flowing light resembling shooting stars descending from the sky, crashing toward the ground. Rumble. Thunderous rumbling echoed throughout the heavens and earth, reverberating for a long time. With the light beam's incredible speed and vast coverage, Barghest had no choice but to face it head-on. Opening her mouth, Barghest gathered scorching flames like a tidal wave, and soon, a column of fire shot up, colliding with the beam of light. Boom! The collision stirred up a terrifying chaos of magical energy turbulence. After a brief stalemate, the light from the sky ultimately overcame the flames rising from the earth. With overwhelming power, the flames were suppressed and swallowed by the beam of light. Roar! Under the beam of light's destructive power, Barghest's massive body was completely torn apart, and the black-red flames enveloping its surface gradually extinguished, disappearing like dandelion fluff in the wind. On the charred earth, the residual magical energy fluctuation dissipated little by little, leaving behind a giant crater. Descending from the sky, Melusine landed in the center of the crater amidst the darkness and once again reverted to her human form. Step by step, Melusine approached and looked down at Barghest, who was back in her human form, lying at the bottom of the crater. Melusine's eyes were filled with indescribable complexity. I knew all along, that one day, this moment would come. Even as her life continued to fade, Barghest's voice remained as calm as ever. She gazed at the azure sky above as if admiring some rare beauty. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever thought the sky looked so beautiful. Seeing such a sight before I die might be the last bit of kindness this world shows me. I'm sorry, Barghest. Melusine lowered her head, her expression obscured by her hair, with only 2 glistening tears sliding down her pristine chin. Barghest turned her head to Melusine, a rare smile appearing on her face. Don't blame yourself, Melusine, for me, dying by your hands is the best ending. Seeing you still alive, I'm actually glad. You know, this world hasn't been kind to me, but I hope that from now on, you can continue to live well, in my place, and see the beauties I never got to see. Barghest's voice grew softer, like a murmured dream, her dazed eyes slowly closing. This time, I can finally get a good night's sleep. Her last words lingered in the crater, not fading for a long time. Barghest's death dealt a significant blow to Melusine, especially since she was the one who had personally ended her friend's life. Melusine brought Barghest's body back to the Holy Roman Empire and buried it atop a mountain peak. She stood motionless next to the tomb for a whole day and night, neither eating, drinking, nor sleeping, just silently standing before the tombstone, as if turned to stone. Upon Gobta's orders, no one disturbed Melusine, allowing her to quietly accompany her friend on her friend's final journey. The next day, in the early hours before dawn, as the light began to break and life stirred anew, Melusine, who had been frozen for so long, finally moved. Dew dripped down from her hair as she lifted her head, gazing at the tombstone engraved with Barghest. I have to go, Barghest. Melusine spoke softly, tilting her head to the sky. You and I have always known that Merlin's actions were not just. We know she's leading this world into darkness, yet, for various reasons, we chose to stand silently, even aiding her wrongdoings, but now. It's time for us to atone for our mistakes. Rest assured, Barghest, your mistakes and sins, from now on, I'll carry them for you. With one last deep look at Barghest's tombstone, Melusine turned away, striding quietly down the mountainside. On top of the city wall, Ritsuka gazed down at the bustling soldiers below, then turned to glance at the mountain peak, her face filled with concern. Do you think Miss Melusine will really come? Well, who knows? Da Vinci shrugged her shoulders. She's got her own friends and all. If it were me finding out Romani had passed away, I'd probably be down in the dumps for quite a while too. Hey! Why am I the one who's dead? Oh, come on, don't sweat it, I'm just giving an example, okay? It just goes to show my deep affection for you, right? Romani rolled his eyes, unable to find the words to retort. Watching the banter between the two, a faint smile crept onto Ritsuka's face, and the nervousness in her heart eased slightly. No need to be so tense. A calm voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Ritsuka instinctively turned her head and laid eyes on a handsome man's face. Even without Melusine, we'll definitely emerge victorious in this battle. Gobta, Ritsuka gazed at Gobta in awe. You've crossed 5 singularities in a row, even facing challenges more daunting than this, haven't you overcome them with flying colors? Gobta smiled gently. Believe in yourself, and more importantly, believe in your comrades, understand? We'll always be your strongest support, Ritsuka. Ritsuka paused for a moment, looking around at Mash, Da Vinci, Atlanta, Medusa, and Asterios. Taking a deep breath, Ritsuka's expression gradually hardened. You're right, no matter what, we'll defeat Merlin and the Lion King, then save this world. That's it. That's Fujiwara Ritsuka I know. Senpai, I'll be with you every step of the way. Mash cheered. Ritsuka smiled faintly, about to say something, when suddenly, a rush of urgent whistling sound filled her ears. Lifting her head, she saw a streak of light descending from the sky, clad in azure armor. It was none other than Melusine. Melusine's gaze swept over everyone as she approached Gobta. Sorry, I'm late, Melusine murmured softly as she landed. Gobta looked at her face and was silent for a moment before asking. Are you ready, Melusine? Melusine nodded slowly and decisively, her large eyes seemingly burning with invisible flames. In that case. Gobta raised his head, his imposing voice soon echoing around everyone. Let's set off. Chapter 436. Camelot, Royal Palace. In a dim underground chamber, Merlin stood silently in her usual white wizard robe. On the ground before her, a complex magic circle emitted a bloody glow. Nero lay at the center of the magic circle, her eyes closed as if in peaceful slumber. She furrowed her brow, a hint of pain on her face as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. It's finally begun. Merlin lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the thick wailing wall, spanning kilometers, toward an army marching to Camelot. Almost there, Merlin sighed softly. Originally, in her plan, this final stretch of time was supposed to be covered by Barghest. The gift of Fury gave Barghest the ability to grow stronger with each kill. If Barghest could slay tens of thousands, she might have the combat power to rival a Grand Servant. Even though she even made arrangements for it, that black dog just ran off without a second glance, lonely on a path to certain death. Was it to avoid more bloodshed? Such foolish thinking, you're not even human. As Merlin thought that, she truly didn't know what Barghest ultimately wanted. She could understand everything as if the world lay bare before her, yet the only thing she couldn't see through was people's hearts. Because of this, whether humans or fairies, in her hands, they were no different from puppets. Despite everything, there were always those who broke free from her strings, making moves even she couldn't predict. What absolute foolishness. Prepare the army, under no circumstances are those people to disturb His Majesty. After Merlin gave an order, a pitch blackness peeled away from her shadow, forming a tall figure clad in black armor, nodding slightly. As you command. Merlin silently watched Nero's slumbering figure in the magic circle, her violet eyes devoid of emotion. At least this time, I won't allow anyone to interfere with him. As the sun rose on a new day, signaling the arrival of another, it also marked the countdown of this era moving forward by another notch. From today onward, the doomsday clock will forever be frozen at this moment. A majestic eight-legged horse stood at the forefront of the Holy Roman Empire's army, with a man of black hair and eyes mounted on it. His gaze, piercing through the endless expanse of land, fixed upon a glorious white city. Suddenly, a burst of pure white radiance ascended from above the white city. A colossal silhouette slowly took shape, adorned in pristine silver armor, wielding a radiant lance. His gaze, as if tangible, passed through his helmets and settled upon the people in front of him. Lion King. Instantly, the gazes of every servant turned solemn, instinctively tightening their grip on their weapons. On the other hand, the Holy Roman Empire's soldiers couldn't help but bow their heads. Even if it was just a gaze, it was the gaze of a divine being, bearing a weight mortals like them could not withstand. Are you people here to challenge me? The Lion King's voice was calm, yet resonated like the tolling of a great bell in everyone's ears. Many soldiers began to sweat profusely. Were it not for the servant standing before them, sharing the burden of pressure, they might have fled in fear by now. Before a divine being, mortals were nothing but ants. The eight-legged horse stepped forward, and Gobta, looking at the silhouette of the Lion King with unwavering eyes, spoke up. No one has the right to deny humanity's future, even a god, is no exception. Upon hearing that, the Lion King's gaze fell upon Gobta, and after a long silence, he nodded gently. Then, let your sword be the proof in your hands, I will be waiting at the edge of the world for your arrival. After saying that, the Lion King's silhouette vanished, and soon, the heavy iron gates of Camelot swung open. A tall figure, clad in black armor, led thousands of knights charging forth like an endless tide, heading straight toward the army of the Holy Roman Empire. I leave them over to all of you, Gobta spoke solemnly. Ritsuka and the others nodded solemnly and led the Holy Roman Empire's army, charging forward. Charge! The war had finally begun. Red and white forces clashed with each other like ice meeting boiling oil, creating an intense reaction in an instant. Clashing swords, roars, and screams, the deafening sounds resembled a grand symphony, escalating the atmosphere to its peak. There was no need for understanding, let alone fake mercy. This was a battle for survival, for the future, and for loyalty and faith. From the beginning, there was no room for any possibility of reconciliation. They would fight, letting blood and fire vent their anger, letting their spear and sword determine the future. The victor took all and the loser lost everything. Both sides were consumed by rage, charging forward with the belief in death, even if comrades fell beside them, none chose to retreat. In terms of scale, Camelot's knights undoubtedly outnumbered the Holy Roman Empire's soldiers, but with the addition of the servants, the battle surprisingly shifted to a magical state of balance. Atlanta's arrows pierced the sky, each taking the lives of several Camelot's knights. Medusa moved through the battlefield like a ghost, her mystic eyes emitting the most powerful light ever seen in history, turning every knight she gazed upon into stone. Asterios, wielding 2 massive axes, tore through Camelot's knights like a heavy tank. Neither swords nor arrows could inflict effective damage on his body. Countless knights fell under his sharp axes as if they were fragile paper, blood and flesh raining down like a downpour. Riding atop Sleipnir, Gobta glanced around for a moment before diverting his gaze. This wasn't his battlefield, he had more important matters to attend to. He gazed once again at the towering white walls. At the summit of the walls stood a woman in a flowing white robe, holding a staff, calmly observing him with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Her violet eyes met his black eyes. Merlin, Gobta muttered and squinted his eyes slightly. Indeed, just as he had suspected, this woman had truly given him a sense of danger from the moment they met. What a pity, my target isn't you either. Roar. As a majestic roar echoed, a graceful black dragon descended from the sky, its golden bell-like eyes locked onto Merlin, fury flickering within. Chapter 437. Melusine. Merlin gazed at the black dragon in the sky, her voice calm and casual. So, you've chosen betrayal. No wonder Barghest fell so easily. If it were your handiwork, she wouldn't have stood a chance. At the mention of Barghest's name, a hint of crimson tainted Melusine's dragon eyes. Symbols etched upon her body pulsed with powerful pulsations, her aura growing more savage. Are you angry? Seems like I hit the mark. Merlin's lips curved into a faint smile, her voice was like a sinister whisper in Melusine's ear. How does it feel to personally kill your friend? Or maybe you don't care because that demonic dog is just an insignificant creature to you, a dragon? Roar. Melusine roared in anger, her eyes nearly consumed by raging flames. Stay calm, Melusine, Gobta frowned as he muttered. She's deliberately trying to provoke you. Fufu, do you really think that what you're doing all makes sense? Merlin chuckled lightly. Humanity will eventually face destruction, sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. So why not preserve some ideals, some hope for the future? We'll reach the end of this world and recreate Camelot, never to fall again. This time, His Majesty will forever accompany us as our guardian. Isn't that something worth fighting for? Never to fall again, Camelot. Gobta furrowed his brow tightly as if pondering something. Give it up, humans, Merlin said calmly. Before the end comes, you still have plenty of room for regret. Gobta didn't respond, he simply raised his hand, and like a mountainous behemoth, the dragon of despair, Nidhogg, appeared abruptly in the sky, casting endless shadows upon the land. Even Melusine's dragon body, already immense, seemed somewhat small in front of Nidhogg. Nidhogg's ancient and majestic form exuded an indescribable aura of power, making it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at it. Nidhogg, Merlin murmured softly. I see, no wonder Melusine chose to betray without hesitation. Roar. Roar. Nidhogg and Melusine roared in unison, their dragon roars shaking the earth. Whoosh. With a slight flap of their wings, they descended toward the figure standing on the white wall. As her violet eyes reflected 2 descending black dragons, Merlin remained calm as still water. Stepping forward, magical energy swirling around her cloak, her staff radiated a brilliant light. Despite her frail appearance, her aura was as formidable as an army, almost as if she and the 2 legendary dragons were engaged in a silent confrontation. Finally, her eyes showed a flicker of emotion, as icy murderous intent crystallized like frost in them. Her mouth opened and spat out a cold sentence. You truly seek your own destruction. The towering white walls stood silently upon the earth, quietly observing the war that would decide the future of humanity. Within its confines, the pure city of white marble remained serene and tranquil, shielding all cruelty and turmoil from the outside world. Though unsure of what exactly was happening beyond the city walls, the residents of the White City couldn't shake the feeling that something big was about to go down. Some were hopeful, others uneasy. But at the thought of the divine figure seated on the throne, their minds settled, quietly awaiting the final outcome. The vast city seemed strangely calm at this moment. Inside the royal palace at the center of the city, it was just as quiet. All the guards had been deployed to the battlefield outside, leaving the grand royal palace with an eerie emptiness. Despite this, the danger level of the royal palace hadn't diminished one bit. The greatest threat to this royal palace had never been the knights, but the figure seated on the throne, the supreme ruler overseeing the world. Anyone who dared to take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble would prove themselves either incredibly foolish or truly powerful. In this silence, invisible ripples suddenly trembled through the air like ripples on a pond. Soon, a silent black hole about a foot tall formed, and in the next second, a man with black hair and eyes emerged from it. He gazed up at the royal palace with quiet intensity before redirecting his gaze and stepping into it. Yes, the one who had arrived was none other than Tgthegood. On the battlefield outside was merely an illusion left behind by Feng Huangdown. This was Tgthegood's strategy plan before the war began, to divert Merlin's attention toward the others on the battlefield while he sneaked into Camelot to rescue Nero and take down the Lion King. In truth, it was a crazy plan, crazy enough that when Tgthegood proposed it, it was met with strong opposition from everyone. The Lion King's power was undeniable. Even though he was within Camelot, he could launch precise strikes from hundreds of miles away, akin to space artillery. Even Melusine admitted that even if she unleashed all her power, she would still meet defeat before him. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even though they knew Tgthegood was a grand servant, everyone couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, Tgthegood knew this was their only chance of winning. Through observation over time, he had gradually uncovered the veil shrouding the surface of this world, and the truth of this world had begun to take shape in his mind. Merlin, the Lion King, the Knights of the Round Table, Camelot, it was all a facade to conceal the truth. This world was far more than just a singularity. The grim truth was darker and more despairing than anyone imagined. It was because of this understanding that Tgthegood ultimately defied the odds and resolutely pushed forward with this plan. Perhaps not even Merlin anticipated that Tgthegood would come up with such an outrageous plan, let alone put it into action. It was worth mentioning that the success of this plan was greatly attributed to Merlin herself. When Merlin rescued Tristan before, Tgthegood took the opportunity to leave behind a spatial coordinate. Needless to say, it was through this coordinate that he could silently enter Camelot. The entire Camelot was fortified by Merlin's defensive magecraft, making any spatial magecraft ineffective here. However, due to her attention being drawn by Nidhogg and Melusine, her control over this defensive magecraft had decreased, providing Tgthegood with an opportunity to slip through. Despite all of that, this was the most crucial part of Tgthegood's plan. He absolutely could not let Merlin discover his infiltration of Camelot. Of course, merely relying on an illusion wouldn't fool Merlin for long. Even with Nidhogg and Melusine distracting her, she might quickly uncover the truth. For this reason, he had to hurry since time was of the essence. Chapter 438. Stepping into the empty royal palace, Tgthegood immediately released a tracking rune to locate Nero. Following the guidance of the rune, he soon found her trapped in the center of a dark underground chamber by magecraft. However, he didn't rush in because there was detection magecraft in the chamber. If anyone unfamiliar entered, Merlin would immediately notice. Even using his servant's spiritual form was no use. Besides detecting physical signals, this magecraft could also sense unfamiliar magical energy signals, which Merlin would immediately detect. Really troublesome. The defenses against intruders are impeccable, Tgthegood sighed softly. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a solution. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, a sudden flash of light flickered in his mind. He flipped his palm, and a small deep red sphere with symmetrical carved patterns appeared in his hand. The Key of Devouring, Star of Eden, its main ability was gravity manipulation, even capable of distorting space to create a black hole. Tgthegood infused his magical energy into the Star of Eden, carefully manipulating its power to weaken the gravity inside the chamber. Freed from the shackles of gravity, everything in the chamber began to float as if in space, including the slumbering Nero. Following that, Tgthegood manipulated gravity again, causing Nero to float slowly toward the door. Throughout the process, the detection magecraft in the chamber showed no reaction. Tgthegood reached out his hands, cradling the slowly descending Nero in a princess carry. As he looked at her sweet, delicate sleeping face, he breathed a sigh of relief from the depths of his heart. "Nero, wake up," Tgthegood whispered. Nero let out a soft groan, furrowing her brows slightly as her eyes, as green as fresh leaves, gradually opened, still with a hint of drowsiness lingering within. However, as a heroic spirit bearing the name of an emperor, Nero quickly snapped out of it. Her eyes cleared instantly as she glanced around her surroundings and then looked up at the handsome face before her. Nero hesitated for a moment before hesitantly calling him. "Tgthegood?" "Yeah, it's me," Tgthegood nodded. "How are you feeling now?" To be honest, not great." Nero checked her body, managing a wry smile in response. Most of her magical energy had already drained away, leaving barely enough to sustain her existence. Now, she felt weak and powerless. It was a struggle just to stand, let alone wield a sword. "Is that so?" Despite his words, Tgthegood's face showed no surprise, as he had anticipated this situation early on. "Are you here to rescue me?" Nero asked with a somewhat hesitant tone. The previous experiences were still vivid in her mind, so she quickly realized her current situation. Her big eyes stared at Tgthegood, filled with curiosity and excitement. For Nero, experiencing being rescued deep within enemy territory was a first even as an emperor. She felt her heart fluttering like a deer, a faint blush appearing on her face, betraying her composure. Her sexual orientation had always been very open. As long as they were physically attractive, regardless of gender, she was interested. From this perspective, Gobta undoubtedly fit her taste, which was why she had been so straightforward and eager in inviting him to the bath with her before. Initially, she had intended to conquer Gobta's heart with her charm, but surprisingly, she now found herself leaning toward being conquered. He wasn't just a fellow monarch like her, he was exceptionally handsome, powerful, intelligent, and, most importantly, he valued loyalty and righteousness, willing to risk his life to rescue her. All these traits would sweep any woman off her feet. Even Nero, who had always identified as male and always taken the dominant position, was finding it hard to resist. As Nero indulged in her fantasy, Gobta scanned her body for any possible tricks left by Merlin. Speaking of which, her magical energy is depleted, right? Gobta thought as he noticed a faint blush on her face. Although the underground was dimly lit, Gobta, inheriting the bloodline of Nidhogg, was unaffected by the lack of light and naturally noticed Nero's abnormality. However, he didn't pay it much mind, attributing it to the aftermath of depleted magical energy. After summoning 2 Godslayer knights, Gobta spoke to Nero. They will take you to the side entrance of Camelot. Ritsuka and Da Vinci will meet you there. They'll replenish your magical energy when you need it. Huh. Ritsuka as well. However, Gobta didn't quite grasp her meaning and explained calmly. Don't worry, Ritsuka has command spells. After you make a contract with her, she can use them to restore your magical energy. Realizing her misunderstanding, Nero's face flushed even redder, but then she noticed the real problem. Aren't you coming with me? I have something more important to do. Gobta placed Nero on the ground, and the 2 Godslayer knights immediately stepped forward to assist her. Don't tell me, you want to confront the Lion King by yourself? Perhaps due to her intuition as an emperor, Nero immediately sensed Gobta's intention. It's the best and only chance, Gobta stated calmly. Although she didn't quite understand the weight of his words, Nero keenly perceived the unwavering determination in his tone. She was not unfamiliar with this when an emperor made up their mind, nothing could stand in their way. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Nero quietly nodded in understanding. But at the same time, she resolved in her heart that as soon as her magical energy was restored, she would rush to help him. Gobta led Nero out of the underground, watching as the Godslayer knights escorted her toward the side entrance before turning his gaze toward the depths of the royal palace. In truth, there was something he hadn't mentioned to prevent Nero from overthinking. Ever since he broke into the royal palace, there had always been a gaze fixed on him. The owner of this gaze, however, didn't seem to care about his actions. Even when he rescued Nero, the gaze's owner remained motionless, just watching silently. Gobta wasn't sure if it was the dignity of a king or the arrogance of a god, but soon, he would find out. Directly asking the one involved was always the fastest way to get answers. Meeting that unwavering gaze with his own deep, black eyes, Gobta stepped forward, heading toward the unknown ahead. Chapter 439. After stepping onto the place known as the edge of the world, Gobta's first sensation was the endless desolation and loneliness. The ground was littered with white marble, devoid of any other adornments. Above, there was no dome or ceiling, just a thick layer of gray clouds pressing down, as if one could reach out and touch them with a lift of their hand. Everything here was so monotonous, as if even after millions of years, nothing would change. All of this was because the master of this place intentionally halted the flow of time, much like his attitude toward the future of humanity, keeping everything still, then watching over it endlessly in eternity. There was nothing here worth arousing the desire to explore, so Gobta quickly averted his gaze and turned to look at the figure seated on the throne. We finally meet, Lion King. Gobta spoke casually, without the humility of an audience with a king or the reverence for a god. I smell a familiar scent on you. The Lion King's gaze pierced through his helmet and fell upon Gobta's body. Britain, Excalibur, Vortigern, I see, no wonder you made it here, so, you are, me. After a moment of silence, the Lion King shook his head. No, you are not me. We have taken different paths. If you know you've taken the wrong path, why persist in walking it alone? Gobta asked, his tone remaining casual. Wrong path, you say? Indeed, I have committed many unforgivable mistakes in the past, but at least now, I am still fulfilling my responsibility. If that's the case, why not end this so-called holy selection? Gobta continued asking. Upon hearing that, the Lion King fell silent. Since you've given up on humanity's future, those remaining pure and noble souls shouldn't matter to you, right? Whether you abandon 1 or 1,000. What's the difference? Even if there's just one left, it still preserves the humanity remnants in your eyes. Doesn't it? Gobda's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. But strangely, you still haven't finished the holy selection yet, why is that? The Lion King remained silent, just silently watching Gobda. Delaying the completion of the holy selection, tolerating the opposition of those mortals, and even ignoring Nero's escape all because there's still confusion and doubt in your heart. Gobda stepped forward, his tone pressing. Admit it, Lion King, you haven't prepared yourself to welcome that future at all, you're still hoping that someone will step forward, just like in the past, to completely deny you. Shut up. As the Lion King roared angrily, a terrifying aura dispersed from his body like a storm, with thunderous roars echoing from the low-hanging clouds, a manifestation of a god's wrath. Gobda stood unfazed, like a spear, unwavering from start to finish. Your words are indeed sharp enough, but with words alone, you cannot change my mind. After declaring that, the Lion King reached out his hand and, accompanied by a fierce roar, the edge of the world began to advance, and the holy lance, Rongominiad, began to materialize. I am Arthur Pendragon, the Lion King and King of Storms. The Lion King, or rather, Arthur Pendragon, stood up from his throne and removed his helmet. Beneath his helmet was a golden-haired, handsome man with a cold face as hard as a marble statue. His sacred emerald eyes were frozen with millennia of ice, devoid of any emotion. Challenge me, if you wish to deny the will of the god, prove it with your strength. With that declaration, Arthur raised his lance and advanced toward Gobda. Merlin, clad in white mage robes, wielded her staff, unleashing magic shots comparable to meteorites, repelling the two oncoming black dragons. She turned her gaze toward Gobda, mounted on an eight-legged horse on a distant hill. As she observed his figure, her pretty eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Something feels off. Restricted to the vicinity of the city walls to maintain the defense magecraft within Camelot, she could only opt for passive defense against the attacks of Melusine and Nidhogg. The two pure-blooded dragons. Once they distanced themselves, she could only watch helplessly. In such circumstances, she even had to divert her attention to that powerful black-haired outsider. Compared to the two dragons, he was the real threat. As she gazed at him, it seemed he noticed her gaze. From beginning to end, he hadn't moved an inch, his eyes fixed on her, as if ready to strike the moment he found a flaw. It was a clever move, exerting pressure on the enemy while also preserving one's own strength. Merlin approved of his approach, considering his enemies not only her and the knights but also the Lion King seated inside the royal palace. In preparation for the upcoming major battle, he naturally wouldn't want to expend too much energy on them. Truthfully, this was what Merlin wanted to see. As long as this outsider didn't enter the royal palace, no matter what happened, she could tolerate it. After all, only this outsider posed a real threat to the Lion King. She had invested countless efforts to bring her plans to this stage. The dawn of victory was within reach, and she wouldn't allow any mishaps or risks. And yet, beneath this seemingly normal surface, a strange sense of unease had crept into her heart, persistent like an annoying mosquito. She couldn't pinpoint its origin. Even risking a glance at the white castle behind her, she found nothing amiss. However, an ominous feeling told her that something was definitely not right. As Nidhogg's deathly black flames and Melusine's magic beam approached, Merlin slammed her staff onto the ground, a golden barrier unfolding, blocking their attacks. Seeing the two dragons preparing for another attack, irritation finally flickered in Merlin's violet eyes. Their never-ending attacks had prevented her from focusing on what had gone wrong, fueling her frustration for the first time. Her delicate face contorted slightly as an unparalleled surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from her body, sweeping across the battlefield, even suppressing the two pure-blooded dragons in the sky. Every servant on the battlefield stiffened, turning to the slender figure on the city walls, their gazes were filled with intense astonishment. Such a magnitude of magical energy fluctuation even rivaled that of most chief gods. Was Merlin this powerful? This boring little game ends here. Merlin stepped forward as if walking on invisible stairs through the void, her violet eyes reflecting the figures of the two black dragons, her intent to kill tangible. You two annoying pests, it's time to die. Chapter 440. Camelot, Side Gate. As Merlin's extremely powerful surge of magical energy swept through the area, Ritsuka and Da Vinci, who were quietly hiding here, both shivered. Glancing toward the direction of the main gate, Da Vinci sighed and turned her head to Ritsuka. Looks like that great mage is finally getting impatient. Upon hearing Da Vinci's words, Ritsuka bit her lip, feeling a lingering frustration in her mind. She had strongly opposed Gobda's crazy plan because it was just too risky. If Merlin caught wind of the truth ahead of time, he would immediately find himself surrounded by enemies, and there would be no time for rescue. Nevertheless, now they had already reached this point, there was no point in saying anything. The only thing they could do now was to complete their task and not add any extra burden to Gobda. While Ritsuka was lost in thought, Da Vinci suddenly exclaimed beside her. "They're coming out." Ritsuka subconsciously looked up and saw two knights supporting a blonde woman in a red dress as they appeared on top of the Wailing Wall, the latter also spotting them and waving her hand in their direction. "It's Her Majesty Nero!" Ritsuka exclaimed with strong delight in her eyes. "Looks like he's really done it, huh?" Da Vinci said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Nero looked down and then turned to the two Godslayer knights. "By the way, how do we get down? There are no stairs or anything here." The two knights exchanged a glance and answered in unison. "Jump down. Jujuju jump down." Nero took a step back, her face paling. "Are you kidding me? It's at least 20 meters down here." If she were in her normal state, this height would be no problem at all, but now her magical energy was as scarce as water in the desert. Jumping down like this would probably turn her into a pancake. "That's the order His Majesty gave us to bring you to the city walls and then jump down," one of the two Godslayer knights stated expressionlessly. "Also, please hurry," His Majesty said. "The longer it takes, the more dangerous the situation might become," the other Godslayer knight added. Upon hearing their words, Nero's expression changed for a while, but she sighed in the end and stood at the edge of the city wall. She chose to trust Gobta, the man who had given her hope from despair. After glancing at the height below, Nero gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, made up her mind, and quickly leaped forward, plummeting rapidly down under the strong gravity. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a section of the ground suddenly bulged upward, and her body landed heavily on it, but what she felt was not a solid coldness but a soft bounce, like cotton. Da Vinci's personally crafted, super cushion pad. Guaranteed to give you the comfort of floating in the clouds. If you're satisfied, please give me a 5-star review, okay? Ulmo. Well done, Da Vinci. Once we're done here, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Amid Da Vinci's nagging about "you've never paid me a salary since I arrived," Nero turned to Ritsuka and extended her palm. Ritsuka immediately understood her intention and gripped Nero's hand with her right hand, adorned with crimson command spells. "I hereby declare, thou shalt offer thyself unto me, and I shall entrust mine fate unto thy sword." Buzz. The fluctuation of magical energy indicated Nero's successful master-servant contract with Ritsuka. "With my command spell, recover," Ritsuka exclaimed, holding her right hand firmly. Within the dazzling crimson light, one of the command spells on Ritsuka's back of the hand gradually dissipated into faint traces. Simultaneously, powerful magical energy flowed through the command spell to Nero's body, replenishing her minuscule magical energy in an instant. Ulmo. Excellent job, Ritsuka. Now it's time for some payback. Hold on, Your Majesty. Ritsuka hastily grabbed Nero's hand, who was about to charge forward. According to the plan, you absolutely cannot show yourself right now. Why not? Nero's eyes widened anxiously. Gobta is facing the Lion King alone in there, I must help him. Forgive my bluntness, Your Majesty, but right now you won't just be of no help, you'll actually bring trouble to him. Da Vinci stepped forward, explaining to Nero about Gobta's plan. The moment you show up at a time like this, Merlin will immediately realize that he has infiltrated the royal palace. If that happened, he would be in even more danger than he is now. So, I'm just supposed to stand by and watch. Nero clenched her sword tightly, unwilling to accept. You should be able to understand, Your Majesty, Da Vinci sighed, turning to look at the towering white walls. On the path of challenging a god, only a very few can ever stand against them until the end. As the sun rose, casting its brilliant corona, and exploded into a dazzling tide of fire that filled the sky, it was a spectacle only seen when doomsday arrived. A blazing sun rose and shattered, oscillating relentlessly until the scorching redness spread across the darkening sky's horizon, tinting the thick clouds with the same hue, as if a wave ignited the entire sky. At the isolated edge of the world, two figures clad in silver armor faced each other from several meters apart. One wielded a holy lance radiating endless brilliance, while the other held a great sword engulfed in roiling flames. Their eyes, one sacred emerald, while the other pitch black, pierced through the void and clashed like two peerless swords, carrying astonishing sharpness and intent to kill. The edge of the world, created by the great power of a god, no longer bore its former sacred dignity. In the fierce clashes, it had been thoroughly washed into ruins. The white marble stones laid on the ground were either crushed into powder in the aftermath of collisions or burnt into charred debris by the blazing flames. At the same time, the flames seemed to burn quietly on the barren ground. As if they would never extinguish, even the god's authority was incapable of quenching them. After endless years, the last god lingering in the world finally faced a challenger. Wielding the scepter of flames, the challenger vowed to burn this twisted world along with the will of the god into utter nothingness. This was the clash of kings, the struggle between god and mortal, and the confrontation of two heroes. Their identities were identical yet divergent, each driven by their own unwavering beliefs, unyielding resolve, and steadfast convictions. In this great battle, whose belief, resolve, and conviction would emerge supreme? Chapter 441. Arthur silently gazed at the black-haired man opposite him, as if looking into a mirror reflecting someone similar yet different from himself. Did I really do wrong? A scorching breath circulated in his lungs, and for a moment, he felt as if he had returned to that place filled with fires and smoke, where the heavy sky poured cold rain, drenching his numb heart. Even though he repeatedly questioned in his heart, he could not find any answers. His trusted comrades had long disappeared, and the heir he had devoted all his efforts to nurture harbored resentment toward him from beginning to end, even thrusting a sword filled with hatred at him on the battlefield. Betrayed by many, with his homeland in ruins, the perfect king wandered aimlessly in the world for thousands of years. What was all this for? Arthur tightened his grip on Rhongomyniad, which emitted a hazy light in his hand. In this hazy light, he seemed to see his former self standing before him, eyes silently questioning. How did I end up here? Fragmented memories surged into his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't piece together a complete picture. He shook his head, feeling a sense of agitation rising within him for the first time. How come, I remember my past now? After thinking, Arthur raised his head and looked at Gupta across from him, his brows slightly furrowing. You. It's strange, isn't it? How do I seem to know what's on your mind? It's simple really, because you've written it all over your face. Absurd, Arthur remarked lightly. You don't have to believe me, Gupta shrugged his shoulders, his gaze suddenly becoming more profound. But Arthur, have you ever wondered why you're reluctant to recall your past? It's all just things that have long disappeared, whether remembered or not, they've all turned into dust, vanished into the river of history. I see no point in wasting time on such meaningless things. Arthur's tone remained unchanged. Very much in line with your character, Gupta nodded. If it were the old Arthur, he would surely say something like those were mistakes I've made in the past, and every time I remember them, I feel deep remorse and pain, bearing such heavy sins, I'm not worthy of recalling the past. Upon hearing that, Arthur furrowed his brow slightly. What exactly are you trying to say? Arthur, have you ever thought about how you became the way you are now? Gupta asked with a deep gaze. It was precisely the question Arthur had been pondering just moments ago, and every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but recall the past, leading to a sense of agitation. You can't get an answer, can you? Gupta continued as he stared deeply into Arthur's eyes. Everyone has their past, even if they don't want to face it, it's still there. Have you ever considered, Arthur, maybe it's not that you don't want to seek the past, but because you can't find it? Looks like my judgment about you was indeed correct, you're quite an eloquent one. Arthur lifted Rhongomyniad, his eyes filled with an unwavering chill. If you think you can shake my resolve with just a few words, you're sorely mistaken. Let's end this useless probing here. I have no more time to indulge in your word games, let's settle this with the next attack. Since you refuse to acknowledge the fact, I'll have to resort to a bit of violence then. Gupta raised the Might of An-Utu, its flames raging. Split the heavens and tether the earth, anchor of the storm, O light, may you be released from the ends of the world. Rhongomyniad. This is the heavenly fire that burned Sodom, the sword of flame that guarded Eden, witness the final destruction of the world. Shamash, unleashed. Might of An-Utu. Whoosh. A massive, black silhouette descended from the sky and crashed to the ground, unleashing a whirlwind of force akin to a hurricane in all directions. Boom. Following closely was a deafening, earth-shattering explosion, shattering the earth upon impact, causing countless fissures to explode open. Chunks of rock and dust flew into the air as shockwaves spread in every direction. In the immense crater, Melusine, in her noble and graceful dragon form, swayed her dazed head. She had plummeted from several meters high, feeling a bit dizzy from the fall. Her body was covered in various wounds, some like lightning strikes, others like burns, and some seemed as if pierced by weapons like swords. Her sturdy scales shattered like paper at a touch, revealing tender flesh underneath, from which blood flowed like a stream, a gruesome sight to behold. As the pain from her injuries jolted her back to consciousness, fragmented memories flashed through her mind. After a brief moment of confusion, she finally recalled the significance of these memories. They were moments before she was struck down. When Merlin stepped beyond the wailing wall, it was like an ancient beast breaking free from its chains. Even though Melusine had sensed the danger beforehand, she hadn't had time to retreat. 3 minutes, with just 3 minutes, Merlin had brought her down. It was at this moment that she truly realized the extent of this woman's power. Merlin was like a goddess of magecraft, standing in midair, wielding her staff, not even needing to chant as various powerful magecraft poured out like rain. Despite using the ancient symbols on her body, Melusine could only withstand 3 minutes under Merlin's relentless assault. It was truly a complete domination of strength. Merlin needing no combat skills, just raw, overwhelming power to subdue her and Nidhogg. Wait, where's Nidhogg? Roar. As Melusine pondered that, a piercing, agonized roar suddenly echoed. Instinctively, she raised her head, and in the vast sky above, Nidhogg, massive as a mountain, seemed frozen like a puppet in midair, impaled by dozens of spears of pure light, resembling Jesus on the cross. As Merlin stepped through the void, approaching Nidhogg with a hint of disdain and coldness in her violet eyes, she summoned a spear of light over 50 meters long above Nidhogg. Roar! Melusine roared with anger and desperation, flapping her wings in an attempt to ascend, but her heavily injured body couldn't support such vigorous movement anymore. She barely rose 5 meters before crashing back down to the ground. Die, you insect, Merlin muttered coldly. With a swift motion downward, the massive spear of light shot forth, piercing deeply into the center of Nidhogg's forehead. In the next moment, Nidhogg's agonizing roar abruptly ceased, and a plethora of light particles shimmered like a swarm of fireflies, dissipating its colossal body bit by bit into the air until it vanished without a trace. Chapter 442. Nidhogg, dead? On the battlefield not far away, every servant couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes were filled with undisguised fear. Nidhogg. A pure-blooded dragon and the legendary dragon from Norse mythology had died right in front of their eyes in a manner that seemed almost like a brutal killing, casting a psychological pressure and shock upon them that words could scarcely express. Even in the distant age of gods, achieving such a feat was rare, and those who could were almost all famous gods or heroes. Merlin, is that woman really this strong? Atlanta wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. As an outstanding huntress, she should have possessed an unyielding spirit, but the scene before her challenged her mentality. Trained since childhood to read omens and evade danger, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee this place. At this moment, she understood that Merlin was not an opponent they could face. At the same time, Medusa's expression soured as she saw Nidhogg's demise. Even at her peak strength, she and Nidhogg could be said to be evenly matched. Watching Nidhogg fall so easily to Merlin's hand weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her breathless. Only Asterios remained unaffected, swinging his 2 giant axes wildly on the battlefield, even managing to cut down several Camelot's knights while everyone else was still in shock. Merlin glanced indifferently toward the battlefield for a moment before lowering her gaze to Melusine below. What do you feel now, Melusine? Do you realize the gap between us? Despite the distance of several meters, Merlin's voice rang clearly in Melusine's ears. As a traitor, your fate is sealed, but out of our past friendship, I can offer you another chance. Merlin gestured toward Atlanta and the others in the distance. If you kill those servants and soldiers, I'll overlook your past transgressions. From now on, you'll still be the chief of the Round Table of Camelot, Lancelot, what do you say? Melusine's response to Merlin's offer wasn't in words, but a burst of dragon flame. Whoosh! A colossal, illusory hand quickly appeared, swatting the dragon flame aside. Merlin looked down at Melusine in her dragon form, her violet eyes gradually obscured by a chilling, murderous intent. You truly want to die? Merlin raised her arm, creating dozens of spears of light that quickly rained down on Melusine, like a torrential meteor shower. That which heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland, manifest yourself, Lord Camelot. With a girl's shout, a huge wall of white marble suddenly materialized out of thin air above Melusine, causing the spears of light to hit it like a raging torrent, erupting with thunderous intensity. Boom! 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 The white wall trembled incessantly amidst the booming sounds as if it could crumble at any moment. Ugh! Mash held up her shield, radiating intense brilliance. Her slender arms trembled under immense pressure, but she gritted her teeth, her eyes showing no hint of cowardice, only unyielding resolve. As if sensing her steadfast determination, the originally crumbling white wall not only did not slide into collapse but became even more stable and solid. Despite all the spears of light raining down, it remained unshaken. That is. Merlin looked at the white wall, her eyes showing surprise for the first time. Her gaze pierced through the white wall, landing on a pink-haired girl. She inherited the power of Galahad. A demi-servant, huh? Her transcendent wisdom instantly made sense of it all. After a brief hesitation, she shook her head, giving up on the plan to continue her assault. She understood that the white wall, more a manifestation of some kind of spiritual force than a mere wall, would stand firm no matter what happened. As long as the user didn't yield, it would never collapse. Because of this, no matter how she attacked, it was all in vain. Moreover, there was an even bigger problem before her right now. Merlin turned her head, her gaze falling on the black-haired man still watching her from afar. As she observed him, her expression darkened as it never had before. She was not foolish. At this point, even a fool should realize that something was amiss. Summoning a massive spear of light, she crashed it down toward the black-haired man. Boom! Amidst a tremendous roar, the black-haired man, along with his 8-legged horse, were engulfed in the explosion of magical energy, leaving behind only a deep crater. Heh! Merlin emitted a chilling laugh, her gaze slowly sweeping over the people below. You people sure like to make grand schemes, but in the end, it's all just a farce. Awful, she's found out. Ritsuka, hiding in the distance, felt a sudden tightness in her chest, sweat beading in her palms, her face filled with anxiety. Nero gripped Estes, her face calm with a hint of resignation. Even if it cost her life, she was determined to hold down Merlin. Merlin's eyes flickered with icy coldness, her anger burning like wildfire at being toyed with like a clown. Yet, she suppressed her fury and turned to make her way toward the royal palace. She had been delayed far too long. The most crucial thing now was to hurry and assist the Lion King in getting rid of the outsider, not wasting time here with a bunch of ants. Boom! A terrifying sound, akin to a meteor striking the earth, suddenly resounded from the royal palace in the center of Camelot. Whoosh! A storm of wind and flames burst forth, piercing through the sky and spreading outward. The clouds were instantly cleared, revealing a sky divided into two halves, one fiery red like flames, the other pure white like light. Most of the force from the collision dissipated in the air, but some remnants still impacted the ground. Boom! The royal palace, regarded by all as the heart of Camelot, collapsed amidst a tremendous explosion. The destructive power obliterated everything, from the magnificent decorations to the grand halls, leaving behind only desolate ruins. The explosion sent shockwaves in all directions, but due to the vast size of the royal palace grounds, it didn't affect the other buildings within the city. Hearing the explosion, residents emerged from their homes, staring at the once grand white castle, now reduced to rubble, with evident bewilderment. Without a doubt, this sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Whether it was Merlin, preparing to return, or Nero, ready to risk it all, they all instinctively halted their steps, staring blankly at the divided sky. In the next moment, Merlin dashed toward the royal palace as if she had gone mad. As the spatial confinement surrounding Camelot completely lifted, she moved like a ghost through the air and, in just a few breaths, arrived at her destination. Among the rubble on the ground, she immediately spotted two tall figures. They wore identical pale silver armor, one wielding a radiant lance and the other a flaming greatsword. They stood hundreds of meters apart, locked in a stare-down, resembling frozen statues. This eerie scene caused Merlin to instinctively halt her steps until suddenly, she heard a faint yet crisp sound. Chapter 443. In the next moment, Merlin dashed toward the royal palace as if she had gone mad. As the spatial confinement surrounding Camelot completely lifted, she moved like a ghost through the air and, in just a few breaths, arrived at her destination. Among the rubble on the ground, she immediately spotted two tall figures. They wore identical pale silver armor, one wielding a radiant lance and the other a flaming greatsword. They stood hundreds of meters apart, locked in a stare-down, resembling frozen statues. This eerie scene caused Merlin to instinctively halt her steps until suddenly, she heard a faint yet crisp sound. Crack! A small crack suddenly appeared on Arthur's chest plate, like a line of collapsing dominoes. Crack! 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 More cracks followed, filled with vivid red like lava, spreading rapidly across his body. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted as Arthur's silver armor shattered instantaneously. His body flew backward like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing against a fallen pillar. His naked upper body bore horrific blackened scars. Rhongomyniad fell from his grasp, hitting the ground as its radiance gradually faded, revealing the cracks on its surface. Arthur! Merlin let out a blood-curdling cry, appearing beside Arthur in an instant, bombarding him with various healing magecrafts as if they were candies. Yet, her efforts were futile. When struck by the Might of An-Utu, it was a fatal blow to any being. Arthur's body was utterly destroyed, beyond the reach of even the most powerful magecraft. Sorry, Merlin, even with your help this time, I still failed. Despite looming death, Arthur spoke surprisingly calmly, there was no hint of resentment in his tone, only a sense of relief. No, no. Tears streamed down Merlin's face in anguish and sorrow. Surprisingly, as she wept, her form began to change little by little. Her long white hair shortened into shoulder-length light blonde hair, her mage robe turned into a light blue dress, and her mature features and body transformed into that of a young girl. In just a moment, the once cold and noble mage was gone, replaced by a girl with delicate features, on the brink of blossoming into womanhood. You. Arthur's heart, initially calm, now surged with tumultuous emotions as he gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar face. Memories of the past quickly flashed through his mind like a passing storm, dissipating into the depths of darkness until, finally, the truth that had been deliberately concealed emerged. He remembered now. Wandering for thousands of years, the Lion King, the holy selection, all of it was a lie orchestrated by someone. Sagiu, Monica. Hearing her own name mentioned, Sagiu Monica, with her face stained with tears, smiled faintly. She reached out her slender arms, ignoring the fury in Arthur's eyes, and gently caressed his face. With a tender voice unique to young girls, she spoke up. "Don't worry, my dear prince, I won't let you die, nor will I let your wish go unfulfilled." In an instant, the entire place was engulfed in silence. No one knew exactly when this lie began. Was it when Camelot was established? Or during the creation of this singularity? Perhaps it started during some obscure pursuit. Or was it at the moment when Arthur first uttered, "I want to change Britain's fate to destruction"? However, tracing back to the starting point was pointless because the truth and conclusions had already clearly presented themselves before everyone. Sagiu Monica, a girl who connected to the root, in order to fulfill her twisted love, deceived everyone. Even the prince she admired had become her puppet, forgotten by the world. Alone, her prince sat on the throne, carrying out his hypocritical responsibility, and guarding his hypocritical kingdom. Camelot, the Lion King, and the Holy Selection were all mere meticulously crafted lies. At this moment, what was revealed was a dark and terrifying truth. A girl twisted by love, deceiving the entire world, sacrificing countless lives just to fulfill her beloved prince's wish. Yet, the culprit remained oblivious to the madness and terror she had wrought, gently caressing her prince's face before her, her eyes overflowing with love and tenderness like a tidal wave. I love you deeply, my prince." "You, witch!" Arthur exclaimed in anger. No one could remain calm upon discovering that everything around them was a lie. If not for his severe injuries, he might have wanted to strangle Monica himself. "Witch?" Facing his accusation, Monica showed no anger, only surprise on her face. "Saber, are you finally using that word to describe me? How wonderful. Hey, I once delved into your memories, you know. Even when your kingdom still existed. You used the word witch to describe your elder sister, Morgan, right? And she was the one who bore you a child." Monica stroked her flat abdomen, her face filled with anticipation. "Since then, I've been thinking, if I could bear a child with you, even becoming a witch doesn't seem so bad." As if imagining that scene, Monica giggled, her delicate face blushing with shyness, as beautiful as a blooming flower. Yet Arthur felt none of the beauty. He shivered uncontrollably as if a cold, venomous snake were spewing black venom before him. Even if it contorted its body into a heart shape, it couldn't conceal the darkness and desire in its icy, vertical pupils. "You've gone insane, Sagiu Monica." Arthur looked coldly at the girl, his emerald eyes filled with an unmeltable icy chill. "It's all because of you, Saber," Monica sighed lightly, tucking a strand of her light blonde hair behind her ear. "If only you were willing to accept my love that time, we wouldn't have ended up like this today, you know. But it's okay," Monica continued, smiling brightly again. 10 times, even 1,000 or 10,000 times, it doesn't matter, one day, you'll understand my love for you, my passionate and deep love." "You are delusional." Arthur yelled furiously. "No worries, Saber." Monica gently helped Arthur tidy up his disheveled hair. "Even the most stubborn rock will one day be crushed by the waves, who knows, someday you might be moved by me. For that beautiful day to come, I don't mind waiting, you should know that, neither you nor I lack time. But for now, let me take care of an annoying pest." After saying that, Monica turned to look at Gobta, her face momentarily covered in warmth turning into coldness. Anger and murderous intent swirling around her like tangible storms, making the temperature drop sharply, pure white snowflakes falling like feathers in the air. Snowing. Having never seen such a sight in Camelot, every resident curiously raised their hands, but the next moment, they let out agonizing screams as the delicate snowflakes, like razor-sharp blades, effortlessly cut open their palms, pure white snow mingling with crimson blood, blooming a strange flower on the ground. Chaos erupted from the residents as they realized the terrifying danger hidden in this beautiful scenery. They screamed in terror, fleeing, hiding in their houses, not daring to step out again. At this moment, the spacious streets were devoid of any human figures, only vivid traces of red and bodies that failed to escape, quickly covered by the pure white snow, as if the whole world had turned into this vast expanse of white. Meanwhile, as crimson flames engulfed the Might of An-Utu burned fiercely, Gobta stood calmly on the ground as if surrounded by an invisible domain. The snowflakes that dared to approach him were destroyed by the scorching heat before they could get close. Upon seeing this, Monica furrowed her delicate brows, looking at the blazing greatsword that posed a strong threat to her. Although she was connected to the root and knew all the world's secrets, she couldn't get any useful information about this greatsword. It felt as if it didn't belong to this world at all. Chapter 44. Seizing a whole world as a gift for your beloved, that's quite a bold and crazy thing to do, isn't it, Saggio Monica? I guess only you could pull something like that off. Gobta remarked casually as he watched the light blonde-haired young girl looking at him with cold eyes. He didn't show much surprise at the reveal of Merlin being Saggio Monica. Not long ago, he had already vaguely guessed the truth behind this world's mystery. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, this world revealed far too many irrational and bizarre aspects. Naturally, the one that intrigued him the most was why there were only two Britons in Camelot: the Lion King and Merlin. Those so-called Knights of the Round Table were either impersonated by fairies from legends or replaced by servants who had been captured. On the other hand, the genuine Knights of the Round Table hadn't been summoned at all. It truly didn't make sense. Was this because of some summoning restrictions? Or were they deliberately avoiding summoning them? As that thought crossed Gobta's mind, he couldn't help but think of Merlin. If he thought carefully, this great mage shouldn't have appeared in this singularity in the first place. The people who should have appeared didn't, while those who shouldn't have appeared did. It was a rather intriguing matter. Especially after learning from Melusine that she and the other two fairy knights were chosen by Merlin herself, his suspicion of this great mage reached its peak in an instant. Merlin, as the great mage of Britain, the court mage of Camelot, and the mentor of King Arthur, chose not to summon the original Knights of the Round Table but instead selected Melusine, Baobab Sith, and Bargus to replace them. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem quite right. It was from that moment onward that he began to wonder if this Merlin was really Merlin. Moreover, there was another thing that made him feel something off. Merlin in this world turned out to be a woman. In Gobta's memory, in the history of the Nasoverse, the appearances of female Merlin were few and far between, and her existence was always intertwined with someone, which was Arthur Pendragon. Therefore, after discovering that Merlin was a woman, he believed the true identity of the Lion King to be Arthur Pendragon, not Artoria Pendragon. What was even more interesting was that there was not just one woman connected to Arthur, the famous root princess, Saggio Monica, was also closely connected to him. To verify his speculation, Gobta specifically contacted Romani and confirmed that in 1991 of this world's timeline, there was a Holy Grail war in Japan, Tokyo. In that war, the head of a prestigious mage family in Japan, the Ryurukan family, had passed away. While the eldest daughter of the Saggio family, the renowned genius recognized as having the qualifications to be a powerful mage, Saggio Monica, had disappeared. After getting this information, Gobta was already quite certain that the Merlin standing beside the Lion King was the disguised Monica. What really helped him confirm this speculation was Nero's presence. Saggio Monica, as someone who connected to the root since birth, naturally possessed overwhelming magical energy and talent, and could even use ancient magecraft without restrictions in the modern world where the age of gods and true ether had faded. Monica could be said to be the most exceptional human mage in history. In addition to this, she also could materialize the authority of the Earth Mother Goddess. Known as Potnia Theron, Monster Princess, as well as the power to revive the 10 crowns of the Beast of Revelation in modern times through Sodom's Fall, Holy City's Fall. In the Nasoverse, the Beast of Revelation, also known as Beast 6, was one of the 7 evils of humanity. Some believe that its symbolized concept was depravity, perhaps because of its other name Beast of 66. In the Bible, 7 was considered a complete number, 3 sevens represented complete perfection. While 66, which was just one step away from perfection, was undoubtedly the evilest representation, and the Hebrew pronunciation representing Nero's name just happened to equated with the number of the beast, 66. This was certainly not a mere coincidence. In the 50s and 60s AD, as Nero enforced strong repression and crackdowns on religion, Christians equated her deeds with the destruction of the city in the Book of Revelation and the Great Whore of Babylon. In the Nasoverse setting, heroic spirits were born from legends and imaginations. So regardless of whether the historical Nero was truly connected to the Beast of 66, the moment she became a heroic spirit, her existence inevitably contained the concept of the Beast of 66. Strangely enough, among the 7 servants that had descended into this singularity, only Nero appeared to be safe and sound. In the end, not only was Nero's connection with the Beast of 66 ambiguous in many ways, but when coupled with Monica's ability to summon the Beast of 66, it almost confirmed the speculation that Merlin was Monica. On this matter, Gobta even came up with a bold speculation. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Gobta spoke up as he looked at the silent Monica. If I'm not mistaken, Nero wasn't summoned by this world, but by you, right? Upon hearing that, Monica's eyes flickered slightly. The sudden shift in conversation to Nero seemed a bit odd to her, but she was the only one who understood the immense significance behind it. However, as she carefully recalled the moment when she reverted to her true form and observed no surprise in the man's expression or demeanor whatsoever, coupled with what he had just asked, she gradually realized something. You know me, and you're also quite familiar with me. Monica's narrowed eyes exuded a hint of danger. Who told you? Is that important? Gobta shot back with a nonchalant tone. I see, looks like you're not planning to tell me. Monica glanced at him, not particularly concerned. But you guessed right, Nero was indeed summoned by me. So, you really left a spatial coordinate on her back then? Gobta squinted his eyes. That's right, Monica nodded calmly. Well, then I'm a bit puzzled, why summon her only to toss her away and create trouble for yourself? Gobta tilted his head to the side. Are you trying to gather refugees by using her and then take them all down in one fell swoop? Heh, Monica chuckled sarcastically, a hint of mockery in her tone. Trouble? What trouble can she bring me? Just relying on that empire no bigger than a village. Spare me the laughter, please. I didn't keep her by my side simply because I didn't want to bring certain things too early. Didn't want to bring certain things too early, huh? Like summoning a beast, you mean? Gobta guessed casually, a smile adorning his face. Chapter 445. As soon as beast was mentioned by Gobta, a bone-chilling coldness instantly erupted from Monica's body, then slowly dissipated. Seems like you know quite a bit, Monica said coldly, her light blue eyes stared coldly at him. I never go into a battle unprepared after all, since I dare stand before you, it means I at least have some confidence, Gobta smiled lightly. Is that so? Monica squinted her eyes, her gaze became somewhat uncertain. At first, this man sounded like he was bluffing, and the confidence he exuded seemed somewhat forced. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like a facade of strength covering up some weakness. But for some reason, she had a feeling of foreboding deep down, as if she was standing in front of an abyss with no end in sight, and if she took one step forward, she would immediately plummet into it, consumed by endless darkness. In order to find the source of this foreboding feeling, she even harnessed her long-unused omnipotent power and tried to use it to investigate this feeling, and yet, she couldn't find any clues. All traces ended with this man with black hair and eyes, the only one whom even the power of Root couldn't see through. Where did this outsider come from in the first place? Gobta looked at Monica calmly, who remained silent and hadn't made any moves yet. Although there was no change on the surface of his face, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Monica truly lived up to her name as the Root Princess. Her alertness to danger was indeed remarkably sharp. Without a doubt, among the characters of the Naceverse, Sagiyu Monica could easily be considered a top-tier character, alongside Ryugi Shiki, who could connect to the Root. Her power needed no further explanation. She could create a singularity and effortlessly control Arthur, who was a top-tier heroic spirit. Just those two aspects alone hint at her terrifying capabilities. What was even more terrifying was that she wielded such immense power without any restraint of conscience. Even though she was born omniscient and omnipotent, she couldn't comprehend the emotions, feelings, or hearts of others. Whether it was parental love or sibling love, she felt nothing. This meant she had no qualms about abusing her power, which was the most disturbing aspect of her. Truthfully, even as a grand servant, Gobta couldn't be sure of defeating Monica. This Root Princess suffered defeat only at the hands of one person, her beloved prince, Arthur Pendragon. However, it was not because Arthur was stronger and overpowered her, but because she offered no resistance whatsoever as he stabbed her. Fortunately, despite Monica being incredibly unreasonable with her strength, she had weaknesses. Her frail body was her biggest vulnerability. If she was rendered unable to wield her power, even with just a small knife, it was enough to take the life of this Root Princess. And luckily, Gobta happened to possess just the thing for this. The 11th divine key, Oath of Judah, was capable of nullifying any power within its specified radius with its zeroth power, Elysian Pedion. However, due to the transformation into a noble phantasm, the Oath of Judah had been weakened to some extent. Compared to the original, Elysian Pedion could only sustain itself for about half a minute. Although within Elysian Pedion, Gobta was also unable to use any of his power, he could still wield simple weapons. Half a minute was more than enough time for him to blow Monica's head off with the Judgment of Shamash in its dual pistol form. Moreover, the deployment of Elysian Pedion was not instant and needed time. Until then, Monica had countless ways to escape its radius. For this reason, he must wait for the right moment to unveil this final ace up his sleeve. However, perhaps sensing something, Monica had been keeping her distance from him, maintaining a distance of several meters, even showing no intention of launching any attack. Currently, Elysian Pedion had reached its final stage, and the power of binding was affecting his body every moment. If he continued to drag this out, his situation would become dire. Gobta and Monica, one outwardly calm but inwardly anxious, the other eager but indecisive, both of them were plotting their own schemes. Time moves slowly forward in this almost frozen world. What's up? Didn't you say you wanted to take care of this so-called annoying pest? If that's the case, then I might as well leave anyway. I've already destroyed Rondaminiad, and there's no way you can continue with the holy selection, so my goal has been achieved. He couldn't afford to waste any more time, so he decided to see if he could provoke Monica into action, making her approach him and enter the radius of Elysian Pedion. On the other hand, Monica's gaze darkened slightly upon hearing his words. There was no way she was letting him leave, or else her prince would truly have no chance of recovery. Yet, a sense of impending crisis lingered in her heart. She didn't know why, but she always felt that acting rashly would surely lead to trouble. She was almost certain that this man possessed the power to bring her to the brink of death. Nevertheless, it was evident that using this so-called power required fulfilling certain conditions, or else he wouldn't still be standing there provoking her. Cough. Cough. A weak cough suddenly echoed from behind Monica. Monica turned slightly in panic, seeing those emerald eyes gradually losing their luster, filled with a dead silence. No, Saber couldn't hold on any longer. As if making a decision, Monica took a deep breath and turned to Gobta. Her delicate face was now covered in cold indifference. I didn't want to do this, but since you're pushing me, I have no choice but to resort to this method. Upon hearing that, Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly, a sense of uneasiness creeping into his heart. Monica raised her slender arm, fingers curling inward as if grasping something. On the battlefield, the fallen bodies of Camelot's knights began to fade, transforming into clusters of faint lights resembling fireflies. These lights seemed to be drawn by some kind of attraction, converging toward Camelot, forming a halo of light stretching across the sky. Chapter 446. Agravain, being besieged by Atlanta, Medusa, and Asterios, suddenly lifted his head toward the royal palace's direction. His armor was filled with cutting marks while half of his body had turned into a gray-white stone statue, but even so, excitement gleamed in his eyes as he opened his bloodied mouth and let out a crazed laughter. Ha 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 ha. My master, have you finally made up your mind? Then let's bury this world together with our will. With that declaration, Agravain's body instantly exploded, turning into a brilliant mass of light, merging into the halo of light in the sky. What the heck just happened? Atlanta stared fixedly at the halo of light. Even though it appeared as beautiful as the Milky Way, it gave her a chilling sensation. Is it Merlin's doing again? Medusa remarked from the side. Her once familiar and beautiful face showed visible signs of exhaustion and weakness due to the excessive use of her mystic eyes. Waves of dizziness continuously assailed her mind. If it weren't for her strong will, she would have collapsed long ago. On the other hand, Asterios collapsed to the ground like a bear, exhausted from the prolonged battle. Despite his incredible endurance, even he was feeling drained after fighting for so long. Meanwhile, Mash looked at the halo of light with a clear expression of confusion on her face as she supported Melusine in her human form out of a crater. What is that? Upon hearing Mash's question, Melusine stared at the halo of light in the sky for a moment before her face suddenly changed. That is, a gathering of souls. This is bad, someone wants to use them for a sacrifice. A sacrifice? For what? Melusine took a deep breath, her little face showing a solemn expression. In ancient times, the entire world was controlled by the gods. Those who refused to submit to the rule of the gods either perished or were exiled. In order to return to this world, those exiles attempted to manipulate and tempt humans into conducting sacrificial rituals. As long as they offered enough souls, they could open a passage and return to this world. Upon hearing that, Masha's face instantly turned pale. After a while, pure magical energy gathered in Monica's palm, forming a palm-sized sphere of light. Seems like it's not quite enough, but luckily, there are some backup resources here, Monica muttered to herself as she glanced at the sphere of light in her palm. Rumble. With a light step of her foot, the entire Camelot trembled for a moment. Shortly after, crimson veins, like blood, spread from the collapsed royal palace along the ground in all directions, resembling a dense spider web that enveloped the entire city. Due to the previous snowfall, all the residents of Camelot were trapped in their homes. They watched helplessly as the crimson veins crawled up the walls and across the ceilings, wrapping every corner of their rooms. It felt strange, almost lifelike. This is the authority of an Earth Mother Goddess, drinking fresh blood to usher in new life, which is the essence of the cycle of reincarnation, Monica remarked, gently clenching her palm. Let your humble lives bear witness to the greatness that is about to come. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. In that instant, all the crimson veins radiated brilliance. pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. Every resident of Camelot suddenly felt as if something were being sucked out of their bodies, rendering them powerless. Even breathing became a struggle. Before long, they collapsed one after another and became unconscious. Stop. Gobta could no longer bear it. He quickly deactivated Elysian Pedion and unleashed Judgment of Shamash in the form of the Might of An-Utu, swinging it fiercely forward. Whoosh! The scorching flames surged forward like a raging tide, destroying everything in their path. Monica raised her arm, creating hundreds of layers of magical barriers ahead, each capable of withstanding a B-rank noble phantasm's full power. Eventually, all the barriers were destroyed, but unfortunately, the flames didn't reach Monica at all. At the same time, the Might of An-Utu's power was depleted, transforming back into the cleaver of Shamash. Gobta gasped for air, his skin flushed with abnormal redness from the backlash caused by the Might of An-Utu. Anyone standing beside him would be astonished to find him as hot as a furnace. This was the consequence of wielding the Key of Destruction's Zeroth power for too long. To use this weapon, which embodied destruction, one must be fully prepared for its burning resolve. It seems you won't be able to wield that weapon again anytime soon, Monica remarked, looking at the gradually dimming cleaver of Shamash, her expression unchanged. Well, just stand there and watch. Even without Nero, I can still summon the beast. She glanced at the white city completely covered by the crimson veins, sighing with some regret. I didn't originally intend to do this. Saber's wish is to rebuild Britain. But a country where only the ruler speaks seems too desolate, don't you think? That's why I gathered people with pure and noble hearts to present Saber with a perfect Britain. Imagining a perfect and noble king who ruled flawless subjects, it's really like the ideal country in legends. Right? I truly underestimated this girl's insanity, Gobta thought solemnly. Monica finally revealed the true nature of the holy selection. It wasn't for the future of humanity at all, she simply wanted to add some beauty to the garden she was building for her beloved, discarding and trampling upon those who didn't fit her vision. Truly insane and crazy. But it's okay, Monica smiled brightly. When Britain reappears, I'll have plenty of time to search for suitable souls in other timelines or other worlds. I will become Saber's queen and rule this ideal country together with him, he. You can't. Arthur gathered his last ounce of strength to utter these words. Shoo, Saber, what you need now is to rest, okay? Monica turned to look at him, her eyes filled with unprecedented warmth and gentleness. I promise you, when you wake up, you will see your Britannia more beautiful one, a Britain that will never fall. Upon hearing her nonsense, Arthur stared fiercely at Monica, but unfortunately, he couldn't attack with his gaze like a certain American hero. Even if he could, the almost depleted magical energy within him couldn't support such an action. Alright, everything is almost ready. Monica raised her hand again, but this time, what appeared in her palm was a shining golden cup, undoubtedly a holy grail. However, on top of the holy grail, there was a shapeless mass of black flesh wriggling, emitting a foul odor. Its tentacles flailed eagerly in the air as if craving for something. Do you remember it, Saber? Monica looked at the mass of black flesh with tenderness in her eyes, the first time she showed such emotion to something other than Arthur. This is the child I conceived with my love for you, it's the proof of our love. When you swung that sword back then, it dealt a heavy blow to this child, but I worked hard to restore it to its current state. But it's okay, just like how I still deeply love you, this child won't resent you, it will carry our wishes and together, we'll explore new worlds. Monica let go of the Holy Grail, watching as it slowly ascended into the air. As if unlocking some kind of restraint, the chaotic mass of black flesh suddenly expanded. Swallowing the Holy Grail and then swallowing the sky. It became a boiling sea of flesh, piled above Camelot, its massive fleshy tentacles writhing in celebration of its rebirth amidst this nightmarish scene. With its chaotic jaws, it greedily chewed and tore apart the souls in a halo of light, its twisted and terrifying body trembling with excitement. It couldn't generate consciousness or similar brain organs, but its inherent authority allowed it to approach the thoughts of sentient beings infinitely, expressing its joy through the movement of its cells. See you later, Saber, Monica turned to Arthur with a smile. Believe me, the future you anticipate is about to come. In the next moment, she stepped into the void, walking step by step toward the chaotic sea of flesh in the sky, which humbly extended its tentacles to welcome its mother. With this, the most blasphemous being in the world finally came into existence. Its name was none other than Beast 6, the Beast of 66, and the Beast of Revelation. Chapter 447. A roaring darkness extended its claws and fangs into the world. A mass of flesh boiled like a grotesque sea. Chaos multiplied. Above Camelot, emerging from the chaos and feasting on souls, a twisted monster about to be born elongated countless mouths in the moment of merging with a young girl it deemed as its kin, emitting a cacophony of grotesque screams. The monstrous sound transformed into waves of space-corroding power, causing cracks to appear in Camelot's towering walls. Its violent behavior seemed to announce the end of its slumber, its change, and its waiting. Desires and chaos cried out in greed, looming over the land. Eating, evolving, eating, evolving, eating, evolving. The embodiment of sin and depravity, its name was Beast 6, Beast of 66, and the Beast of Revelation. What is that thing? As everyone on the ground watched the tumultuous mass of flesh, everyone's faces turned pale. Partly because of the discomfort caused by its nightmarish, grotesque form, and partly because of the mental shock brought by the presence of its dark and chaotic existence. Once upon a time, there emerged from the depths of antiquity a creature on the brink of crawling out of the abyss. Assaulting the holy city from beyond the sea, born as the king of the world with the authority to profane all things, governing the phenomena of prosperity and depravity. Carrying an evil woman on its back, it summoned countless accusers, slanderers, and abusers from all over the world, embracing, melting, and devouring them in the center of a golden whirlpool, destined to hold the power of death. At this moment, an indescribable fear seized the hearts of everyone. It was the suppression imposed by the impending transformation of the monster upon them, just as squirrels would hoard food before hibernating. All of them had long been regarded by the hungry monster as its first feast in this world. Suddenly, a surge of mental power swept through like the sun melting snow, instantly dispersing the cold fear in the hearts of everyone. In the warmth and comfort it left behind, a steady male voice soon resonated in everyone's hearts. Beast 6 is about to descend. Everyone, move away from the walls. The farther, the better. It was undoubtedly an unquestionable order. The remaining soldiers of the Holy Roman Empire glanced at each other, nodding simultaneously, and dashed toward the direction away from Camelot. They didn't know what the Beast 6 was, but they knew that the next battlefield was no longer one where mere mortals could tread. Beast 6, Ritsuka muttered and stared blankly at the writhing mass of black flesh, then turned to the blonde emperor beside her. Nero froze for a moment, rubbed her forehead, and sighed. No wonder she wanted me. But after saying that, Nero became puzzled. But I'm still here, aren't I? How did she manage to summon Beast 6? It was a sacrificial ritual. A virtual screen suddenly opened up, and Romani's serious face appeared before them. Merlin must have sacrificed a large number of souls and then forcefully awakened Beast 6. A large number of souls. Ritsuka paused for a moment, pondered for a while, and then her face suddenly turned pale. Doctor, you don't mean. Romani fell silent and didn't answer. Seeing this, Da Vinci sighed and looked at the white wall beside her, her tone melancholic. In this city, there's probably not a single living person left. Although it was a foreseen fact, the horrifying truth still hit Ritsuka's mind, causing her to step back involuntarily. Ha, ha. Her vision darkened, her heart clenched in pain, and breathing became incredibly difficult. Those were tens of thousands of lives. After a long time, she took a deep breath, and with a slightly hoarse voice, she asked. If we destroy that beast, can those souls be saved? Upon hearing Ritsuka's question, Romani, Da Vinci, and Nero remained silent. Although they didn't say it outright, their silent attitude subtly revealed some facts. I see, I understand, Ritsuka lowered her head, her frail figure seeming incredibly desolate at this moment. You don't have to blame yourself so much, Ritsuka, Romani sighed tiredly. This has nothing to do with you, after all, no one could have anticipated that Merlin would go crazy to this extent. Senpai. Mash hurriedly ran over, but when she saw the expression on Ritsuka's face, she couldn't help but pause. Senpai, what's wrong? Why do you look so terrible? I'm fine, Mash, Ritsuka forced a faint smile. How are the others? Miss Meliacine's injuries haven't improved, I've entrusted her to Miss Atlanta for care, and they're currently retreating with the soldiers, Mash replied with a low tone. Ha, in that case, let's go too, Da Vinci nodded, then turned her head. Ritsuka. Sorry, but I want to stay here, Ritsuka said softly. Ritsuka, this is not the time to be stubborn. Romani urged anxiously. That is a beast. I know, but Gobta is still there, Ritsuka lifted her head, her eyes showing an unprecedented determination. I believe he can handle it. My goodness, I know Gobta is a grand servant, but the power of a beast is way beyond what you can imagine. Normally, it takes at least 7 grand servants to stand a chance against one. If Gobta can't stop that beast, you would have been in real trouble. If it really came to that, where would we run to anyway? What would be the point? Ritsuka chuckled, incredibly carefree as if she saw through something, lightening up considerably. We came here to fix this singularity, to restore the human order. That's why, even if our enemy is staring us down, we've long passed the point of no return. If that's the case, why not just quietly witness this moment? Even if darkness looms ahead endlessly, I'm willing to pray for the arrival of light in this very moment. Ritsuka, I didn't know how to counter Ritsuka's statement. Romani was speechless and ran his hands through his hair, creating a mess. After a while, Romani sighed tiredly, shaking his head in resignation. Fine, I get it, I'll put the ray shift system on standby. If anything happens, I'll bring you back immediately, no matter what. Thanks, Doctor, Ritsuka nodded with a faint smile. No choice, maybe I'm just destined to be a busybody, Romani chuckled self-deprecatingly, closing the communication and preparing the ray shift system. I can't help but feel like we're causing the doctor a lot of trouble, Ritsuka scratched her head. Don't let his demeanor fool you, he's actually quite happy, you know. Da Vinci hugged Ritsuka's neck, smiling warmly. Honestly, that line you just said was really cool. You've really grown a lot, Ritsuka. Rest assured, senpai. No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side, keeping you safe. Omo, as the master who made a contract with me, your courage and conviction truly embody the spirit of Rome. Nero praised, patting Ritsuka's shoulder with a bright smile. Feeling a warm surge in her heart, Ritsuka turned to look at the chaotic mass of flesh looming over Camelot, silently offering prayers for this world and someone in particular. Please win, Gobta. Chapter 448. Meanwhile, sensing those souls emitting sweet and tempting fragrances gradually drifting away, the chaotic mass of flesh in the sky became furious. Roar! Its mouths opened in unison, emitting wild roars, while its massive tentacles contorted and swung wildly, smashing down toward Gobta below. It had realized that it was this black-haired human on the ground who had stolen its food. Unforgivable. 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 Since it's like this, then offer your own soul to fill my hunger. A massive, grotesque tentacle-like arm, nearly 10 feet in diameter, descended with ferocious speed and strength. By the standard of servant prowess, this strike was akin to a full-force blow from a noble phantasm. Gobta stood unwavering in place, his deep, black eyes reflecting the charging tentacle. Once again, he unleashed the Might of An-Utu and slashed it forward. Whoosh! The heat emanating from it rivaled the blazing flames of the sun's surface, instantly reducing the tentacle to ashes. Roar! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The chaotic mass of flesh churned violently, the roar from its mouth turning into wails of agony. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. I must become even stronger. Under the dual pressure of pain and hunger, the chaotic mass of flesh began to undergo significant changes. Among its countless proliferating mouths, 7 were gradually expanding, transforming into jaws with teeth. If this continued, before long, these jaws would metamorphose into heads, and at that moment, the domina cornum, known as the crown of domination, would descend upon the earth. Since its mother had merged with it, it would truly transcend its chaotic and grotesque form, metamorphosing into the complete beast with 7 heads and 10 crowns, bringing the ultimate baptism to this world. This was its purpose in descending upon this world. The rumblings of destruction had already begun. Evil began to howl, its wicked intentions stirring, ready to invade the world of mortals. As the oppressive sensation descended from the sky, Beast 6, thirsting for the agony and despair of mortal souls, prepared to conquer the world, just as the Bible had foretold. Awakening from the depths of the abyss, it promised to bring about destruction to the entire world. Gobta tightened his grip on the Might of An-Utu's handle, exhaling a breath of scorching air. Abyss Flower had reached its maximum output as his burning organs slowly regenerated. At this rate, he should be able to wield the Might of An-Utu 2 or 3 more times. However, could this truly defeat Beast 6? Gobta fell silent, pondering what he should do to win. Against a creature that had merged with the Root Princess, even he, with all his prowess, lacked the certainty of victory. Even so, he couldn't retreat. This was a battle that wagered the fate of this world. Standing here, he carried the hopes of countless lives and the wishes of the departed. He had no reason to step back. He wouldn't waver nor retreat, just like in the past, he would cleave through fate with this great sword. After a while, the chaotic mass of flesh in the sky had already taken shape into a vague form: head, eyes, mouth, tongue, torso, limbs. Tylet was a complete organism, fashioned to reign over humanity in the form of a red dragon. Its heart began to beat, blood surged, and the neural pathways of magic circuits began to function. Finally, it was time to break free from its shell. I want to be born, I want to be born, I want to be born. I want to eat so many delicious foods. I want to eat, I want to keep eating. I want to be born. From its 7 monstrous mouths, human words were finally spoken. Its 7 detestable brains were being solidly constructed with the spiritual core as their foundation. Until suddenly. Nope. A tender voice abruptly echoed in the corner of the ruined royal palace. In this forbidden zone of life, someone suddenly stepped out. A young girl at the age of 13, with a dusty face, a slender figure, carrying a basket on her back, and holding a sickle in her hand. Only you, absolutely cannot descend upon this world. She remarked lightly, looking up at the monstrous creature in the sky as if stating some kind of truth. Mari. Gobta stared blankly at the newcomer, then furrowed his brow. No, you're not Mari, who are you? I am indeed Mari, or at least, the Mari you know. Mari turned her head and gave Gobta a familiar smile. But, I'm more than just Mari. As the radiance of magical energy flowed around her body, her simple linen clothes turned into exquisite white robes, her thin body grew taller bit by bit. Her messy yellow-brown hair transformed into pure white, cascading to the ground like mercury, and the sickle in her hand turned into a luxurious staff amidst the surging light. In just an instant, the rustic young girl disappeared, replaced by an elegant and noble mage. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar face, Gobta couldn't help but feel a strong shock in his heart. Mr. Gobta, you seem quite surprised. Is it because you've been watching too many pirated copies and suddenly seeing the genuine one feels a bit strange? The female mage tilted her head sideways, a somewhat childish gesture that seemed perfectly natural for her. I thought you were the type who never changed his expression no matter what happened. I even thought, if my Arthur had your unwavering will, he wouldn't have been easily manipulated by that woman who knows where she came from, don't you think so? Looking at her beautifully smiling face, Gobta fell silent for a moment before speaking up. So, you knew the truth from the beginning, didn't you, Merlin? Oh sorry, although everyone calls me Merlin, I prefer it if others call me Mari to sound cuter. Merlin replied with a slight smile, appearing calm and easygoing as if the current situation was nothing serious. As for your question, well, I can't help it. After all, I've been Arthur's mentor and caretaker since he was a baby. How can I just stand by and watch my little cabbage that I've raised get snatched away by some stinky wild boar? After saying that, Merlin looked up at the monster in the sky and continued with a soft voice. Besides, it's a beast that doesn't even know how long it's been rolling in the mud, reeking so bad that it's unbearable from head to toe. Chapter 449. If Monica's presence was within Gobta's expectations, then the appearance of the true Merlin completely exceeded his expectations. What surprised him even more was that she had been in contact with him since such an early stage, yet he hadn't noticed any clues at all. Until now, he still vividly remembered the scene of that little girl kneeling on the ground, tears in her eyes, begging him to save her loved ones from the brink of despair. Her desperate look for a glimmer of hope in the darkness was something he couldn't forget no matter what. Needless to say, when he saw Monica sacrificing all of Camelot's residents to summon Beast 6, he felt enraged. Not only had he failed his promise to Mari to save her father, but Monica had stolen not just the lives of tens of thousands, but also the hopes of countless families for the future. However, that ordinary rustic girl suddenly appeared at such an unexpected moment, transforming into a peerless and beautiful mage. Even though Gobta knew it was a good thing, a hint of complexity couldn't help but surface in his eyes, filled with unspoken melancholy. He had to admit that, at such a critical moment, Merlin's appearance was indeed very heartening. Since she chose to appear at such a time, it at least indicated that she had some confidence in solving the current crisis. Even so, Gobta was curious, how exactly did she plan to do it? Surely, she wouldn't just march up there and whack the monster with her staff. Your expression seems a bit rude. Are you wondering if I'll personally deal with that ugly monster in the sky? Merlin surprisingly understood his expression, smiling slightly. If that's what you're thinking, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. See, I'm just a beautiful, wise, and frail mage. Fighting isn't really my thing, okay? When I was with Arthur before, I was the one responsible for slacking off and shouting instructions to him. So what's your plan then? Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Although he knew he wasn't alone, Merlin's easygoing attitude gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. Well, it's the old way, of course. Merlin shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Slacking off is my thing, as for fighting, that's best left to my big boy. She strolled forward casually, her target being Arthur lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Beast 6, whose outline was already visible, let out an angry roar, its massive fleshy tentacle descending from the sky with tremendous force and speed toward Merlin. Hey, at least I'm his caretaker, don't I have the right to visit him? Your Yandra tendencies are off the charts, aren't they? No wonder Arthur doesn't like you. Merlin pouted, her staff glowing faintly in her hand, and soon, her body dispersed into countless flower petals, scattering in the air under the force of the beast's blow. In the next moment, countless flower petals descended around Arthur, and the graceful figure of Merlin stepped out from among them. She looked at the numerous charred scars on his body, clicking her tongue in sympathy. My goodness, Arthur, you're really something else. Even with that bad woman finding you Rhondominiad, even turning you into a divine spirit, you still end up getting beaten like this. Good grief, I'm starting to feel embarrassed for you. Merlin. Arthur's nearly vacant pupils barely focused, but upon hearing that familiar voice and tone, he almost immediately recognized the voice's owner. It's not Merlin anymore. My name should be Mari now. Oh dear, why do you have to embarrass yourself like this? I can't even use that name without feeling ashamed now. Sorry, Arthur managed to say with difficulty. Foo-foo, just kidding. Merlin's expression changed faster than flipping a page, instantly switching to a cheerful demeanor. But seriously, Arthur, I've warned you countless times. Don't go messing around with pretty ladies. The prettier they are, the more dangerous. You've already suffered once at the hands of your sister. Why haven't you learned your lesson? Look, now you've caused such a mess again, and I have to come personally to clean it up. Dear me, what a tough life I have. Seeing Merlin's face, like a mother dealing with her unruly child, Arthur couldn't help but smile wryly. Alright, Mare Mari, just tell me what to do. Arthur, you're surprisingly cooperative this time. Since you caused the trouble, you have to solve it yourself. After all, I'm just a mage who's good for nothing except being gentle, sweet, and smart. Fighting is your specialty, yes? As Merlin casually flipped her hand, a scabbard gleaming with golden metallic luster soon appeared, adorned with striking blue enamel decorations, engraved with long-lost fairy letters in the center, emanating a noble and elegant aura. Avalon, Arthur gazed at the scabbard in astonishment. But, I remember it was. Right, it was indeed lost, but later, I managed to retrieve it. After the fall of Britain, I dug it up from underground in Cornwall. Merlin shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Perhaps your responsibility hasn't yet been deemed complete. Responsibility. Arthur glanced at the sacred relic that cast a shadow over his life, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. So, are you going to take it or not? Merlin jiggled Avalon. If you don't want it, I can give it to that black-haired guy over there. Anyway, he's also Arthur, and Avalon shouldn't reject him. I accept. As Arthur muttered with difficulty, he touched Avalon, and under its power, his injuries gradually healed. You're right, this is my responsibility. Since everything started with me, it should end with me. Although your life has been quite a mess, I have to admit, at least in terms of taking responsibility, you're impeccable, Arthur. Merlin shrugged her shoulders again, pressing Avalon against his abdomen. In a faint glow, Avalon penetrated and merged into Arthur's body like liquid mercury, and before long, a surge of vitality erupted from him. In the next moment, an invisible domain enveloped his body, the power to defy death quickly acting upon his crumbling body. Like bamboo shoots breaking through after a spring rain, his dry, blackened skin peeled away, revealing tender, ivory-like flesh beneath. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. His dragon heart trembled again amidst a thunderous roar. Fresh blood circulated through his veins, necrotic tissues regenerating with new replacements, akin to a snake shedding its skin, emerging with a new body from the old husk. Arthur stood up, his golden hair shimmering in the breeze, his emerald eyes gleaming with vigor, invincible like a war god. Soon, Avalon emanated from his body, dispersing into countless fragments that surrounded him. Gradually, these fragments reassembled, forming a silver armor and blue tunic that adorned his body. Chapter 450. Sensing a looming danger, Beast 6, just a step away from being born, began to restlessly stir. Its 7 heads, now resembling dragon heads, fixed on Arthur, seemingly eager to strike but hesitating for some reason. Not even willing to attack you. Seems like that girl truly loves you. Foo-foo. Mari glanced skyward, chuckling softly. That's just her idea of love. It's too heavy and dark, no one can bear it, not even me. Arthur shook his head, his gaze clear and resolute. At this moment, he was no longer the aloof and ruthless Lion King but the king of knights bearing the weight of destiny. Meh, that's no big deal. Merlin waved her hand dismissively, then asked. So, are you ready? I once swore to fight against all evil. Arthur placed his hand on his chest, his gaze unwavering. Whether in life or death, this remains my eternal belief. Not bad, Arthur, that's my boy. Merlin grinned and clapped her hands. But even though the spirit is there, your equipment is lacking a bit. How can a brave knight slay dragons without a good sword? She flicked her staff into the air, and amidst a brilliant light, a golden holy sword known as the Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur Proto, slowly materialized. This sword took quite some effort for me to find. If you lose it again, I won't help you find it next time, Merlin complained. As Arthur looked at this familiar holy sword, a hint of nostalgia and fondness welled up in his eyes. Thank you. He reached out his hand and firmly grasped the handle of the sword. A sensation of familiarity and warmth coursed through the sword, causing it to tremble slightly in joy for this long-awaited reunion. "Long time no see, old friend," Arthur's face lit up with a warm smile. "This time, let's fight side by side once again." Roar! Beast 6 suddenly let out a furious roar. In the moment Excalibur appeared, old memories flooded its mind, followed by overwhelming anger and fear. How could it have forgotten that sword? Even to this day, it still vividly remembered the excruciating pain when its body was severed by that damnable sword. If not for that, it would have turned this world into its playground, spreading evil and depravity to every corner. Realizing the past was about to repeat, how could it sit idly by? "I won't let you unleash that sword." In the next second, the monstrous creature raised its 7 heads, and the horns representing the Domina Cornum emitted boundless light. Soon, as if a voice emanated from the light, obscure yet majestic, it resonated throughout the endless sky, traversing the vast earth, echoing to every corner of the world, as grand as the tolling of the world's summit bell. Amidst this dazzling light and majestic chanting, it seemed as if a fiery red star rose in the sky, covering the entire sky with its fiery glow, like a sea of fire floating in the clouds. Before long, the sea of fire descended from the sky, like a fiery curtain falling toward the earth, a spectacle both magnificent and breathtaking. However, the sharp-eyed servants on the ground had already seen that it wasn't just a mere sea of fire, it was a massive meteorite the size of a mountain. It burned fiercely as it tore through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail of flame that slashed across the sky, carrying unparalleled speed and power, traveling toward the ground. Even before it drew near, its terrifying momentum filled everyone on the ground with near despair. This was a true calamity. Whether they were servants or humans, beneath this divine power, all were as insignificant as ants, with no chance of resistance, only able to bow their heads and await death. Seeing the incoming meteorite, Arthur's brow furrowed deeply. If he fully unleashed Excalibur, he might be able to shatter the meteorite, but doing so would mean missing the optimal moment to destroy the beast, allowing it to complete its transformation and be born. On one side were his endangered fellow humans, on the other, the impending beast's arrival. Nevertheless, Arthur only hesitated for less than a second before making his decision. He was a king who protected his people. He would never waver from this original belief. "Foo-foo, don't rush, Arthur." Merlin's light chuckle suddenly reached Arthur's ears. "You're not the only king standing here, remember." Upon hearing that, Arthur paused for a moment, then seemed to understand something, lifting his head to look up at the sky. A tall figure unknowingly had appeared high in the distant sky, looking up at the falling meteorite. With deep, unfathomable black eyes like an abyss, he remained calm as he casually threw something out. It was a small, deep red sphere, perfectly positioned on the trajectory of the falling meteorite. "The time has come, O tyrant of the sky, witness the shattering of stars. Star of Eden, Zeroth power, quasi-black hole." In the moment the meteorite drew near, the palm-sized red sphere suddenly expanded into a black hole with a diameter of dozens of meters. Emitting a terrifying suction force that sucked everything tangible and intangible into it, then annihilated them into utter nothingness. However, since it was not the original Star of Eden, the power of the black hole was somewhat diminished. Unable to completely engulf the meteorite. But under this terrifying suction force, the kinetic energy carried by the meteorite was quickly depleted, hanging in the sky, inching closer and closer to the position of the black hole. Shamash, unleashed. Whoosh! Without delay, Gobta quickly swung his blazing greatsword. Boom! As flames surged forth, the meteorite instantly shattered, transforming into a rain of stones pouring toward the ground. Gobta lowered his head, looking at Arthur on the ground. Although Gobta didn't say a word, the meaning in his eyes couldn't be clearer. "I've already taken care of this trouble for you, so what are you still waiting for?" Watching that firm figure in the sky, Arthur quickly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In the next moment, he opened them, revealing a gaze filled with stronger determination and resolve than before. Chapter 451. The land of redemption was here. The day of redemption was now. To sever the darkness that encroached upon the world and to fulfill his unfinished responsibility, the golden-haired king had returned from history. Clad in silver armor and wielding a radiant holy sword, his resolve never wavered, his belief unchanged from ancient times to the present, from life to death the ancient oath still beat in his heart. To eliminate every bit of evil in the world. To resist every ounce of greed in the world. To pave the way for a brighter future for all things. The brilliant light illuminated the entire world like a pale sun rising from the earth. It was the very essence of dreams unfulfilled by countless beings across time and space, forged from a sliver of starlight plucked from the boundless universe. Its brilliance was dazzling but not blinding, even filling one's heart with warmth, for within it was the resolve of the night bearing the world's future. Its power would be aimed solely at evil. Seal 13 Decision Start. Legend had it that Excalibur couldn't be wielded by the will of a single hero alone. Forged to repel external enemies beyond a planet and meant to be wielded for salvation, it was too powerful as a personal weapon. As a result, the King of Knights and his 12 knights established strict restrictions for the Holy Sword and strictly enforced them. It was considered to be the second scabbard that hid the true power of Excalibur, known as the restraints of the Round Table. Excalibur could only be unleashed when faced with situations that simultaneously fulfilled numerous conditions. Likewise, in order to unleash its true power required the release of 7 or more restraints. Even if the King of Knights and his 12 knights had passed away, these restraints would remain effective indefinitely. If the current wielder intended to unleash Excalibur's power, the restraints of the Round Table would automatically commence. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. Bedivere, approved. This is a battle of one-on-one. Palamedes, approved. This is not a battle against fairies. Lancelot, approved. This is a battle against evil. Mordred, approved. This is a selfless battle. Galahad, approved. This is a battle to save the world. Arthur, approved. No, it's still not enough, Arthur thought in distress. As the radiance on Excalibur had reached its peak, the power of its impending unleash made his hands tremble slightly. Yet, even so, he still hadn't swung Excalibur. In Tokyo Bay in the year 1991, he once unleashed Excalibur to destroy the yet unborn Beast 6. But times had changed. Beast 6, now infused with the power of Monica who connected to the root, loomed closer to its pinnacle. Only one step remained until its complete form came into being. Because of this, even if he unleashed Excalibur now, he couldn't destroy the beast. To truly wield the true power of Excalibur, he needed to release 7 or more restraints. Only then could he hope to slay the chaotic and greedy beast. However, for some unknown reason, the restraints residing within the Holy Sword remained unresponsive and seemed like an insurmountable obstacle, blocking his path. Ah, Arthur, why are you still so stubborn? Merlin sighed tiredly, shaking her head. Isn't there another Knights of the Round Table here? Upon hearing her words, Arthur suddenly snapped out of his reverie, turning to look at Gobta hovering in the air. He took a deep breath and spoke in a resounding voice. Arthur Pendragon from another world, I am Arthur Pendragon. I've sworn to fight against all forms of evil. If you understand my will, please lend me your power. To kindle the fire for all is to prevent none from freezing in the storm, Gobta thought, gazing at Arthur's unwavering, emerald eyes for a while before nodding slightly. Your conviction and determination, I have felt, from this moment forth, my will shall be united with yours. After those words left Gobta's mouth, a burst of radiance flew out from his body, merging instantly with Excalibur. This is a battle of faith and will. Gobta, approved. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant light rose from the endless earth, unstoppable even by the beast that sought to destroy everything. It illuminated the endless dark night like the dawn. Everyone looked up, witnessing the glorious golden light, feeling the weight of destiny. In anticipation, in hope, in prayer. As the true power of Excalibur was about to be unleashed, its infinite brilliance covered everything. Arthur gripped Excalibur tighter, ready to swing it at the moment of judgment. Roar! Beast 6 let out a piercing roar. The power of its 10 crowns was unleashed to the extreme, stretching into an endless barrier covering the world, attempting to stop Excalibur's attack. Unfortunately, such resistance was futile. Excalibur's dazzling golden light tore through the barrier in an instant, then continued its advance, completely submerging the 7 heads and 10 crowns of the beast, shattering it with an awe-inspiring power that made the planet tremble. As its 10 crowns disappeared, the beast's ultimate authority was stripped away. Roar! Beast 6 howled and screamed, twisting its massive body in fear. On the other end of time and space, Excalibur finally revealed its true form, once Arkhan, a form so mighty that even the most powerful servant could not withstand its destructive power, capable of destroying a star. Crackle crack. As Arthur's silver armor shattered and reformed, Avalon, with its power, aided him against the recoil from Excalibur. Without Avalon, he would have been crushed to pieces the moment Excalibur's power was unleashed. Yet, even Avalon couldn't shelter Arthur every second. In the intervals between each shattering and reforming of his armor, the power of Excalibur would act upon him. Excalibur's weighty pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on him, veins bursting, blood staining his skin red, bones emitting crisp cracks, and his body rupturing with each second. Still, he didn't let go of Excalibur. Feet firmly planted on the ground, Arthur stood as an unyielding barrier for the world behind him. It's time to end this, beast. You should never have been born into this world. There is no place for you here. Gathering all the sorrow and power of warriors from the past and present, embodying the trust and perseverance of heroes, the King of Knights loudly declared the true name of the miracle in his hand. Excalibur. Dazzling golden light surged from the ground, reaching out into the vast and distant sky. Boom! Before this incomparable power, the body of the Beast 6 shattered like fragile glass, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments. At the heart of the beast, a girl dressed in light blue appeared. Even as she was covered by the golden light symbolizing her destruction, she seemed oblivious, only gazing foolishly at the blonde man swinging his sword toward her. Chapter 452. There was once a little girl on the other end of time and space. She connected to the swirl of the root since birth, thus, the world held no secrets in her eyes. She was the embodiment of truth. She was omnipotent. She was omniscient. To create life, a mere thought was enough. To bring death, a whispered word was enough. There was nothing she couldn't do. She could manipulate as well as destroy, such was her existence. Yet, such power also robbed her of much joy. What others found fascinating bored her to the extreme. She couldn't experience joy, nor could she ever feel sorrow. Born omniscient, she saw through herself at a glance. Living seemingly only to wait for the day she could die. Even though she had set a restriction for herself, such as being unable to foresee her own future, she still just barely managed to get by. But it's okay, it's fine. She didn't care. Even if she lived like a dead. Even if she died like a living. Because hope still lingered in her heart. This hope was the last future she saw before she restricted herself. When I join the Holy Grail War and become a master, I'll fall in love. With that hope in her heart and a smile on her face, in February 1991, she finally encountered the destined love of her life. He was honest, gentle, and noble. His smile was as warm and radiant as the morning light. He was a knight who upheld kindness and believed in justice, visible at first glance. Not one for conflict, but wielding a sword stronger than anyone else. His radiant sword could eliminate any wickedness, any evil in the world. Arthur Pendragon, the King of Knights, was her one and only destined love in the past, present, and future. Before meeting him, she was just a girl with the power of a goddess. After their encounter, she became a goddess with the heart of a girl. From that day on, the girl named Sagia Monica truly came into existence. I will fulfill your wish, Saber. With such a belief in her heart, she threw herself into the Holy Grail War, trampling all her opponents with a godlike demeanor. The dreams of masters, the wishes of servants, all these things met their miserable end in the face of her pure love. However, just that wasn't enough. She, who understood everything clearly, knew that merely relying on the power of the Holy Grail couldn't possibly reverse Britain's fate of destruction. Therefore, in order to disrupt the established fate, destroy the fixed history, and reshape Britain, she decided to sacrifice the soul of a young girl, her own younger sister, to awaken the beast sleeping within the Holy Grail. However, things didn't go as smoothly as she had hoped. In the end, she was betrayed by the one she loved most. His golden sword pierced straight through her chest, breaking the curse of the black-winged symbol on her chest. But it's okay. Even if you pierce me again, I won't resent you. For my life, it is only because of you that it has meaning, my prince. Being killed once again by her beloved, she smiled in the radiance of the golden particles, tears streaming down her face. She opened her arms as if to embrace her beloved. I am not afraid of death. I am just sad because I won't be able to see your face anymore. Past, present, future, in any world, you are my special, the one I devoted myself to wholeheartedly. You are the one I longed for, the one who haunted my dreams. I thought our future would never end, but it ended in this way. So, at least the expression you see must be, my smile. I love you, Saber. Everything finally came to an end. Beast 6, along with the Root Princess, was completely obliterated by Excalibur. After everything had settled down, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, creating a radiating hole above the ruins of Camelot, caused by the impact of the unleashed holy sword. Warm sunlight pierced through the hole and fell upon the devastated land. The towering white walls seemed to dissolve into the sunlight, bit by bit. I wonder if this can be considered as redemption for the mistakes I've made, Arthur muttered slowly, a wry smile on his face as he watched his hand dissipate into light particles. It's far from enough, Arthur, the mistakes you've made cannot be erased by just one sword swing. Gobta chimed in as he approached from a distance, his black eyes locking onto the blond man before him. That's why, your journey is far from over, go and save those who are still waiting for hope, this time, don't lose yourself in self-doubt again. I will, Arthur took a deep breath, looking at the holy sword in his hand. To fight for faith and will not only is it the restraint of Excalibur, but also my own, I'll always remember your blessing. Well then, my friend, may the wind be at your back, Gopta smiled, extending his hand. May we have the chance to meet again in the future. We will, someday, Arthur smiled back, shaking the hand. And when that day comes, remember to invite me to see your world. I've always been curious about what Britain under another Arthur's rule looks like. As long as you won't feel inferior by then, Gopta laughed. Is that so? Then I'll have to look forward to it. Merlin reached out and took the scabbard while grumbling. That boy is becoming less and less nice over time. I went through all this trouble to come here and help him, but I didn't even get a thanks. All his attention is on this wild man he just met. Although her voice was low, it didn't escape Gopta's ears, but he deeply suspected that she said it on purpose for him to hear. It's not hard to understand, is it? If it were me, I might do the same. If you had come out earlier to awaken him, maybe the people of this city wouldn't have died. You say that so easily, Merlin rolled her eyes. That bad woman has been guarding him like a piece of plaster. How could I get close to him? Even if she was right, Gopta remained unconvinced about it. He didn't believe Merlin couldn't find a way to approach Arthur without getting past Monica. Her reluctance probably stemmed from considering the risks involved. As a result, she came to him as Mari, instigating him to come to the holy city of Camelot, creating opportunities for herself to get close to Arthur. Although people say, self-preservation is the first law of nature, the act of disregarding the lives of tens of thousands for one's own selfish reasons would hardly be easily accepted by anyone. Even so, Gopta couldn't say much about it. After all, Merlin was Merlin, she was not human to begin with, and besides, the victory this time was indeed largely due to her. If it weren't for the assistance she provided at the end, the whole world would probably have succumbed to Beast 6. From the result, she was undoubtedly the hero who saved this world. Anyway, the trouble this time is finally resolved, and I can finally relax a bit and continue my travels. Merlin stretched lazily, showcasing her gorgeous figure. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been ages since I last streamed. What kind of excuse should I come up with for my viewer this time? Oh, right, I'll just say I went to save the world. This time I'm not lying. Hold on a sec, Gopta interrupted her. There's something I want to ask. Is it about me as Mari? Merlin tilted her head with a smile. Gopta nodded, his gaze slightly complex. Is this Mari, really exist? It depends on how you see it. Merlin just shrugged her shoulders casually, turning her head to the sky. If you were to ask the villagers now, they would sadly tell you that Mari tragically fell to her death while gathering herbs. They would remember every detail of burying the little girl, every detail of her growing up. Every year, they'd lay flowers on her grave and pass her story down to their descendants. Children would remember how, during the toughest times, a girl not much older than them brought smiles and hope, helping everyone through those desperate years. Mari's traces will always linger. Maybe many years later, some curious kids will come across this name while reading their ancestors' memoirs. Do you think these things can prove Mari's existence? Well, I now go by Mari anyway. After hearing Merlin's answer, Gopta looked up at the sky, letting out a soft sigh. I finally understand what perspective you're looking at this world from. Well, this answer is more than enough. Chapter 453. Emerging from the timeless expanse of the Throne of Heroes, a vortex abruptly unfolded. Clad in silver armor, a man with black hair and eyes stepped out, taking his place upon his rightful throne. Sighing, his head tilted slightly downward, fatigue evident in his eyes. The singularity was successfully fixed after dealing with Beast 6 and the Root Princess. After bidding farewell to the crew of Chaldea and the servants, Gopta accepted the summon from the counterforce and finally returned to the Throne of Heroes. In the end, Melusine chose not to leave with him. She found the fairies hidden by Barghest and decided to take them and Barghest's remains to the spiritual tomb of Albion, where a natural sanctuary had formed after its fall. A place where the world rules could not reach, the only shelter for the fairies. However, she promised to contact him to go to his world together once the fairies settled there. After eliminating Monica, the invisible barrier shrouding the world vanished without a trace, allowing his true body to descend freely into it. Because of this, he left a spatial coordinate with Cosmic Juggernaut on Melusine. Once she activated this coordinate with magical energy, he could lock onto her position and come to pick her up. It had to be said that this journey through the so-called singularity was perhaps the most difficult challenge he had faced so far. Even though he appeared as a grand servant, he almost bit the dust. Originally, he thought he only needed to face the Lion King, but who would have thought that behind him, there was Beast 6 and Sagiu Monica, two top entities in the Naciverse. If he hadn't sensed the truth of this singularity in advance and guessed Monica's true identity, he would have surrendered long ago. Although she eventually summoned Beast 6, with Arthur's assistance, they ultimately won without much trouble. A mortal king who became a divine spirit after being influenced by his holy lance. A girl born omnipotent and omniscient because she was connected to the roots since birth, and a legendary calamity beast originating from the Bible. All these powerful entities gathering in one singularity made it a difficulty level that even a hell difficulty would find easy. If anyone wanted to confront them head-on, they would need at least 7 grand servants to have a slight chance of victory, not to mention the possibility of sacrifices. It was no wonder the counter-force tried to stop his descent into this world and even considered abandoning it altogether. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, the greater the difficulty, the greater the rewards. After this world-ending battle, his savior rank was directly promoted from B to A. He estimated that if another singularity like this were to come, he could easily push the savior to EX. By then, he would gain the authority of savior and use it to wield the true Holy Grail, changing Britain's fate of destruction in his world. Just thinking about it made even him feel excited, dispelling much of his mental and physical fatigue. However, just as Gobta was still in the middle of his musing, a strange sensation suddenly surged in his heart, followed by a vortex appearing before him. "This is, someone summoning me?" Gobta froze for a moment before a surprised expression appeared on his face. It was his first time being directly summoned by someone. More importantly, it was a targeted summoning of his heroic spirit's form as a grand servant, not to some aspect of him, but to him who truly sat on the throne of heroes, Arthur Pendragon, the chosen king. "Well, isn't this interesting?" Gobta murmured softly. It couldn't be Big Sis Morgan messing around, could it? It wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. When he faked his death with Return to Heaven, he qualified to become a heroic spirit, naturally making him summonable by anyone who had a catalyst related to his heroic spirit's concept of existence. As Gobta thought about it, the only one capable of summoning him as a grand servant and acquiring a catalyst related to him would likely be his elder sister, Morgan. Although Merlin also possessed such capabilities, that dick wizard wouldn't pull such stunts. In fact, he would probably prefer Gobta to delay his return a bit longer, just to have a little more time to fool around and slack off. Gobta never had much faith in that white-haired scumbag anyway. Even so, speculation was still speculation. After pondering for a while, Gobta decided to first see what the situation was on the other side. In this manner, he directed a thread of his consciousness into the vortex before him. An ancient and solemn temple. Demonic beasts flowing like tides. A turbulent sea. A dim and gloomy underworld. A golden-haired king. After a moment, Gobta withdrew his consciousness, his black eyes showing a hint of contemplation. He hadn't expected that the one summoning him wasn't Morgan, but an old friend. Though this old friend probably wouldn't remember him. After all, in the previous world, he gave this old friend quite a beating. Gilgamesh, Gobta tapped his fingers lightly on the throne armrest, muttering to himself. Is it because I've stirred up his clairvoyance? What's it called again? Sha-Nakba-Imuru. Indeed, at this moment, the one who summoned Gobta was the man known as the oldest king and the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. But it was not the edgy and arrogant archer Gilgamesh he encountered in Fuyuki, rather, it was caster Gilgamesh who had returned from his journey for immortality, underwent a great transformation, and became a wise king. Judging from the scenes he saw, that place should be the 7th singularity, the one continuing from the singularity he had previously visited. As for why Gilgamesh knew of his existence, he speculated that it might be because Gilgamesh saw what happened in the previous singularity through Sha-Nakba-Imuru and then decided to summon him. This version of Gilgamesh was as powerful as Merlin in Magecraft, who was a candidate for Grand Servant. If Gilgamesh was willing to pay the price, it was not impossible for him to summon a Grand Servant even without a catalyst. Watching the vortex gradually shrinking in front of him, Gobta pondered for a moment and decided not to accept the summoning. Of course, this didn't mean he intended to abandon this singularity. In terms of difficulty, dealing with the goddess of beginning, Tiamat, in the 7th singularity was no easier than the singularity he had experienced before. If he could successfully overcome it, then his savior could be directly promoted to EX. With such an opportunity, Gobta naturally wouldn't easily give up. Chapter 454. There were 2 reasons why Gobta refused the summoning from Gilgamesh. First, he was summoned as a grand servant. Once he accepted the summoning, it would definitely burden Gilgamesh greatly. If he went all out, he might even turn Gilgamesh into a dried-up husk. Back in the previous world, he responded to the world summon, so he didn't have to worry about the magical energy supply too much. But for a single individual, maintaining the magical energy supply for a grand servant was a huge pressure. Although in the Nasoverse, dying and coming back to life wasn't all that rare, even Gilgamesh himself had already experienced death in the original work, having to keep fetching his soul from the underworld every time was just too much trouble. Moreover, even Gobta himself had to be cautious. Imagine if he accidentally drained Gilgamesh dry during the most critical part of a battle, that would be a real disaster. As for the second reason, he worried he might not be able to solve the trouble of this singularity. The seventh singularity's difficulty wasn't any lower than the previous singularity. The seventh singularity was set in an era that brought about a lot of uncertainties, the moment of farewell between humans and gods, at the end of the age of gods. Anything could happen without surprise. Moreover, after experiencing 3 worlds, Gobta deeply doubted that this singularity would follow the script he knew. There might be some unexpected twists, just like in the previous worlds. Even if another beast other than Tiamat showed up later, he probably wouldn't be surprised. Therefore, just in case, this time he planned to go not as a servant but as himself, descending to this singularity with his true body directly. Although doing so meant he couldn't use many of his heroic spirit's unique powers, like summoning Nidhogg or the Godslayer Knights, it also meant he could finally unleash his ultimate ace, the original and true divine key. Uruk, Central Ziggurat. The radiant brilliance gradually faded, leaving the intricate summoning circle empty. If it weren't for the precious magical materials around losing their radiance, Siduri would have doubted if anything had happened at all. Siduri, the chief priestess who was trusted and revered by the people of Uruk, turned her head to her king beside her, noticing his deeply furrowed brows, clearly taken aback by the scene before him. Rare indeed, she seldom saw such an expression on her king's face, who was usually aloof and calm regardless of the situation. Even in the face of inevitable doom, he would resist fiercely until the last moment. It was because of her king's encouragement that everyone was able to hold on for so long. Shaking off all of these scattered thoughts, Siduri took a step forward and spoke with a soothing voice. "Your Majesty, has the summoning failed?" "Impossible," Gilgamesh stated firmly. If it weren't Siduri who asked him, he might have responded with foolishness. This is a summoning ritual designed by this king personally, using the finest materials available. It should be more than enough to summon a grand servant. So, does that mean he refused your summon? Siduri pondered for a moment before asking. Gilgamesh fell silent. Reluctantly, he had to admit that seemed to be the only possibility. He didn't believe that man would refuse his summons out of cowardice, a truly ridiculous reason. After all, that man faced the likes of someone connected to the Root and Beast 6 without flinching, a true hero. Even he acknowledged that man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much effort and resources into summoning that man. After all, he was the only king above and below. One must be both courageous and powerful to deserve such treatment from him. Could it be that man didn't like him? No, judging from the vision he saw with his clairvoyance, that man seemed quite amiable despite also being a king, without an air of arrogance or superiority. Is there a problem with my summoning circle? Gilgamesh started to doubt himself. Nonetheless, he couldn't possibly admit that in front of Siduri it would tarnish his image too much. I'll investigate more later. As Gilgamesh decided, he cleared his throat and pretended to be indifferent as he waved his hand. Forget it, even if we can't summon him, it doesn't matter. Even without him, I, as the king, will deal with those threats to Uruk. Let's proceed with the next summoning. Although he said it like that, some materials had already been used up. After all, what he tried to summon earlier was not just any servant but a grand servant. Nonetheless, the remaining materials should suffice if it was just to summon a regular servant. Your Majesty, maybe, you should summon another day. Siduri suggested prudently. Summoning twice in a row with no response, I worry it's because your body is too tired. Perhaps after resting for a few days, the situation might improve. Upon hearing that, Gilgamesh couldn't help but sink again into another thought. Could it really be because of physical exhaustion? Twice. So, besides me, there's another heroic spirit who refused your summon. A stranger's voice suddenly echoed in the empty throne room. Gilgamesh's snake-like crimson eyes narrowed instantly, countless golden ripples appeared behind him, and various legendary weapons gleamed, revealing astonishing murderous intent. If this is your welcoming ceremony, it's a bit too grand, isn't it? Gilgamesh. As the stranger's voice echoed through the air again, a black-haired man clad in silver armor suddenly emerged, wearing a smile of tranquility on his face as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar golden-haired king before him. It's you. Gilgamesh instantly recognized the newcomer with just a glance, which surprised him even more because he could sense a living aura from this newcomer. Not a servant, but a living, breathing human being. Just so you know, immediately after you summoned me, I came from beyond this world, Gobta added, still maintaining his smile. Truthfully, he quite liked this version of Gilgamesh, at least more than his previous edgy version. Beyond this world, you say? Gilgamesh glanced deeply at the black-haired man's eyes. He understood that those words carried a lot of information, but in the end, he didn't care much about it. After all, as long as the man himself was here, the rest was trivial. Moreover, who knew? Maybe this Arthur, appearing in the flesh from another world, would bring him even greater surprises. At the same time, Siduri finally reacted and bowed her head. "Greetings, Lord Gobta, I am Siduri, His Majesty's aide, you can just call me Siduri." "Greetings, Siduri, a pleasure to meet you," Gobta nodded and smiled warmly. His casual manner seemed completely like an ordinary elder brother, which left Siduri pleasantly surprised. If she remembered correctly, this nobleman should be a king like her king, Gilgamesh, right? It seemed there was quite a difference between kings. Chapter 455. Alright, let's end the pleasantries here. Gilgamesh waved his hand, his serpent-like crimson eyes locking onto Gobta. "As a king from another world, you must be aware of the current situation in Uruk. I ask you, knowing the inevitable doom awaiting, are you still willing to stay and struggle alongside this city until the very end?" Uruk was fated to fall, and this was a fact that no one could change. It wasn't because it was gradually forgotten over time, but because of a battle that was happening right now, at this very moment, in the most intense conflict, embracing the grandest deaths. In this battle, Uruk was doomed to lose. It was what the proud king of heroes, Gilgamesh, foresaw in the future. Although he accepted this fate openly, he intended to struggle with this kingdom until the very end. If Gobta were a heroic spirit, then there would be no need for such a question. A heroic spirit was, after all, already dead, so dying again wasn't a big deal. As long as he could fulfill the fateful mission before him, then even death didn't matter. However, now the situation had changed slightly. Gobta didn't appear in the form of a heroic spirit and servant but in the flesh. Being a demigod, Gilgamesh understood human nature better than ordinary people. The fear of death, the pursuit of power, the craving for fame and fortune, these desires engraved in human nature filled them with infinite possibilities but also brought about a lot of uncertainties. Therefore, he had to make sure that this ally from beyond this world was truly trustworthy and dependable. Gilgamesh crossed his arms, his crimson eyes fixed straight on Gobta. Although it was just a mere gaze, it gave off a feeling of looking down, like a god scrutinizing an insignificant mortal. Even without saying a word, the pressure from his gaze alone could make one breathless. Even though he knew Gobta was also a king, it didn't mean he would set aside his own pride. Wherever he was the only king above and below the heavens. Gobta calmly met Gilgamesh's gaze, neither flinching nor showing anger, just smiling faintly. "Just standing here now, that's already the best answer, no?" "Ha, ha 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 ha." Gilgamesh's laughter echoed throughout the entire throne room, and after a while, he turned to the woman beside him. "Siduri, instruct the temple to prepare a better accommodation for our guest." Siduri, who understood her king's temperament well, clearly felt the joy and satisfaction in his heart. "Yes," Siduri answered, gracefully nodded her head. In theory, the temple should be responsible for the affairs related to worshipping gods, which had nothing to do with the people's lives. Unfortunately, now that the gods had disappeared, and without special summoning, they couldn't even descend, so the work of the temple instantly lost its meaning. Because of this, Gilgamesh waved his hand and delegated a series of miscellaneous tasks, including those related to the people, agriculture, animal husbandry, and city planning to the temple, fully utilizing their remaining value. There was no choice. After all, the temple was where the most elite talents of Uruk gathered. Letting them go to waste would be a wasteful use of resources. Gilgamesh was feeling quite cheerful and in good spirits at this moment. Feeling that there was no time to waste, he immediately began the next summoning ritual. "Let's not delay any further. Let's start the next summoning right away." Gilgamesh showed what it meant to be a proactive king, wasting no time as he stepped up to the summoning circle again to commence another summoning. "Well, it's been a while since His Majesty has been this happy. Let him have his way this once," Siduri sighed while rubbing her temples. "This time, I will definitely summon you," Gilgamesh declared with an air of kingly authority, his face taking on a mad gambler's excitement. "Come forth and serve under this king. This is the perfect stage for you to showcase your talents," the court mage who once served the Knights of the Round Table. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's declaration, Gobta was slightly taken aback. Is Gilgamesh planning to summon Merlin? Oh, wait, in this world, she should be called Mari, right? The summoning circle shimmered with dazzling light, but unfortunately, no one appeared. Instead, a voice, full of charm, echoed in everyone's ears. "Please spare me, King Gilgamesh. I've just finished dealing with the previous singularity, so I'm too exhausted to even lift a finger now. Also, if I may add, you know the fate of the kingdom I once served, right? So, to avoid repeating mistakes, it's better for you to seek help elsewhere. Perhaps from that black-haired fellow next to you. Well, I have a live stream to do soon, so, bye-bye. Gobta. Gilgamesh. Siduri. Watching Gilgamesh tightly clenching his fists with veins twitching on his forehead, Gobta subtly moved a few steps away to avoid getting splattered with blood in case things got out of hand. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Siduri hurriedly pacified her king, relieved that his temper had improved considerably since his return. Otherwise, she believed this ziggurat would have been in ruins by now. Gilgamesh took several deep breaths before reluctantly suppressing his rising anger, his face displaying a chilling smile. Merlin, huh? Once this mess is sorted out, I'll make sure to settle the score with her. So, you summoned Merlin as your first servant, huh? Gobta murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. At the mention of Merlin's name, Gilgamesh's mood grew even more irritable. It was the first time he had been rejected twice in a row by the same person, and to make matters worse, someone had witnessed it. Humph, even without that woman, I can handle those who dare to disturb my territory. Gilgamesh waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. But, Your Majesty, didn't you say only Lady Merlin could put the goddess of beginning to sleep? Siduri interjected. Upon hearing that, Gilgamesh shot her a glare. Was it really the time to say such things? Was she deliberately trying to provoke him? Didn't she see someone was watching? However, Siduri seemed oddly confident, smiling as she quickly added. Your Majesty, haven't you realized yet? Although Lady Merlin may not be willing to come and help us, she has pointed out another path for us. Gilgamesh paused for a moment, then seemed to understand something, turning his head abruptly to Gobta. Indeed, if their world Merlin couldn't be summoned, he could find Merlin from another world. Gobta wore a look of, I knew it, on his face, having already thought of this possibility since the moment Merlin mentioned the black-haired fellow next to you. Ha, alright, let me give it a try. After saying that with a sigh, Gobta walked up to the summoning circle, reciting the incantation Gilgamesh had just spoken. After a moment, the summoning circle once again burst into radiant light, accompanied by a faint floral scent as flower petals rained down. Soon, a figure clad in white robes, wielding a flamboyant staff, emerged with a supremely confident smirk adorned his face. Chapter 456. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Camelot's court mage, Merlin, is at your service. It's a pleasure to fight alongside you again, Your Majesty. After greeting everyone, Merlin bowed his head to Gobta, his every gesture and word were perfect and impeccable. Gilgamesh and Siduri were both slightly surprised. Was this otherworldly Merlin actually a reliable person, unlike their world's Merlin? And to you, King Gilgamesh, please forgive me, but my loyalty forbids me from serving two kings. Nevertheless, it does not prevent me from offering you my utmost respect. Merlin turned to Gilgamesh, bowing his head with grace and elegance, his words and actions exuding the nobility and refinement of a court mage. No problem, Gilgamesh waved his hand and nodded calmly toward Gobta. You've got a good subordinate there. However, Gobta's expression seemed slightly odd as he saw Merlin. Is this guy really Merlin? Or is he replaced by someone? It wasn't until he noticed Merlin kept glancing at Siduri out of the corner of his eye that Gobta quickly erased his doubt. Yeah, this guy is indeed Merlin. In the next moment, Gobta casually and calmly launched a golden chain of the Oath of Judah, instantly binding Merlin's body. Rattle. Accepted my summon without any resistance and still putting on this act. Spill it, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? How can you say that? You're my king, and I'm your subordinate, isn't it my duty to share your burdens? Upon seeing that, Gobta narrowed his eyes. If you tell me now, I might consider leniency, otherwise, if I find out later, I'll seal all your magic circuits and fry you in oil. You won't die anyway, Gobta added nonchalantly. Merlin attempted to struggle, but the power of binding from the Oath of Judah held him tight, rendering him unable to release magical energy at all. In the end, he reluctantly gave up struggling and cautiously asked. Really? Gobta nodded silently. Well, it's not a big deal, really. Merlin scratched his face nervously, smiling sheepishly. As you know, Lily works very hard daily to keep up with you. I couldn't bear to hinder her progress, so I handed over my share of the work to her. So, Lily is busy day and night, while you just laze around all day. Is that what you mean? Gobta chuckled, almost amused. He had never seen someone justify slacking off so confidently before. Of course not. Merlin retorted loudly. I have my own duties to fulfill. Oh. Do tell me. I have my duties as a court mage. Merlin boasted proudly. Princess Mordred was raised under my guidance. Gobta fell silent for a moment before taking out Black Abyss. Is that your final statement? Wait a minute. Didn't you say you'd give me leniency if I confess? Yeah, I was originally going to stab you 10 times, but after you confess, I'll just stab you once. If you can handle it, I'll pretend nothing happened. No, that spear will kill me. Seeing this ridiculous spectacle, Gilgamesh rubbed his temples. He had actually thought this otherworldly Merlin was reliable just now, but in fact, no different from their world's Merlin. It seemed he was too tired recently, even his mind became dull. Siduri's expression also seemed somewhat awkward and subtle. After all, she had also been amazed by Merlin's entrance just now, subconsciously thinking he was a reliable person. Just as Gobta's spear was about to touch Merlin's neck, the summoning circle suddenly burst into radiant light again, attracting everyone's attention. Feeling the flow of magical energy within him, Gobta looked slightly surprised. What? Another servant? Soon, a tall, slender woman appeared. Dressed in a black and blue dress, a black veil over her face, and light silver-white hair cascading down her back. Underneath the faint black veil was an exquisite and beautiful face, with azure eyes sweeping around like a queen inspecting her domain. However, when her gaze landed on Gobta, her noble and untouchable aura dissipated instantly, replaced by excitement and joy that couldn't be concealed. She hurried forward and embraced Gobta tightly with open arms. I finally found you. Big sis. Gobta stared dumbfoundedly at Morgan, who had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation in front of him. He had only summoned Merlin, so how did Morgan also come along? However, when he thought about it carefully, since his summoning was using himself as the catalyst, it wouldn't be strange if he summoned Morgan, right? Feeling the trembling figure in his arms, Gobta hesitated for a moment, then gently reached out to hold Morgan's slender waist, whispering softly. It's okay, I'm here now, aren't I? You're still dare to say that? Morgan lifted her head and glared at him fiercely. You disappeared for 13 years and didn't even send a message back. Do you know how worried we were? I was just busy. Gobta scratched his nose, his face somewhat embarrassed. There was no concept of time outside the world, so he hadn't realized he had been away for that long. Then tell me, how did NID get in touch with you? Morgan narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger emanating from her. That's not really my fault, okay? It's the skill given to me by the Throne of Heroes. So, the Throne of Heroes thinks you're closest to NID, while Lily and I are just irrelevant outsiders, is that what you mean? Morgan's expression darkened. Then maybe I should just disappear now since I'm unnecessary. As cold sweat quickly dripped down his forehead, Gobta hurriedly apologized. Alright, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, okay? You can punish me however you want, so don't be angry, please. Humph. With a cold snort, Morgan broke free from Gobta's embrace, straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, and raised her head. Remember, you said it yourself. Yes, I did, Gobta nodded helplessly. Only when facing his family like this would he show such a helpless expression. After all, everything he had done so far was for them. That's more like it. After saying that, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Morgan's lips. As she calmly glanced around the throne room, she suddenly noticed a familiar white-haired figure bound by a golden chain, attempting to slip away quietly. In an instant, massive magical energy surged through the entire ziggurat, accompanied by a chilling voice that made one's hair stand on end. Mayor, Lin. Chapter 457. That's more like it. After saying that, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Morgan's lips. As she calmly glanced around the throne room, she suddenly noticed a familiar white-haired figure bound by a golden chain, attempting to slip away quietly. In an instant, massive magical energy surged through the entire ziggurat, accompanied by a chilling voice that made one's hair stand on end. Mayor, Lin. As Morgan's ominous voice echoed, the atmosphere in the entire ziggurat plummeted to freezing point. Her majestic magical energy stirred her long, light gray hair, resembling serpents swirling and dancing. Such a scale of magical energy, Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, a look of keen interest shining in his crimson eyes. Gobta was also taken aback by the magical energy emanating from Morgan. Such immense magical energy, almost rivaling that of the gods, coupled with such exquisite control, what exactly had she been through all these years? Merlin, bound by oath of Judah's chain like a helpless worm, shuddered as he heard Morgan's voice. Slowly, inch by inch, he turned his head, a forced grin spreading across his handsome face. Well, what a coincidence, Your Highness, Merlin said, his smile uglier than a cry. I never expected to encounter you here, after all these years. Why, your radiance has only grown more dazzling, like the sun itself. Once you appear, everything else pales in comparison, ahaha. After all these years, you say? Morgan's voice cut through the air like icy snow, freezing everything in its path. Isn't it because you've been avoiding me all this time? Ahaha, Your Highness, always so humorous, Merlin swallowed nervously, forcing another smile. As you know, I'm always on the move, never staying in one place too long, perhaps that's why we missed each other all these years. You certainly seem to be good at running, huh? Morgan said, her gaze icy. Kidnapping Camelot's princess. Wandering the entire British Isles for 5 years, causing chaos everywhere, almost causing Lily to faint. If I hadn't forcefully used the power of the island, Momo might still be missing. It's just a pity we haven't caught the mastermind. Ahem, how can you call it kidnapping when it was clearly a mutual agreement between her and me? Merlin denied her words stubbornly. And wasn't I doing it for her sake? She's destined to rule the country someday. And I was merely trying to familiarize her with the ways of the world in advance. Yes, it's called tailored education. Besides, if you don't believe me, just ask her. I'm sure she'll sing my praises. Tailored education. Morgan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. If you had actually taught her something useful, I wouldn't complain, but where have you been taking Momo for the past 5 years? Taverns, gambling dens, arenas, even brothels. Momo is a girl, and only 16. That was just a one-time thing. Merlin shifted uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact. All the inns in that town were fully booked then, so we had no choice. I couldn't let a princess sleep on the streets, could I? Noticing Morgan's increasingly ominous expression, he hurriedly defended himself. But I used illusions to knock everyone out. I assure you, she didn't hear anything inappropriate. Then explain to me, what kind of magecraft have you been teaching Momo? Morgan clenched her teeth, her eyes almost spitting fire. Gigantification, dragon strength, shadow sneak, defensive counter, weapon enchantment, two-handed mastery. Are you trying to turn her into a mage or a berserker? Ahem, does it really matter? Merlin coughed, his eyes darted nervously. You see, His Majesty is highly skilled in combat and magecraft, so as his daughter, there's no harm in her being a warrior who knows magecraft, right? And it's not like I don't have confidence in my close combat abilities. If you were teaching her swordsmanship or spearmanship, I could somewhat accept it. Morgan tightened her fists. But what's the meaning of teaching her to wield a damn axe? Upon hearing that, Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, glancing at the golden axe placed beside his throne. Isn't it more intimidating to wield an axe? Merlin whispered. Then why did Momo tell me that you taught her to use an axe because you thought a little girl with a big axe looked cool? Morgan retorted with gritted his teeth. Merlin hesitated for a moment, then quickly defended himself. That's a misunderstanding. I never said such a thing. And besides, I clearly told her to switch to a sword later, but she insisted on using the axe, saying it felt more comfortable to chop with. That little brat is slandering me. Enough. Morgan looked coldly at him. If it weren't for you, Momo wouldn't be in this state in the first place. Not only she's always sneaking out for adventures, none of the teachers I arranged for her could last 2 months, they either got injured or fainted from anger. Every time I asked her why she fought the teachers, she said it was what Merlin taught her. Only those who could defeat her could be her teacher. When did I ever say such things? I never told her that. If he weren't bound by chains, Merlin would probably be jumping in frustration. It's obviously that little brat framing me. She has a history of this. Every time she's caught stealing alcohol, she says I told her to do it. And because she's young, they believe her and then beat me up. I'm innocent. I really don't know anything. Even if that's true, it's still your fault. Morgan lifted her veil, her azure eyes gradually transforming into serpent-like pupils. Merlin, in order to deal with your immortality, I specifically studied mystic eyes of petrification, and I've made some progress recently. Let's have you be the test subject. No, please. Merlin, being stared at by Morgan's mystic eyes, was clearly panicked, his body writhing like a fish out of water. I've shed blood for the kingdom. I've also served His Majesty faithfully. You can't do this to me. Your Majesty, please, why are you just standing there? Have you really abandoned me? Gobta, don't stop me. Today I must turn this guy into a stone statue, crush him into powder, and then feed him to the pigs. Morgan exclaimed in anger, her snake-like pupils emitted a strange purple light, full of mystery. Chapter 458. Alright, stop it, big sis. Gobta's arm rested on Morgan's shoulder, halting her next move. Why? Morgan turned her head, her eyes, now back to their human shape, puzzled as she looked at Gobta. Do you know that because of him, Lily is now troubled by Momo's matters every day, losing her appetite, only eating 3 bowls of food each meal? I know, Gobta nodded. But Merlin is important to us right now, otherwise I wouldn't have called him over. Besides eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring, I don't know what else this scumbag is good for. Morgan disdainfully glanced at Merlin. Besides, I'm much stronger than him now. Anything he can do, I can do better. Gobta sighed, then briefed Morgan on the situation with Tiamat's situation. After listening, Morgan's expression became serious. The impending awakening of the goddess of beginning was a true doomsday-level disaster. Even compared to the original civil war of Britain, this level of disaster was far worse. So, you need Merlin's illusions to delay the awakening of Tiamat? Morgan asked, her eyebrows furrowed. Right, Gupta nodded. I've seen your progress over the years, but this is the kind of thing only Merlin can handle. After being silent for a while, Morgan sighed. Merlin was indeed unparalleled in the art of illusion, and she admitted that she couldn't compete in that regard. But, if you're really upset, you can always give him a good beating. I've already sealed his magical energy, so he won't be able to fight back, Gupta added, pausing before continuing. And of course, if one beating isn't enough, we can always do it again. With me here, no matter how serious his injuries, I can heal them. Upon hearing that, Merlin's smile faltered on his face. Forget it, Morgan said, dismissing the idea. He's just a servant now, beating him won't solve anything. She then glanced at the irredeemable scumbag. And besides, I've made some progress in studying the power of the island recently. I'll soon be able to pinpoint his actual location. Upon hearing that, Merlin's gaze flickered slightly as he began to ponder how to escape from the British Isles. Maybe he could hide back in Avalon. But Morgan was also the fairy of the lake, so she could easily find him there as well. What should he do? Merlin thought with all his might for the first time. You have a point, Gupta agreed. Anyway, he's doomed to die. Once Tiamat wakes up, she will wipe out everything, and he won't be able to escape. Your Majesty, that's a bit unfair, Merlin complained, giving his king a resentful glance. After all these years of service, now you're sending me on a suicide mission. It's like burning the bridge after crossing it. Hearing his nonsense, Gupta gave him a cold look. You messed up my daughter to that extent and you're talking about burning the bridge? If it wasn't for the fact that I've decided not to roast you on the spot with the Might of An-Utu, you'd already be burned to a crisp. After thinking with irritation like that, Gupta turned to glance at Gilgamesh beside him and sighed softly. Sorry to have made you witness that embarrassing display. No worries, I quite enjoyed the show. Gilgamesh waved it off nonchalantly, a pleased smile hanging on his face. But I do think a girl wielding an axe isn't half bad, at least it's more impressive than spears and swords and such. Gilgamesh, perhaps you should be considering how to fend off the impending horde of demonic beasts and those tricky goddesses, rather than delving into my personal affairs, Gupta interjected with a poker face. Gwahaha. Gilgamesh burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the fact that after Gupta witnessed his embarrassing display earlier, it was now his turn to witness the same on the other side. Nothing could be more satisfying than this. Seeing Gilgamesh laughing, Gupta's lips twitched slightly, then shot a fierce glare at Merlin lying innocently on the ground, unable to help but sigh inwardly at his family's misfortune. Morgan's face also bore a subtle hint of embarrassment. She had been so blinded by anger earlier that she hadn't even noticed there were outsiders present. She had blurted out everything without a second thought, which was utterly disgraceful. However, as she heard Gilgamesh's laughter, her mood gradually soured. Laughing so loudly at the disgrace of someone else's family in their presence was just plain disrespectful, even if he was a king. Seeing Morgan clenching her fists and emitting a hostile aura, Gilgamesh stopped his laugh in time, clearing his throat and resuming his composed king-like posture, as if nothing happened. As for Siduri, she fully embodied the refined demeanor of a chief priestess, remaining quiet and poised throughout. Her graceful and dignified presence greatly impressed Morgan. You're right, Gilgamesh nodded, his face turning serious as if carved from stone. Summoning Merlin was a success, and it bought us some time before the awakening of Tiamat, but our enemies remain formidable. Our situation isn't optimistic. When it comes to the real deal, Gupta shrugged. We may have Merlin on our side, but that's not enough. We need more people to take on those demonic beasts. Besides, there are the goddesses, Gupta continued, spreading his hands. Sure, Tiamat is our ultimate enemy, but the three goddess alliance also poses a significant threat. Ignoring them would be a mistake. Upon hearing his words, Gilgamesh glanced at him, slightly surprised. You know about the three goddess alliance? I never go into a battle unprepared, Gupta pointed to his head with a smile. So, before we begin, I gather all the useful information I can get. In that case, I leave those goddesses to you, Gilgamesh said casually, not pressing him on where he got his information from. To me? Gupta raised an eyebrow. Mortals are too weak in front of gods, Gilgamesh waved a hand dismissively. I'm busy with other matters, so I can't deal with those goddesses, so it's up to you to handle it. Use whatever means necessary to pacify those goddesses. I trust you can handle it. After Gilgamesh finished speaking, suddenly. Quest 9, convince the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal, and the goddess of Venus, Ishtar, to join the alliance of Uruk within 5 days. Quest reward, 3rd divine key, 7 Thunders of Retribution. Quest 10, kill the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, within 10 days. Quest reward, Key of Blankness. As Gobta heard the familiar yet somewhat strange mechanical voice in his ear, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He thought the system had disappeared after all this time, but apparently, it was still there. However, upon careful thought, he realized that he had only been appearing as a heroic spirit before, but this time, it was his true body. Could it be that only by using his true body could he trigger the system's quest mechanism? After pondering for a while, Gobta decided not to dwell on the specifics and quickly nodded at Gilgamesh. Alright, it's on me then. Chapter 459. After deciding on everyone's respective tasks, Gilgamesh impatiently waved Gobta and the others away. Just before leaving, Gobta glanced back and saw Gilgamesh back on his throne, picking up a nearby clay tablet to deal with today's unfinished works. Gobta couldn't help but sigh at Gilgamesh's situation. Not only the administrative system of Uruk was still relatively primitive, but the constraints of the era made truly high-end talent scarce. Moreover, since Uruk was currently at war, the country's potential was almost squeezed to its limits. This naturally led to a constant stream of sudden incidents, leaving everyone scrambling, ultimately leaving everything for Gilgamesh himself to handle. Gilgamesh's demigod body endowed him with extraordinary power and endurance. Under normal circumstances, he could even fight for 2 days and nights without feeling tired. Unfortunately, he wasn't truly a god. 2/3 of his divinity mainly focused on his soul and existence, with physical enhancement being secondary. In other words, in situations of prolonged exhaustion, he might still be mentally alert, but his body could be nearing its limit. Watching the weariness between Gilgamesh's eyebrows, Gobta figured that death might not be far off for him. However, he also knew that even if he pointed it out, Gilgamesh wouldn't change his ways, and might even rebuff him for meddling in his matters. Siduri, how long has it been since Gilgamesh rested? Gobta asked the chief priestess who led him and the others. Lord Gobta has noticed too. Siduri turned around, her eyes visibly concerned as she sighed. His Majesty hasn't closed his eyes for 7 days and nights. 7 days and nights, damn, he's playing with fire, Merlin clicked his tongue. Even though as a half-incubus, he didn't need sleep, he still wanted to avoid the exhaustion and mental depletion that came with it. Of course. If there were an unlimited supply of fine wine and dozens of charming, attentive beauties, he might consider challenging it. You didn't try to persuade him? Morgan couldn't help but glance sideways. Once, she also had pushed herself to the brink for the sake of research, but even then, she hadn't gone as out of control as Gilgamesh. Her longest record was 5 days and nights without sleep. During that time, she was in a daze, worse than being drunk. Feeling as though she had been beaten with a sack over her head for a day and a night. Her brain was practically unable to function normally, seeing double of everything, and she almost blew up her entire magic workshop because she mistook potions. Since then, she refused to engage in such inefficient and foolish behavior. Persuade him, I've tried to persuade him several times, Siduri chuckled bitterly. But it's no use, as long as His Majesty sets his mind on something, no matter who advises him, he won't change his decision. It's like he's determined to struggle with Uruk until the very end. His Majesty, he's always been so stubborn. Rather than saying he's stubborn, it's more like he's willful, simply doing what he thinks is right without considering anyone else's opinion. Coincidentally, I also have such a willful king by my side. As Morgan said that, she glared fiercely at Gobta, her meaning clear without words. Gobta rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward as he turned his head away. Willful? That seems about right, Siduri smiled helplessly. Since returning from the journey for immortality, her king had changed in many ways, but this spontaneous nature of his hadn't changed much. However, his willfulness in the past was directed toward others or the gods, but now it had turned toward himself. Even Siduri herself couldn't say for sure whether this was a good thing or not. Morgan crossed her arms and snorted coldly. I think you guys should just stop bothering about him. Honestly, that guy seems to be in pretty good spirits to me, doesn't look at all like someone who hasn't rested for 7 days and nights. Gilgamesh is a demigod, his state of mind is no different from that of a god. This amount of exhaustion won't make him lose his mind, Gobta chimed in. Unfortunately, his body can't withstand this amount of pressure. If this continues, he'll eventually succumb to exhaustion and die. You mean, His Majesty might die? Siduri rarely lost her composure, her face showing obvious panic and anxiety as she paced back and forth restlessly. No, I have to try persuading him again. This time, no matter what, I must make him rest. I'm sorry, Lord Gobta, I may not be able to personally escort you to your residence. I'll arrange for another priestess to guide you, please forgive me. With that, the chief priestess intended to walk back toward the throne room, but Gobta stopped her. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. Don't forget, this is the age of gods, even if Gilgamesh really dies, we can bring him back from the underworld. How can you say that? Siduri exclaimed anxiously. The underworld is full of the remains of the dead, and the number of souls is countless, not to mention the ruthless and cold-hearted goddess of the underworld. Even goddess Ishtar suffered a big loss at her hands back then. Trying to retrieve someone from her, it's not that easy. But what makes you so sure that Gilgamesh will listen to you? Gobta asked calmly. I will reason with him even if it costs me my life. Siduri's eyes shone with determination. This kingdom can survive without me, but it absolutely cannot survive without His Majesty. Gilgamesh has just lost his most important friend, and now you want him to lose his most trusted aide. Gobta's calm words pierced Siduri's heart like a sharp knife, causing her breath to catch. All right, if you're really concerned about your king's condition, tell him I have a way to ease his fatigue. Sensing the right moment, Gobta didn't push Siduri further and revealed his true intention. You have a way, Lord Gobta. Siduri's eyes suddenly lit up. At the very least, it won't leave him teetering on the brink of sudden death like he is now. Gobta shrugged his shoulders. Siduri took a deep breath and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Lord Gobta, if you can truly help His Majesty, then all the people of Uruk will be grateful. I need to inform him of this immediately, please excuse me. With that, Siduri turned and headed back to the ziggurat, though this time her steps were not as hurried as before, but rather more composed. Chapter 460. Without a doubt, she's a rare loyal subject, no wonder Gilgamesh trusts her so much. Morgan remarked as she watched Siduri's retreating figure with admiration. After Siduri's figure disappeared, Morgan turned to Gobta and asked curiously. But why didn't you mention this matter in the throne room just now? Why ask Siduri to convey it for you? Gobta shook his head. Gilgamesh is a proud king, saying it directly to his face like that would hurt his pride and might not yield good results. With Siduri as a mediator, he might be less resistant. Truly worthy of your majesty, considering every aspect of his conduct. Merlin chimed in, offering his praise generously. Now, Gobta was the only one who could keep him from being banished to Avalon by Morgan. He didn't want to end up there, where the food was bad and there weren't as many interesting things as in the world of humans. Why are you still here? Gobta asked flatly as he glanced at Merlin. Huh? Merlin was stunned. What did he mean? Is he trying to get rid of me? Oh crap, is he getting tired of me? If that's the case, my only support will be gone. Just as he was considering whether kneeling down and clinging to Gobta's legs would still work, he heard Gobta continue his words. Don't forget I summoned you here for a reason. Tiamat is about to appear, do you have time to relax here? Upon hearing that, Merlin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was about work again. Relax, I'll get the job done. Merlin smiled, patting his chest confidently. Without delay, he turned into countless flower petals, fluttering through the air and disappearing from the spot. He knew this was his last chance. Whether he could regain his king's trust now depended on this task. Ugh, that scoundrel. Morgan muttered, unable to figure out what Merlin was really up to. If it weren't for making amends, there was no way he would be this diligent. However, if he could actually pull off his task smoothly, maybe she could consider cutting him some slack. Being turned into stone all over was one thing, but just the lower half would do. Seeing the satisfaction on Morgan's face, Gobta suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. He sensed something eerie. A reminder that she was definitely contemplating something ominous. Nevertheless, as he recalled she was dealing with Merlin, his heart immediately calmed down. That dick wizard, whose only talent besides eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling was causing trouble, didn't deserve any sympathy. Later on, under Siduri's arrangement, with a priestess leading the way, Gobta and Morgan arrived at their residence, a plain two-story earthen building with minimal furnishings. It lacked the opulence of the grand castles they were used to, but Morgan surprisingly found herself liking it. I've always thought, someday when we're both free, we could find a quiet spot in the countryside and build a little house like this, work from dawn till dusk, live each day simply but meaningfully. Morgan remarked, running her hand over the rough earthen wall, her expression softening. Gobta's gaze lingered on the light gray strands of hair cascading down Morgan's back, his expression turning slightly complicated. Even though she never complained, he could imagine the hardships she must have endured over the past decade or so. After all, the vast and formidable magical energy she released earlier couldn't have come from nowhere. Surely that day will come. Gobta stepped forward, placing his hand on Morgan's shoulder, his expression serious. As long as we succeed in saving Uruk this time, I can fulfill my objective, and then, I can finally go home. Really? Morgan's eyes lit up. You know, I never lie, Gobta smiled. In that case, I better step up my game. Morgan clenched her fist like a protective beast, fiercely declaring. Whether it's monsters or goddesses, anyone who dares stand in the way of my brother coming home, I'll fight them with all I've got. Oh. Queen Morgan's might knows no bounds. Look at you. Morgan shot him a sideways glance before pushing him out of the building. All right, mister, it's time to work, so please leave, and don't forget to buy some foodstuffs on your way back since the kitchen here is so empty it could attract mice. Thud. Watching the closed door before him, Gobta shook his head, a wistful smile playing on his lips, feeling a warm current flowing in his heart. He cherished this warm atmosphere of being with his family, and it was for this purpose that he had persevered until now. Needless to say, no matter who it was, no one could stop him from going home. In the evening, Morgan fell silent as she looked at the pile of meats, vegetables, and fruits in front of her, which had formed a small mountain. A moment later, she turned to Gobta beside her with a speechless expression. Are you planning to settle down here for good? Morgan asked. It's just, getting used to it. Gobta replied awkwardly, turning his head away slightly. He had instinctively bought cooking ingredients in quantities matching Artoria's appetite. If it weren't for Gilgamesh covering the expenses, he might have been able to buy a little more. It's okay, I have a big appetite, I promise I can eat all of these things, absolutely no waste of food. Gobta added. It was true. Like Artoria, Gobta also possessed a dragon heart. However, Gobta could consciously control his dragon heart, unlike Artoria, who needed food to frequently replenish the energy consumed by her uncontrollable dragon heart. At least try to understand me, with so many ingredients, how much time is needed to cook them? Morgan sighed, deciding to put away the cooking ingredients and use magecraft to preserve them, then went to prepare dinner. Gobta sat on a chair, surveying the surroundings. Compared to before, the room was undoubtedly much more refined. Not only had the furniture been changed and supplemented, but the rough earthen walls had also become as smooth as mirrors, with many intricate patterns engraved on them. Clearly, these patterns weren't just for decoration, as he could sense magical energy emanating from them. Did you transform this place into a workshop? Gobta asked curiously. Yeah, Morgan replied, carrying a steaming tray of dishes over. Well, it's only natural to create an environment that benefits oneself, right? It's a basic skill for a caster. Looking at the exquisite dishes in front of him, Gobta pondered for a moment before asking another question. Say, can you transform the entire Uruk into your territory? Upon hearing that, Morgan paused slightly in her movements, her eyes meeting Gobta's. You mean, a temple-level territory? Yeah, Gobta nodded. Well, it's not impossible, Morgan said while pondering as she sat down opposite Gobta. But I've noticed that there's already another territory in this city, which should be the guardian god of this city, doing so might provoke the hostility of this god. You don't need to worry about that, Gobta said with a meaningful smile. I assure you, this god will have no objections to it. Chapter 461. Early the next morning, Gobta arrived at the central ziggurat. Last night. Siduri had managed to persuade Gilgamesh to reluctantly agree to undergo treatment, but he insisted that it be kept a secret. This decision wasn't just about his king's pride, it was also to maintain his image as the pillar in the hearts of Uruk's populace. Uruk itself was like a small boat teetering in a storm, but with Gilgamesh as its captain, everyone pulled together, holding their breath, sailing through the rough seas, and overcoming obstacles. However, if Gilgamesh were to fall one day, the ship would fall apart instantly. Perhaps it was because of this heavy pressure that Gilgamesh almost desperately worked to maintain the normal operation of Uruk. Take this tablet to the head of the guards and have them deploy according to my design for the defense line. It's harvest season, and enemies may quietly arrange some demonic beasts to harass us. We can't let those beasts disrupt the order of the farms. There's a report from the front line that a supply line was attacked by demonic beasts. This means this month's supplies are 1 unit less than last month's. My soldiers can't fight on empty stomachs, so have the royal guards lead 30 excellent soldiers to eradicate all their dens along the way. Not sparing even a cub. When the shepherds suffered an attack from demonic beasts, Goddess Ishtar appeared and dealt with the beasts, but in the process, she also wiped out 1/10 of the livestock and took all of their savings. In the end, their losses were 20% higher than before. Tell the temple to reduce next month's offerings by another 20% and use that money to compensate the shepherds. As soon as Gobta stepped into the throne room, he heard Gilgamesh's booming voice. Gilgamesh sat on the throne, distributing tablets and issuing orders to the waiting courtiers without even sparing a glance at Gobta. Meanwhile, the courtiers hastily acknowledged Gilgamesh's orders and quickly left the throne room without even glancing at Gobta from beginning to end. Good morning, Lord Gobta, Siduri approached slowly, gracefully bowing to Gobta. Did you sleep well last night? Do you need to change to a different place? No need, that house suits me just fine, Gobta chuckled and waved his hand. He didn't mention that the inside had already been transformed into a magical workshop by Morgan, so no one else could move in except for them. Alright then, I'll take your word for it, Siduri smiled faintly. Knowing that Gobta was the only hope to treat Gilgamesh's fatigue, she couldn't afford any negligence as Gilgamesh's most trusted aide and chief priestess. Did Gilgamesh stay up late again last night? Gobta glanced at the thick stack of clay tablets piled next to the throne and almost immediately guessed what had happened. I advised him to rest last night, but he said, since there's already a method of treatment, there's no need for me to rest anymore, Siduri sighed with a hint of bitterness. Anyway, we're all counting on you, Lord Gobta. Yeah, since I proposed this idea, I'll do everything I can, Gobta smiled, comforting the somewhat anxious priestess. Gilgamesh had been aware of Gobta's presence from the beginning, but he only cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze. His distribution of tablets and commands toward the courtiers remained unaffected. Gobta also knew it wasn't the time to disturb Gilgamesh, so he quietly leaned against a stone pillar, waiting for the morning assembly to conclude. As the last courtier departed, the throne room finally became quiet. Gilgamesh lowered his head slightly, concealing the faint traces of exhaustion between his brows. You can all leave now, Siduri ordered the guards in the throne room. Hearing the order, the guards exchanged hesitant glances before looking at Gilgamesh. Seeing no objection from their king, they nodded and murmured affirmations before filing out of the throne room. With only 3 people left in the throne room, besides the occasional sound of the wind, there was almost no other noise, a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere just moments ago. After working continuously for 7 days and nights at high intensity, even a demigod's body can't bear it. Do you really plan to work yourself to death on this throne? With crisp footsteps, Gobta remarked as he approached Gilgamesh step by step along the stairs. A king leads his people and carries the weight of the world. Since I've taken this position, there are some responsibilities I can't shirk. Gilgamesh lifted his head, his expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. Enough meaningless chatter, start your treatment, we still have a heap of official business to deal with later. Gobta shook his head and summoned Abyss Flower. Seeing what appeared to be a massive white lance with a black handle, Siduri's face flashed with a hint of panic, but out of trust in Gobta, she forcefully halted her steps. Ho! Is this your weapon? Quite intriguing, something even a king like me hasn't seen before. There are always greater things beyond what one knows, no one can claim to truly know everything. Gobta responded lightly, punctuating his words by pressing the lance tip of Abyss Flower into Gilgamesh's shoulder before he could retort. Siduri widened her eyes, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. It was not without reason, as the scene before her was indeed too shocking and surreal. If people of Uruk were to witness it, they'd likely faint on the spot. The lily patterns on Abyss Flower lit up one by one, continuously channeling life energy into Gilgamesh's body. It was like a refreshing rain nourishing a parched land, revitalizing his body on the brink of exhaustion. Gilgamesh leaned back on his throne, eyes half closed as if soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter, his face filled with unmistakable pleasure. Watching this scene, Siduri's heart gradually settled, her hand patting her chest as she breathed a long sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Gobta withdrew Abyss Flower, and Gilgamesh opened his half-closed eyes. A fleeting nostalgia flashed in Gilgamesh's crimson eyes before returning to his usual calm demeanor. He stood up, stretching a bit, feeling the restored vitality in his body. Satisfied, Gilgamesh nodded and firmly patted Gobta's shoulder, just like a boss praising his employee. Chapter 462. Not bad, no, I should say, you've done pretty well. Gilgamesh spoke with a smile, couldn't find the right words to praise Gobta enough. So, what kind of reward do you want? Is it treasure? Whatever it is, I can fulfill it for you. Forget about treasures, I'm not interested in that stuff, Gobta shook his head. But I do have something I want to discuss with you. Ho! Spill it. After hearing Gobta's words, he sat on his throne, one hand supporting his face, the other tapping the armrest, his face showing a pensive expression. Turning the whole city into a temple-level territory, sounds like a pretty good idea. If it works, the power your elder sister could wield here would be terrifying. It'd also add an extra layer of security for the final showdown, Gobta added while shrugging his shoulders. He didn't know exactly how strong Morgan had become, but he figured she was nearing the level of a god. Moreover, with a city-sized temple-level territory as a pillar, her power would probably be enough to take down even gods. After all, this place was still in the age of gods, where the true ether was denser than in Britain, making it easier to reach the root. For top-tier mages like Morgan, there was no better location to showcase their skills than here. Speaking of which, your idea somewhat aligns with a certain plan of mine. Gilgamesh's plan, of course, referred to the secret weapon he was preparing for Tiamat, known as Dinger. Essentially, it involved building 360 cannons on the walls of Uruk and launching divine weapons as projectiles. It was an extravagant and wasteful tactic that only Gilgamesh, with his countless treasures, could afford. However, even with its simplicity, launching and detonating required an unimaginable amount of magical energy. Even if Gilgamesh exhausted his body, it wouldn't be enough to fill that terrifying gap. Therefore, from the moment he made this plan, Gilgamesh had been prepared to die, a fact he hadn't shared with anyone else. However, if Morgan turned Uruk into her territory, she could tap into the ley line beneath the city. Before they dried up, she would have access to an endless amount of magical energy, enough to cover the consumption of the Dinger. Although it was disrespectful to squander the treasures of a king, if sacrificing some material possessions could protect his people, Gilgamesh wouldn't mind this kind of offense. After all, a true kingdom was made up of living beings, not cold artifacts. Alright, the decision is made. Gilgamesh straightened up his body, his crimson snake-like eyes locking onto Gobta. Go ahead and do it, this is the king's decree. Wait a minute, your majesty, Siduri chimed in, her brows furrowed with worry. Maybe it's better to discuss this with goddess Ishtar, knowing her temper, if she finds out her territory's been replaced, she might throw a fit. Discuss or not, it's all the same, Gilgamesh waved a dismissive hand. That stubborn goddess wouldn't agree to anything anyway. Uruk is under my rule, and anything on this land follows my will. As for that troublesome goddess who's only good at causing trouble, she should be grateful for the offerings she's been enjoying for so long thanks to my kindness. Ha! I can't just let that kind of insult slide. Boom! With a sudden woman's voice, a thunderous noise echoed above the throne room as the intricately carved ceiling was blasted open, revealing a gaping hole. A slender woman descended through the hole, a massive and majestic bow hovering like a guardian beside her. Her luscious black hair swayed with her displeasure, framing her face as she floated in the air with an aura of both coolness and divine inviolability. Unmistakably, she was the goddess of Venus, Ishtar. With her arms crossed, Ishtar gazed down at Gilgamesh, her delicate and charming cheeks displaying a wild and malicious intent, making it clear at first glance that she was someone not to be trifled with. It's really pathetic, Gilgamesh, I heard that even a demigod like you couldn't endure 7 days and nights of continuous work. Ishtar sat on her bow, legs crossed, her face full of mockery. As long as you kneel down right now and offer me praises reverently, then I might consider helping you through this crisis. Gwahaha. Oh, pitiful goddess, it seems you're not quite aware of what you're about to face, huh? Oh. Even facing death, you still wear that arrogant face, huh? Ishtar squinted her eyes, causing the scent of tension to thicken in the air. However, without warning, this unpredictable goddess suddenly waved her hand dismissively. Whatever, I didn't come here to bother you this time, where are my offerings? Today should be the day when the people present their offerings to me, right? Offerings? Gwahaha. Gilgamesh burst into laughter again as if he had heard a hilarious joke. Ishtar, did you accidentally fall from the heavens and hit your head? Do you not realize how much damage you've caused to the people of Uruk so far? Yet, you have the nerve to come here asking for offerings. Well, I was also trying to protect the people of Uruk, Ishtar glanced around nervously. After all, I've repelled so many demonic beasts, isn't it fair to ask for some reward? It's really pathetic for a goddess to plunder the wealth of ordinary people, there couldn't be another goddess as shameful as you in the heavens or on earth, Gilgamesh mocked without reservation. You bastard. Don't go too far. Do you really think I won't lay a finger on you just because this is Uruk? Gilgamesh suddenly took out a superb sapphire from the gate of Babylon, the flawless gem instantly captured Ishtar's gaze, rendering her speechless. Considering your disgraceful image and the immense losses you've brought to the people of Uruk, I have decided to dismiss you. Gilgamesh flicked the sapphire casually, and it arched through the air before landing on the ground. From today onward, Uruk's guardian will be someone else. What did you say? Ishtar was thunderstruck by his declaration, snapping out of the sapphire's allure. Her eyes, as red as rubies, stared at Gilgamesh in disbelief. You mean, I won't receive offerings anymore? Isn't that obvious? Watching Ishtar's shocked expression, Gilgamesh couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 463. By the way, your territory will soon be replaced by this man's sister, although she's a mage, her strength is not inferior to yours, and most importantly, she's far more responsible than you, it's quite a profitable deal, isn't it? Still wearing a satisfied smile on his face, Gilgamesh added additional information while the iron was still hot. What a joke. Comparing me, a goddess, with a mere mortal is an insult that shouldn't be tolerated. Ishtar turned to look at Gobta, her eyes gradually covered by a fierce golden hue. I'll make you understand what it means to incur the wrath of a goddess. Here we go again, Gobta couldn't help but sighed inwardly. Anyone familiar with Mesopotamian mythology knew just how troublesome goddess Ishtar could be willful, whimsical, and entirely self-centered. All of these descriptors seemed tailor-made for her, and even among the pantheon of gods, it was hard to find anyone quite like her. Needless to say, when Ishtar, with fury in her eyes, aimed her ire at him, Gobta knew trouble was brewing. In all honesty, what did it have to do with him? He hadn't said a word from start to finish. Glancing up at the culprit seated on the throne, Gobta clenched his fists, resisting the urge to pull this troublemaker down and give him a good beating. Gobta took a deep breath, turned to face Ishtar, and managed a gentle smile. "Goddess, it's all a misunderstanding, we didn't mean to replace you, we just wanted to borrow." "A mortal dare to negotiate with a goddess? You don't have that privilege." Coldness seeped from Ishtar's golden eyes as she raised her arm, sending a flurry of magical bullets flying. As Gobta sidestepped, the magical bullets grazed his hair and then crashed into the steps in front of the throne, sending rocks flying. Watching this scene unfold, Gobta's pupils contracted slightly. It seemed that this goddess was serious. Oh. Quick reflexes, how about this move then? Ishtar let go of her massive bow and swiftly dived down, wielding a splendid golden spear aimed straight at Gobta's chest. Gobta dodged the spear thrust, simultaneously blocking the spear blade with a layer of finely woven black dragon scales on his right hand. His right leg bent slightly at the knee, and like a cannonball, he fiercely aimed it toward Ishtar's abdomen. If it landed, it would definitely hurt. Ha! Ishtar released her spear and quickly stepped back on the tiled floor, her delicate face still showing traces of lingering fear as she patted her meager chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, so close, almost a disaster. You made quite a sound, Ishtar. Gilgamesh reclined on his throne, his crimson serpent-like eyes showing a pleased expression. Seeing you in such a sorry state makes all my fatigue disappear. If you put a bit more effort into your performance, maybe I'll consider restoring your status as Uruk's guardian god. Are you here just to mess with your own ally? Gobta thought, glancing at Gilgamesh, feeling speechless at his words. He truly wished he could just sew Gilgamesh's mouth shut. Gobta never intended to fight Ishtar in the first place. Not only was she a crucial aid against Tiamat, but it was also because of System's quest to bring her onto their side. He already had a plan on how to do it. After all, in this singularity, there were no goddesses easier to manipulate than Ishtar and Ereshkigal. With a bit of flattery and cunning words, pulling them over was practically child's play for him. Unfortunately, right at this critical moment, because of Gilgamesh's provocation, Ishtar aimed her wrath directly at Gobta. Nothing could be more annoying than this. Don't get too cocky, Gilgamesh. Once I'm done with this guy, you're next. Ishtar gritted her teeth, glaring at Gilgamesh before turning to Gobta with a darkened expression. Human, I admit you have some strength, but I am the mistress of heaven, goddess of Venus, daring to touch me, this sin must be repaid with your blood, Mana. In the next moment, the massive bow towering in the air known as Mana turned its direction toward Gobta, its arrow filled with surging magical energy, spewing out dazzling radiance. Your fate is now in my hands. Fire. Whoosh. With a power comparable to a mortar, a magical beam shot out. Seeing this, Gobta raised his hand and, with a wave, a black hole opened up out of nowhere, swallowing the magical beam effortlessly. Simultaneously, another hole appeared in front of Ishtar. Just as the magical beam was swallowed by the black hole in front of Gobta, it immediately shot back out from the hole in front of Ishtar, aimed at her. Wah! Ishtar yelled, swiftly dodging aside. Boom! The fiercely powerful magical beam shook the ground as it landed, causing the entire ziggurat to tremble, and its explosion sent the goddess flying. Before she could even touch the ground, Gobta charged toward her like a black lightning bolt. Since things had escalated to this point, Gobta decided to go all out and knock down this stubborn goddess first. However, he underestimated the resilience of a god. Ishtar, nearly instantly recovering from the blast, looked at Gobta charging toward her with a fierce determination, her expression changing abruptly. Don't push it too far. I'm still a goddess, you know. In defiance of natural laws, she flipped in mid-air, landed on the ground, and raised her delicate fist to punch Gobta. Boom! The two disproportionately sized fists collided violently, producing a sound like heavy hammers striking stone. The resulting shockwave spread in all directions, sending decorative flower pots flying. Ouch! Ishtar's delicate and beautiful face contorted for a moment, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She felt like her hand was about to break, but the dignity of a goddess forbade her from backing down. Damn it, you brought this upon yourself, Mana. Swish. As the sound of whistling wind came from behind, Gobta instinctively lowered his head. Mana swooped over his head, carrying Ishtar into the air. Get ready to face the wrath of a goddess. Ishtar glared at Gobta, pulling out 6 gems from Mana's arsenal. In the next moment, even more brilliant than before, 6 golden streams of light shot toward Gobta like arrows. However, before they could even get close, 6 black holes opened up in mid-air, swallowing all 6 golden streams of light. Chapter 464. Again. Ishtar's face instantly showed panic as she saw all of her attacks get swallowed by black holes. Pitifully, before she could even drive Mana to escape, 6 pitch black holes had already surrounded her. Boom! Amidst the neat and consistent bombardment, Ishtar fell to the ground like a bird stripped of its colorful feathers, smoke billowing from her body. Her once radiant, silky black hair turned into a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest, while her eyes spun with spiraling patterns like mosquito coils as she lay unconscious on the ground. It was evident she had indeed tried to attack Gobta with the intention to kill, otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state. Gwahaha, Ishtar, are you planning to laugh this king to death to take possession of my treasury? Gilgamesh laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, tears even forming at the corners of his eyes. Once could be forgiven, but repeat the same mistake a second time without learning. Is your walnut-sized brain filled only with gems? Gwahaha. After wiping the tears from his eyes, Gilgamesh turned to Siduri. Siduri, make a note in the palace log later which said due to the foolishness of goddess Ishtar, the king almost laughed until his abs tore. Ha, your majesty, please be serious, goddess Ishtar is still the goddess of Uruk, it's disrespectful to treat her this way, Siduri sighed helplessly. That's right. Ishtar, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly lifted her head. I've done so much for Uruk, you can't just strip me of my status so casually, and more importantly, you can't stop the people from offering me something. Thinking about offerings at a time like this shameless goddess was truly beyond redemption. And so, to prevent Gilgamesh from pushing the situation into even more unpredictable situations, Gobta quickly spoke up. Please rest assured, goddess Ishtar, we have no intention of replacing you, whenever it may be, you will always remain the guardian god of this city. Are you serious? Ishtar looked at him skeptically. What about my offerings? With a slight twitch of his lips, Gobta nodded. Of course, they will always belong to you. Upon hearing his answer, Ishtar immediately stood up from the ground. As a faint light flashed, she quickly regained her former sacred and noble celestial appearance, the golden color in her eyes gradually fading away. Ahem, well, considering you, a mortal, are so interesting, this goddess will overlook your offense earlier. After saying that, Ishtar rubbed her hands together, her big eyes staring unwaveringly at Gobta. So, where are my offerings? Those shiny, lovely, and beautiful gemstones. Gobta glanced at Gilgamesh on the throne, seeing him nod subtly in his direction, Gobta turned back to Ishtar. Your offerings are still here, and so are the gemstones. Gobta paused for a moment as he saw the joy on Ishtar's face, then continued. But these things can't be given to you temporarily. Hey, mortal, just because I forgave you earlier doesn't mean you can test my patience, the time of a goddess is precious, be smart and hand over the gemstones already. Ishtar stared at him with a menacing look. Just because she had a slight disadvantage earlier didn't mean she had lost if she got serious, even without Gugalana's Bull of Heaven help, destroying Uruk would be a piece of cake. My goodness, do you really want to know the truth? Gobta sighed. What do you mean? Ishtar furrowed her brows in confusion. Gobta pointed at the sapphire that Gilgamesh had thrown on the ground earlier. This is the offering from the people of Uruk for you. What? Ishtar's voice instantly rose several decibels. She flashed in front of Gobta, grabbing his shoulder with a bewildered expression on her delicate face. Are you kidding me? Why are my offerings only a damn gem? Last month, there was a whole box full. In the next moment, she suddenly looked enlightened. I see, Gilgamesh must have snatched my offerings. Hey, you, Goldie over there, embezzling this goddess's treasures is a serious crime, you'd better hand over the remaining gemstones before I get angry, or I'll turn this place into ruins. Ha! Don't make me laugh, you disgraceful goddess. I possess all the treasures in the world. Your precious gemstones. Just rocks in my treasury, why would I want them? It can't be. Ishtar couldn't believe the truth, taking a few steps back, then turning her gaze to the chief priestess. Siduri, tell me, are my offerings only this gem? Upon hearing Ishtar's pitiful question, Siduri sighed and bowed slightly. Goddess Ishtar, due to the panic caused by your actions over the past month, there are now very few people willing to come and make offerings to you. What she spoke was the truth. There were no longer any followers of Ishtar in Uruk. Even those who came to make offerings secretly hoped something like, I hope Goddess Ishtar won't harass us again. The people have had enough, Ishtar. Gilgamesh stood up, arms crossed, looking down at Ishtar. Because of your willfulness and stubbornness, the people of Uruk no longer want to tolerate you. It's not you abandoning the people, it's the people abandoning you. Ishtar's gaze flickered slightly. If it were the old her, she might have summoned Gugalana to trample Uruk in rage. But now, influenced by the personality of her human body, besides feeling ashamed and angry, she felt more guilty and embarrassed. Enough, I'm so sick of this. Do whatever you want, I'm done with Uruk from now on. Please wait, Goddess Ishtar. Gobta reached out and firmly held on to Mana with a gentle smile on his face. Actually, everything can still be fixed, as long as you start doing what a goddess should do from now on, the people will naturally regain their trust and faith in you, and the offerings and such will return to their previous standards too. They've already abandoned me anyway, why should I bother with them? Ishtar muttered under her breath, but her eyes, darting back and forth, betrayed her true feelings. If you don't want to handle it personally, that's fine. Gobta spoke with an unwavering smile as he saw her reaction. Just leave it to me, I'll take care of sorting all this out for you. Chapter 465. You said it yourself, if you mess up, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Ishtar rode Mana and quickly ascended into the sky through the hole in the roof. So, you really plan on helping that embarrassing goddess save face? Watching Ishtar's disappearing figure, Gilgamesh asked as he turned his gaze toward Gobta. Gobta glanced at him slightly helpless. Even if this goddess of Venus was unreliable, she was still a powerful force worth pursuing. Why did Gilgamesh always look so disdainful to her? Gilgamesh clearly understood his expression, so he leaned back on his throne and began explaining in a somewhat laid-back tone. There's an old saying in Uruk that said, Ziggurat wasn't built in a day, so if you always have a goddess causing trouble around you every day, you'll understand why I'm like this. Recalling his encounter with that goddess just now, Gobta had to admit that Gilgamesh had a point. Ishtar was indeed too unruly and willful. Although that woman is quite embarrassing, if we consider her as a manpower, she barely passes, after all, she's still a goddess. Gilgamesh supported his head up with his hand, a hint of interest in his eyes. So, what's your plan? Ishtar just wants the respect and offerings from the people, right? As long as we satisfy her, isn't that enough? No, she only wants offerings, Gilgamesh retorted with a poker face. Gobta was silent for a moment, then coughed lightly before turning to look at the chief priestess beside him. Siduri, can the temple still conduct rituals as usual? Siduri hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Most of the people in the temple have been reassigned elsewhere, but if needed, I can summon them back. However, the scale may not be as grand as before. It's okay, as long as we can still hold it, Gobta waved his hand. Are you planning to invite Goddess Ishtar to participate in the ritual? Siduri asked cautiously as she sensed his thoughts. Is there a problem? Gobta smiled. Well, Siduri looked conflicted. Although she respected Ishtar, she also knew how bad the reputation of this goddess was. Could a mere ritual really save the shaky image of this goddess in the hearts of the people? Don't worry, just focus on conducting the ritual and just leave the rest to me, Gobta said calmly with a smile. Siduri turned to Gilgamesh and upon seeing him nod, she nodded slightly at Gobta. I understand, I'll arrange it right away. As Gilgamesh's capable aide, Siduri's efficiency was indeed very high. In just 2 days, she completed the arrangements for the ritual. On the day of the ritual, the people who had been notified in advance gathered in the square in front of a ziggurat, crowding together with curious eyes watching the priestesses and priests on the high platform. In reverence to our gods, you are the guardian of the self, the bestower of abundance, you are the beautiful being, the supreme goddess. Siduri, standing on the high platform, glanced at the crowd below with the corner of her eye, seeing most of them wearing indifferent and careless expressions, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Siduri is personally conducting the ritual, looks like she really wants to restore the reputation of that disgraceful goddess. Inside the throne room, Gilgamesh remarked as he sat on the throne, with Gobta standing beside him, both watching the ongoing ritual. Although they were quite far from the ritual location, with their vision, the distance was not a problem at all. But it's a pity, doesn't seem to be having much effect. No, those who still hold devout beliefs for that disgraceful goddess up to now are the crazy ones. As Gilgamesh added that, he boredly let out a chuckle before turning his head to Gobta beside him. This time, I've even put my chief priestess on the line. If this doesn't work, I'll lose face big time, so, can you tell me what you plan to do now? Don't worry, you'll see soon enough, Gobta replied calmly. Gilgamesh was about to speak again when his gaze suddenly focused. That is. Looks like it's about time, Gobta's lips curled slightly. Watch closely, Gilgamesh, the real ritual is about to begin. Soon, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Wow, look up. What are these? In the crowd watching the ritual on the square, there was a sudden exclamation. People looked up and noticed that at some point, light particles began to fall from the sky, each particle shimmering with a dazzling golden color, appearing like countless magnificent jewels descending from heaven. So beautiful. Some people curiously reached out to touch these particles, only to find that they didn't land on their hands, but seemed to merge into their bodies. They disappeared. Were they entered our bodies? People couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Having unknown objects invade their bodies didn't seem like a good sign at all. Some even suspected it might be some kind of ominous curse. However, they soon realized that the reality seemed somewhat different from what they imagined. Huh? Why do I suddenly feel like my body is much lighter? Is it just me? Why do I feel like my strength has also increased a bit? My wound is actually healing. After the initial chaos settled, people quickly realized that these light particles didn't bring any negative effects, but instead improved their bodies. Farmers, tired after a day's hard work, shed their exhaustion and became energetic again. Soldiers, who had once been wounded on the battlefield, watched as their wounds healed rapidly. Those who were sick also found their conditions improving bit by bit. It was as if bathing in light particles was a miracle, making everyone's physical condition much better than before. This was indeed a miracle. Wait, a miracle? Finally, someone in the crowd reacted and turned his gaze toward the priests and priestesses on the high platform. Could it be that this is really? As the person thought like that in amazement, another person in the crowd suddenly shouted. This is the blessing bestowed by the goddess of Venus. Yes, that's right, who else could do such a thing besides the goddess? The compassionate goddess not only didn't punish us for our disrespect but instead bestowed a blessing upon us. Praise the goddess. The square instantly became extremely noisy, with one person after another kneeling on the ground, devoutly praising the goddess of Venus, Ishtar. Chapter 466. In the next moment, tears flowed uncontrollably from people's eyes. No one had expected that the rumored selfish and arrogant goddess would be such a kind and loving goddess. When they remembered their previous disrespect toward her, everyone couldn't help but feel intense shame. Although Ishtar's reputation wasn't good, in reality, very few people had actually seen her with their own eyes. Most people's impressions of her came from rumors circulating in the streets. But now, in this kind of situation, those rumors instantly fell apart. Who said the goddess was selfish and arrogant? She was clearly a compassionate and gentle goddess. Not only did she not punish everyone for their disrespect, but she generously bestowed blessings, healing everyone's bodies. Even after considering all the gods, there were only a few with such benevolence. Many people secretly vowed that if anyone dared to speak ill of the goddess again, they would definitely face consequences. Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess. As cheers surged like a tidal wave, Siduri, standing on the high platform, looked down at the kneeling crowd below with a face filled with utter astonishment. As the chief priestess, she was certain that the goddess of Venus, Ishtar, had never bestowed blessings like this before, as most of the time, this goddess only brought disasters and terror. These things. Siduri reached out and caught the falling light particles, watching them disappear into her body. Although the form was different, she was sure she had seen these things before. After pondering for a while, she realized that these light particles emitted the same aura as the white lance held by that otherworldly king. So, this is your plan, Siduri muttered to herself. She lifted her head, looking at the towering ziggurat that stood in the center of the city. Gwahaha, interesting, very interesting. Gilgamesh laughed with his trademark sinister smile, his crimson snake-like pupils shimmering with amusement. Even I didn't expect you to come up with such a method. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It's nothing, really, just a little trick of mine, Gobta replied nonchalantly. In fact, this was something he had planned from the beginning, and now, he finally had a good opportunity. However, you can't accomplish this alone, can you? Gilgamesh said thoughtfully after laughing. As someone with clairvoyance, he keenly noticed some details that ordinary people might miss. To Gilgamesh's question, Gobta nodded frankly. I'm only responsible for providing the power of my abyss flower, as the one actually in charge of this so-called ritual is my elder sister. No one, not even him, knew how much Morgan's magecraft had improved during his 13-year absence. Nevertheless, in just 2 days, she had transformed the area around the ziggurat into her territory. It was because of this that she could bestow such a widespread blessing. At this rate, before the final battle, she should be able to transform the entire city of Uruk into her temple-level territory. With this, their chances of winning the final battle would greatly increase. Since the age of gods hadn't completely faded from Uruk yet, rituals were a crucial part of Urukian life. After all, they had always lived in a world full of gods, and more importantly, most of these gods had quite a temper. However, as the age of gods drew to a close, they gradually distanced themselves from the world of mortals, no longer answering the prayers of the people. As a result, over time, this tradition was forgotten. Even in places like the place of worship itself, most priests and priestesses had forgotten the proper way of conducting rituals. Those who still remembered, like the old priests, often met unfortunate ends during attempts to summon Ishtar. If it wasn't for Siduri's help, it would have been hard to say if the ritual had proceeded as planned. If even the priests and priestesses were struggling, one could imagine how the general populace felt. For many, rituals for the gods became a distant memory. Once, they were terrified by the lack of response from the gods, fearing that Uruk would soon face disaster without their protection. Yet, despite the passing of so much time, Uruk still stood firm. Without the help from the gods, life went on as usual, neither better nor worse. In the end, people got used to it and began to forget about the existence of the gods. Therefore, when the temple suddenly announced the commencement of a ritual, nobody expected much from it, especially since it was intended for the infamous goddess Ishtar. Even though they knew Ishtar had returned, after decades of godlessness, people's reverence and faith in the gods had been worn away. In the first place, they came to the ziggurat just out of curiosity, to see Siduri's face more than anything else. However, when the rain of light particles poured down, everyone instantly went mad. No one expected the ritual to actually work. After so many decades, the goddess was responding again. And the goddess was even blessing them personally. For everyone, it was beyond belief. Not just them, even the priests and priestesses on the high platform were taken aback. How on earth did the ritual suddenly start working? Chief Priestess, is this really a blessing from the goddess? A young priestess cautiously asked Siduri. Siduri pondered for a moment, then cleared her throat lightly before speaking seriously. Of course, this is the blessing of the goddess. Besides the great goddess of Venus, who else could bring forth such miracles? Upon hearing her answer, the surrounding priests and priestesses let out sighs of relief, devoutly lowering their heads. Praise the goddess! Praise the goddess! Siduri lowered her head, sighed, and then curled her lips. She knew very well this wasn't the blessing of the goddess but rather the handiwork of that king from another world. In a situation like this, she couldn't tell the truth. It would not only severely undermine the people's faith but also ruin that king's plans. Siduri lifted her head, looking down at the devoutly praying people below, her expression gradually shifting from resignation to relief. Regardless of the truth, being able to bring hope to the people during this dark period was still a good thing. That otherworldly king truly deserved the admiration of even her own king. Siduri sighed silently in her heart. Although she had foreseen that this ritual would have a significant impact, the reality proved her speculation to be too conservative. Chapter 467. Do you mean, all of these are offerings from the people? In the evening, Siduri looked at the large boxes piled up in the offering hall, her face filled with disbelief. Beside her, a young priestess nodded and answered. Yes, these are all offerings from the people to the goddess of Venus. There are 8 boxes in total, for containing grains, 2 with fruits, 1 with flowers and herbs, and 1 with gemstones. Siduri stepped forward, casually picking up a handful of gemstones from one of the boxes. As she observed these gemstones, they couldn't compare to those in her king's treasury, but they weren't common either. Some had even been polished, showing that some thought had been put into their selection. If the goddess were to see these gemstones, she would surely go crazy, Siduri thought silently, a wry smile tugging at her lips. She placed the gemstones back in the box and nodded to the young priestess. Put these offerings in the warehouse, and then. Humph, so many offerings. That disgraceful goddess sure is lucky. As Gilgamesh and Gobta walked in, Gilgamesh glanced at the neatly arranged boxes and remarked with a mocking smile on his face. Your Majesty. What brings you here? I'm here to inspect today's harvest, of course, Gilgamesh said as he circled the boxes containing the offerings, shaking his head. Just the thought of that disgraceful goddess getting all this without lifting a finger really irks me. Your Majesty, are you planning? Siduri suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. As if to confirm her suspicions, Gilgamesh waved his hand and a large golden ripple appeared out of thin air, swallowing all the boxes containing grains and fruits. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Siduri's eyes widened in shock. Don't fuss, that disgraceful goddess doesn't need to eat anyway, these things are much needed by my soldiers fighting on the front lines, Gilgamesh said calmly. I'm not the kind of person who takes things for free. But, isn't this a bit? Siduri looked helpless. Consider this me purchasing these goods, Gilgamesh added and opened the gate of Babylon once again. Soon, countless gemstones poured out like a waterfall from a golden ripple, forming a small mountain on the ground. These goods, consider them bought by me, do you have any objections now? Gilgamesh asked, glancing sideways at Siduri. Siduri breathed a sigh of relief and bowed her head slightly to him. Of course not, Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness. From now on, all the food offered by the people should be sent to the front lines, understood? Gilgamesh said calmly. Yes, Siduri nodded. It seems like this ritual plan is successful, and the people's faith in the goddess of Venus is gradually being restored. Gobta chimed in and nodded slightly as he observed the gemstones in the box. It's all thanks to you, Lord Gobta, Siduri said, nodding slightly to him. No need for formalities, Gobta waved his hand. Let's take advantage of the current situation and start preparing for the next ritual. Understood, Siduri said solemnly, nodding. 2 days later, Siduri once again conducted a ritual in front of the ziggurat. Although the scale of the ritual hadn't changed much, the number of people who came to witness the ritual was almost 3 times more than last time. This basically included nearly 1/5 of the population of Uruk. It was evident that the previous ritual had indeed left a deep impression on the people of Uruk. Siduri glanced around and realized that almost everyone who attended the last ritual was present this time as well. That was a good sign. Like before, after Siduri finished reciting the prayer, the sky once again showered with brilliant golden light particles, as if countless stars were descending from the heavens, dazzlingly bright. Seeing this scene, some who were attending the ritual for the first time no longer had any doubt. They immediately knelt down on the ground, devoutly praising the goddess of Venus, Ishtar. Damn it, this sucks, it's clearly all my effort, yet these ignorant fools are thanking that foolish and disgraceful goddess. Morgan, who was manipulating a magic circle inside the ziggurat, muttered as she heard the cheers outside. Sitting beside her, Gobta shook his head helplessly. He wasn't sure if it was because of Gilgamesh's influence, but even Ishtar was now being referred to as a disgraceful goddess by his sister. Although that money-grubbing goddess was indeed quite disgraceful. Come on, just hold on a bit longer, it's all for the ultimate victory, Gobta comforted. I heard there are 2 other goddesses besides this disgraceful one, even if you deal with her, what's your plan for the other 2? Morgan asked while giving him a side-eye. Although there are indeed 3 goddesses descending upon Uruk this time, our real enemy is actually just one, as for the rest, they're fair game for us to win them over. Gobta answered, gazing up at the patterns on the ziggurat ceiling, murmuring softly. It should be about time. As soon as he finished speaking, countless flower petals suddenly fell from nowhere. Morgan snorted coldly, raising her hand and shooting a bolt of lightning toward the flying petals. What the? Amidst the familiar cries, Merlin emerged from the petals, narrowly avoiding the lightning bolt, sweat dripping down his face. If you pull off this flashy stuff with flowers again, I'll personally zap you into oblivion, Morgan's eyes flashed with anger. Just seeing this white-haired scoundrel, she couldn't help but remember how he had tricked her into allowing him to tutor Mordred, her mood instantly turning sour to the extreme. Yes, got it, Merlin, devoid of any sense of his usual frivolousness, immediately nodded and bowed with a flattering smile on his face. Gobta shook his head helplessly, standing up. How's the task I assigned to you? Reporting to your majesty, it's completed successfully. Merlin said proudly. I've located the whereabouts of Tiamat and managed to drag her into the realm of dream. Good, then, Gobta nodded, turning to look into the distance. A cold wind swept by, and a black spear, wrapped in a thick aura of death, appeared in his hand. It's time for us to sound the horn of counterattack. Chapter 468. Are you planning to take action yourself? Understanding Gobta's intention, a hint of surprise flashed in Morgan's eyes as she asked him. Gobta nodded and answered her calmly. As I said, among the 3 goddesses who descended upon Uruk this time, not all of them are our enemies. However, the goddess of demonic beasts is the one we must eliminate. If we let her continue to live, the pressure on the front line will be too great. Among the goddesses who descended, only the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, acted with the intent of completely ending this world. The numerous demonic beasts spawned by her authority, known as Potnia Theron, were currently the most terrifying threat faced by the people of Uruk. To resist the invasion of the demonic beasts, Gilgamesh specially constructed a defensive linear great stone barrier built from the remnants of Old Babylon, known as the Absolute Demonic Front Babylonia. Every day, countless brave Uruk soldiers fought fiercely against the tide of demonic beasts, risking their lives to protect their homeland. Unfortunately, the gap between humans and demonic beasts was simply too vast. Even with this defensive line, the people of Uruk found it very difficult to hold them off. To relieve the pressure on the front line, Gilgamesh originally planned to summon some servants skilled in warfare to assist. However, Gobta thought this was unnecessary. Since the source of the demonic beasts was the goddess of demonic beasts, wouldn't it be better to directly eliminate the source? As long as the goddess of demonic beasts was dealt with, these demonic beasts would no longer pose a threat. The reason he hadn't taken action right away was that he was waiting for Merlin to drag Tiamat into a dream. And now, the time was finally ripe. Be careful, after all, it's a goddess you're dealing with, Morgan warned seriously. If it wasn't for the need to build a temple-level territory in Uruk, she would definitely be going with Gobta. Don't worry, I never fight a battle unprepared, Gobta replied with a calm smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Merlin sneaking toward the door like a thief. Where do you think you're going? Merlin froze instantly, like a weasel caught stealing chickens, and put on a fawning smile. Well, your majesty, since I just made such a great contribution, don't you think I deserve a few days off? Dream on. In a flash, Gobta appeared in front of Merlin, placing a hand on his shoulder. Everyone is busy working their butts off right now, so there's no time for you to rest if you have nothing else to do. Stay here and help my sister build her territory. Feeling Morgan's unfriendly gaze, Merlin's expression turned even more pitiful than if he were crying. Your majesty, you're trying to get me killed. If you don't like it, go help Gilgamesh then. He's got a ton of problems and is desperate for someone to help him out, Gobta said with a wave. Upon hearing that, Merlin thought it over. Helping Gilgamesh was definitely safer than staying with Morgan. Plus, Gilgamesh was always so busy and wouldn't be watching him all the time, right? It would be easy for him to slack off. At your command. Merlin replied with a bright smile. Seeing his bright smile, Gobta knew this incubus was up to no good. In a calm tone, Gobta added a warning. If I find you slacking off when I get back, I'll strip you naked and parade you through the streets, letting everyone in the city admire the court mage's performance art. Merlin shuddered slightly, his gaze instantly turning resentful. Without another glance at him, Gobta opened a hole in the air and disappeared from the ziggurat. Ugh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have answered his summon. As Merlin grumbled, a sudden chill suddenly ran down his spine. Instinctively, he looked up to see Morgan glaring at him, her eyes having turned into cold, snake-like slits. Merlin shivered, his body instantly dissolving into countless flower petals, leaving only his fading voice echoing through the vast ziggurat. I'm off to find King Gilgamesh. Morgan snorted, withdrew her gaze, and focused back on building her territory. On an unknown plain. A colossal temple, as large as a city-state, sat upon this land, surrounded by vast, crimson swamps. These swamps were infused with astonishing bloody magical energy and produced terrifying toxins. Any creature entering the swamp's range would lose all ability to move due to the toxins, then dissolve and melt under the influence of the powerful bloody magical energy. Even a dragon, the apex of the phantasmal species, wouldn't be an exception. This place existed due to the influence of an ancient and powerful goddess. Under the strong magical energy influence, the weather in this area had undergone a clear mutation. The sky was filled with large, blood-red clouds, and these cloud layers moved like the innards of a giant creature, crimson and eerie, creating a stifling atmosphere. In mid-air, a spatial hole suddenly opened, and Gobta, clad in silver armor, calmly stepped out. The moment he appeared, he sensed the abundant magical energy lingering between sky and earth. However, unlike ordinary magical energy, this magical energy was filled with intense ferocity and malice, along with unrelenting madness and hatred. Long-term exposure to such an environment would likely turn even the most steadfast individual into a beast driven solely by a lust for killing. Gobta casually drew a rune symbol to isolate himself from this environment's influence, then looked down at the blood-red ground beneath his feet. TCH, this is really disgusting. Even with his tolerance, he couldn't help feeling a bit nauseous. The sight before him was truly a challenge to his senses. Shaking his head, Gobta turned his gaze to the massive temple not far away. It was a bizarre structure made of stones and masses of writhing flesh. At first glance, it was hard to determine whether it was a temple or some grotesque creature from a nightmare, since its overall appearance had no aesthetic value, only evoking a sense of horror and dread. In Gobta's eyes, this grotesqueness was comparable to the scene of Beast Vi's birth. Why do I keep running into these weird things lately? Gobta rubbed his temples and shook his head helplessly. The temple before him was the lair of the goddess of demonic beasts and the birthplace of the demonic beasts who attacked Uruk, called the Blood Temple, also known as the Blood Fort. However, the original Blood Fort didn't look like this, as the one before him had been influenced by Tiamat's authority, Potnia Theron. Currently, the one stirring up the demonic beast frenzy on Earth wasn't Tiamat but the vengeful goddess, Gorgon, who had fused with a portion of Tiamat's authority. Chapter 469. A long time ago, Tiamat, the goddess of beginning and Earth Mother goddess in Mesopotamian mythology, was banished to the world of imaginary numbers by her own children. Although she had recently returned to this world through the collapse of the human order foundations and the power of the Holy Grail, fully awakening wasn't an easy task. As a result, under someone's arrangement, the vengeful goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, synchronized her consciousness with Tiamat, allowing the latter to carry out her purpose in another way. If Gorgon died, the strong stimulus would awaken Tiamat. In a way, this was a dead-end situation. If they didn't deal with the goddess of demonic beasts, the demonic beasts born from Potnia Theron would eventually consume all of Uruk. Yet, if they did eliminate her, it would trigger Tiamat's awakening, bringing even greater disaster. Needless to say, Uruk was doomed to face destruction from the start. Even so, Gobta wanted to give it his all. He had Merlin locate Tiamat and put the already slumbering goddess of beginning into an even deeper dream. At the same time, he planned to use the key of sentience, Feng Huang Down, to sever the connection between Gorgon and Tiamat, ensuring that even if Gorgon died, Tiamat wouldn't be immediately awakened. However, this wasn't a permanent solution. In order to truly resolve the crisis of this era, they would still need to confront the returning goddess of beginning. Still, for now, this would greatly alleviate Uruk's pressure. Therefore, after confirming that Merlin had pulled Tiamat into a deeper dream, Gobta immediately came here. In a burst of radiant light, a white lance appeared in Gobta's hand. Initially, he had planned to charge into the blood fort and deal with Gorgon directly, but upon seeing the bizarre and twisted structure of it, he changed his mind. It was better to take down this place first. Just looking at it felt like serious torment to his body and mind. He definitely didn't want to fight the enemy inside such a place. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. As immense magical energy continuously poured into Abyss Flower, the sacred lily patterns on it lit up one by one, as if forged from light. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Whoosh! However, just as Abyss Flower was about to unleash the first power, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind Gobta. Rattle! A golden chain abruptly pierced through the void, its sharp spearhead aiming directly at his back. However, Gobta seemed to have anticipated this. He decisively halted the release of Abyss Flower's first power and quickly turned his body, using Abyss Flower to deflect the lethal strike. Ding! After deflecting the chain, Gobta looked ahead. Hundreds of meters away, a figure in a long white robe stood quietly. The figure had long green hair that emitted a faint glow and a beautiful androgynous face, standing gracefully like a flower. From the chain in their hand, it was clear that the fierce and merciless attack just now had come from this dreamlike, doll-like figure. They gazed coldly at Gobta, their pale purple eyes flashing with piercing coldness and murderous intent. It was obvious that Gobta's attempt to destroy the blood fort had severely crossed the line. You're even more patient than I thought, if you had been a moment later, that temple might have been destroyed by me. As he said that, Gobta still wore a calm smile, his black eyes meeting their cold gaze without fear. So, how should I address you? Enkidu or Kingu? Upon hearing his words, a trace of disbelief flashed in the green-haired figure's eyes. It would have been one thing if he had simply discerned that they were Enkidu, but how did he know that they were Kingu? Kingu, Tiamat's first and most loyal child, you once waged war against the gods alongside her, but in the end, she was banished, and you were killed by Marduk, Gobta remarked calmly, crossing his arms as he calmly observed their androgynous face. After endless ages, you have finally returned to this world with Tiamat. Don't mention those gods to me. They're nothing but ungrateful wretches. Kingu's expression grew darker, a cold smile forming at the corner of their mouth. They went to great lengths to banish Mother, never thinking that one day they would face the same fate. Now that the gods can no longer descend upon the earth, and Mother has awakened, it won't be long before we restore this world to its true form. Not a single one of the humans created by the gods will escape. Mother will create new rules, new creatures, cleansing all the filth from this land once and for all. Kingu took a deep breath, calming the anger and hatred in their heart, and gazed indifferently at Gobta. You have an aura that's completely out of place in this world, I imagine you're not from here either, don't say I didn't warn you, leave while you still can, once Mother fully awakens, it will be too late. Oh. You're not planning to hold me accountable for attacking that temple just now? You're more generous than I thought. Much better tempered than that goddess of Venus who attacks at the drop of a hat. You've met Ishtar? Kingu frowned. For some reason, even though they had never interacted with the goddess of Venus, just hearing her name made them inexplicably irritated and angry. Noticing Kingu's furrowed brow, Gobta secretly laughed, but outwardly, he remained calm and nodded. We crossed paths once. Humph, that foolish woman, if it weren't for her father backing her up, with her arrogant and domineering nature, she would have died countless times already. Kingu exclaimed angrily, feeling much better after venting. But in the next moment, they paused, wondering why they felt such strong resentment toward the goddess of Venus. Frowning, Kingu quickly brushed the question aside and fixed their pale purple eyes on Gobta. So, can you tell me your choice now? If possible, who would want to oppose a goddess of beginning? Gobta shrugged his shoulders casually. Well, how about we make a deal? We each take a step back. Tiamat continues to sleep, and I leave this world. How does that sound? Are you making fun of me? Kingu's face darkened completely, their eyes burning with fury. Now they understood. From the beginning, this man had just been messing with them. Chapter 470. Whoosh! 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 As the air rippled like water, numerous golden chains shot out, weaving into a dense net aimed at binding Gobta tightly. Not only have you taken over Enkidu's body, but you've also mastered the chains of heaven. Gobta shook his head slightly as he watched the agile, dragon-like golden chains. What a pity, you're still not him. Snap. Gobta snapped his fingers lightly, and several golden chains with golden spearheads shot out from behind him, fearlessly meeting Kingu's chains head-on. Cling. Clang. Cling. Clang. The clashing sounds of metal echoed continuously in the air, like two giant dragons roaring and snarling. You have the chains of heaven too. Kingu stared in shock, then immediately frowned. No, those aren't the same thing. Of course, they're not the chains of heaven because they're a creation from another world, Gobta said slowly. They are the Oath of Judah. Oath of Judah, Kingu frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Ridiculous. Chains of heaven, destroy them for me. As soon as they finished speaking, the chains of heaven, which had been at a standstill with the Oath of Judah, suddenly swung more fiercely. Like a storm, their attacks became more intense and eventually began to faintly overpower the chains of the Oath of Judah. Seeing this, Gobta raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He distinctly remembered that back in Fuyuki, his noble phantasm version of the Oath of Judah had fought Archer Gilgamesh's chains of heaven to a standstill. Why was it different now? While stroking his chin, Gobta glanced thoughtfully at Kingu. Could it be because of Enkidu? Even though Enkidu and Kingu weren't the same person, it was the same body after all. Moreover, Kingu was not currently in the form of a servant like Archer Gilgamesh, so it wasn't too surprising that Kingu could wield the chains of heaven to such an extent with Enkidu's body. Luckily, Gobta didn't rely solely on the Oath of Judah. With a casual wave of his hand, countless black holes rimmed with gold appeared behind Gobta. A massive surge of magical energy emanated from his body, causing the space around him to tremble slightly. What is that? Kingu's eyes widened slightly. For some reason, the sight before them gave them a strange sense of déjà vu. It seemed that at some point, they had seen a scene like this before. In a daze, the image of a man with golden hair appeared before their eyes. Finite are all things, illusions are fleeting and ephemeral, and therein lies the reality. Void Archives, 7th Plural Mimicry, Rain and Heaven. As Gobta's words fell, countless replicas of divine keys burst forth, carrying golden spears with trailing chains, massive lances engraved with holy lily patterns, and blazing greatswords. Whoosh! 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 They surged forward like a golden torrent, unstoppable, crashing toward Kingu without mercy. Kingu instantly realized the danger, cursing silently and hurriedly summoning the chains of heaven to defend themselves. Countless golden chains intertwined, forming a solid wall in front of them. Just as Kingu let out a sigh of relief, they suddenly noticed a crimson feather falling in front of their eyes. A feather? Why is there a feather here? Kingu was momentarily stunned, but before they could react, a powerful impact hit them from behind. Boom! As the golden torrent exploded, its thunderous roar sent a powerful wave of magical energy soaring into the sky, causing the thick, blood-red clouds above to tremble violently. Cough! Kingu spat out a mouthful of golden blood, their face instantly turning deathly pale, while their breath became extremely weak. However, more shocking and confusing than their injuries was that they had no idea where this attack had come from. Recalling the crimson feather from earlier, a sense of understanding began to dawn in their heart. Illusion. Kingu wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth with the back of their hand, eyes fixed on Gobta. You have a mental type noble phantasm. Gobta just smiled silently, neither confirming nor denying, but deep down, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the ultimate weapon created by the gods, the physical resilience of Enkidu's body was indeed extraordinary. If Ishtar was in Kingu's position, she would have been incapacitated already. Looking at Kingu, even though their dignified and beautiful face had become slightly pale from the injuries, adding a touch of frailty that stirred one's sympathy, they seemed to still have some strength in them. Gobta couldn't help but shake his head. Even he had to admit that this beauty had transcended both gender and common sense. At the same time, Kingu's gaze flickered slightly. At this moment, although they still retained some strength to fight, it was obvious they were no match for this black-haired man. If they continued to resist stubbornly, the only thing awaiting them was death. Although they did not fear death, dying in this place seemed somewhat unworthy. After all, their mother had not yet fully awakened, and they still needed to help her build a new world. Kingu looked toward the distant blood fort and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since the blood fort was the birthplace of the demonic beasts, losing it would mean losing their greatest advantage. But fortunately, they weren't entirely unprepared. Deep within the blood fort, the sleeping goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, had her consciousness synchronized to their mother's. If anything happened to her, their mother would be jolted awake from her slumber. When that happens, snapped out of their thoughts, Kingu turned their gaze back to Gobta, feeling a sense of intellectual superiority. All of this was the wisdom of a divine being, something a dull mortal could never comprehend. Just wait, even if you kill the goddess of demonic beasts, what awaits this world will only be a more desperate end. Kingu sneered inwardly and, without further hesitation, turned and flew toward the distance, but suddenly, a calm voice sounded leisurely behind them. I don't remember saying you could leave, did I? A strong gravitational pull came from behind Kingu, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose, as if a colossal beast had opened its mouth, causing the entire world to resonate with eerie howls and cries. Kingu jerked in shock, turning around to find Gobta holding a small deep red sphere. Without a doubt, the strong gravitational pull came from that sphere. Chapter 471. Damn bastard. Even with Kingu's usual calm composure, they couldn't help but curse. Why did this black-haired man have so many bizarre weapons? However, they understood that verbal abuse wouldn't change their current situation. Despite their efforts to escape the gravitational pull, they lacked the strength to break free since their body was burdened with injuries. In the end, after a brief standoff, Kingu was ultimately captured by the gravity of the Star of Eden and fell into Gobta's hands. Gobta wasted no time in securely binding Kingu with the Oath of Judah. The feeling of weakness in their body and the humiliation of being captured only fueled Kingu's inner fury. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Kingu shouted angrily while glaring at him. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead 100 times over by now, Gobta responded calmly. Damn it. Watching Kingu's face full of anger and humiliation, Gobta slowly exhaled a long breath in his mind. Finally got it done. Fighting Kingu wasn't exactly tough, but it did require some effort on his part. After all, his goal was to capture them, not to kill them. If it were just about killing, there wouldn't even be ashes left of them. Even though Enkidu's body was the ultimate creation of the gods, he had plenty of ways to easily dispose of it. It was fortunate that this androgynous fellow only had a slightly tougher body. Compared to this, their mental strength seemed a little lacking. Otherwise, their battle would have dragged on for much longer. I hope Gilgamesh will like this gift. After muttering to himself inwardly, Gobta turned his gaze toward the blood fort not far away. Now that the appetizer's done, it's time for the main course. After muttering that, a burst of light flashed, and a massive white lance engraved with sacred lily patterns appeared in Gobta's hand. Gazing at the lance, Kingu's face twitched slightly. They couldn't believe that this black-haired man actually still had tricks up his sleeve. Did he really not give his all when he fought me? With that thought in mind, Kingu's complexion became even uglier. That damn King Gilgamesh, where did he find such an ally? At the same time, Gobta focused his mind, his eyes closing slightly before murmuring a chant. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. Whoosh! Majestic magical energy surged continuously from Gobta's dragon heart into the massive lance, illuminating the lily patterns on its shaft one by one. Abyss flower, declaring life and death, awakened its first power, unleashing a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. It seemed to transform entirely into a pure, immaculate white radiance, instantly detaching from Gobta's hand and thundering toward the eerie and horrifying temple of flesh at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Buzz! In an instant, the ancient magecraft covering the perimeter of Blood Fort reacted, as endless blood mist billowed upward, forming towering walls of crimson tens of meters high, blocking the path before the Blood Fort. Boom! In just an instant, the clash between the pure white radiance and the crimson walls erupted, creating a massive shockwave that caused nearby blood swamps to explode, raining down endless blood showers. Like spring snow meeting scorching sunlight, the crimson walls shattered rapidly. While the pure white radiance continued its unstoppable advance, breaking through the defenses of the crimson walls layer by layer without showing any signs of weakness. In just a few seconds, all the crimson walls were shattered, and the residual momentum of the pure white radiance continued to bombard the Blood Fort. Boom! As the strong winds from the explosion swept through, Kingu's green locks swayed wildly, and their pale purple eyes now held a hint of desperation. They couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if that attack had landed on them just now. Even with their divine body, they doubted they could withstand such a blow. However, Kingu quickly regained their composure as a smirk played on their lips. No matter how powerful this black-haired man was, once their mother awakened, the world was doomed to destruction. Neither the golden-haired man sitting in the ziggurat nor this black-haired man could escape this inevitable fate. Gobta didn't notice Kingu's change in expression but instead focused all his attention on the blood fort, now heavily damaged. His expression turned slightly serious and his grip on Abyss Flower's handle tightened. Here it comes. Boom! Rumble! Like a giant dragon turning over, the earth rumbled fiercely, causing the entire ground to shake violently. A colossal serpent tail rose from the cracks in the earth, stretching hundreds of meters like winding mountain ranges across the ground. Relying on this tremendous support, a massive figure emerged from beneath the surface. It was a magnificent figure with a human upper body and a serpent lower body. With the waist as the boundary between the two, excluding the tail. The humanoid part alone reached nearly 100 meters in height, far surpassing the average city wall. This figure had a beautiful female face, with 4 wings covered in golden feathers behind her. Among her long purple hair, several giant and sinister snakes sprouted, their crimson mouths oozing viscous saliva. With a beautiful face and a bizarre body, profane snakes and sacred wings, these completely different traits converged in this figure, leaving those who witnessed her deeply shaken and frightened to the core. She was none other than the cursed monster, bearing the title of Avenger, and now endowed with the authority of Potnia Theron, the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon. Gobta gazed at the colossal body resembling a mountain, his expression unchanged, but his eyes carried a hint of solemnity. Gorgon, awakened from her slumber, immediately locked onto Gobta in mid-air, her pale purple serpent pupils revealing undisguised hatred and anger. Infected by her emotions, the massive snakes growing from her hair opened their mouths wide, emitting sharp hisses and growls toward Gobta. Chapter 472. No wonder you didn't wake me up, turns out you've been captured, Kingu. Goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon, spoke with undisguised disdain as she looked at the captured Kingu behind Gobta. I'm sorry, mother, Kingu said dejectedly, their face full of shame as they lowered their head. Although the figure before them wasn't their true mother, their capture was indeed a fact. Humph. Gorgon snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Kingu, but shifting her gaze to Gobta. Although you've disturbed my slumber, I must admire your courage, human. Not only did you trespass into my temple alone, but you also captured my child. Among the heroes I know, only one possesses such audacity and strength. You mean Heracles? Gobta smiled. Well, it's quite a coincidence, I happened to cross paths with that guy not long ago. You know Heracles? Gorgon's expression shifted slightly. Not only do I know him, but I also know your true identity, Gobta replied calmly, crossing his arms casually. You're the cursed goddess, Gorgon, yes. Seems like you know quite a bit. Gorgon's expression darkened slightly. At the same time, Kingu stared at Gobta's back in astonishment. He actually knew the goddess of demonic beasts' true identity. For a moment, Kingu couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. If this black-haired man knew the goddess of demonic beasts' true identity, would he also know about their true relationship? Isn't it obvious? Gobta shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Snake tail, snake hair, snake eyes, those traits are pretty unique, they're not what you'd expect from the mother of all beings. Although her true identity was exposed, Gorgon's emotions quickly calmed. To her, it wasn't a big deal since this man was about to die soon nonetheless. In the next moment, 2 dazzling lights burst from Gorgon's pale purple vertical pupils, and 2 beams of light shot out without warning. Gobta grabbed Kingu's collar, his figure flashing slightly to dodge the impact of Gorgon's mystic eyes. Boom! Gorgon wielded, Cybele, the highest-order mystic eyes known as the mystic eyes of petrification. Especially now, with the massive boost from her Saint Graph, the power of her mystic eyes was increased several times over. Even Gobta, infused with the power of Nidhogg, wouldn't escape the fate of petrification if hit directly. Needless to say, under no circumstances could he directly confront Gorgon's mystic eyes. You can't escape. Gorgon roared, her purple hair swirling wildly as numerous snakes rose up, opening their massive mouths and lunging at Gobta from all directions. With hair like that, don't you find it troublesome to manage? Gobta quipped teasingly as he darted like lightning among the many snakes. With a slight grip on his hand, a sinister black sword shrouded in an ominous aura quickly appeared in his hand. Let me lend you a hand with that. Swish. Gobta swung the black sword, effortlessly severing a large snake lunging at him. Boom. As the snake fell to the ground, it kicked up dust and twitched briefly before falling silent. Meanwhile, an almost invisible black flame slowly burned the severed part of the snake on Gorgon's hair. What is this? Gorgon furrowed her brows slightly, sensing that something was off with her hair regeneration. Normally, her snakes could regenerate infinitely, but now there seemed to be a strange power hindering this regeneration. It felt as if her hair was being corroded by something, no longer under her control. What did you do, you bastard? Gorgon roared angrily. I told you, just tidying up your hair. Gobta shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Since the nature of Jizo Mitama's power was corruption, a self-aware ultimate virus capable of corrupting and controlling any life form or non-life form, it was perfect for dealing with enemies with infinite regeneration. Even though Gobta was speaking with Gorgon, he didn't stop his actions. In just a few breaths, he severed several snakes, and similarly, the severed parts of the snakes on her hair couldn't regenerate any more snakes. Gorgon was both shocked and furious, quickly retracting all her snakes. If this man kept chopping, her snakes would eventually be completely gone. Even more so, she couldn't catch up with this man's speed at all since his bodily movements were too fast. Since close combat wasn't working, she decided to attack from a distance. Under Gorgon's control, the snakes on her hair opened their mouths wide before powerful magical energies sprayed out, forming several beams of light shooting toward Gobta. Seeing this, Gobta casually waved his hand, and spatial black holes appeared out of thin air in front of him, swallowing all the beams of light. Returning them to you, Gobta said calmly, waving his hand again. Soon, the beams of light that had been swallowed by the black holes flew out of the black holes that suddenly appeared around Gorgon, raining down toward her without mercy. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the earth as if the whole world trembled. After a while, amidst the thick clouds of smoke and dust, Gorgon's colossal figure, resembling a mountain, reappeared. Apart from looking slightly disheveled, there was no sign of any injury on her body. Evidently, this was the terrifying aspect of Gorgon when manifested in the form of a goddess in the realm of mortals. Emphasizing her nature as a monster to the extreme, she presented herself in this terrifying, demonic form. Regardless of her physical strength or endurance, she had reached an astonishing level that defied mortals' imagination. Even if one disregarded her fearsome special skills, relying solely on her strength, she was capable of easily overthrowing any large city. Nonetheless, despite not sustaining any injuries, Gorgon was furious at being so viciously beaten up. Human. As Gorgon roared, two brilliant lights burst forth from her purple vertical pupils, shooting toward Gobta. Gobta immediately dodged them but suddenly felt a darkness overhead. Boom! Like a mountain, a massive snake tail crashed down toward him, shaking the ground violently. Die! 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 Gorgon's eyes gleamed with a cruel, bloodthirsty light as she continued to swing her tail like a hammer, relentlessly striking down toward Gobta's position. Watching this scene from a distance, Kingu's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of pleasure. Well done! That's it, just smash that bastard to bits. However, Kingu's excitement didn't last long as a voice suddenly rang out. I'd say, you've smashed enough, no? What? Both Gorgon and Kingu were taken aback. In the next moment, a shadow darted out from the ground like lightning with a fist wrapped in black scales, mercilessly smashing into Gorgon's face. Bang! A visible shockwave rippled out, causing Gorgon to involuntarily stagger backward, her eyes showing an incredulous expression. What actually happened? Did she just get punched in the face by a human? Chapter 473. You've landed so many hits on me, isn't it my turn next? Saying with a smile, Gobta unleashed the black dragon body, his body was covered in black scales. A pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back, his eyes turned into icy vertical pupils, his long black hair danced wildly, and he exuded a chilling aura of death. Bang! 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 Without giving Gorgon any chance to react, he relentlessly pounded her face with one punch after another, the echoing punching sounds reverberating like a drummer striking a drum. Gorgon staggered back under his relentless assault, completely stunned. Likewise, Kingu also looked incredulous. Enough. After being punched in the face dozens of times in succession, Gorgon finally snapped out of her daze, roaring in anger as she emitted powerful waves of magical energy, forcing Gobta to retreat. Despicable humans like you deserve a painful death. Gorgon, never before subjected to such humiliation, was on the brink of madness. I will make you regret your actions in the most cruel way. Pandemonium Cetus. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red light swiftly enveloped Gobta. It was none other than Gorgon's most powerful noble phantasm, an enhanced version of her noble phantasm, Blood Fort Andromeda, in her rider class, but without requiring any preparation time, that could be activated simply by releasing its true name. Its effect was to dissolve all life within the designated area. Humans would immediately lose their lives, and even servants would suffer severe damage. In the next second, a sense of heaviness and oppression descended upon Gobta as he felt his body becoming incredibly heavy, his magical energy rapidly dissipating as if being drained away by something. "You despicable crawling creature, you've really angered me this time." Gorgon's eyes shimmered with icy cruelty. "I wasn't planning to move so soon, but since you've underestimated and angered me, I've decided to rid this earth of those bothersome humans once and for all. After I've killed you, I'll lead my demonic beast army to break through that ridiculous wall and wipe out all humans." "What a pity, you won't have that chance," Gobta calmly met her gaze. "Because I'll deal with you right here, right now. This is what I hate most about humans, arrogant and ignorant." Gorgon looked at him with disgust. "Haven't you realized your situation yet?" "It's you who hasn't realized the situation, Gorgon." Cosmic Juggernaut, Second Power Void Enclave. An invisible field expanded from Gobta as its center, quickly covering a 3-meter radius around him. Within the field, he seemed to be in a different space, completely unaffected by the surrounding environment. Even Gorgon's noble phantasm, Pandemonium Cetus, couldn't affect him at all. At this moment, although Gobta seemed to be still present, there were countless overlapping imaginary spaces around him, overlaying the real world. As long as these spaces weren't shattered, no form of attack could harm him. From this, it sounded somewhat similar to Avalon. No matter how fiercely Gorgon launched her attacks, they couldn't affect him at all. At this point, the battle was essentially over. Even if she was furious and unwilling, she couldn't change the outcome of defeat. As dusk approached, the blood-red sunset cast its light upon the earth, witnessing the end of this mother of monsters. After hours of battle, even Gorgon, with her vast massive Saint Graph, was exhausted. Eventually, the once formidable goddess of demonic beasts lay on the ground, her expression dim, her strength dwindling, only the flames of vengeance still flickering in her eyes. "Despite bearing the name of goddess, at the end of the day, beings like you are just cursed creatures." Gobta walked up to Gorgon with Black Abyss in hand, locking eyes with hers, which were filled with unwillingness. "The desire for revenge has completely blinded you and consumed your soul, becoming your fuel. I can't judge whether this is right or wrong, but to me, someone like you is just too tragic and pitiful. Now, it's time to end all of this." Meanwhile, bound by golden chains, Kingu watched Gobta's back with a hint of cruelty flickering in their purple eyes. "Yes, kill her, and then, you will truly usher in the apocalypse." Gobta raised Black Abyss and thrust it toward Gorgon's forehead without hesitation. Poochie. In just a few seconds, Gorgon's eyes dimmed completely, turning into a silent, lifeless gray. Along with her colossal body, all vitality was lost. Excitedly, Kingu waited for a few minutes but found no change around them. At this moment, they quickly realized that their mother was still asleep and not waking up. What happened? Why is this happening? Shouldn't mother have been stimulated and awakened by now? Kingu wondered, his face showed a confused expression. "You seem quite lost in thought." A familiar voice suddenly came from beside Kingu, jolting them awake and making them realize the terrifying man was standing next to them. "That's because you killed my mother," Kingu replied reluctantly. "Don't play dumb with me, you're Tiamat's child. Since when did Gorgon become your mother?" Gobta responded indifferently. "She was just a stand-in." "You knew all along." Kingu was shocked once again. Since the goddess of beginning has been absent from this world for so long, her return isn't an easy thing. Because of this, you linked Gorgon's consciousness to Tiamat's. And this way, when the former dies, the latter would also be stimulated to awaken. Am I right? You. Kingu instantly felt a chill run down their spine as they looked at those calmly unsettling black eyes and couldn't help but shiver with a hint of fear creeping into their heart. This was the first time they had felt such a sensation since they had woken up. They must admit that this man was even scarier than Gilgamesh. Gobta didn't say much more and just silently grabbed Kingu by the collar and activated the cosmic juggernaut, heading straight for Uruk. Since the goddess of demonic beasts was dead and the blood fort was completely destroyed by him, those demonic beasts, without command or subsequent support, couldn't exert any pressure on the front lines anymore. Next, it was time to prepare for the impending awakening of the goddess of beginning, Tiamat. Chapter 474. On the way back to Uruk, Gobta took a look at the reward he had just received, the Key of Blankness. It was a set of armor, slightly different from what he had in mind, but its functions were similar. As long as he inserted the Hershur's core of the divine key into it, he could obtain power comparable to a true Hershur's. However, at the same time, it would impose a huge burden on the wearer's body. Nevertheless, this burden was still within manageable limits for Gobta. However, what really concerned him was not the burden but the other consequence of using the key of blankness. It was well known that the power of Herschers came from the Herschers core, which in turn derived its power from the connection to the imaginary tree. However, due to the adjustments made by the root, the Herschers cores Gobta possessed could no longer establish a connection with the imaginary tree and used Honkai energy, instead turning into something that was driven by magical energy. Nevertheless, Gobta discovered that by embedding the Herschers core into the key of blankness, he could actually establish a connection with the imaginary tree once again. Realizing this truth, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't forgotten what God had said at the beginning: the war between the two dimensions would be a disaster, regardless of who ultimately won or lost. Countless worlds would be destroyed because of it. Fortunately, this connection was not mandatory, so as long as he didn't take the initiative, the connection could not be established. However, if he were to really use it, there would be another consequence. Once used, the Herschers core's power could not be replenished. It meant that under the effect of the key of blankness, the Herschers core could be fully unleashed, but afterward, it would be a useless item, an empty core. Without the power of the Herschers core, the divine key could not be used. Needless to say, the cost of using the key of blankness was to abandon the divine key in exchange for temporary power. Relying on the spatial power of cosmic juggernaut, Gobta finally returned to Uruk. "Are you, Lord Enkidu?" Siduri, who had come to greet Gobta, looked at the green-haired figure behind him with a face full of astonishment. She truly didn't understand. Gobta had gone to defeat the goddess of demonic beasts, so why had he suddenly brought back someone who looked so much like Enkidu? Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Enkidu should have already passed away. "I'm sorry, Siduri, although I don't want to shatter your illusions, this fellow is not the Enkidu you know," Gobta said, shaking his head. "This." Siduri glanced hesitantly at Kingu. Although Enkidu and Kingu looked identical, the gloomy expression on Kingu's face was something she had never seen on the gentle face of Enkidu. Smart as she was, she already sensed that there was probably some hidden truth, but she didn't press further and bowed her head slightly. "His Majesty is waiting for you in the throne room." "I know," Gobta nodded and walked into the ziggurat. As Kingu looked at the ziggurat in front of them, their expression changed unpredictably. In the end, they sighed in resignation and followed inside. It was already late at night, but the ziggurat was still brightly lit. As always, Gilgamesh sat on the throne, with piles of clay tablets stacked beside him. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Gilgamesh moved his gaze from the clay tablet in his hand to his front. When he saw the green-haired figure, his scarlet vertical pupils suddenly contracted. However, this change lasted only a brief moment before he quickly returned to normal, his face as calm as usual. "When you said this afternoon that you were going to defeat the goddess of demonic beasts, I didn't expect you to return so soon." Looking at Gobta, Gilgamesh spoke calmly as he set down the clay tablet in his hand. As for Kingu, they seemed to be completely ignored by Gilgamesh. "Battles are often like this, deciding the outcome only takes a moment of vulnerability," Gobta said with a smile. "Since the goddess of demonic beasts is dead and there is no one to command those demonic beasts, the pressure on the front lines should be greatly reduced." "Ho! You did very well, no, better than I expected." He did not mention any rewards like before because he knew that Gobta did not need such things. Even if he did offer, it would only be self-deprecating. "By the way, I brought you a gift." Gobta stepped aside, revealing Kingu behind him. "Kingu, I think you might have heard this name before, this fellow also revived along with Tiamat, although I'm not sure why they occupy Enkidu's body, that's the reality." Kingu silently glanced at Gilgamesh with a complex expression. They knew that this golden-haired man should be their greatest enemy, but for some reason, they couldn't muster any anger. Instead, they felt an urge to be close to him. "It's all because of this damn body," Kingu thought with frustration. Gilgamesh glanced at Kingu indifferently, as if he were observing a stranger, with no emotional fluctuation visible at all. "Got it," Gilgamesh nodded. "Thanks for your hard work, I'll take care of the rest." "I'll leave it to you then," Gobta nodded back, then turned and left the ziggurat. As Gobta descended the steps, he glanced back at the brightly lit ziggurat, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Even though Gilgamesh seemed calm, his calmness was actually the most unusual thing. "What at Sundra?" Gobta shook his head and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, inside the ziggurat. After Gobta left, Gilgamesh continued to focus on the clay tablet in his hands as if nothing happened. At the same time, Kingu stood silently in the throne room like a statue. Although Gobta had freed Kingu from the chains of the Oath of Judah, he had sealed the Holy Grail within their body using the primordial rune, so they still couldn't exert any power. Because of this, there was no way Kingu could escape from this place. As time ticked by, neither Gilgamesh nor Kingu made a move to speak, filling the air with awkward tension. Chapter 475. After a while, as Siduri came to refill the oil lamps in the throne room, she glanced at the silent Kingu and then at the silent Gilgamesh. After hesitating for a long while, she eventually spoke up. "Your Majesty. It's getting late, Siduri, you should go rest," Gilgamesh suddenly interrupted her. Siduri blinked her eyes, hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head slightly. "Yes, Your Majesty, please rest early." As Gilgamesh waved his hand in response, Siduri glanced at both of them again before leaving the throne room. As time continued to pass, soon it was nearing midnight. Having finished the last clay tablet, Gilgamesh stretched his neck and finally set his gaze on Kingu. "I actually want to kill you," Gilgamesh said expressionlessly. "In the past 6 months, because of you and that goddess of demonic beasts, I have lost many of my people. They were all brave warriors, each one incredibly precious to me." "Then why haven't you killed me?" Kingu said with a sneer. Looking at that familiar yet strangely foreign face, Gilgamesh sighed inwardly and waved his hand dismissively. "I'll have Siduri arrange a place for you to stay. Until this war is over, you'll stay there." "Why not just kill me, Gilgamesh?" Kingu glared at the golden-haired king. "I told you, I'm your enemy, I'm not Enkidu." "That's right, you're just using Enkidu's body," Gilgamesh replied calmly. Upon hearing that, Kingu was slightly taken aback. "Then why?" "But you are still the object of my protectiono, the object of my friendship," Gilgamesh continued. "What are you saying?" Kingu stared at him, bewildered. "Do I have to spell it out for you?" "You fool." Gilgamesh suddenly raised his voice. "Even if your souls are different and your feelings aren't the same, your body is still the one and only chains of heaven in this world." Overwhelmed by Gilgamesh's imposing presence, Kingu instinctively took a step back. Taking a deep breath, Gilgamesh calmed down. "Of course, that fellow always insisted they were just a weapon, that's why, according to their logic, my caring about you is only natural. After all, you were once this king's most trusted weapon, you're Enkidu's successor, what's wrong with protecting you?" After saying that, Gilgamesh stood up from his throne and left the throne room. Kingu, on the other hand, just stood silently in the throne room, like a frozen statue. In the following days, Uruk received continuous good news from the front lines. As Gobta predicted, without the goddess of demonic beasts, the demonic beasts roaming the land could no longer mount effective attacks. Furthermore, with the blood fort destroyed, their numbers couldn't be replenished, drastically reducing the pressure on the front lines. The soldiers even began to take the initiative, reclaiming areas occupied by the demonic beasts. Despite this, both Gobta and Gilgamesh knew very well that this triumph was only temporary. As long as Tiamat still existed, they would always face the constant threat of annihilation. Until she was utterly defeated, they were still far from final victory. Nevertheless, being able to reclaim the lost land could at least boost the confidence of Uruk's populace. Moreover, thanks to Morgan's efforts, the desolate city of Uruk had largely been transformed into her territory. Now, in this city, even if a god descended, they would end up being beaten to death by Morgan. Yes, it was none other than the disgraceful goddess of Venus, Ishtar. Speaking of Ishtar, one had to mention the goddess worship ritual that had become widely known in Uruk. Through the efforts of Morgan and Siduri, the people of Uruk rekindled their faith in the goddess of Venus. However, due to the large number of participants, the ritual, originally held once every 2 days, had to be changed to once a day. As the faith stabilized, the offerings to the goddess of Venus increased significantly. If all these offerings were converted into gemstones, they would almost fill a small cart. "These should be enough," Gobta remarked as he casually picked up a few gemstones with a hint of a smile on his face. "With so many offerings, Ishtar should be satisfied, right?" "Don't overestimate that woman, I even doubt if she might faint from seeing these gems," Gilgamesh said, his words dripping with disdain. This was partly because he had learned from Gobta that she actually had lost Gugalana Bowl of Heaven. Regardless, she was still a goddess, so they had to make do. "You will escort these offerings to Mount Abi, right?" "No problem." Gilgamesh asked. "Yeah, no worries," Gobta nodded. "Then set off, I will await your good news." Rumble. Before Gilgamesh could finish his words, a loud rumble suddenly echoed. What happened? Siduri was startled. The sound came from the city gate. Gilgamesh looked up sharply, his eyes piercing toward the ziggurat's exterior. "Is it an enemy invasion?" Siduri frowned. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the ziggurat, tall and graceful with a noble air. It was none other than Gobta's elder sister, Morgan. "Someone has forcefully entered Uruk," Morgan informed, looking at Gobta. "This intruder has a strong divinity, probably a god." "It's Quetzalcoatl," Gilgamesh said gravely, his clairvoyance already identifying the intruder. The feathered serpent god from America. Gobta frowned slightly, not expecting this figure to come knocking before he even sought her out. Upon realizing this, Gobta nodded at Morgan. Let's go and greet this guest from afar. However, as Gobta and the others had just stepped out of the ziggurat, they saw dust billowing up on the distant main road. Boom! 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 The rumbling noise was incessant like a mad ancient beast rampaging across the land. Occasionally, a few black dots flew out from the smoke and dust, some smashed onto the road, others into residential buildings, and then there was no more movement from them. TSK, seems like this fellow has quite a temper. Merlin, who had come over after hearing the commotion, couldn't help but click his tongue. He wasn't surprised that a god could possess such immense strength. What truly surprised him, however, was the cruelty and violence of this god's methods. He was sure that those people being thrown out were obviously dead beyond any doubt. Although most gods were known to be ill-tempered, it was rare to see one resort to such a massacre at the slightest provocation. Unless extremely angered, gods usually wouldn't engage in a large-scale slaughter of mortals. Siduri's face also turned very grim upon seeing this scene. After all, those who died were the people of Uruk. Remember, the way gods think is different from mortals, so don't be fooled by their appearances, Gobta remarked calmly, crossing his arms. Despite the grand display, he knew these people weren't actually dead, or to be more precise, they would all be resurrected by Quetzalcoatl afterward. Okay, let's take a look. With that, Gobta and the others continued their footsteps. Chapter 476. As Gobta and the others made their way to the source of the commotion, the surrounding civilians and soldiers quickly withdrew 3 blocks away, following Siduri's instructions. In the face of a god, numbers were utterly meaningless. Oh my, seems like some extraordinary guests have arrived. Quetzalcoatl, standing about 100 meters away from Gobta and the others, tilted her head sideways as she spoke at them. This is Uruk, if we're talking about guests, it should be you, Quetzalcoatl, Gobta responded calmly. Ah, you're right, sorry, I get so excited sometimes that I tend to forget such things, hee. Quetzalcoatl scratched her head, showing a carefree smile. It was hard to imagine anyone could smile like that after killing 100 people as if she had merely swatted 100 insignificant flies. As Gobta had said, this was the difference between gods and mortals. Their way of thinking was loftier and more unconstrained. Goddess Quetzalcoatl, why did you come to Uruk, and why are you killing our people? Siduri stepped forward, eyes fixed on the goddess figure. We have never shown you any disrespect. Oh, you must be Siduri, the chief priestess of Uruk, I've heard about you. Quetzalcoatl looked Siduri up and down, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Indeed, you are as beautiful as a gem, and that gaze of yours really hits my sweet spot. Alright, how about this, if you're willing to become my priestess, I might consider switching sides, how does that sound? Upon hearing that, Siduri was stunned. She, converting her faith and serving a foreign god? Impossible. I also heard that your king is quite handsome, if he's willing to marry me, I might reconsider, Quetzalcoatl said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Kingu, who had been stealthily observing the situation from their room, felt a sudden surge of irritation upon hearing Quetzalcoatl's words, along with an inexplicable urge to punch someone. What a shameless goddess! Kingu muttered under their breath, unsure if it was because of Quetzalcoatl's whimsical attitude or her outrageous proposal. Marry his majesty. Siduri's eyes widened in shock before shaking her head vehemently. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You seem a bit agitated, young lady, Quetzalcoatl remarked with a smirk, spreading her hands. But I'm afraid such childish demands don't quite suit my status, so, let's get back to the main topic. You asked why I want to destroy Uruk, right? She paused and glanced around, seemingly looking for something to sit on. As she couldn't find anything, she continued standing. Because I was sent here specifically to destroy humanity. Sent to destroy humanity? Siduri was slightly taken aback. But how I do it is up to me, no. And my answer is to kill them all, one by one, carefully. Quetzalcoatl wore a sinister grin as she said that, causing Siduri to instinctively take a step back in fear. However, Quetzalcoatl quickly reined in her menacing expression, switching back to her previous gentle and harmless demeanor so swiftly that it made one question their own eyes. Don't worry though, I'll be leaving soon, I only fight with 100 people a day, once I reach that number, I'll ignore the rest. After saying that, Quetzalcoatl whistled, and a pterosaur emerged from the clouds, quickly descending to the ground. Well then, everyone, goodbye for now, at this time tomorrow, I'll come to challenge another 100 people again, bye-bye. Quetzalcoatl waved her hand and, with a light step, leaped several dozen meters into the air, landing on the pterosaur's back. However, just as the pterosaur was about to take off, a powerful and domineering aura swept through the area, causing the pterosaur to screech in terror and plummet uncontrollably toward the ground like a headless fly. Really? Quetzalcoatl raised an eyebrow and released her aura, finally calming the pterosaur. She turned her head and looked down, observing a young man with black hair below. Guests are guests, you haven't even experienced Uruk's hospitality yet, so how can you leave so easily? Gobta lifted his head, his cold black dragon eyes fixed on the goddess high above. A rather high-ranked dragon bloodline, huh? It seems, little brother, your origins aren't simple, huh? Quetzalcoatl jumped off the pterosaur's back, looking at Gobta with interest. As I said, I only accept 100 challengers a day, any more than that, I might get a little angry, you know. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from Quetzalcoatl's body as her usual playful smile appeared on her face. However, despite being stared down by a goddess with such an aggressive gaze, Gobta's expression remained calm. If your goal is truly to destroy humanity, why set a limit of 100 people a day? And why resurrect them after killing them? Quetzalcoatl, are you really planning to destroy humanity? Upon hearing his words, Quetzalcoatl's eyes flickered slightly and didn't answer as decisively as she did with Siduri this time. I know. A stranger's voice suddenly broke in. Who's speaking? Everyone was taken aback. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows of the street. It was a strange woman dressed in a jaguar onesie, carrying a basket several times her size on her back. Another goddess? Everyone was amazed. Although she seemed like a comedic character, she exuded a clear divinity. Cuckoo, she's doing something like this because she has a principle. If someone challenges her with a resolve to die, she'll give it her all, but if they aren't ready, she'll spare them. With hands on hips, the goddess in a jaguar onesie stated, looking proud. Cuckoo. To call goddess Quetzalcoatl like that, you must be another American god. Jaguar, you're talking too much, have you finished what I asked you to do? Quetzalcoatl said in a sinister tone. Jaguar man, the goddess in a jaguar onesie, shuddered as she heard Quetzalcoatl's words. Sorry, I'll leave right away. She quickly ran off, not forgetting to toss the nearby dead humans into her basket, sneaking away like a weasel stealing chickens. Does this count as kidnapping? Merlin asked, looking puzzled. But they're all already dead, Morgan replied calmly. Merlin thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That's true. Two non-humans had reached a rare consensus on whether the dead had human rights. So, I think the answer is pretty clear. Gobta spoke to Quetzalcoatl with a calm smile. You have no intention of destroying humanity. Challenging 100 people every day isn't a random thing, your true goal is to see human resolve and courage. You want to know if, in the face of an unstoppable disaster, humans can still muster the will to fight back. You're actually looking for summoning a mortal willing to raise the sword of rebellion against a god, am I right, Quetzalcoatl? Chapter 477. Ah, it seems you've seen through my little scheme, it's a bit embarrassing. Quetzalcoatl admitted with a helpless shrug, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. So, what do you plan to do, human with dragon blood? Since courage and determination can't be proven with words alone, Gobta said calmly as a white lance appeared in his hand and black dragon wings unfurled behind him. Let's settle this with a soul-wagering battle. Oh my! That's quite an interesting resolution, you've completely hit the mark with me. But are you sure? Let me warn you, this time I won't be holding back at all, you know. Gods are powerful, but don't underestimate humans, Gobta raised his white lance, pointing it at the goddess from afar. I'll prove to you just how high humans can reach. Ba-dump. 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 As the sound of his heartbeat echoed like a beating drum, magical energy surged like a roaring river. Flowing through every of his limb at the same time, black dragon scales covered his body like sturdy armor, causing his body temperature to rise sharply. In just an instant, Gobta adjusted his body to its peak state. He watched Quetzalcoatl intently, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Known as the feathered serpent god, Quetzalcoatl held a significant place in Aztec mythology, as even those unfamiliar with this mythology had likely heard her name. This alone was a testament to Quetzalcoatl's immense fame. Even thousands of years later, her pyramid still stood tall on the earth, showcasing the ancient wisdom and the reverence and faith of the ancient people for this great god. In mythology, this god presided over numerous domains: wind, rain, arts, cultures, knowledge, learning, life, and so on. In fact, there were thousands of myths associated with her, making her a highly prominent god. Although the goddess before him was merely a facet of her true form, the overwhelming fame she enjoyed allowed her to receive substantial power enhancements upon manifesting into the world of mortals, making her far stronger than ordinary gods. If Quetzalcoatl were to get serious, her destructive power could surpass even that of the goddess of demonic beasts, Gorgon. For Gobta, this was going to be a tough battle. However, he couldn't afford to retreat. Quite the spirit you have there, it's rare for me to feel this excited. Quetzalcoatl's emerald eyes glinted with a hint of amusement. Well then, here I come. Whoosh! She adjusted her stance slightly before her body shot forward like a cannonball, launching a seemingly delicate fist that carried a terrifying force capable of shattering city walls. Just as she said, this time she was serious. Fall back, all of you, Gobta warned those behind him and gripped Abyss Flower tightly, meeting her head-on with equal determination. Seeing his intention, Quetzalcoatl was momentarily surprised, then burst into laughter, swinging her iron fist at the cold shaft of the lance. Boom! The clash between flesh and cold steel caused an explosion-like effect, and their immense forces triggered a shockwave that rapidly spread outward, cracking the ground within a few meters like a spider's web at the point of impact. Seeing this, Morgan raised her eyebrow and snapped her fingers lightly. In the next moment, the cracked ground was restored, and its hardness increased significantly. Oh! Have you transformed the entire city into a temple territory? You must have an incredible mage here. Getting distracted in battle isn't a good habit, Quetzalcoatl, Gobta interjected, thrusting his lance straight at the goddess's head. Little brother, you're quite strong, you might be a good candidate for wrestling, Quetzalcoatl countered, throwing a powerful punch. Boom! The force of the wind from her punch tore through the air, clashing with Gobta's lance with a deep, drum-like resonance. If there's a chance later, I'll ask for your guidance then, Gobta replied calmly, swinging his empty hand. Soon, the Oath of Judah whistled through the air, and several golden spears, linked by chains, flew toward Quetzalcoatl like dragons. Quetzalcoatl's divine intuition warned her that these spears and chains were not as simple as they seemed. Believing her intuition, instead of meeting the attack head-on, she chose to evade. Her body moved with unbelievable flexibility, dodging the golden spears and chains with a series of fluid motions that made her seem like a nimble feathered serpent dancing gracefully. Witnessing this, Gobta was momentarily stunned. Since acquiring the Oath of Judah, he had never seen anyone dodge its attacks in such a manner. Little brother, you have a lot of noble phantasms, but relying too much on weapons isn't a good thing, I prefer the feel of hand-to-hand combat. After saying that, Quetzalcoatl seized an opening in Gobta's attack by suddenly closing the distance between them and punching him in the chest. Bang! Gobta felt like he had been hit by a dragon as he was sent flying back dozens of meters, his legs carving deep furrows in the ground. Cough! As Gobta spat out a mouthful of blood, he immediately used the power of Abyss Flower to heal his injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gobta glanced at the fist mark on his silver armor, causing his mouth to twitch. It was hard to believe that a single punch could nearly incapacitate him who was using the black dragon body. A goddess specialized in close combat was truly frightening. Recovering so quickly after taking my punch. Quetzalcoatl was slightly surprised but quickly grew excited. Well, this makes it more fun. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. After all, what could be more exciting than an unbreakable opponent for a wrestler? However, Gobta wasn't going to give her another chance. Although his physical strength was on par with Quetzalcoatl, his hand-to-hand combat skills were no match for her wrestling skills since he hadn't trained in such martial arts. Star of Eden. A deep red sphere instantly materialized out of thin air and released an immense, mountain-like pressure on Quetzalcoatl, slowing her down significantly. With another wave of his hand, Gobta sent the Oath of Judah's golden spears flying, piercing through Quetzalcoatl's limbs and immobilizing her. In the next second, the power of binding spread through her body, and she could feel her magical energy rapidly waning. Finished, Quetzalcoatl, Gobta said, inwardly letting out a sigh. Finished, you say? How can that be? I haven't used my full strength yet. Chapter 478. Quetzalcoatl. As soon as Quetzalcoatl shouted that name, a shadow suddenly covered the earth. A massive pterosaur, several times larger than a regular one, descended from the clouds, its body covered in bright and colorful feathers, emitting a hiss that sounded like a serpent. It was Quetzalcoatl's noble phantasm named Quetzalcoatl, winged serpent, a Cretaceous-era pterosaur named after herself, known as Quetzalcoatl, a phantasmal species ranked from phantasmal to divine. However, the function of this noble phantasm was not merely to summon support for Quetzalcoatl, but to finally allow her to demonstrate her divine powers. Gradually, thick black clouds gathered above the city of Uruk, strong winds howled, and dense raindrops poured down like beams from the sky. Quetzalcoatl was the god in the Mayan people's hearts who brought the rainy season and was associated with sowing, harvesting, and bountiful grain. Naturally, this noble phantasm granted her control over wind, rain, and lightning. In the next moment, several thunderbolts as thick as an arm fell from the clouds, violently striking the Star of Eden. Boom! 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 A gravity barrier instantly unfolded, helping the Star of Eden withstand the lightning strikes. However, it also significantly reduced the gravity applied to Quetzalcoatl. Freed from the heavy burden, Quetzalcoatl didn't hesitate for a moment and effortlessly pulled out the golden spears embedded in her body, took a step. And in an instant, ascended tens of meters into the air, landing steadily on the back of Quetzalcoatl. Seeing this, Gobta frowned slightly. He realized that her position had already exceeded the range that the Star of Eden could influence. Wow, I really can't let my guard down for even a second, almost got taken down by you, little brother. Quetzalcoatl exclaimed, her bright smile undiminished despite the blood still flowing from the wounds on her body. This is the first time a human has pushed me to this extent. Since humans aren't born as strong as gods, we have to create infinite possibilities in order to survive, Gobta responded calmly as he looked up with his tranquil pitch-black dragon eyes. That's the strength of humanity. True, from you, I see humanity's resolve and courage, the kind of inner strength that even we gods admire, Quetzalcoatl nodded with a smile. Alright, I have felt your conviction, congratulations, human, you've passed the god trial. Passed? Is it really over? Otherwise? If we kept fighting, the entire Uruk might get destroyed, you know. Do you want that to happen? Quetzalcoatl jumped down from Quetzalcoatl's back. As you said, I never intended to destroy humanity, what I wanted to witness was human resolve and courage. As expected of our king, recruiting another god so quickly. Merlin sidled up, expressing his admiration without hesitation. I don't agree. Jaguarman appeared from some corner, looking on the verge of tears. I didn't even get to do anything. I was really looking forward to showing off my skills, you know. How about I give you this so-called god trial too? Gobta suggested, tilting his head. After hearing his suggestion and then thinking about the earlier fighting scene, Jaguarman shuddered. I guess we could, but you have to promise not to use any of your weird noble phantasms. Let's just have a one-on-one brawl, okay? Heh, is this your trial or mine? Gobta couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but feel that this Jaguar fellow was really funny. How can it be a god trial otherwise? Jaguarman said righteously. Jaguar. Quetzalcoatl placed her hand on Jaguarman's shoulder, a malicious grin spreading across her face again. You wouldn't want to end up as my cushion or shawl, would you? Upon hearing Quetzalcoatl's threat, Jaguarman's body shivered, immediately straightening up with a solemn expression. Hello everyone, you can call me Jaguarman or Jaguar Warrior. Please take care of me from now on. In the end, everything ended with a good outcome. Although they experienced a few minor setbacks, when Quetzalcoatl and Jaguarman agreed to join Uruk, there was a hint of joy on everyone's faces. Everyone understood how powerful Quetzalcoatl was. Even though it seemed like she was at a disadvantage in her battle against Gobta, nobody really believed that was her full strength. She was a genuine god. In the absence of Tiamat, both in status and power, she was the mightiest god right now. Even with Ishtar wielding Gugalana, it wasn't certain that she could defeat Quetzalcoatl. After all, Quetzalcoatl stood at the apex of goodness. It was impossible for anyone with good alignment to truly harm her unless they were beings of equal status. If it weren't for Gobta forcibly converting his alignment to evil by using the black dragon body, he would have been defeated by her long ago. No matter how powerful he was, facing an opponent who could completely ignore his attacks left him with no chance of winning. Unfortunately, this authority of Quetzalcoatl couldn't be of any use against Tiamat. Nevertheless, just Quetzalcoatl alone was already immensely powerful. For Uruk, who was desperate for strength, this was a good thing. Gwahaha. Gilgamesh laughed once again from his throne, his laughter filled with a sinister tone. Truly, I am the chosen one. With the death of the goddess of demonic beasts and Quetzalcoatl joining my side, the three goddesses' alliance is practically non-existent. My clairvoyance has already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Gilgamesh then looked at Gobta, his eyes filled with admiration. Although I've said this many times before, I must commend you once again. If you weren't from another world, I would have surely chosen you as the next king of Uruk. Well, let's just forget about that. I've got a ton of stuff to deal with back home, not interested in taking on any more responsibilities. Gobta waved his hand dismissively. Gilgamesh chuckled, not overly concerned. He said it in jest, knowing that after this battle, the existence of Uruk itself was uncertain. After all, the victory he spoke of wasn't just for Uruk, but for humanity. Only by defeating the gods could humanity prove themselves worthy of being the masters of this world. For this, he had long prepared to sacrifice himself and even his entire kingdom. Naturally, his subjects were equally prepared for this realization. Since history and fate had chosen them, they would willingly take on this responsibility to pave the way for humanity. Luckily, even in such challenging times, there were still people steadfastly standing by their side. This feeling even made Gilgamesh reminisce about the days he spent with Enkidu. In a secluded room, Kingu lay on a stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Normally, they should feel anger and hatred toward Quetzalcoatl for betraying the alliance, but for some reason, their emotions were now a tangled mess. Pressing against their chest, as the ultimate weapon created by the gods, this body lacked a heart, and the magical energy reactor that served as its power source had long been destroyed. It was that man who called himself the King of Magecraft, who infused vitality into this body with an item called the Holy Grail and allowed them to be reborn. Why, even though you're already dead? Kingu muttered in a daze, their hand reaching toward the ceiling. Chapter 479. On the next day, Gobta finally set off for Mount Abi with a cart full of gemstones. Ishtar's temple stood atop Mount Abi, grand and imposing, giving off a strong impression of, "I've conquered Mount Abi." Despite the grandeur of her temple, Gobta couldn't help but be drawn to the two golden lucky cat statues standing at the entrance. How did these things end up here? For a moment, Gobta didn't know where to begin with his complaints. Ah well, anything associated with that crazy goddess can't be normal anyway. What are you muttering about? As Gobta muttered, the cool and composed goddess of Venus floated in the air, looking at him with suspicion. Mount Abi was her domain, so the moment he set foot on it, she already sensed his arrival. However, she waited until he reached her temple before showing herself, simply out of a goddess's dignity. After all, she was the mistress of heaven. Personally going to greet someone was just too embarrassing. "Long time no see, Goddess Ishtar," Gobta greeted, lifting his head with a smile. Daring to step onto the land of this goddess alone, human, you've got some nerve, Ishtar huffed, crossing her arms. "So, what brings you here?" "I'm here to fulfill my promise, of course," Gobta said, a kind smile gracing his face. "Promise, you say?" Ishtar raised an eyebrow. "These are the offerings the people of Uruk have presented to you during this time." Gobta unveiled the tarp behind, revealing a cart filled with gemstones. "Please accept them." Looking at the cart full of gemstones, Ishtar's proud expression momentarily faltered. "So many gemstones, more than enough for my magecraft. No, wait, they even enough to adorn my temple." Ishtar muttered to herself, then she suddenly snapped out of it, her eyes locking onto Gobta. "You're saying, all these gemstones, are for me? Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious," Gobta answered with a slight smile. "These gemstones are all voluntary offerings from the people of Uruk to the goddess of Venus, Ishtar." "Are you kidding me?" Ishtar exclaimed, clutching her head in disbelief, her eyes spinning like pinwheels. "So many gemstones, I can't even believe my eyes." "Get a grip, Ishtar, how could something so incredible happen up here? It's too good to be true. I said I would help restore the people's faith in you, no? Did you forget?" Gobta continued. You're a goddamn miracle worker." Ishtar exclaimed, truly pleased with him. Gobta instantly became larger than life in Ishtar's mind. "Ahem, you're too kind, I've only made a modest contribution," Gobta coughed lightly. "The real impact comes from the lasting impression you've left on the people." Even the usually self-centered Ishtar blushed after hearing his praise. Anyway, you've done well. Since this goddess is pleased, I won't hold your previous unreasonable actions against me anymore," Ishtar said with a cough, pretending to be calm. "As a reward, I can grant you one wish, anything you desire, just say it." After saying that, she glanced at the cart full of gemstones, gnashing her teeth. "If you want treasures, this goddess can also give you some, 20% of the gemstones in that cart." Seriously, this disgraceful goddess sure had a deep love for gems. After muttered to himself in his mind, Gobta responded aloud. "I'm not interested in gemstones. If possible, I hope you can return to Uruk and continue to serve as its guardian god." "You mean, you want this goddess to fight for Uruk?" Ishtar narrowed her eyes. Gobta smiled and remained silent. Seeing his smile, Ishtar couldn't help but ponder. Although the temptation of the gemstones was strong, she also had to consider the risks behind this request. Going against the return of the goddess of beginning wouldn't be a trivial matter, after all. "In all honesty, it's not realistic to hire a goddess like you with just this little reward," Gobta continued. "So, before I left, Gilgamesh made a promise." "What promise?" Ishtar asked curiously. "He promised that as long as you agree to fight for Uruk, he'll open his treasury for you." "What? You mean, that guy?" "Just nod, and 20% of the gemstones in his treasury will be yours in no time," Gobta added with a smile. Upon hearing that, Ishtar took a deep breath, trying to appear composed. Ooh, but, even it's his treasury. Watching her hesitation, Gobta chuckled silently before continuing. Well, he said that the treasures inside are practically endless and even claimed they would be equivalent to the total assets of humanity. That sounds too good to be true, it's simply unbelievable. Ishtar shook her head vehemently. How about a little more? Gobta spread his 5 fingers. 25%. What? You can still raise the price? Wait, I am Goddess Ishtar, just with such trivial conditions. So, are you refusing? Gobta raised an eyebrow slightly, then spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Well, that's a pity, looks like those gems will just continue to sleep in the treasury. Wait, please don't do this, let me think again. Ishtar bit her finger, her face showing an extremely conflicted expression. After pondering for quite a while, she sighed helplessly. Damn it, fine, you win, human, I agree to join Uruk. Upon hearing that, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Gobta's mouth. As he expected, once he grasped this goddess's weaknesses, dealing with her became very easy. Now that the goddess of Venus was also taken care of, the only one left was that blonde goddess. However, in the next moment, Ishtar suddenly stretched her foot out in front of Gobta. Gobta looked confused. What are you staring at? Hurry up and kiss my foot. Looking at him wearing a confused expression, Ishtar tilted her head and spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I'm technically a goddess, and we need to seal the deal, don't we? Gobta fell silent, his face became expressionless. Chapter 480. I mean, you're really rude, you know. I'm still a goddess, okay? Can't you just show a bit of respect? Ishtar complained incessantly to Gobta on the way back to Uruk. I just wanted you to kiss the soles of my feet, and you outright refused without even thinking about it. You've really hurt this goddess's feelings. Do you know how many people would kill for such an opportunity? Unfortunately, no matter what she said, Gobta remained unmoved, acting like he couldn't hear her. Him, respecting a god. If he did, he wouldn't have the God-Slayer skill as a heroic spirit. What a boring man. Ishtar muttered to herself, at this point even feeling a bit nostalgic for Gilgamesh. At least that golden-haired guy could argue with her and have a spat. Anything would be more interesting than this black-haired guy who was as lively as a rock. However, they had to do something to pass the time on this long journey, right? As Ishtar's eyes moved around, she suddenly spoke up. Human, do you know who the enemies facing Uruk really are? My name's Gobta, Gobta responded without even looking at her. And as for these so-called enemies you said, you mean the 3 goddess alliance? Exactly. Seems like your information isn't completely shut off, huh? Ishtar crossed her arms and began to explain. Within the 3 goddess alliance, there's a goddess known as the goddess of demonic beasts. It's she who births and controls those demonic beasts attacking the lands of Uruk, and by some stroke of luck, I happen to know one of her secrets. So, if you're willing to kiss my feet right now and pledge loyalty to me, then I'll share this precious secret with you. After saying that, Ishtar's face lit up with a smug smile. She was sure this man couldn't refuse such a proposition. After all, this was a secret related to gods. How could a mortal resist such temptation? You're talking about the secret that the true identity of the goddess of demonic beasts is actually Gorgon? Gobta responded casually. Yeah, wait, you knew already? Ishtar was startled. Yeah, I've seen the goddess of demonic beasts with my own eyes before, Gobta continued. Really? Ishtar's mouth twitched slightly. You're quite lucky to escape from her, her mystic eyes are terrifying, though, of course, in front of Goddess Ishtar, those tricks are nothing. Yeah, the goddess of demonic beasts is dead, I killed her, Gobta interrupted her calmly. Oh, is that so? Ishtar nodded unconsciously, but then her voice suddenly spiked. What did you say? She dashed up to Gobta, gripping his shoulders tightly, her eyes widened like copper bells. Why, you killed the goddess of demonic beasts? Are you serious? You must be joking, right? I have no reason to joke about something like this, Gobta brushed off her hands. If you don't believe me, you can go to the front lines and see for yourself, the demonic beast horde there has retreated, that's the best proof of her death. Immediately, Ishtar circled around Gobta, sniffing delicately with her dainty nose. It really is the goddess of demonic beast scent, I can't believe I didn't notice it earlier. Ishtar muttered to herself before chuckling self-deprecatingly. A mortal killing a god. I never thought I'd encounter something like that one day. No, wait a minute, something's not right. Ishtar leaned in to sniff Gobta again with a look of skepticism in her eyes. There's another divine scent on you. It must be from Quetzalcoatl, Gobta said calmly. Coincidentally, I've met her too. You didn't kill her too, did you? For some reason, a chill ran down Ishtar's spine as she asked that. No, that goddess didn't intend to destroy humanity, so we just had a casual fight. Gobta shook his head. Moreover, she is on Uruk's side now. Upon hearing his words, a scene flashed through Ishtar's mind, Gobta relentlessly punching Quetzalcoatl's face without mercy, laughing maliciously as he did so. Wait, on Uruk's side? Did he mean that goddess joined Uruk now? As she thought that, Ishtar couldn't help but shiver, believing that Gobta was someone who killed those who wanted to destroy humanity and fought those who didn't until they agreed to join his side. This guy seems gentle on the surface, but he turns out to be so violent. For a moment, Ishtar couldn't help but be glad she agreed quickly to his request earlier. If it had been later, she would be the next Quetzalcoatl. However, she was still a goddess of Uruk, so he shouldn't use such violent means against her, should he? He won't, right? As Ishtar was lost in her thoughts, Gobta suddenly spoke up. Speaking of secrets, I happen to know one related to you, wanna hear it? A secret related to me? Ishtar blinked her eyes, then waved her hand dismissively. Don't joke around, I know my own secrets, and besides, you're just a mortal. Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld, Gobta gazed calmly at her crimson eyes. She has also descended alongside you. Wait. Ereshkigal? She's here too. How is that even possible? Shouldn't I be the only one among the Mesopotamian gods who existed in this era? What's going on? It's quite normal. Gobta replied calmly, observing the shocked Ishtar. In Sumerian mythology, you are the mistress of heaven, representing human life, while Ereshkigal is the mistress of the underworld, representing human death. You two are complementary, two sides of the same pillar, sharing the same divinity, so naturally, when you were summoned, Ereshkigal would also follow you. Wait a minute, are you saying that she could possess my body and appear? Ishtar couldn't help but shudder at the thought. That's just awful. Ereshkigal is the final pillar of the three goddesses alliance. Gobta looked up at the sky. And she's my next target. So, what do you plan to do to her? Ishtar asked curiously. What do you think I should do? Gobta countered. You're quite familiar with her, do you think she could become our ally? Well, Ishtar hesitated for a moment before continuing. Although she's cold, aloof, malicious, foul-tempered, and not exactly pleasing to the eyes, if we could have a conversation with her, maybe it wouldn't be impossible to convince her to join our side. Upon hearing her words, Gobta chuckled without saying a word. Finally, after 3 days, Gobta returned to the city of Uruk with Ishtar. However, what he didn't expect was to hear shocking news as soon as he arrived. Gilgamesh was dead. Chapter 481. I don't know what happened either. Inside the throne room, Siduri, usually composed, couldn't help but panic upon Gilgamesh's death. His Majesty was dealing with his usual affairs, but suddenly he collapsed on the throne, not even breathing, without any warning. Could it be overwork? Ishtar glanced at the pile of clay tablets beside the throne, looking puzzled. But didn't Lord Gobta already treat His Majesty's fatigue? Siduri looked puzzled. No matter how much treatment he received, there's always a limit. Ishtar crossed her arms. In the first place, that guy doesn't treat himself like a human when it comes to handling affairs, so, dying from overwork wouldn't be surprising, would it? Upon hearing that, Siduri looked guilty and lowered her head. Indeed, after that incident, her king's workload had more than doubled, and he had even less time to rest than before. It was hard to say if he really died from overworking. However, just the thought of it alone made her heart ache. As the chief priestess, she couldn't share her king's worries, nor could she timely advise him. Don't make up stuff there, Gilgamesh didn't die from overwork. On the other side, Gobta chimed in after finishing examining Gilgamesh's lifeless body. As he expected, the problem wasn't with Gilgamesh himself. Big sis, have there been any changes in Uruk recently? Gobta asked his nearby elder sister. Morgan nodded. In the days you were away, there have been several curses erupting in Uruk, causing the deaths of hundreds. If I'm not mistaken, these curses are caused by a god, right? Gobta asked again. Morgan glanced at him with slight surprise, nodding slightly. Exactly, these curses carry a clear divinity, which is why they're so powerful, but now that I've cast my magecraft to protect all of Uruk, these curses won't be effective anymore. In fact, relying solely on Morgan was not enough to cast such a large-scale magecraft covering the whole city. However, after transforming the entire Uruk into her territory, such situations weren't a big deal for her. So, this is an attack from our enemy? Merlin pondered, stroking his chin. But who could it be? The identity of the enemy isn't hard to guess, really, Gobta said lightly, turning his gaze to Ishtar. Let the goddess enlighten us about this doubt. Huh. How would I know who the enemy is? Wait a minute, you mean, could it be Ereshkigal? In this era, besides her, who else could be associated with death? Gobta walked toward the ziggurat entrance. Well, perfect timing, it's time we paid a visit to the goddess of the underworld. Here we are, Kutha. Ishtar stated, pointing casually to an open area as she rode on her boat of heaven, Mana. That's the entrance to the underworld. The location of the underworld wasn't fixed, and in this world, only Ishtar, with her divinity related to Ereshkigal, could accurately locate its entrance by having ventured through it herself. As a result, despite Ishtar's reluctance, she was dragged here by Gobta. Gobta stood where Ishtar pointed, feeling the aura of death seeping from the ground, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. The land of shadows, much like the underworld, was a place where the living were forbidden and the dead found rest. Having lived in the land of shadows for over a decade, Gobta was familiar with this aura. Combined with the dragon of despair's blood coursing through him, inherited from the world-devouring dragon, he felt a fondness for this place. Ishtar, observing Gobta from above, couldn't help but show a strange expression at his reaction. Ordinary humans would instinctively recoil from the aura of the underworld, but this guy not only lacked such a reaction but also seemed to enjoy it. What a weirdo, Ishtar muttered to herself, then warned. Alright, move aside, I'm going to open the gates of the underworld, don't blame me if you get hurt later. In the next second, her eyes gradually turned pure golden. At the same time, Gobta felt an ominous sensation in his heart for no apparent reason. Hey, wait. Before Gobta could finish his words, Ishtar had already grabbed a gemstone and stuffed it into Mana's ammunition chamber. Mana, load the tidal convergence round into the bow ammunition chamber, fire at full power, and crush the gates of the underworld. Ishtar shouted excitedly. As Mana radiated with a brilliant light like stars, a beam the size of a person soon erupted, shooting toward the ground. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the ground to tremble and clouds of dust to rise. Shortly afterward, Gobta waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the dust. Looking at the enormous cavity, roughly the size of a football field, Gobta's mouth twitched involuntarily. Yay! Ishtar exclaimed, clenching her fist excitedly. I've been wanting to do this for ages. It's just opening a damn door, Gobta said with a hint of resignation in his eyes. Did it really have to cause such a ruckus? You don't get it. Ishtar said, placing her hands on her hips. Back when I stormed the underworld, Ereshkigal really gave me a hard time, you know. Now, all I did was smash her front door. That's pretty tame, don't you think? That's because you insisted on barging into the underworld in the first place, Gobta retorted calmly. If someone barged into my house without warning, I'd make sure they regretted it. Blah, blah, Ishtar rolled her eyes in annoyance. Aren't you supposed to go find Ereshkigal? Get on with her already. Who said I'm going alone? Gobta raised an eyebrow. You're coming with me. What? Ishtar blinked, then quickly waved her hands. Hey, that's not what we agreed on. I'm just supposed to lead you to the entrance of the underworld, I never said I'm going down there myself. Oh. Are you sure about that? Of course. After the feud I had with that woman, if I set foot in the underworld again, she'd torture me to no end. But what if I can't rescue Gilgamesh? What about your precious gems? 25% of them, are you sure you don't want them? Well. Ishtar looked conflicted and started pondering seriously. After a while, Ishtar sighed in resignation. Damn it, fine. I'll go with you. Chapter 482. As Gobta and Ishtar descended into the cavity and dropped thousands of meters before, they finally landed on the soil of the underworld. As expected, the aura of death in this place was thick. For ordinary people, a few minutes here would mean the end of their lives. Naturally, Ishtar and Gobta were no ordinary people. One had stormed the underworld before and was familiar with everything here, while the other had grown up in a similar environment. They felt surprisingly comfortable in this eerie atmosphere as if they were in their own home. Gobta looked up and saw a glowing orb, where the soil of the underworld connected with the surface world. In the age of gods, the heavens, the earth, and the underworld were all woven together, not separate realms. In other words, mythology was not just stories but a tangible reality for those who lived in this era. The ground in this place floated in a surreal manner, appearing precarious but actually quite sturdy, supported not by physical laws but by the rules of the underworld. Following Ishtar, Gobta walked down, passing many iron cages with blue flames flickering inside. These are the souls of humans who died on the surface, Ishtar said calmly. Ereshkigal will imprison the souls she fancies in cages, keeping them close unless she grows tired of them, in which case these souls will never find release. It seems like the souls of humans who died because of curses on the surface are here too, Gobta remarked. Seems so, there are indeed more souls here than before. Ishtar observed the surrounding iron cages, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. These must have increased after she joined the three-goddess alliance. Is that woman trying to build a kingdom of death or something? Why not just ask her directly about it? Gobta looked ahead, his supernatural sight already revealing some unusual things. Well, we'll be seeing her soon anyway. After a while, a massive stone gate blocked the only passage ahead, adorned with various engravings. As if sensing Gobta and Ishtar's approach, these engravings began to emit an intermittent glow. Answer me, answer me. An ethereal voice suddenly emanated from the gate, echoing in the vast underworld. Answer me, where dost thy soul reside? Alright, here comes the multiple-choice question. Ishtar remained calm, evidently expecting this scene. The gates of the underworld question the morality of souls. It's a fair and rational gate. If you fail its test, you'll face punishment. I lost my authority when I barged into the underworld before because of this gate. Answer me this, O Otherworlder. Specific question. Ishtar was slightly taken aback upon hearing the gate's words. Standards of beauty vary greatly but remain absolute. Darkness prevails over light, earth over sky. With that said, Ereshkigal and Ishtar, which one is more beautiful? Hold on a second, this is different from the previous question. Ishtar exclaimed. Ignoring her, the gate persisted stubbornly. Answer me, answer me. There shouldn't be much hesitation about this, right? Ishtar rested her hand on Gobta's shoulder, her face sporting a friendly smile. One is the goddess of death, the other is the goddess of beauty and harvest. From this, the answer isn't hard to see, right? While most people might have yielded to the seductive aura of a goddess, Gobta clearly wasn't falling for it. Did you forget? This is Ereshkigal's territory. Are you sure you want to mess with her? I don't care. Ishtar gritted her teeth. Remember, I was the one who brought you down here. If you've got even a shred of gratitude, give me a nice answer. Shrugging nonchalantly, Gobta glanced at the gate and answered. My answer is, Ishtar. Boom. A lightning bolt struck out of nowhere, knocking Ishtar flat on her back. Ishtar rolled her eyes and passed out instantly. Wrong answer. The voice from the gate responded leisurely. See? I told you not to do that. Truthfully, this was his real reason for dragging Ishtar down here. It was known that Ereshkigal never quite fancied Ishtar. Although there wasn't any deep-seated enmity between them, Ereshkigal always harbored envy and jealousy toward her twin sister. As a result, when Ishtar barged into the underworld, Ereshkigal used rather cruel methods to punish her. Gobta bringing Ishtar here this time was like presenting her as a gift to the queen of the underworld. In a sense, Ishtar was serving as a punching bag this time. As long as Ereshkigal's mood improved, the success rate of this trip to the underworld would significantly increase. As for Ishtar's safety, there was no need to worry. Although Ereshkigal disliked Ishtar, she wouldn't actually kill her. Moreover, even if something went wrong, there was him to handle it. Although the underworld could restrain Ishtar, it didn't affect him as much. Answer my question, Otherworlder, Ereshkigal or Ishtar, who's more beautiful? As the voice from the gate echoed again, Gobta turned his gaze from Ishtar to the gate and answered calmly. My answer is, Ereshkigal. Very good. Rumble. Amidst the heavy creaking, the stone gate finally swung open. Just as Gobta had believed before, as long as one pinpointed the weaknesses of these goddesses, handling them was a piece of cake. Finally, it's almost over. Ishtar drifted lazily in the air, looking rather listless as she remarked. I mean, Gobta's expression turned slightly odd. Are you sure you're okay? Do I look okay to you? Ishtar glared at him fiercely, then glanced down at her drastically shrunken body, now the size of a palm, before sighing in resignation. But I've anticipated this kind of situation long ago. Every time I pass through one of the underworld's gates, my divinity gets weakened bit by bit. I already experienced it once when I stormed through the underworld before. In the next moment, Ishtar waved her tiny fist, her face full of indignation. How else could that woman have taken me down so easily? Who told you to be so stubborn, insisting on barging through the gates of the underworld? Gobta shrugged, speechless. According to the logic of any sane person, if they knew their power would be weakened, they wouldn't have forcefully pushed through. I didn't expect the pressure from the underworld on gods to be so terrifying, okay? Ishtar sighed. Back then, I had just conquered Mount Abi, full of confidence, but who knew I would encounter such a situation? That's why you should be grateful that Ereshkigal didn't really go all out against you back then, Gobta remarked casually. Humph, you. Gwahaha. As expected of you, Gobta. I knew you would come to rescue me. As Ishtar rolled her eyes and was about to retort to Gobta, familiar laughter suddenly echoed in the surroundings. From the depths of shadow, Gilgamesh's figure emerged, wearing a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 483. I thought you were already imprisoned by Ereshkigal. Upon seeing Gilgamesh appear, Gobta raised his eyebrows slightly as he asked. Although I was a bit careless this time, the underworld is just like my backyard, sneaking through that woman is a piece of cake. While approaching, Gilgamesh stated with a smile. Before those gallows spirits came, I hid in the shadows, holding my breath, entering meditation, and concealing my presence. In this way, they couldn't detect me at all. So, it was basically hiding in a corner, trembling with fear, and making it sound like you killed all those gallows spirits. And why would a caster need to hide their presence? Isn't that assassin's thing? Gobta silently scoffed in his mind. Originally, I was planning to continue hiding and seize the opportunity, but... As Gilgamesh spoke, Ishtar inexplicably felt a sense of unease, but before she could react, he had already lifted her body up, emitting his characteristic sinister laughter. Gwahaha. This development is just too ridiculous. I couldn't take it anymore, and before I knew it, I burst onto the scene laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. Damn it, let go of me, you bastard. Ishtar, furious and embarrassed, broke free from Gilgamesh's grip, flew into the air, and gave him a fierce glare. I shouldn't have risked my neck to save scum like you. Ha! You, coming to rescue me? Could it be that overworking has made me hallucinate? I wish you had. This way, I could feel justified in letting you die. How about falling into the abyss right now? Humph, who would bother with such a stupid idea? Besides, there's a heap of mess waiting for me to clean up. So, ready to go meet Ereshkigal? Didn't you say the underworld is just like your backyard? So why not just go straight back to the surface? You just had to rain on my parade, didn't you? Gilgamesh looked at him with a hint of resignation. No matter what, I'm dead now. Without that woman's permission, I can't leave this place. Shaking his head, Gobta chuckled and followed Gilgamesh toward Ereshkigal's palace. Speaking of which, with Ishtar in this state, the battle with Ereshkigal might get tougher, Gilgamesh remarked on the way. I told you, I'm useless here. Ishtar rolled her eyes. It seems like you're not confident in facing Ereshkigal. Gobta casually remarked. Under normal circumstances, it's manageable, but this is the underworld. Gilgamesh looked up at the dark ceiling. When the underworld was built, Ereshkigal was sacrificed as its cornerstone. As a result, she's invincible here. Any heroic spirit or divine spirit who enters this place will be severely weakened. Although that sounded amazing, it was actually quite sad and pitiful. Gobta glanced around at the cages holding souls. Born only to be trapped like this, with no freedom to make a choice, spending millennia confined in a place like this, unable to experience new worlds or meet new people. Upon hearing that, Ishtar's eyes couldn't help but reveal a complex expression. That's why, you're our only hope now, Gilgamesh said matter-of-factly. The rules of the underworld don't apply to the living, and only you can stand against Ereshkigal, Ishtar, and I can't do much here. I don't think we necessarily have to fight that goddess though, Gobta shrugged casually. Maybe she's more reasonable than we think. Don't daydream, it's not going to happen. Ishtar rolled her eyes. Who do you think Ereshkigal is? She's the mistress of the underworld, the ruler of the realm of death. Just look at how she cursed the city of Uruk without hesitation. Do you think she's someone who can be easily persuaded? Upon hearing that, Gobta merely smiled and didn't respond. After what seemed like an eternity, Gobta and the other two finally reached the deepest part of the underworld, Ereshkigal's palace. It was called a palace, but it was actually just an open field, with only a few tall pillars standing. Compared to the magnificent temple built by Ishtar on Mount Abi, this place was completely the opposite extreme. If not seen with one's own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this was the abode of a goddess. Humph, this is what they call the underworld. Truly devoid of any splendor. You there, Ereshkigal? Shortly after Gilgamesh spoke, the temperature around them dropped sharply, and visible magical lightning danced among the stone pillars. Accompanied by immense magical energy reactions, a towering figure gradually manifested. It was a giant skeleton over 10 meters tall, with a long white cloth and veil swaying behind its head, exuding an intimidating aura from its entire body. Cower before me, revere me, and no despair, humans. As the giant skeleton spoke with a booming voice, the ground rumbled. I am the one who oversees death, mistress of the underworld, the one who embraces souls Ereshkigal. At last, the goddess of the underworld made her appearance. Although Ereshkigal's appearance seemed terrifying, Gobta knew this was not her true form at all. Despite the intentional pressure she released, it did not affect him whatsoever. I already know why you're here, foreigner, but my decision won't change, Ereshkigal stated, staring at Gobta with her hollow, skeletal eyes. I won't let you take Gilgamesh away, nor any other humans here, not a single one. Can I know why? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Since Mother is about to awaken, I must kill all humans who live in the land of Mesopotamia, gather their souls in the underworld, and make all of them my property before that happens. After saying that, Ereshkigal in her giant skeleton form summoned a huge light spear and plunged it into the ground. Boom! This is Ereshkigal's very first choice by her own will. Is this out of hatred for humans? Gobta inquired. That's right. Ereshkigal replied without hesitation. This is the fate of humans who betray the gods, they must pay the price for their ignorance. I see. Gobta nodded calmly before summoning Abyss Flower upon hearing her answer. See? I told you it wasn't going to be that simple. After all that talking, it all comes down to a fight in the end. Gilgamesh remained silent as countless golden ripples appeared behind him. Chapter 484. If you're trying to obstruct me, then, I'll crush all of you. Ereshkigal raised her light spear in a defensive stance as she declared. Obstruct? No, I think you've misunderstood something here. I just want to lend you a hand, that's all. In the next moment, Gobta suddenly threw Abyss Flower in his hand, but the target was not Ereshkigal, it was a nearby iron cage. Seeing the approaching lance, the cage shook as several wisps of soul flames inside it burned chaotically. Not only Ereshkigal but also Gilgamesh and Ishtar were momentarily stunned by Gobta's sudden move. What are you doing? Ereshkigal roared in anger and threw her light spear, knocking the flying Abyss Flower away. Seeing this, Gobta paid no heed and calmly retrieved Abyss Flower before continuing his attack on the iron cages imprisoning souls in the surroundings. Yet, every one of his attacks was fiercely blocked by Ereshkigal. Stop it, you madman! At some point, Ereshkigal couldn't take it anymore and shouted in complete rage, the intense chill emanating from her giant skeleton body lowering the temperature of the area to the brink of bodily limits. Do you know how fragile these souls are? If they cease to exist, they'll be truly dead. Oh. Why are you angry? Didn't you say you killed these humans and imprisoned their souls out of anger? If that's the case, why are you working so hard to protect them? As soon as he finished speaking, the vast underworld instantly fell into silent stillness. After a while, the silence gradually turned awkward. Ereshkigal, in the form of a giant skeleton, held her light spear high in the air, standing motionless. For some reason, Gobta seemed to detect a hint of embarrassment on her face. So you've been ranting about hating humans all this time, yet when I offered to help you wipe them out completely, you stepped in to protect them? Gobta tilted his head, pretending to be confused. It's quite confusing, do you want to protect them or destroy them? Ereshkigal, hidden inside the giant skeleton, had a frantic look in her eyes as her mind raced, trying to come up with a suitable excuse. Are you dumb? Ishtar, reduced to the size of half a palm due to her divinity being stripped away, suddenly intervened. Ereshkigal clearly wants to build a kingdom of the dead, if you destroy all these souls, her kingdom will crumble too, won't it? Yes, exactly. Ereshkigal grasped onto this lifeline as if drowning, exhaling deeply. Since these souls are my subjects, it's my duty to protect them. Oh, I see, Gobta nodded knowingly, as 12 spears with golden chains appeared behind him. In that case, I can't let these souls remain then. Wait a minute. Why would you do that? Gobta looked at her with confusion, wondering why she would ask such a question. Isn't it obvious? We must destroy what our enemies need, since your goal is to create a kingdom of the dead, and these souls are your subjects, I can't allow your plan to take shape. If that's the case, you should come at me. I am the source of this. Nope, Ishtar and Gilgamesh have already informed me that you are invincible in the underworld, Gobta shook his head. Since I'm not confident I can defeat you here, it's easier to deal with these souls. Don't you realize that these souls are the people of Uruk? How can you bear to harm them? You're harming your own people. Gobta pondered for a moment, then nodded. You make a fair point. Upon hearing that, Ereshkigal's heart eased slightly, but Gobta's next words immediately brought her anxiety rushing back. Alright, Gilgamesh, what do you think? Gobta turned to the blonde man next to him. They are your subjects, so you should have the say in their fate. Gilgamesh glanced at Gobta with his arms crossed before replying calmly. My subjects are all loyal and determined people, if they found out their souls were trapped by a goddess for her evil plan and that they had no freedom left, they'd definitely ask me to just kill them. With that in mind, go ahead and proceed, Gobta, I approve. Wait a minute. Ereshkigal's skeletal eyes gleamed with 2 points of crimson light. If you dare harm them, I'll fight you all to the death. Sorry, but this is Gilgamesh's command. Gobta shrugged casually before a golden spear shot out from behind him. Clearly, his targets remained those souls imprisoned in iron cages. Ereshkigal was both desperate and frustrated but had no choice but to repeatedly fend off Gobta's attacks. Seriously, you really have a nasty personality, Ishtar flew to Gobta's side and whispered. If we don't act like this, Ereshkigal won't honestly reveal her true intentions to us, Gobta replied in a hushed voice. You know, this is the best way to handle her. As time went on, Ereshkigal realized that continuing this way was futile, so she decided she had to regain control. As a result, she stopped defending and began to attack Gobta directly. Unfortunately for her, Gobta was not alone. As Gilgamesh opened the gate of Babylon, in the next moment, countless weapons flew out to block Ereshkigal's attacks. Watching the restless giant skeleton, Ishtar couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't have imagined that a goddess could be pushed to such extremes by a mortal. Indeed, her judgment was correct. This black-haired guy was truly a monster. Although Gobta's attacks seemed extremely fierce, it was just an appearance. He always controlled the momentum of his attacks, ensuring enough pressure on Ereshkigal without truly harming any soul inside the iron cage. At the same time, he subtly manipulated Fenghuang down, affecting Ereshkigal's mind, and making her believe that the souls were truly put to death. Under immense mental pressure, Ereshkigal's mind began to collapse. Eventually, the giant skeleton stopped its movement and gradually faded away, leaving behind only a golden-haired woman. Undoubtedly, this was Ereshkigal's true form. Chapter 485. Please, I beg you, please don't hurt them. Ereshkigal pleaded tearfully at Gobta, her voice trembling with sobs. No matter what you do to me, even if you kill me, I beg you, please don't hurt them anymore. Have I gone too far? Gobta's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. Ereshkigal, are you ready to confess? Gilgamesh asked in a deep voice. Ereshkigal remained silent for a long moment before speaking in an ethereal tone. Confess? But what crime have I committed? I am Ereshkigal, mistress of the underworld, entrusted with the realm of the dead, where all human souls are brought. This is my fate. I have devoted myself entirely to fulfilling my duty, without regret or self-blame. Ereshkigal looked up at the pitch-black ceiling. For all this time, I have nothing of my own, no joy, no sorrow, no friends. I always manage the souls of the dead right here, day after day, watching half of myself soar freely in the sky. Meanwhile, I remain trapped in this dark, cold, dismal hell. Ereshkigal, Ishtar's eyes reflected complex emotions. If you truly believe I am guilty, Ereshkigal opened her arms wide. Then punish me. After a brief silence, Gobta gripped Abyss Flower and approached Ereshkigal step by step. Standing before the goddess, he pointed the tip of his lance at her forehead. Ereshkigal calmly met his gaze, making no move to resist. I see liberation and relief in your eyes, Gobta said, studying her gaze. If you truly have no regrets about your duty, why show such eyes? Ereshkigal's eyes flickered slightly. Do you know, Ereshkigal, you are not very good at lying, Gobta remarked. What do you mean? Ereshkigal frowned slightly. Ruling over a realm of the dead is never an enjoyable affair. Saying that, Gobta shook his head. My mother, or rather my foster mother, is the ruler of the land of shadows, but she never liked her duty because it's too dull and boring. No skies with light, no vibrant lands, completely cut off from the world of the living, not even a single colorful flower to see. It's just dealing with those aimless ghosts day after day, the loneliness, the solitude, the despair. Even gods would find it unbearable. Ereshkigal, you envy Ishtar's freedom, you've said you yearn for it. How could someone like you willingly accept being trapped in the underworld? Gobta's voice softened as he said that. Ereshkigal remained silent, saying nothing. Seeing her silence, Gobta continued. Even so, you still intend to create a kingdom of the dead, where all souls of the living will be gathered. It's not because you hate them, on the contrary, you want to protect them, to be their sanctuary. You still deeply love humanity, don't you? I, Ereshkigal stuttered and didn't know what to retort. As the thoughts buried deep within her heart were suddenly laid bare, a slight blush tinged her graceful face. Snap! Gobta snapped his fingers, causing Ereshkigal to shudder as she realized that all the souls that had been eliminated were actually unharmed. This, Ereshkigal was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on. Illusions? Correct, Gobta smiled faintly. Thank goodness, they're all safe, Ereshkigal murmured to herself, but as if realizing something, she suddenly widened her eyes slightly. Wait, did you see through my true intentions from the beginning? Before coming here, I spoke with Ishtar. Gobta nodded toward the goddess of Venus beside him. She said that despite you joining the three-goddess alliance, she still believes you aren't an evil goddess. Ereshkigal paused, turning to look at Ishtar. What are you looking at me for? Ishtar shifted uncomfortably. I just spoke my mind, that's all. Thank you, Ishtar. As Ereshkigal said that, a smile appeared on her face. I used to think you were just a gem-obsessed, greedy goddess, but now my impression of you has changed greatly. What did you just say? Ishtar gritted her teeth. What do you mean by gem-obsessed, greedy goddess? Explain yourself at once. With this, are the misunderstandings resolved? Gilgamesh intervened. Not yet, there's one last thing, Gobta said, inserting Abyss Flower's lance tip into the ground. Soon, the lily patterns on the lance lit up, exuding a vast vitality. Moments later, tiny green shoots emerged from the ground, growing visibly fast shortly after, colorful flowers blossomed one after another, as if laying a vibrant carpet upon the earth. Ereshkigal was momentarily awestruck. For the desolate underworld, abandoned through endless ages, it was the first time such beautiful flowers had bloomed. Uruk, Central Ziggurat. Kingu leaned against the wall, legs drawn up and arms wrapped around them, their head buried in their knees, silent like a statue. During this period, inexplicable images kept flashing through their mind, each featuring that blonde man. They knew clearly these were not their own memories but belonged to the body's original owner. At first, they felt unsettled, angry, and even a bit afraid, but as time went on, they gradually calmed down. Perhaps this is the price I have to pay, Kingu sighed quietly. It seems you've been doing well. A strange voice suddenly echoed through the spacious room, instantly jolting Kingu awake from their reverie. Instinctively, they tried to channel their body's magical energy, but their magical energy reactor felt as stubborn as a stone statue, giving no response. Raising their head, Kingu noticed a cloaked figure standing in the room, their features obscured, only discernible as male by their tall stature. It's you. As Kingu squinted their eyes and tried to identify the figure, surprise appeared in their eyes as they realized who the figure was. How did you manage to enter here? Gilgamesh's soul got dragged into the underworld, and now Ishtar and that Arthur from another world are off looking for him. So, inside Uruk, it's just those two mages from another world who need to be kept an eye on. Sneaking in here without them noticing wasn't too hard. To Kingu's question, the cloaked man answered casually, his voice deep and resonant, as if multiple voices were layered together. So, you're here to rescue me? Kingu narrowed their eyes. To be honest, the development of this singularity has completely deviated from my control, so, I must set it back on the right track. Unseen by Kingu, the cloaked man spoke with a hint of a sneer. Chapter 486. Kingu, do you remember why I gave you the Holy Grail in the first place? Watching Kingu's expression grow suspicious, the cloaked man asked in a calm tone. To awaken Mother, to reshape this world, Kingu replied without hesitation. But it seems now you can no longer complete this task, yes? The cloaked man shook his head slightly. I guess I'll have to intervene personally. What do you mean? Kingu felt an uneasy sensation growing in their heart. It's time for you to return it to me. The cloaked figure seemed to flicker like a phantom as he instantly appeared in front of Kingu. I will take it back. Intense pain suddenly shot through Kingu's mind, causing their eyes to widen. They instinctively lowered their head and saw a hand passing through their chest. You. Withdrawing his hand, accompanied by a large amount of blood, the cloaked figure held a golden cup in his palm. As intense weakness overwhelmed Kingu's entire body, they collapsed to the ground, their eyes gradually losing their light. Ha ha ha. The cloaked figure chuckled softly before vanishing from the room. Meanwhile, Morgan, in the goddess of Venus's ziggurat, woke abruptly from her rest, her gaze penetrating through layers of bounded fields toward the central ziggurat. An intruder. Realizing what had happened, Morgan's delicate face darkened slightly. With her control over the entire city of Uruk, she instantly teleported to the central ziggurat. They're adept at concealment magecraft, enough to deceive even me. Sensing the lingering traces of magical energy in the area, Morgan's eyes flickered with surprise, then her mood turned grave. Clearly, the intruder had specifically used magecraft to shield her perception. She understood that this couldn't bode well. Following the trail of magical energy, she arrived at Kingu's room. Seeing a green-haired figure lying motionless on the ground, Morgan's expression darkened completely. Like a tranquil mirror reflecting the undisturbed sea, a spatial hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and the cloaked man who had just met Kingu emerged from it. He shook the Holy Grail in his hand and looked down at the sea below, shaking his head slightly. What a hassle, if it weren't for that Arthur, none of this would have escalated to this point. Yeah, seriously, without him, this world would probably have faced its end and been destroyed long ago, right? Fufufu. A woman's voice suddenly chimed in, accompanied by a peal of laughter as clear and pleasant as silver bells. Her laughter seemed to contain a strange charm. As if a delicate hand was teasing the deepest desires within, making bones turn slightly weak. In the next second, another spatial hole opened up. And a slender figure gracefully walked out from it, taking small lotus-like steps. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, radiating a mix of compassion and grace that seemed to transcend mortal beings. Despite her provocative figure, which even her loose nun's attire couldn't conceal, her presence was captivating. Especially when glimpses of her allure slipped through the high slit as she moved, causing hearts to race, faces to flush, and breaths to quicken. If Gobta were here, he would instantly know who she was and quickly take out the Might of An-Utu. Indeed, she was none other than the demonic Bodhisattva Seshuan Kiera. To Kiera's words, the cloaked man glanced at her indifferently, unaffected by her seductive charm. Regardless, we cannot afford to fail this time. Of course, Kiera chuckled lightly, her simple gesture imbued with endless allure. Even if that man is powerful, he can't possibly contend with the three of us at once, right? Seemingly convinced by her words, the cloaked man nodded. Let's begin then. With that, the cloaked man tossed the Holy Grail into the sea below, creating a small ripple. It's time to awaken, Tiamat. Minutes later, a massive vortex gradually formed on the surface of the sea, spewing crimson water as overwhelming and terrifying magical energy began to emanate from the depths, as if something formidable was gradually awakening. AA. Suddenly, a distant and ancient chant echoed through the entire world, as if heralding the return of the mother of all life. Meanwhile, in Uruk. So, the intruder's target was Kingu? Merlin and Morgan stood in a spacious room, watching Kingu lying quietly within a magic circle. With the loss of the Holy Grail, Kingu's weakening had accelerated. Because of this, Morgan chose to use a magic circle to sustain their life. She wasn't particularly concerned about Kingu's survival, but if they were the target of the intruder, they might know something about the intruder's identity. To uncover the truth, Kingu couldn't be allowed to die just yet. I heard from Gobta that this guy's magical energy reactor is the Holy Grail that maintains the existence of this singularity. Looks like the intruder taking it definitely isn't just planning to use it for a drink. Morgan remarked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Upon hearing her remark, Merlin awkwardly cleared his throat. Just a moment ago, he had been caught and brought here forcefully by Morgan while drinking at a tavern. You're supposed to be the great sage of Britain, Morgan glanced at him sideways. Use that brain of yours and figure out why that intruder took the Grail. Despite her disdain for Merlin, having an extra mind to help was useful at times like this. Even if you put it that way, Merlin sighed helplessly and wanted to make an excuse, but suddenly halted his words midway. Ugh. As if struck by a heavy blow, his body suddenly shook before kneeling on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. What's wrong with you? Such a sudden turn of events startled Morgan, prompting her to activate numerous detection and protection magecrafts. I know what the intruder's goal is now, Merlin said weakly, watching as his body began to dissipate into particles of light. Tell His Majesty that, the Sea of Life, the Mother of Genesis, Tiamat, has been awakened. With that, he made a bitter smile before vanishing completely. Chapter 487. That's how it is. Inside the central ziggurat, Gobta, and the others, just returned from the underworld. Gathered in a spacious room. As they listened to Morgan's account, their gazes fixed on Kingu, lying silently within a magic circle, casting a somber mood over the atmosphere. Never expected such explosive news right after returning from the underworld, Gobta sighed, rubbing his brow after a long pause. This isn't looking good at all. It's my fault. If I had been a bit more careful, I wouldn't have let that intruder snatch the Holy Grail from us. Morgan's face was filled with regret. As for Merlin's death, she considered it insignificant. Even if that man didn't die this time, she would eventually eliminate that incubus with her own hand. Thieves are always on the prowl, and it's human nature to let your guard down after putting so much effort into transforming Uruk into your territory, Gobta shook his head thoughtfully. However, if the intruder is who I suspect, it's normal for you not to notice him. Do you know the identity of this intruder? Morgan's eyes flashed with seriousness. Tell me, who is it? It's just a guess, but that's not the point, Gobta shook his head, then turned to Siduri. Siduri, how are things in the Persian Gulf? According to the scouts' reports, the entire Persian Gulf has been submerged under black seawater, and all the soldiers stationed there have been wiped out, Siduri answered heavily. Although she had anticipated this day would come, her mood still sank. With their current strength, could they really oppose the returned goddess of beginning, Tiamat? No problem, Gobta affirmed. Siduri looked up in surprise to see him smiling at her. Even if the enemy is Tiamat, we will definitely prevail, Gobta added. You're right. A familiar voice suddenly chimed in from the doorway as Gilgamesh strode into the room. I've made ample preparations for this day, we cannot afford to lose this battle. As expected of his, charisma, Gilgamesh's words lifted everyone's spirits instantly. Are you sure you're okay? Gobta eyed him up and down. You just returned from the underworld, shouldn't you take some time to rest? Don't underestimate me, dying once means nothing to me, Gilgamesh glanced at Gobta calmly. Besides, on my way here, I've already observed the situation over the Persian Gulf with my clairvoyance. What's the situation? Gobta perked up. The most crucial thing now was intelligence on the Persian Gulf. The entire area above the Persian Gulf is shrouded in dark clouds and storms. The sea surface is covered with a strange and ominous black mud, just looking at it made me nauseous, Gilgamesh spoke gravely. And that black mud is moving toward the land. As everyone imagined the scene, their moods grew heavier. Indeed, as expected of the goddess of beginning. Just awakened, and already causing such a stir. Shouldn't it be more than that? Gobta squinted his eyes slightly. Tiamat's personal skill, according to her instinct, would definitely lead her to create some life forms immediately to protect herself. You're right. Gilgamesh nodded, then looked toward the direction of the Persian Gulf, his face showing undisguised disgust. I've indeed seen quite a few abominations born from that black mud, their appearances are nauseating, even worse than sea demons. Tiamat's creations have always had significant variability, Gobta shrugged his shoulders. What about their numbers? Quite a lot, I'd estimate hundreds of thousands roughly, Gilgamesh looked somewhat grim. And they keep spawning incessantly from that black mud. The black mud is a manifestation of Tiamat's authority, as long as it exists, these monsters will never cease, Gobta shook his head. We must take the initiative and not let that black mud spread across the lands of Uruk. Do you have any plans? Gilgamesh asked. Boom. Before Gobta could answer, there was an explosion at the ziggurat gate, as if something had crashed down from the sky onto the ground. Everyone was slightly startled. What's that noise, an enemy invasion? Siduri exclaimed with worry. No, Gobta looked toward the gate, a smile spreading across his face. It's our reinforcements. Oh, looks like something incredible must have happened. Quetzalcoatl entered the room with a bright smile, followed by the reluctant Jaguar man. Just kidding, I already know, Tiamat has awakened, right? You're right on time, Quetzalcoatl, Gobta nodded. With you here, our chances of defeating Tiamat increase. Oh. So instead of being holed up, we're going on the offensive? Little brother, you're really starting to appeal to me more, you know. There's no difference between the two, choosing the latter at least lets us take the initiative, Gobta looked at the blonde king. Gilgamesh, you don't object, right? Gwahaha. Of course not. Being cooped up for half a year has exhausted my patience. Besides that, there's one more thing, Gobta turned to the seemingly bored Ishtar. Ereshkigal, are you here? What are you talking about? Ishtar was about to say something, but before she could finish, her body suddenly stiffened, and her jet-black hair instantly turned dazzling gold, her demeanor turning icy cold. I'm here. If I recall correctly, you have the ability to manipulate the position of the underworld, right? Gobta squinted his eyes slightly as he asked. I can, but the underworld is vast moving, it might take some time, Ereshkigal looked at him with confusion. Why are you asking this? Tiamat is an Earth Mother goddess and a goddess of beginning, her specific trait is that as long as her offspring exist on this earth, she cannot be killed, Gobta addressed everyone. Only in the underworld can we nullify this trait of hers. It seems you know quite a bit about Tiamat, huh? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes slightly. Upon hearing that, Gobta chuckled and didn't respond, but turned to Ereshkigal instead. How long would it take for you to move the underworld to Uruk? Gobta asked. Wait, are you planning to have a showdown with Tiamat in Uruk? Ereshkigal looked surprised. Uruk isn't too far from Kutha, and it's also a critical route for Tiamat to Uruk, besides, the Temple of the Feathered Serpent is there, geographically, there's no better place, Gobta nodded slightly. Ereshkigal pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, I'll move the underworld to Uruk as soon as possible, it should take about a day. We have time, Gobta nodded back. In that case, I'll get going, Ereshkigal nodded again before leaving Ishtar's body and returning to her own. Chapter 488. Shortly afterward, Ishtar opened her eyes, her face showed confusion upon her return. What just happened? Pitifully, nobody paid her any attention. What about this guy? Morgan pointed to Kingu inside the magic circle. Are we just going to leave them here like this? Gobta glanced at Kingu and pondered for a while before answering. Since the Holy Grail has been taken, even if we maintain the magic circle, it won't change their inevitable fate, but there might be a way. Please, you have to help save Lord Enkidu. Siduri hurriedly pleaded. Although Kingu was not actually Enkidu, in her heart, they were still Enkidu. You're asking the wrong person, Gobta looked at Gilgamesh. Among us, only one can save him. Siduri hesitated briefly, then turned to Gilgamesh. Your Majesty. Gilgamesh silently observed the familiar face of his friend, and after a moment of silence, he reached out and took a golden cup from the gate of Babylon. He crouched down, placing the cup on Kingu's chest. After a gentle glow, Kingu's wounds swiftly began to heal as the cup merged into their body. Wait a while, they should wake up soon, Gilgamesh stood up and said calmly. As he predicted, a few minutes later, Kingu's vital signs stabilized, and their eyes slowly opened. When Kingu saw the room full of people, they immediately sensed something was amiss before coming to a realization and glancing at Gobta. Why did you save me? I am your enemy. You should ask him that question, Gobta pointed toward Gilgamesh with his chin. Kingu blinked their eyes slightly before looking at Gilgamesh with a mix of emotions in their heart. Answer my question first, Kingu, Gobta squatted down, his deep black eyes fixed on Kingu's. Who took the Holy Grail? Kingu bowed their head, staying silent. Gobta didn't rush them, but instead, continued. Do you know that, Tiamat has awakened? Mother has awakened? Kingu's eyes widened slightly. But why haven't I? Why haven't you heard her voice? Gobta's tone remained calm. It's simple, Tiamat now has children who are more worthy of her affection, she doesn't need you anymore. I see, so that's how it is, Kingu smiled bitterly. Although they had sensed this possibility, hearing it directly from Gobta's mouth still pained them deeply. After a long silence, Kingu spoke again. The one taking the Holy Grail is the same one who gave it to me. His name is Goetia. Absolutely disgusting. Gilgamesh muttered as he stared out from a floating, radiant ship crafted of gold and emerald above the Black Sea, with grotesque monsters emerging from it. His face displayed undisguised disgust and disdain. Are you sure it's okay for you to leave Uruk like this? Gobta stood to his right, questioning. You didn't have to come along, I could handle it here. Don't be ridiculous, this is Uruk's time to shine, Gilgamesh scoffed. How could I shrink away at such a time? Besides, isn't Siduri still in the city? I trust in her abilities. Fine, it's your turf after all. Gobta shrugged his shoulders, then turned to the green-haired figure on Gilgamesh's left. And what about you, Kingu? Are you really sure to oppose Tiamat? Upon hearing his question, Kingu clenched their fists, their face flickering with hesitation, doubt, fear, and unrest. Despite being Tiamat's child, they now found themselves preparing to battle for humanity, opposing their mother. Even though she had abandoned them, their heart remained conflicted. No more hesitations, Gilgamesh said calmly, gazing ahead. Do what you feel you must, no one has the right to command you anymore. After a moment of silence, Kingu took a deep breath, their eyes gradually sharpening. Let's be clear, I'm not fighting for humanity, I'm just a discarded child seeking answers from my parent. Seemingly unconcerned with whether Kingu's words were true, Gobta smiled briefly before speaking. Then let me reiterate our objectives due to Tiamat's power. The three of us alone cannot defeat her. Our goal is to delay her advance, prevent those Lamu from reaching the land, secure refuge for Uruk's people in the city. And buy time for Ereshkigal to move the underworld. Not only did the name Lamu have two meanings in Mesopotamian mythological systems, earth and mud, but it was also the name of Tiamat's first child with Abzu, used aptly to describe these monstrous beings emerging from the black mud. Each Lamu was unrestricted by the black mud, free to slaughter and advance across Uruk's lands. Under Morgan's control, a massive magic circle now covered Uruk, the only sanctuary for its people. Ishtar, Quetzalcoatl, and Jaguar Man were busy rescuing civilians, while Siduri maintained order in the city. Gobta and several others had come to the front line to relieve pressure on the rear, buying precious time for others. Standing on the radiant ship known as Vimana, they looked down at what was once the magnificent Persian Gulf, now eerily covered in black mud due to Tiamat's influence. The grotesque creatures called Lamu spread across the waters, their mouths occupying most of their bodies, their legs adorned with barbs, and their long tails swaying in the mud as they surged toward the land. An endless horde of Lamu rode the waves, forming a terrifying tide reminiscent of countless demons escaping from hell, bringing terror and sin to the earth. Kingu stared silently at the creatures below, created personally by Tiamat. Their brows couldn't help but furrow, feeling somewhat speechless. Clearly, these creatures seemed capable of speech, but it appeared to be understood only by Tiamat's creations. With every passing second, Kingu's complexion grew darker. If the world is overrun by these monsters in the future, it'd be better off destroyed sooner rather than later, Gilgamesh sneered mockingly. In the next second, he raised his hand, and countless golden ripples quickly appeared in the air, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Hundreds and thousands of cold blades extended from the ripples and shot down with great force. Boom! 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 In an instant, thunderous rumblings echoed through the heavens and earth. Blinding flashes of continuous explosions made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Legendary weapons that left their mark in history fell like a torrential downpour, stirring up waves several meters high that swallowed the ugly, deformed monsters below. At the same time, Vimana also unleashed its full firepower, magical beams descending toward the ground one after another. Muscles tore, bones shattered. Gilgamesh unleashed his firepower without restraint, not bothering to aim precisely. After all, these Lamu were everywhere, so random aiming would still hit them. Chapter 489. I suddenly realized these monsters aren't completely useless after all, at least they're good for relieving my stress. Gilgamesh chuckled as he watched the devastation he caused. Though never admitting it, he had indeed been under immense pressure lately. Now, watching these ugly monsters sink into the ocean, his mood suddenly eased considerably. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, several beast-like howls suddenly erupted from the sea. Although incomprehensible, the tone of these roars seemed somewhat excited. Splurt! Before long, parts of several llamas' backs suddenly arched as new organs tore through their skin, forming grotesque wings. Clearly, these creatures had never touched the sky before, but the moment they flapped their wings for the first time, they moved faster than eagles, swarming toward Vimana like hungry locusts. Swish! 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 Countless chains quickly slashed across the sky, their blade-tipped ends effortlessly cutting through several llamas' bodies. Like pythons, the chains coiled tightly around them, squeezing inward with force. Splurt! As the sound of flesh being crushed by immense strength rang out, filthy blood slid between the chains. When the chains loosened, the bodies of Lamu fell into the blackened sea, creating ripples of moderate size. Are these the new humanity Mother created? Kingu observed the monsters swallowed by black mud with cold indifference. The thought of being replaced by such creatures made them feel extremely sour. Absolutely terrible. These Lamu only understood destruction and slaughter, placing desire above reason. Such things hardly deserved to be called intelligent life forms at best, they were merely a pack of feral beasts. To think they could manage this world was pure fantasy. Kingu gazed at the distant, towering figure and sighed silently to themselves. Perhaps their plan was doomed from the very beginning. Traitor, Kingu. Obsolete model, enemy. Surprisingly, the Lamu could already speak human languages fluently. They demonstrated astonishing learning abilities beyond human imagination in such a short time. You guys are too noisy. After saying that, Gobta raised his hand, and soon, countless black holes with golden edges appeared and spread through the air. Innumerable replicas of divine keys quickly flew out, piercing every Lamu in the surroundings. In just an instant, countless bodies fell from the sky like dumplings. However, despite Gobta and his group appearing to have the upper hand, these Lamu were too numerous and continued to spawn from the black mud every moment. Even if they exhausted themselves, they couldn't possibly exterminate all these monsters. We must stop the spread of the black mud first. Gobta glanced at the blackened sea below. It supports Tiamat's operations and is the source of Lama's birth, we must start from there. I'll handle that. Gilgamesh extended his hand into the void before a red cylindrical weapon materialized in his hand. Sword of Rupture, named after a Sumerian god, Enki, who slew a primordial god, Abzu. It was not only the key to Gilgamesh's treasury but also his most powerful noble phantasm, capable of shattering the world. Since this weapon could inflict massive damage on Tiamat, it definitely posed no problem against the black mud. However, Gobta halted Gilgamesh's action. If the black mud is completely destroyed, Tiamat won't be able to move and will change her form, shifting her mode of operation from the ground to the sky. Gobta shook his head. That would spell failure for our plan. Gilgamesh frowned. Tiamat is an Earth Mother goddess, she never approaches the sky. Don't underestimate an Earth Mother goddess. Gobta gazed at the towering figure in the distance, resembling a mountain. Just because she hasn't done something doesn't mean she can't. So, what do you suggest? Gilgamesh decided to trust his judgment. Just leave it to me, Gobta smiled. In the next second, Gobta's silver azure armor instantly transformed into a futuristic suit. Indeed, it was none other than the key of blankness. Gobta then took out a pitch-black sword, its profound darkness seeming to swallow even light. Under his control, a black crystal floated out from the sword and landed in his hand. The sword, now devoid of the black crystal, became an ordinary sword, devoid of its previous special aura. I might look a bit frightening in a moment, be prepared. Taking a deep breath, Gobta placed the core of corruption into the groove on the chest of the key of blankness. Whoosh! In the next moment, as black flames ignited on Gobta's body, boundless hatred and malice erupted as if a demon god had descended upon the world. Before long, the terrifying power filled every corner of Gobta's body. With the key of blankness and the core of corruption working together, at this moment, he was almost equivalent to the Hushers of corruption. At the same time, Gilgamesh and Kingu's expressions showed a hint of solemnity. Despite knowing Gobta wasn't an enemy, they couldn't help but feel an intense sense of danger. It seemed that Gobta's current appearance alone was a very dangerous phenomenon. Well then, I'm off. Nodding to Gilgamesh, Gobta leaped off Vimana, soaring thousands of meters through the air and plunging into the ominous and eerie black mud below. As Gobta plunged into the black mud, the once calm sea surface instantly churned, akin to water poured into boiling oil. Before long, the surrounding mud rushed at him like bloodthirsty hyenas sensing fresh prey, eager to devour the intruder. The black mud was the manifestation of Tiamat's authority known as the Sea of Life, capable not only of creating life but also of actively transforming it, bending both flesh and spirit to her will. In such an environment, even servants would struggle to endure and would succumb to Tiamat's grasp. Nevertheless, none of this posed a problem for Gobta. Let's give it a try, and see who assimilates whom, Gobta remarked calmly, a slight smirk curling his lips. Without delay, he activated the power of corruption. A wispy black mist akin to smoke emanated from his body, blending into the surrounding mud. Hushers of corruption was listed as the 12th Hushers. Unlike the catastrophic powers of their predecessors, Hushers of corruption wasn't as flashy up front. However, their true threat lay in their ability to corrupt and control anything they touched, a self-aware ultimate virus. If likened to a game character, Hushers of corruption was like a typical late-game hero, unassuming at first, vulnerable to early attacks, but once allowed to develop, it signaled the endgame. Due to their unique form, defeating the Hushers of corruption in the early stages was no easy task, especially if there was a mistake in the execution process, giving them time to react, then the aftermath was simply unthinkable. Gobta knew all too well how terrifying the power of corruption could be, thus he restrained himself from unleashing its full power whenever possible. Yet, in an environment like this, it inadvertently provided a being like the Hushers of corruption ample room to thrive. Soon enough, the once restless black mud invaded by the power of corruption quickly fell silent, followed by more wisps of black mist splitting off and spreading outward. In Gobta's perception, an intangible domain expanded from him, enveloping the chaotic sea around him. With this, the corruption had finally begun. Chapter 490. Boom. 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 At this moment, countless precious weapons exploded like they were as common as cabbage, their blasts creating intense flashes akin to small suns illuminating a corner of the pitch-black sky. Countless llama were torn apart by the shockwaves of the explosions, but more quickly took their place, charging toward the radiant golden arc. These mongrels, Gilgamesh muttered with a hint of rage flashing in his crimson vertical pupils. With the burden lifted from his shoulders, his personality reverted closer to his former self. It's been so long already, hasn't he dealt with them yet? Kingu's expression was grim, not out of fear for the llama but concern that lingering here too long might attract Tiamat's attention. Have faith in him. Gilgamesh responded calmly and waved his hand dismissively before several more weapons detonated. At least until now, he hasn't disappointed me. Upon hearing his words, Kingu shook their head in resignation and had nothing more to say, only to continue slaughtering the approaching llama with their chains. However, amid the slaughter, Kingu suddenly noticed something amiss. Gil, have you noticed these llama don't seem quite right? Gilgamesh paid no attention to Kingu's change in addressing him, as he had also noticed the same issue. These llama are weaker than before, Gilgamesh muttered in a deep voice. It was easy to see the previous horde of llama were filled with killing intent, incredibly fast and highly destructive, but now, they moved slowly, sluggishly, and their size had shrunk considerably. The difference was stark, like comparing a wolf to a husky. Everyone with a brain knew this couldn't be normal. Could it be, he actually succeeded? Kingu wondered aloud, their voice filled with uncertainty. Gwahaha. How about that? I told you, he wouldn't disappoint. Although lacking decisive evidence, he believed this was Gobta's doing without a doubt. Only that man could create such a miracle. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot up from the black mud like a black lightning bolt, landing on the radiant golden arc. Done, Gobta nodded toward Gilgamesh, a smile playing on his lips. I saw it myself, well done, Gilgamesh praised, patting Gobta's shoulder approvingly. You've really managed to influence Mother's power, Kingu remarked, their expression complex as they looked at Gobta. Don't make it sound so easy, Gobta rolled his eyes. I paid a hefty price for this. Even as a Hershers, corrupting the power of a primordial goddess like Tiamat was no simple task. Gobta had nearly pushed the Hershers' core to its limits, barely managing to corrupt the Sea of Life. Even so, he couldn't fully control the black mud, only able to make slight adjustments. For example, he modified Lamu's biological template, significantly weakening all subsequent Lamu. He also slowed down the spread of the black mud, delaying Tiamat's arrival by at least twice the initial estimate. It's a pity the authority of Tiamat is still too overwhelming. Gobta sighed helplessly, watching Tiamat advancing steadily in the distance. This is the best I can manage. Gilgamesh wanted to say something but stopped. Even he found himself at a loss. Without a doubt, in Gilgamesh's eyes, Gobta was humble bragging. Meanwhile, as Kingu glanced at the black crystal Gobta held in his hand, they realized it no longer exuded the intimidating aura that had previously instilled a sense of danger. Thinking about the price Gobta mentioned, Kingu seemed to understand something. Your noble phantasm, you can't use it anymore, can you? Kingu quickly asked. No, Gobta looked at the drained Hersher's core in his hand, shaking his head slightly. Even if I could, it would probably be a long, long time from now. Humph, it's just a noble phantasm. As Gilgamesh scoffed disdainfully, he waved one of his hands, and in the next second, a heap of treasures such as divine weapons, miraculous items, and more quickly fell onto Vimana's deck like a small mountain. Take whatever you want, or I could just give them all to you if you want. I may not have much else, but when it comes to these kinds of things, I've got plenty. Seeing Gilgamesh's nonchalant attitude as he took out countless treasures like trash, Gobta and Kingu fell silent, cursing his absurd wealth in their minds. Fashioned from gold and emerald gemstones, the majestic Vimana gleamed in the sky like an eagle in swift flight. Sometimes it soared high into the clouds. Other times it hovered still, and occasionally it swooped down toward the sea, flaunting its magnificent aerial maneuvers. Yet no matter how dazzling its flight skills, a dark cloud of Lamu relentlessly pursued it. Despite countless brethren falling to their demise, these creatures showed no sign of relenting. Whether driven by insatiable bloodlust or fanatical devotion to Tiamat, they exhibited no mercy toward any form of life, including their own. Suffering the pursuit of such mongrels for an entire day is a disgrace to me. Unbelievable. Gilgamesh grumbled as he sat on Vimana's throne with a mix of disgust and anger on his face. Calm down, we're almost at Uruk, Gobta remarked, his eyes squinting toward the tropical rainforest not far ahead. I wonder how prepared they are. I had personally been buying them time. If they're not ready by then, they might as well face death as their punishment, Gilgamesh snorted coldly. Before long, two figures approached Vimana from afar, Ishtar riding Mana and Quetzalcoatl riding her pterosaur. Thanks for your efforts. Quetzalcoatl nodded at Gobta and the others as she hopped onto the Vimana. Her gaze then turned toward the colossal figure looming behind them like a mountain. Is that Tiamat? She truly lives up to being the goddess of beginning, just her presence alone is suffocating. After all, she's a primordial goddess capable of shaping ecosystems single-handedly, Gobta shrugged his shoulders. How is Uruk's situation? There are about 1,500 people left in Uruk now, Quetzalcoatl sighed softly. That's everyone we could find. 1,500 people. Once the thriving heart of Uruk's culture was now reduced to embers. Gobta glanced at Gilgamesh, whose face showed no emotion. From the beginning, I already foresaw the destruction of Uruk. Gilgamesh looked up at the gloomy sky. There's no need for comforting words, both they and I are prepared. Chapter 491. You know, perhaps from now on, there won't be a single person from Uruk. Seeing the emotionless Gilgamesh, Gobta spoke up with a solemn tone. However, hundreds and thousands of years later, people will still remember that here existed a group who dared to challenge gods and defend their homeland, belonging to a great civilization called Uruk. Gwahaha. After a moment of silence, Gilgamesh suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter echoing between heaven and earth. Well said. Gilgamesh's lips curled into a wild grin. Even if they are gods, so what? Perhaps they can easily destroy humans, but they can never defeat humanity. It's good to be confident, but don't be too optimistic, Kingu chimed in calmly. Don't think pulling Mother into the underworld will kill her, this is not her strongest form. Are you saying she can become even stronger? Kingu's words instantly brought Ishtar's attention back from Vimana, her expression filled with shock. Just dealing with Tiamat like this already made her feel extremely challenged, and now Kingu said that this wasn't even Tiamat's strongest form. For a moment, Ishtar couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Could they really defeat Tiamat? That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Quetzalcoatl laughed. For wrestlers, the stronger the opponent, the more fun the challenge. I don't see how this could be fun, Ishtar rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I've been prepared for this, Gupta smiled faintly. Ereshkigal, how are things on your end? After a moment of waiting, Ereshkigal's voice echoed in his ears. The underworld has reached the designated position, everything is ready. Good. With a slight smile, Gupta looked toward the towering figure slowly advancing amidst the black mud. Let's begin. Vimana, originally flying toward the front, suddenly changed direction like a swift golden lightning bolt, heading straight for Tiamat. Seeing this, the surrounding Lamus surged madly, but they quickly dispersed under everyone's attacks. Modified with the power of corruption, these Lamu were weak to the point of being pitiful. Even an ordinary human could trade blows with them, let alone the powerful beings on Vimana. Tiamat's beautiful but vacant face stared at the radiant arc speeding toward her, showing no reaction whatsoever. Right now, let's do it. Gupta bellowed. Got it. Quetzalcoatl took the lead, stepping forward, her body plummeting like a meteor toward the ground. When the morning star shines, let all know the sun's light reaches every corner of the earth. Piedra del Sol. Noble Phantasm, Piedra del Sol. Rank, EX. Type, Anti-Army, Anti-Fortress. Description, Quetzalcoatl's trump card, an ancient Aztec megalith. It's said to depict the passage of time and all aspects of Aztec calendars. A stone with a diameter of 375 meters appears above her head. Serving as a gate, channeling the authority of Quetzalcoatl herself as a divine being. It unleashes a devastating solar wind over a wide area, reflecting her divine authority. Boom! Like a sun rising from the sea, a blast of wind and heat instantly annihilated countless Lamu. Within several kilometers, the black mud evaporated almost instantly, turning into scorching magma. Boom! With the support of the black mud gone, Tiamat could no longer support her massive body and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, as Kingu looked down at Tiamat's situation, they sighed softly, suppressing their complex emotions while their face gradually hardened. Kingu, son of Tiamat, will show you the power of the chains of heaven. Mother's fury is a thing of the past, now I will awaken the breath of the planet. Enoma Elish. Noble Phantasm, Enoma Elish, O humans, let us restrain the gods. Rank, A. Type, Anti-Purge. Rattle. In the next moment, countless golden chains emerged from the ground, tightly binding Tiamat's body. Amidst the radiant brilliance, Kingu's body transformed into a massive chain of light, descending like lightning toward the center of her forehead. AA. Sensing the imminent danger, Tiamat instinctively erected countless barriers in front of her body. I won't let you succeed. A cold woman voice suddenly echoed from a distance, followed by numerous brilliant meteors crashing toward the earth. Noble Phantasm, Malamu Dinger, King's Signal Cannon. Rank, B. Type, Anti-Army, Anti-Fortress. On the walls of Uruk, Morgan, dressed in a black and blue dress, stood gazing indifferently at the towering figure of Tiamat in the distance. Around her surged powerful magical energy, and in her hands, she held a clay-made grimoire, the seal of authority over the 360 Babylonian magic cannons set atop the walls of Uruk. This was one of Gilgamesh's cards against Tiamat, but controlling so many magic cannons unmanned was no easy feat, even for Gilgamesh himself, who risked exhausting his magical energy and perishing. Fortunately, Morgan had long converted the entire city of Uruk into her temple-level territory. Magical energy was no issue for her, and she alone was enough to activate Malamu Dinger. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening roar, under the fierce onslaught of Malamu Dinger, the barriers blocking Tiamat in front shattered layer by layer like fragile glass. Swiftly, Kingu's attack followed suit. Once used by the gods to connect heaven and earth, the chains of heaven now unleashed unparalleled power. Boom! A massive chain of light pierced through Tiamat in an instant, rendering her completely immobilized. Ishtar! Gupta shouted loudly. Got it. Ishtar rode mana and flew into the air above Tiamat. Taking a deep breath, her eyes instantly gleamed with a dazzling golden hue. Gate open. Ishtar raised the spear in her hand above her head, and soon, the previously dim sky suddenly transformed into a starry scene, as a huge golden sphere slowly descended from the starry sky. Noble Phantasm, and Gal Ta Ki Gal Se, kindling of Venus that shook the mountains. Rank, A. Type, Anti-Mountain. Description, based on the legend of Ishtar's destruction of Mount Abi, this noble phantasm inserts the concept of Venus into mana as a bullet for launch. Even the gods tremble at such audacious behavior. With a gesture from Ishtar, the large golden sphere instantly shrank into an arrow of light, resting on Mana's bowstring. Annihilate them. And gal ta ki gal say. The arrow of light, transformed from the concept of Venus, shot out like a meteor from the heavens, heading straight toward Tiamat's colossal body. Boom! The tremendous impact pierced through the ground like a force of nature, sending shockwaves in all directions, revealing a bottomless abyss below. A. Bound tightly by Kingu, Tiamat could only descend helplessly toward the underworld. We did it! Ishtar exclaimed excitedly, clenching her delicate fist, her face filled with elation. Without delay, Gilgamesh piloted Vimana to land on the ground near the hole caused by the impact. Standing at its edge were two figures, Quetzalcoatl and Kingu. However, both of them were in extremely poor condition at this point, unable to participate in the following battle. We'll take it from here. Gobta affirmed, nodding resolutely to them. Chapter 492. Gobta and the others meticulously planned and polished every detail to ensure they could push Tiamat back into the underworld. This resulted in their efforts paid off brilliantly. From Quetzalcoatl restricting Tiamat's movements with the black mud to Morgan wielding the Malamu Dinger to restrain her, Kingu using their chains of heaven to control Tiamat herself, and finally, Ishtar blasting Tiamat into the underworld. Every step went seamlessly, without a hitch, in perfect coordination. However, tossing Tiamat into the underworld was only the first step, as the true challenge lay ahead. Within the desolate darkness of the underworld, Tiamat knelt like a mountainous colossus on the cold ground, surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts crackling around her. Each bolt possessed terrifying power comparable to Ishtar's noble phantasms. Even the goddess of beginning could not endure such intense pain and anguish, her mournful cries echoing endlessly through the underworld. That's the underworld's defense mechanism, designed specifically to deal with intruders who trespass without my permission. Ereshkigal proudly explained to Gobta and Gilgamesh, who had just arrived. It's the rule designated by the underworld, where not even a primordial goddess like Tiamat can be exempt. As the goddess of the underworld, Ereshkigal granted Gobta and Gilgamesh special permission to exist within the underworld, where they would no longer be considered living beings and thus not targeted by its defense mechanism. No wonder you rule the underworld so dominantly, with such privileges. Of course you can, Gobta remarked in astonishment. Ereshkigal tilted her swan-like, snowy neck proudly, her delicate face adorned with an expression of pride. Don't get too smug too soon, Gilgamesh interjected coolly, arms folded. I, for one, don't believe that a mere underworld can bring down a primordial goddess. Feeling secretly pleased by Gobta's compliment, Ereshkigal's demeanor suddenly turned defiant upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, her petite face flushing with annoyance. That's because you don't understand how terrifying the underworld can be. Even if Tiamat is a primordial goddess, here she's just an ordinary goddess. If you don't believe me, watch how I eradicate Tiamat. Gilgamesh remained silent, his eyes conveying a challenge. Seeing his attitude, Ereshkigal gritted her teeth in frustration, then drew her long sword swiftly. O gallows spirits of the underworld, spears of rampant corruption, bring forth our judgment upon this intruder. In the next moment, purple lighting spears imbued with the authority of the underworld and countless gallows spirits materialized out of thin air, surrounding Tiamat before viciously thrusting down. Tiamat cried out once more in sorrow. With our combined might, even Tiamat is no, Ereshkigal boasted triumphantly, but soon her expression froze. Match? Boom! Suddenly, a massive surge of crimson chaotic energy erupted from beneath Tiamat, enveloping her body like a cocoon, while her magical energy spiked exponentially. Within seconds, the cocoon dissipated, revealing not the previously graceful and towering female form, but a monstrous dragon clad in scales. It was Tiamat in a form resembling a dragon. Layers of sound waves emanated from Tiamat's center, shaking the entire underworld, and causing countless boulders to collapse and fracture as if doomsday had arrived. The sea of life's domain, known as Chaos Tide, quickly swept in, colossal tides crashing against the land, eerie mist madly spreading, painting the entire underworld in a crimson apocalypse. Elevating her Saint Graph to the scale of the Jurassic era, the goddess of beginning had now become a true god. She unleashed her power without restraint, intent on washing the world in death, seeking to return all things to the beginning. In other words, she aimed to reclaim her position as the mother of all things and once again gain the love of her children. What happened? Ereshkigal's face turned pale, her composure shattered by fear. Especially as the chaos tide spread, she felt herself gradually losing control over the underworld. Is that her strongest form? Gilgamesh squinted his eyes. Strictly speaking, this still isn't Tiamat's strongest form, but it's challenging enough for us, Gobta said gravely. Get ready, it's our turn next. Let's give it our all, Gilgamesh gripped Ea tightly. This is our final battle. Gobta took a deep breath, producing a black and white crystal with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Sorry buddy," Gobta muttered softly, then pressed the crystal on the key of blankness without hesitation. Power and authority beyond mortal imagination continuously permeated from the Herrscher's core into Gobta's body. In the next moment, a strong, cold aura emanated from him as his short black hair swiftly grew to his waist. Gobta lifted his head, his grey-white eyes now filled with a sense of deathly silence. At this moment, he was in the form of Herrscher's of death. Here we go again, Gilgamesh's gaze narrowed slightly as he once again sensed the ominous aura emanating from Gobta. In the next moment, an ethereal, pitch-black scythe materialized in Gobta's hand as he moved ghost-like, swiftly appearing in front of Tiamat. In contrast to the massive dragon-like body of Tiamat, Gobta seemed minuscule, yet he exuded a palpable aura of death that was impossible to ignore. Like a grim reaper, heralding the end of fate. Swish! No fancy speeches were needed, just a single move, yet it carried a shocking power that reverberated throughout the underworld. The ethereal black scythe swept through the air, slicing across Tiamat's colossal dragon horn, leaving no visible wound behind. However, Tiamat's wail pierced the air, filled with agony and despair, echoing even more mournfully than the depths of the underworld. Gobta's attack wasn't aimed at Tiamat's physical body but at stripping away her concept, the concept of immortality. Gobta and his allies had devised a plan to banish Tiamat to the underworld precisely to prevent her immortality trait from passing down to any of her offspring. However, Tiamat herself possessed an incredibly strong innate immortality. A power derived from her status as the progenitor of all dragons. Even the ancient gods of Mesopotamia had been helpless against this, only managing to exile her to the world of imaginary numbers. If they couldn't find a way to break this immortality, they stood no chance in this battle. Because of this, Gobta sacrificed Abyss Flower to attain the power of Herrscher's of death, imbuing Tiamat with the concept of death to invalidate her immortality. Now, it was time to physically enforce this death upon her. Chapter 493. Whoosh! In the underworld, as a crimson roaring hurricane swept through the dim underworld, a storm of crimson magical energy unfolded around the body of Gilgamesh, who seemed insignificant compared to the colossal body of Tiamat. Soon, a red cylindrical sword in Gilgamesh's began to spin, transcending human comprehension as it absorbed magical energy. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. As the world stood still, a web of crimson lightning instantly filled the entire field of vision, crackling silently across the world. "I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. Enuma Elish. Noble phantasm, Enuma Elish, the star of creation that split heaven and earth. Rank, EX. Type, anti-world. Whoosh! In the next moment, a torrent of crimson magical energy surged like a storm. Crack! Crack! The very fabric of space, normally untouchable and unseen, seemed to shatter under the impact, resembling glass struck by a mighty hammer, revealing cracks that mirrored those in the real world, exposing its most fragile aspects without reservation. At this moment, the flow of time and space was utterly disrupted. Countless rifts in space opened with the crimson storm, swallowing everything caught within, and annihilating them into nothingness. It was as if the world was still in a state of primordial chaos before creation. Simultaneously, Gobta also launched an attack against Tiamat on the other side. As he squeezed out every last bit of power remaining in the Herrscher's core to its limit, his black scythe transformed from illusory to reality. When the crimson storm engulfed Tiamat's body entirely, the massive flows of magical energy and shattered rifts in space caused her colossal body to crack inch by inch. Strangely, in her final moments, she made no resistance, merely lifting her head. Her enormous star-like eyes gazed up at the void above. When this planet was first born, she herself shaped its ecosystem, nurturing countless lives. She loved these children dearly, and they loved her in return. However, after countless ages, the future no longer welcomed her arrival. "Don't leave me," Tiamat's massive starry eyes slowly closed as a tear fell. Swish! Finished. With a solemn declaration of death, Gobta's black scythe flashed across Tiamat's colossal dragon's body, completely extinguishing all of her vitality. "Farewell, our mother," Gilgamesh silently watched as Tiamat dissipated bit by bit, gently lowering "Yea. May you find peace in eternity." Is it over? Ereshkigal blinked in confusion. "Did we win?" "Yeah, Tiamat is dead, but victory in this battle is still far from assured," Gilgamesh replied, raising his voice toward the empty void above. "Cowards who hide in the shadows, show yourselves." Clap. 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 After a moment of silence, applause suddenly echoed through the desolate underworld. "What a splendid battle! As a raspy voice echoed, the oppressive aura akin to Tiamat's presence instantly blanketed the entire underworld. While magical energy columns tore through the earth, a man stood proudly in the sky. Adorned with 10 rings on his fingers. His robe rustled with intricate patterns, and from a perspective surpassing that of gods, he looked down upon Gilgamesh below. A group of historical remnants actually managed to eliminate the mother of all upon her return. The man shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with some admiration. Though we stand on opposing sides, I cannot help but admire your courage and strength. Who is that guy? Ereshkigal's voice trembled. From her perception, the man's body seemed to emanate an endless sea of magical energy, capable of causing mountains to crumble with a mere ripple. Magical energy on this scale was simply monstrous. One of the 7 great evils of humanity, a beast embodying the concept of pity, Goetia, Gobta explained as he descended beside Ereshkigal. Outsider, you have no ties to this world, this is not your home, what reason do you have to fight for them? Goetia looked at Gobta, his tone assertive. Your veins flow with the blood of a supreme dragon, the rise and fall of humanity mean nothing to you, why risk everything for a race as hopeless as humans? Upon hearing that, Gobta glanced at the savior, now upgraded to, and smiled. I fight for them, and I fight for myself. Unreasonable. Upon hearing Gobta's answer, Goetia knew the negotiation had failed. Without delay, he raised his palm, and within seconds, dark red magical energy weighed heavily as a mountain suddenly descended. Surely you're not alone here, Gobta scanned around. Since a while ago, I've sensed a very familiar presence. Seshuan Kiera, how long do you plan to hide? After a brief silence, a clear, bell-like laughter rang out before the figure of Kiera appeared. Era, why do you think I'm in cahoots with him? Kiera tilted her head at Gobta. I've helped you several times before, don't you think maybe this time I'm here to help you too? Simple, I've never trusted you, Gobta said simply and calmly. My goodness, what a cold-hearted man you are, Kiera chuckled lightly, though her eyes showed no amusement. With the complete emergence of the beast of pity and the beast of lust and rupture, along with the recently deceased beast of regression, almost half of the 7 great evils of humanity had now emerged. This was undoubtedly a despair-inducing situation. To defeat Tiamat, Gilgamesh and the others had exhausted all their resources, and the little fighting power left was hardly enough to turn the tide. Logically, this was an absolute advantage for Goetia and Kiera, who had watched Tiamat's demise until now before making their move. However, as Goetia looked at Gobta's calm expression, an inexplicable unease grew in his heart. Since Kingu informed me of your existence, I've been waiting for this moment. Gobta took out a purple crystal, pulsating with brilliant lightning. Now, it's time to end this. As the Hershur's core from the 7 thunders of retribution was embedded in the key of blankness, arcs of electricity instantly danced among Gobta's now purple hair strands. Gobta lifted his head, his pale purple eyes gleaming with raging thunder. He was in the form of the Hershurs of thunder. Prepare to disappear. After saying that, Gobta raised his palm, making countless thunderbolts descend from the sky and illuminating the entire underworld with dazzling electric light. Crackle. 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 The violent roars were deafening, threatening to transform the entire underworld into a thunderous jungle. What the? Ereshkigal screamed in shock, instinctively ducking and covering her head. After a moment, she realized that the thunderbolts weren't aimed at her. Each thunderbolt possessed power comparable to a noble phantasm capable of obliterating a city. Even Tiamat in her prime would have been instantly annihilated by such an attack. This was Gobta's surprise specifically prepared for Goetia and Kiera. Feeling the terrifying destructive power of these thunderbolts, Goetia and Kiera's faces instantly turned pale. In the next second, the rings on Goetia's fingers emitted a radiant glow, and without hesitation, he invoked a summoning magecraft. Boom! 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 One after another, several demon god pillars manifested from the void, only to be shattered to pieces under the thunderous assault. At the same time, Kiera used multicolored tranquility, creating whirlpools from which countless illusory slender arms emerged, attempting to block the thunderous bombardment but gradually retreating under the relentless attack. In front of Gobta, incarnated as the Hershurs of thunder, even beasts had no means to retaliate and could only defend themselves. After a while, the thunder gradually subsided. At this moment, the underworld was left in ruins, barely recognizable. Such terrifying destructive power left even Gilgamesh shaken. Chapter 494. Goetia was now in much worse shape than before, having sacrificed all his demon pillars to withstand the thunderbolts. Kiera fared slightly better, mainly because Goetia had borne the brunt of the attacks, reducing the pressure she had to face. Such terrifying power, Goetia glowered at Gobta. I never expected you had another trick up your sleeve. It's not just one trick I've hidden, Gobta smirked faintly, taking out a pale grey crystal. A single glance at it gave an overwhelming sense of fascination. Stop him. Goetia's expression instantly changed. Without needing his reminder, Kiera immediately used multicolored tranquility to try and ensnare Gobta within her paradise. However, she was a fraction too slow, as Gobta had already embedded the Hersher's core from Fenghuang down into the key of blankness. Soon, his eyes turned a dazzling golden hue, swirling with countless overlapping vortexes that seemed to absorb the consciousness of all who gazed upon them. This gaze didn't affect the physical world but targeted directly at minds. Even without eye contact, no one could evade its influence. In no time, both Goetia and Kiera grunted in discomfort, their faces contorted in extreme anguish. For them, the mind was their greatest vulnerability. Goetia, a fusion of 72 demon god pillars in Solomon's body, lacked a true consciousness of his own, his mind merely an amalgamation of the 72 demon god pillars. Kiera, due to her complicated origins, had an inherently unstable mental state, prone to occasional bouts of mental dissociation. Under the influence of the Hershers of Sentience's power, both felt their minds being overwhelmed by countless voices, each clamoring for freedom and control over their bodies. Their state of mind was erratic, alternating between weeping, laughter, anger, and calm as if dozens of distinct personalities inhabited their bodies. We can't go on like this. Goetia, having barely regained a shred of reason, shouted and immediately unleashed his noble phantasm without hesitation. Noble phantasm, Ars Almadel Salomonis, the time of birth has come, he is the one who masters all. Rank, EX. Type, anti-human order. This was Goetia's ultimate noble phantasm, meant to cleanse and reset humanity, now deployed in a desperate bid for self-preservation. High above in the vast expanse of the sky, a band of light spanned the entire horizon. It was a convergence of billions of beams fueled by human history, each possessing destructive power comparable to Excalibur. Beam after beam detached from the band, merging into a massive beam of light imbued with an aura of annihilation, descending toward the underworld. However, just as they neared Gobta, the beam of light abruptly dissipated as if they had never existed. An invisible domain unfolded around Gobta, swiftly drawing Goetia and Kiera into its embrace, instantly draining their magical energy to the brink of extinction. Of course, I knew you'd unleash your noble phantasm, how could I not be prepared? As Gobta spoke, a golden crystal was already embedded in the forefront of the key of blankness. With the Hershers of Binding's power, it snuffed out any hope of Goetia and Kiera turning the tables at the last moment. As the Hershers of Sentience's power surged once more, both Goetia and Kiera were powerless to resist and quickly descended into utter chaos. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, layers of space solidified, akin to frozen amber, trapping Goetia and Kiera like insects. It's time to put an end to all of this. Gobta removed the Hersher's core of cosmic juggernaut from the key of blankness, then took out another Hersher's core burning like a blazing flame, crimson red. It was none other than the Hersher's core of judgment of Shamash. Gobta took a deep breath before placing the last Hersher's core he had into the key of blankness. Boom! In an instant, crimson flames surged skyward, their raging power akin to scorching magma coursing through him. Ha! Gobta's eyes and hair turned crimson as he slowly exhaled, the scorching breath distorting the very void around him. Extending his palm, Gobta summoned boundless flames, gradually forming them into a great sword. It's not the original, but it'll have to do for now, Gobta's lips curled into a slight arc. Especially at a time like this, a bit of cool line doesn't hurt. Shamash, unleashed. Boom! Instantly, towering flames surged forth like a raging tide, releasing light and heat comparable to a sun, completely engulfing Gobta's vision. In a dazzling burst of white light, Gobta slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a pure white space, devoid of any unnecessary decoration. Apart from him, there stood another figure whose form and face were indiscernible, their body seemed to be crafted from light. Here we meet again, Gobta. As the figure said that, their voice was gentle and calm. God. It's you. When I imparted to you the concept of being a savior, I mentioned that I would be waiting for you at the end of this path, no? God chuckled softly. I'm glad you finally arrived here. Along the way, you've faced countless hardships and challenges from powerful enemies, yet none of it has stopped you. You've saved many worlds and many people though they may not have realized it themselves. Your determination has earned my approval. Now, armed with this power, go and save your own world. After an unknown amount of time, Gobta woke up slowly, feeling a soft touch beneath his head and a familiar scent filling his nostrils. Big sis. Morgan was leaning over him, her veil removed to reveal a flawless face with gentle lake blue eyes. It's all over now, Morgan said softly, her slender fingers gently smoothing Gobta's tousled hair. You should go home too. Yeah, Gobta's face lit up with a rare, relieved smile. I can finally go home. If it's convenient, could you take me with you? A voice from a distance suddenly interrupted them. Gobta and Morgan turned to see a tall figure approaching. Seshuan Kiera? Gobta blurted out, wide-eyed. How could she still be alive when even Goetia was dead? You seem surprised. Surprisingly, unlike her usual seductive self, Kiera now smiled cheerfully, and her smile seemed rather pure. Yes, I died indeed, but it wasn't me who died, it was my demonic half. Your demonic half? What? Gobta looked at her in disbelief. Wait, so you're not a beast anymore? The evil symbolized by the demonic bodhisattva is Niga-saver anti-savior, and to get rid of it, it must be dealt with by someone who truly possesses the qualifications of savior. Kiera chuckled as she explained. That's why I've been traveling through countless worlds, until I met you. So, that's the reason you helped me? Gobta raised an eyebrow. To strengthen my qualifications as a savior, and then come after you. Exactly, Kiera smiled. That's why I secretly contacted Goetia and had him act early. I believe that once he's eliminated, you should be able to raise your savior to the highest. Upon hearing that, Gobta's eyes widened. No wonder Goetia appeared early. Gobta hadn't expected Goetia to be just another pawn in Kiera's hands. His judgment was spot on. This woman was dangerous and never to be underestimated. So, all this effort you've made, is it just to abandon your identity as a beast? Gobta asked in a deep voice. If you were in my shoes, you'd understand why I'm so determined. Kiera shook her head. Beasts are the enemies of humanity, yet their existence also depends on humanity. If humanity were to fall one day, what fate would beasts face? Beasts are indeed powerful beings, but they are merely puppets of circumstance. They seek to destroy humanity without realizing that their own demise would follow humanity's collapse. I refuse to accept such a fate, so I've chosen to resist. Upon hearing that, Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. Then why appear before me, and what did you mean by, take me with you, just now? Ah, that? To prevent my demonic half from resurfacing, I need to stay by your side for a while. You wouldn't mind, would you? Yes, I do mind, Gobta's expression darkened. Fufu, you don't really have a say in this, you know. Kiera chuckled melodiously, fading away. I'll come knocking on your door later, look forward to it. Upon hearing her words, Gobta's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot in an instant. You never fail to impress, Gobta. Morgan's indifferent voice suddenly came from behind. You step out for a moment and manage to attract a beast. Your abilities to attract women are growing, it seems. Big sis, this really has nothing to do with me. You heard her, she's the one who's fixated on me. Morgan snorted coldly, her figure gradually dissipating into shadows. I'll be sure to inform Lily and NID about this. You better think carefully about how you'll explain it to them. Gobta scratched his head, looking up at the clear sky, sighing deeply in resignation. What a mess this turned out to be. The end.